Chapter 1. Awakening the Dragon Phoenix, Martial Soul, Shocking Tang San. In the Douluo continent, within the serene confines of Holy Soul Village, a gathering of villagers erupted in discontent. Old Jack, I cannot fathom why you allow such a worthless child to remain in our Holy Soul Village. Every child of suitable age has awakened their martial soul. Yet he, Chun Yu, has not even manifested a feeble martial soul, with his soul power merely at 0. Indeed, although only little San has qualified for enrollment this year, the other children have at least awakened various agricultural martial souls, enabling them to excel in farming tasks. Yet this Chun Yu possesses no trace of a martial soul. Old Jack, what purpose does it serve to sustain this useless child? It is a waste of our resources. Huh, a waste indeed. And to think he even fainted from heat this morning, what a farce. Enough. Silence, all of you. You are aware that little Yu is an orphan, having wandered into our Holy Soul Village. Old Jack interjected. Beneath the shade of a tree, Chun Yu gradually awakened, his head throbbing painfully, the surrounding cacophony amplifying his irritation, prompting him to shout, "Can you all be quiet? What is all this noise? Let me sleep in peace." His youthful voice brought an abrupt hush, and the next moment, countless gazes converged upon him beneath the tree. The atmosphere felt peculiar, and Chun Yu's eyes shot open wide. Something is amiss. I was punished by my master to hold a horse stance for 10 hours, then collapsed into bed. Yet, what is the situation? What on earth? Why are so many people staring at me? While I know I possess a certain charm, surely one does not accrue such an audience merely for sleeping. Wait, their attire is rather peculiar. Are they filming something? Suddenly, Chun Yu realized his own voice was unusually soft. He looked down and was taken aback. My hands, my 8-pack abs, my charming voice, how have I regressed to a child? A sudden epiphany struck him. Could it be that I have traversed dimensions? In quick succession, memories surged forth. The Douluo continent, Holy Soul Village, martial souls, soul masters, and the notion of being a waste. That a glimmer of understanding sparked in Chun Yu's eye. She had indeed crossed over. This was a fantastical world where strength reigned supreme, and soul masters held the highest status. In Blue Star, he was the heir of ancient martial arts. Chun Yu, yet this body, sharing his name, belonged to a wandering orphan taken in by village chief Old Jack. Alas, this child had a frail constitution, and not only was he a martial soulless waste, but he had also succumbed to heat exhaustion after standing under the sun for merely a moment. What a tragic fate. And thus, Chun Yu found himself inhabiting this body, a classic tale of a wasteful beginning, now embodied in the form of a young child. What predicament? Ding! Suddenly, a melodious notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the shock system. The villagers of Holy Soul are astounded, expressing disbelief that a waste dares to shout. The average shock level is 60. As this is the host's first shock, your exemplary performance doubles the reward, granting you a super beginner's gift package. Ding. The gift package opens automatically. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Celestial Dragon Phoenix, Martial Soul. In the ethereal realm of Chun Yu's soul, an ancient colossal dragon, adorned with fiery phoenix wings, occupied nearly the entirety of his soul's ocean, its tail concealed from sight. Each scale of this magnificent creature was as large as half a football field, and its formidable horns appeared capable of piercing the heavens themselves. Suddenly, this divine dragon diminished in size dramatically, yet from its majestic form emanated a powerful aura imbued with wildness. After swirling around Chun Yu's being for a full cycle, it rejuvenated his frail body with immense vitality. Subsequently, the dragon's essence surged into the palm of his right hand, instantly flooding Chun Yu with overwhelming strength. What? A system? Shocked? Although Chun Yu had watched his fair share of time-traveling dramas, he never imagined that one day he would find himself as the protagonist of such a tale. However, before he could organize the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, a robust arm seized him from the ground. Little waste, who were you shouting at just now? Chun Yu swore to the heavens that he had never encountered this rugged, bearded giant with dark skin before. Yet a name sprang forth in his mind. Lin Shan. Upon seeing Chun Yu, who resembled a fledgling chick in his grasp, Lin Shan's face unexpectedly broke into a faint smile, which only served to infuriate him further. Chun Yu was notoriously known as the village's greatest failure, even deemed inferior to the turn itself. Usually, he would steer clear of Lin Shan, fearing him like a tiger. Yet today, this audacious boy displayed no signs of trepidation. Little waste, are you itching for a beating? As Lin Shan's words fell, he was met with Chun Yu's cold, emotionless Gazean expression that sent a chill racing up his spine. In Blue Star, Chun Yu was no ordinary warrior. He possessed ancient martial prowess that kept throngs of 30 to 50 at bay, and with the awakening of the celestial dragon, Phoenix martial soul, he felt his strength rapidly returning. Who are you calling waste? Lin Shan trembled, instinctively loosening his grip. Ding. Lin Shan experienced an unbelievable sensation, as if encountering a ghost, shock level at 99. Congratulations, host soul power has increased by 1 level. A warm current surged within Chun Yu, subtly enhancing his physical attributes. Was this the effect of soul power? Truly remarkable. Once on solid ground, instead of retreating, Chun Yu bent his legs and propelled his knee forward, delivering a forceful strike to Lin Shan's soft abdomen. This simple knee strike was the most effective offensive maneuver his youthful form could muster. The abdomen, being the softest part of the human body, was struck with such ferocity that Lin Shan's complexion turned pale as he doubled over, clutching his stomach and gagging on. The ground, what precise targeting. The technique is nothing short of perfection. Not far off, on a small hill, stood a diminutive figure whose eyes glimmered with a hint of violet light. In the palm of his right hand, a small sprout of blue-silver grass floated gently. He was Tang San, the only individual from this martial soul awakening to gain admission to the Soul Master Academy. Chun Yu's recent series of fluid attacks left Tang San in a state of profound astonishment. The once unassuming Chun Yu displayed such remarkable prowess that even Tang San questioned his own ability to match such grace and ease. Beep. The host's exquisite martial skills have astonished Tang San for the first time, with a shock level of 99. Tang San remarked, "You can also perform martial arts?" Reward. Soul power increased by 5 levels. Chun Yu paused momentarily, recalling that Tang San, based on his original memories, was merely a child of similar age to himself. How could he, now removed from the crowd, be so taken aback? Could it be that he possessed extraordinary perception? Or perhaps this Tang San had the ability to see events occurring miles away. In the next moment, Chun Yu quickly realized that his previous shock of Lin Shan had yielded a similar result, but his own soul power had only increased by 1 level, while Tang San's had escalated 5-fold. Could it be that Tang San's strength far surpasses Lin Shan's, thus altering the rewards from the shock system? Chun Yu mused. The small Holy Soul village seemed to harbor hidden talents, and he felt that this world was beginning to reveal its intriguing nature. Fool, how dare you strike your uncle Lin Shan? You show such disrespect to your elders. How has Chun Yu become so formidable? I can't believe I found that moment rather impressive. The villagers were filled with questions, admonishments, and admiration. Beep. You have defeated Lin Shan, and the villagers expressed. Our jaws have dropped in astonishment, with an average shock level of 80. Reward. Soul power increase. Host reaches full innate soul power. Upon seeing the system notification, Chun Yu understood that the essence of shock was merely to elevate his own stature. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the villagers who had criticized him with an innocent yet assertive tone. Lin Shan initiated the conflict, and I merely corrected him. The truth is evident. How dare you accuse me without discernment? Just because you are a worthless child without a martial soul or soul power, in the Douluo continent, strength reigns supreme. No matter how skilled you are before a soul master, you are but an ant, a villager shouted vehemently. Chun Yu's lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a hint of mockery. Ah. So your reasoning is as simplistic as Fat Heaver's fist is mightier holds the power to speak. From this moment forth, you may all silence yourselves. As he raised his right hand, from his previously empty palm emerged a slender serpent, no thicker than a chopstick. Yet upon the serpent's head and abdomen were several protruding bulges, as if something within was striving to break free. A chilling aura emanated from the serpent, causing all present to falter, collapsing to their knees before Chun Yu. Beep. The martial soul has emerged. All villagers of Holy Soul Village are utterly astounded, with an average shock level of 99. The path to awakening the Ing Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul has commenced. Ing Tian Dragon Phoenix juvenile stage. A single awakening increases the host's soul power reserves 3-fold and accelerates soul power cultivation speed 3-fold. The Ing Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul can enhance its growth by devouring the souls of soul beasts and the martial souls of soul masters. Beep. Tang San remarked. I almost knelt as well. Congratulations to the host for astonishing Tang San once more. Reward. Enhanced version of the Xiantian Treasure Record. Xiantian Treasure Record Divine Level. Increases the number of god-slaying hidden weapons, enhances the compendium of divine-grade spiritual herbs, and augments the methods for concocting the exquisite immortal poison at IT this moment. Chun Yu was not preoccupied with the rewards that IT was perplexing just moments ago. He had witnessed a magnificent dragon, and now it had transformed into a mere serpent. Could it be that the system had erred, or perhaps it had succumbed to some form of confusion? You, Lord Su Yuntao, explicitly stated that you possess no martial soul. What on earth is happening? Yet, to outsiders, Chen Yu appeared to be a sparrow that had transformed into a phoenix. Everyone, including Tang San, was astonished to see that the individual who had been deemed devoid of a martial soul just half a day prior had now conjured one seemingly from thin air. Moreover, the formidable aura emanating from the martial soul indicated that its rank far surpassed that of Lord Su Yuntao. Chen Yu was not only not a failure, but indeed a true prodigy. In an instant, the demeanor of everyone towards Chen Yu underwent a dramatic transformation, to the extent that even Lin Shan wore a sycophantic smile. For the Soul Masters, the significance to their Holy Soul Village was monumental. Aside from Tang San, they now had another candidate. Chen Yu. Chapter 2. A handshake with Tang San, the arrival of the Soul Beast. Observing the many villagers around him with expressions of obsequiousness, Chen Yu's lips twitched slightly. Some individuals changed their demeanor faster than one could turn the pages of a book. However, there were still good souls among them. Chen Yu made his way directly to Old Jack, A.S. the village chief of Holy Soul Village. Old Jack was the only elder for whom Chen Yu harbored any fondness. During Chen Yu's most trying times, it was Old Jack who single-handedly sheltered him. Thank you, Grandpa Village Chief, for your unwavering care for me. Old Jack was equally astonished that this child, once regarded by all as a waste, turned out to be a rare genius. However, their recent aggressive actions may have left Chen Yu feeling disillusioned. My child, we were just... Grandpa Village Chief, you are you, and there I, Chen Yu, can distinguish between good and evil. Before his transmigration, Chen Yu had been a core disciple of an ancient martial arts clan, and for him, discerning right from wrong was exceedingly simple. As for how others treated him, whether positively or negatively, Chen Yu would return the sentiments in equal measure, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This was the first principle that guided Chen Yu in his dealings with the world. Xiao San, come here quickly this time. You will have a companion on your journey to the Nodding Soul Master Academy. That moment, Tang San descended from Small Hill, and upon seeing him, Old Jack immediately grasped Chen Yu's hand and moved towards Tang San. Upon getting a closer look at Tang San, Chen Yu felt a slight surprise. This child, who appeared to be of similar age, possessed an expression imbued with a maturity typically found only in adults. This young lad named Tang San seems rather extraordinary. Just as Chen Yu was appraising Tang San, the latter extended his hand towards him. Hello, my name is Tang San. Though they resided in the same village, Tang San rarely wandered the streets except for drinking, and Chen Yu had always stayed at Old Jack's home, so their encounters had been few and far between. This moment marked their official introduction. Hello, I am Chen Yu.S. Their hands clasped. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, for at that moment his Xiantian skill began to operate uncontrollably within him. Although Tang San's Xiantian skill had only reached the minor achievement stage, it was certainly beyond the capacity of someone as slender as Chen Yu to withstand. Be careful. Just as Tang San was about to release his hold, a faint glow suddenly emanated from Chen Yu's palm, effortlessly deflecting the internal energy impact of the Xiantian skill. Is this soul power? Furthermore, he possesses a complete, innate soul power. Due to the influence of the celestial dragon phoenix martial soul, the soul power stored within Chen Yu is thrice that of Tang San, enabling him to easily withstand the internal energy assault. In this close encounter, Tang San distinctly sensed the profound depths of Chen Yu. From martial spirits to soul power, this seemingly useless Chen Yu turned out to be even more outstanding than Tang San, which caused Tang San to feel a slight sense of frustration for the first time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for continuously shocking Tang San within a day. Tang San seems to think you're the main character, right? Reward: God-level skill, 9 transformations of Xiantian Gong. 9 transformations of Xiantian Gong. An enhanced version of Xiantian Gong. Practicing it can grant soul power multiple attributes, and the host's cultivation speed increases 5-fold. Through this encounter, Chen Yu also discovered that Tang San possessed internal strength. As an ancient martial artist, he could tell at a glance that this was pure Taoist internal skill. Interesting. There's actually another person in this world who possesses something from another world. My path is not lonely. Just as Chen Yu wanted to secretly ask Tang San about his origins, a code phrase came to mind. Imperial Palace Jade, liquid wine. Suddenly, a clear tiger roar echoed from the village entrance. Immediately after, a swaying figure rushed into the crowd. Village Chief. It's a soul beast. The villager who brought the news had several claw marks torn into his chest, but fortunately, the wounds were not deep. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. A soul beast. However, what the villagers said caused everyone to erupt in chaos. Although Holy Soul Village was remote, it was not situated in any lofty mountains, and normally, let alone soul beasts, even wild animals rarely intruded into the village. Everyone stay calm. All able-bodied men in the village, follow me. Gather the elderly, women, and children here first. Lord Su Yuntao from a spirit hall should not be far away. Xiao San, go notify the Lord quickly. Tang Sen hesitated for a moment, seemingly wanting to stay, but under old Jack's repeated urging, he still left from the back of the village. Everyone, follow me. Soon, fierce fighting sounds came from the village entrance, but judging from the sounds, it seemed the villagers were not in the advantageous position. Are soul beasts really that strong? Just growing up, huh? Let's see the excitement. Chun Yu quietly arrived at the village entrance, where the ground had already been stained red with blood. Many of the young and strong men had varying degrees of claw marks on their bodies, but fortunately, no one had lost their life. Everyone looked at the soul beast surrounded in the middle with fear, yet no one dared to step forward easily. Although the villagers of Shenghun village had not treated Qin Yu well before, he could not stand by and watch them die. If only Wu Song had encountered this tiger back in the day, would there still be a story of Wu Song fighting the tiger? Chun Yu was seeing such a large tiger for the first time. Both its height and length were a whole lot larger than the tigers he remembered. This was a century-old soul beast, the spiked-back black striped tiger. Its name came from its black stripes and the sharp spines on its back that resembled arrows. Xiao Yu, who called you here? Hurry and get out of the way. Old Jack felt a sudden tightness in his heart upon seeing Chun Yu appear. This little guy had the potential to become a real soul master. He couldn't be allowed to perish here. However, what happened next shocked everyone. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, Chun Yu actually started to run straight toward the spiked-back black striped tiger. Chun Yu was courting death. Everyone thought he was doomed this time. Who would have thought that this was actually a deliberate action by Chun Yu? Considering his ancient martial arts skills and the power of his system, if he couldn't win, couldn't he run away? In an instant, the system's notification sounds rang out continuously. However, the shock rewards this time seemed less than satisfactory. Ding! Old Jack was shocked and wondered if the child had gone mad. Shock level 99. Reward: 1 gold soul coin. Ding! Zhao Laosan was shocked, stating that the child was really insane. Shock level 99. Reward: 1 ho. How many of those are useful? Although Chun Yu received 100 or 80 reward along the way, it seemed that the only one worth anything was that gold soul coin. It appeared that the stronger the shocked person was, the higher level rewards I could obtain. After 2 experiments, Chun Yu finally understood that to obtain high-value rewards from the system, he needed to find someone with soul power stronger or comparable to his own as the target of shock. Ding! The spike-back black-striped tiger was shocked, indicating that the fierce little rascal had scared this adorable tiger. Reward: soul guidance device, bloodthirsty dagger. Just as Chun Yu felt a bit disappointed, the system notification sounded again. And this time a shocked target was actually the soul beast right in front of him. Bloodthirsty dagger, forged from the bones and spines of a century-old soul beast. The spiked-back black-striped tiger, it can cut through hair and sever strands, slicing through iron like mud. Dagger active skill, bone cutting. Bone cutting can break through all defensive soul skills below soul sovereign. Skill can be upgraded. This is a freaking artifact. Chun Yu felt a slight weight in his hand as a dagger, only 1 foot long, was gripped in his palm. The dagger was intricately carved on both sides with 2 vividly lifelike spiked-back black-striped tigers. And the blood groove on the dagger matched the shape of the spines on the back of the spiked-back black-striped tiger perfectly. Chapter 3. 7-Star Ghost Steps. Slaying Soul Beasts. This dagger is a great treasure, just perfectly suited to my ancient martial arts. In his previous life, Chun Yu practiced an ancient martial art known as the Starfall technique, which is a powerful close combat fighting skill. And the dagger is the weapon he is most proficient in using. The Starfall technique not only contains extremely potent movement techniques, but also the most powerful attack moves. Just a moment ago, Chun Yu was worried about not having a suitable weapon, but now, holding the tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger, his combat power has undoubtedly increased several times. If Chun Yu was considering fleeing just now, with the tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger in hand, haha, little kitty, you need to be careful from now on. Chun Yu revealed a relaxed smile towards the ferocious spiked-back black-striped tiger, but his eyes were filled with seriousness. The first lesson for ancient martial artists is to disdain their opponents in terms of momentum, while valuing them in actual combat. This was the first time the spiked-back black-striped tiger had seen such a bold human child. Those adults were no match for it, let alone this little guy. Roar! A stunning roar from the tiger made everyone cover their ears in pain, but Chunyu remained indifferent, as he had already sealed his hearing. As an ancient martial artist, Chunyu could accurately point out every acupoint on the human body, even with his eyes closed, and could articulate the bodily functions controlled by these acupoints. The tiger's roar would not only affect hearing, but would also disrupt Chunyu's attacking movements in combat. Chunyu had anticipated all possible factors that could affect him and had taken corresponding precautions. Whoosh! When the spiked-back black-striped tiger opened its mouth to reveal its fangs, preparing to bite and kill the little creature in front of it, suddenly, Chunyu's figure vanished from the tiger's line of sight. What was happening? The spiked-back black-striped tiger was bewildered. Could it be that it had exhausted too much energy on those female tigers a few nights ago, leading to hallucinations? Ding! Once again, shocking the spiked-back black-striped tiger, a 100-year soul ring was awarded. Chunyu currently had no energy to care about the system rewards. Originally disappearing from the sight of the spiked-back black pattern tiger, Chunyu suddenly appeared beside it. This was the movement technique recorded in the Starfall technique. The 7-star ghost steps. The steps of the 7-star ghost steps had no fixed pattern. It was a miraculous movement technique created based on the principles of Chiman Duanjia. Once cultivated to perfection, it was unpredictable by gods and ghosts. Just now, Chunyu had used the 7-star ghost steps to hide in the blind spot of the spiked-back black pattern tiger's line of sight. The blood-red light flickered in the tiger's eye on the bloodthirsty dagger, and the blade was covered with a faint layer of red light. Pucci! The resilient fur of the spiked-back black pattern tiger was as fragile as tofu under the dagger, with the sharp blade plunging deep into its body. Ow! The spiked-back black pattern tiger let out a painful roar. In nearly 100 years, no human soul master had ever wounded it. Yet today, it was injured by a tiny child. Although the damage was not significant for the spiked-back black pattern tiger, it was an extreme insult. Indeed, how much damage could such a small dagger inflict on the spiked-back black pattern tiger? Ding! A minor test of skill injuring the spiked-back black pattern tiger shocked the villagers of Holy Spirit Village, rewarding one Soul Guidance Device Upgrade Stone. The Soul Guidance Device Upgrade Stone could be used to upgrade any Soul Guidance device, with a 100 success rate. The bloodthirsty dagger was indeed a Soul Guidance device, and Chunyu immediately clicked to use it. As a golden light flashed across the dagger, a system prompt sounded in Chunyu's ear again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the Soul Guidance Device Upgrade Stone, activating the second skill of the bloodthirsty dagger, Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst. For every instance of damage dealt by the bloodthirsty dagger to an opponent, the user will recover one of their stamina. This skill cannot be upgraded. Although this one stamina recovery might not seem very powerful at first glance, it was important to note that every time the dagger dealt damage, Chunyu could recover one of their stamina. With Chunyu's skills, they could quickly be back to full health. This was a heaven-defying skill that could turn Chunyu into an unending machine on the battlefield. Fila. Chunyu exerted force with his arm, yanking the dagger down sharply. Instantly, a spray of blood shot out from the jagged-backed black-striped tiger, and a gaping wound, nearly half a meter long, appeared on its abdomen. This time, the century-old soul beast did not scream in agony. Instead, it jumped 3 feet high in pain. At this moment, many villagers from Shenghun Village gaped in shock, unable to close their mouths for a long time. They never expected that just a second ago, Chunyu was still a useless person. But now he resembled an invincible war god, with even the ferocious soul beast showing no signs of resistance under his control. Ding! The host has been shocked multiple times today, and the system was also stunned, indicating that not a single drop was left. Today, the reward collection limit has been reached, and tomorrow's first shock reward will be doubled. Goodness, there's a limit on the rewards. Are they afraid Chunyu will become too strong? Forget it. Since there's nothing more to gain, your role as this little cat has been fulfilled. Chunyu's gaze turned cold, and the dagger in his hand transformed into countless phantoms. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 bone-deep wounds appeared on the body of the spiked-back black-striped tiger. This was the first attack move recorded in the Starfall technique, the Meteor 9 flashes. Although this was the weakest move, it was also the strongest strike that Chunyu could barely unleash at this moment. Suddenly, 9 identical Chinyas appeared around the spiked-back black-striped tiger, each moving in completely different ways, making it difficult even for the tiger to distinguish which one was the real Chunyu. Break and kill. The 9 Chinyas simultaneously charged at the spiked-back black-striped tiger, and it seemed that victory was already determined. But at that moment, the tiger, which was originally drenched in blood and barely able to stand, suddenly had a fierce light in its eyes. This change, in an instant, made Chinyu feel a sense of foreboding. Roar! A wave of black soul power surged from the spiked-back black-striped tiger. The 9 Chinyus collided with this shockwave, and in an instant, 8 of them vanished in a thin air, leaving only the real Chinyu. 7-star phantom steps. Just as everyone gasped, thinking Chinyu would be gravely injured, he stepped on the air, and his body astonishingly moved half a meter upward, causing the tiger's soul power attack to miss him. It opened Chinyu's eyes to the fact that soul beasts could use soul power to attack. However, Chinyu's maneuver caused the tiger's charged attack to miss, which meant the tiger had lost its last chance. Bone-cutting. A stunning brilliance erupted from the bloodthirsty dagger, maximizing its ability to penetrate armor. The dust feather strike directly pierced through the hardest skull of the spiked-back black pattern tiger, which widened its tiger eyes, the light within them gradually dimming. Bang! The massive tiger body fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Did Dust Feather really kill a soul beast all by himself? Ding! The villagers were shocked, and the system indicated that it couldn't issue rewards today, but tomorrow's shock reward would triple. From the corpse of the spiked-back black pattern tiger, countless pale yellow glows slowly emerged, gathering towards the center to form a pale yellow ring. Is this the soul ring that can help a soul master break through the soul power bottleneck? It does look a bit magical. This soul ring looks like the halo above an angel's head. Could it be that Dust Feather needs to place this soul ring on his head to absorb it? Would that make Dust Feather a legendary birdman with glowing wings? Chapter 4. Twin Martial Souls. Heavenly Punishment, God-Slaying Sword. Just as Dust Feather was still pondering how to absorb the soul ring, an obscure pulling force suddenly emanated from the palm of his left hand, swallowing the century-old soul ring in one go. What on earth is happening? Did he successfully absorb the soul ring? But there was no change in the Azure Dragon Phoenix on his right hand. Instead, Dust Feather felt as if something was about to grow out of the palm of his left hand. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment before fading away. Could it be that the energy of one soul ring isn't enough? Dust Feather stroked his chin. Among the numerous rewards from the system, there was a century-old soul ring, and in addition, nearly 10 10-year soul rings. That should be enough, right? After Dust Feather's left palm absorbed these soul rings, it finally reacted once again. This time, an incredible burning sensation extended from Dust Feather's left arm through the meridians to his entire body, even penetrating deep into his soul. Immediately after, this power coalesced in Dust Feather's palm into a small sword-shaped martial soul. This short sword was entirely black, surrounded by faint black lightning. Martial Soul, Heavenly Punishment, God-Slaying Sword. Chinyu's second martial soul finally awakened at this moment. In fact, Chinyu did not lack a martial soul. Rather, the Heavenly Punishment, God-Slaying Sword martial soul required the absorption of a large amount of soul power to truly manifest. The small amount of soul power during the martial soul awakening was simply insufficient to meet the needs of the Heavenly Punishment, God-Slaying Sword, which is why others mistakenly thought Chinyu was a waste without a martial soul. In reality, Chinyu possesses the most powerful ultimate martial soul. The origin of Chinyu in this world is also extraordinary, but he himself is unaware of it. The Chun surname is quite rare in Douluo continent, but there is a sword Douluo with unparalleled strength who also seems to have the surname Chun. Could it be that Chunyu has a close blood relationship with that sword Douluo? Chun-Xian? Someone is coming. Their soul power is not weak. It should be that Lord Su Yuntao. Chinyu immediately retracted his 2 martial souls. Although he was still unclear about the significance of having twin martial souls for soul masters, he instinctively chose to hide part of his strength. The saying a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind was something Chinyu understood all too well. Xiao-san, where exactly is the spiked-back black pattern tiger you mentioned? I don't sense any soul beast presence in the village, he asked. Su Yuntao had heard that a century-old soul beast had invaded Holy Soul Village, and it was a spiked-back black pattern tiger of upper middle strength. So he immediately returned with Tang-san. However, the village was exceptionally quiet, which made Su Yuntao feel uneasy. Could it be that everyone in the village had fallen victim to the spiked-back black pattern tiger? But when Su Yuntao and Tang-san entered the village with anxious hearts, they were deeply shocked by the scene before them. The villagers, regardless of age or gender, were singing and dancing, and in the center of the circle they formed was a spiked-back black pattern tiger that had long been dead. Dead. Su Yuntao could hardly believe his eyes. Even if he wanted to deal with this beast, it would take considerable effort, and among the nearly 300 villagers, there was not a single true soul master. How could these villagers possibly kill such a formidable soul beast, unless they had called upon a more powerful soul master? Among everyone, a 6-year-old little guy seemed to hold a very high status, standing right in the center. Chinyu, you saved the lives of everyone in Holy Soul Village. I, Lin Shan, was so rude to you before. I truly am not human. Lin Shan slapped himself hard, and this action also made Chinyu let go of any grudges he had against Lin Shan. Old Village Chief Jack, which Soul Master Senior was responsible for slaying this spiked-back black pattern tiger? Su Yuntao deduced from the wounds on the tiger that it must have suffered cruel torture before its death, and the fatal blow that ended the fierce tiger's life was delivered right to the center of its head. Only a 3-ring soul sovereign could crush the skull of a spiked-back black pattern tiger from the front, and Su Yuntao was merely a 2-ringed great soul master. On the Douluo continent, soul masters were classified by their soul power levels, with each level being a watershed. The ranks, from lowest to highest, are Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Soul Doa, and Title Douluo. Su Yuntao was a 26th level Great Soul Master. Tang San and Chun Yu, possessing innate full soul power, were equivalent to soul scholars with level 10 soul power. Sir Su Yuntao, you guessed wrong. The one who dealt the fatal blow to the spiked-back black pattern tiger was none other than Xiao Yu. Dustfeather. Su Yuntao and Tang San both looked towards Dustfeather. Su Yuntao had some impression of Dustfeather during the awakening of martial souls. Dustfeather didn't even have a martial soul. Although Su Yuntao couldn't understand how that happened, the fact that Dustfeather was useless was already set in stone. How could a 6-year-old child without a martial soul or soul power possibly kill a 100-year-old soul beast like the spike-back black pattern tiger? Either old Jack was confused, or Su Yuntao had just misheard. Ding! Su Yuntao was shocked. The system indicated that there was indeed not a single drop left. Tomorrow's first shock reward was 7 times multiplier. Ding! Once again shocking Tang San. No more words, old buddy. Tomorrow's reward was 15 times multiplier. Dustfeather, did you really kill this spiked-back black pattern tiger? Su Yuntao directly turned his head to ask. He truly didn't know Dustfeather had such ability. Could it be that he, Su Yuntao, almost missed out on a true genius soul master? Lord Su Yuntao, you flatter me. I just said good luck. Who knew that big guy would charge right into my dagger? Chinyu chuckled and feigned ignorance. Was it just luck? Su Yuntao would not believe Chinyu's words. There must be another reason behind this. However, Su Yuntao also did not believe that Chinyu had killed the spiked-back black pattern tiger. A mere 6-year-old child, even if they had started cultivating from the womb, could not possibly reach the strength of a soul master. There must have been a soul master stronger than him passing through Holy Soul Village recently. But for some reason, everyone in Holy Soul Village had come together to create an excuse, attributing all the credit to this little guy, Chunyu. Little did they know, being too clever could lead to mistakes. This time, Su Yuntao was clearly overthinking things. In Su Yuntao's view, the reason old Jack and the others did this was simply to get Chunyu into the Soul Master Academy. Little guy, I remember you don't have a martial soul. Even if I recommend you, I'm afraid, although Su Yuntao did not finish his sentence. Chinyu already understood his meaning. Lord Su Yuntao, I actually have a martial soul. Chinyu opened his right hand, and the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul immediately began to move flexibly. However, the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul was still in its juvenile stage and had not yet developed the characteristics of a dragon and phoenix. So it looked like an ordinary small snake. Moreover, this time, Chunyu deliberately suppressed the martial soul's dragon might, making it appear to Su Yuntao as just an ordinary beast martial soul. Beast martial soul? Su Yuntao furrowed his brows slightly, wondering why Chunyu had not displayed his martial soul before this. However, since Chunyu possessed a martial soul, and it was not a waste martial soul, he was qualified to enter the Martial Soul Academy for studies. Chinyu, this is your recommendation letter to enter the Nodding Academy. With this letter, you can go to Nodding Academy to learn how to become a true soul master. Su Yuntao did not ask too many questions and prepared to hand a recommendation letter embossed with the Nodding Academy seal to Chinyu. Thank you very much, Lord Su Yuntao. As Chinyu reached out to take the recommendation letter, a large group of unfriendly-looking people suddenly stormed into the village entrance. Lord Su Yuntao, you seem to be a bit biased, old Jack said, his face showing a hint of anger as he spotted the old man leading the group. Vice, what do you want by bringing this group of people from Fire Earth Village into the territory of Holy Soul Village? Chapter 5, 25 times the reward. Host seeks mercy. Fire Earth Village and Holy Soul Village are neighboring villages, but their relationship is not good and can even be described as quite hostile. The situation in many villages is similar, and the reason is simple. The Nodding Soul Master Academy has a fixed quota for student admissions each year. If one village enrolls too many children, it will inevitably affect the admission quotas of other villages. Holy Soul Village and Fire Earth Village have been rivals for years, which has led to animosity between them. This time, Fire Earth Village also awakened 2 children with normal martial souls. But all the recommendation letters in Su Yuntao's hands had already been distributed. Upon inquiring, Fire Earth Village found out that a kid from Holy Soul Village with a blue silver grass martial soul had actually taken one of the spots. And how could they possibly accept that? This is why Weiss, the village chief of Fire Earth Village, came to forcibly seize the recommendation letters. Old Jack, you can't hog all the good things for Holy Soul Village, can you? I heard that this year, your recommendation letter went to a useless martial soul kid. Why don't you give that recommendation letter to us in Fire Earth Village? In the future, perhaps our village could also protect your Holy Soul Village. Weiss snorted coldly and spoke lightly, seemingly confident that he had Old Jack in his grasp. Weiss, don't go too far. This recommendation letter was given to us by Lord Su Yuntao. Do you really think Fire Earth Village can just take it by force? Old Jack had no intention of backing down at all. Today, not to mention Weiss coming in person, even if the 2 villages went to war, Old Jack would never willingly give up the recommendation letter. Haha, if it really comes to that, I hope Holy Soul Village can withstand the wrath of Fire Earth Village. Weiss was unyielding. He had no intention of leaving empty-handed this time. Su Yuntao chose to remain silent, although distributing the recommendation letters was his task. He had no control over what happened afterward. Weiss, then go ahead and try. Old Jack signaled Lin Shan, who raised his arm and shouted, protecting Tang, San, and Chunyu behind him with nearly 100 young men. Old Jack, it seems like your old bones have had enough of living. Just as Weiss was about to make a move, he heard Chunyu's lazy voice. I say, old man, what are you doing barging into our Holy Soul Village for no reason, throwing a fit like a spoiled child? Have you eaten the wisdom of the elders and thrown it to the dogs? Chunyu's words were sharp, which greatly provoked Weiss and the group from the Fire Village. Weiss was so angry that his white beard trembled, pointing at Chunyu's nose, but couldn't spit out a single word for a long time. What do you mean by you? The letter of recommendation is in my hands. If you don't want to save your last bit of face, feel free to come and take it. With Chunyu putting it this way, even if Weiss had no shame, he couldn't possibly take the recommendation letter from Chunyu's hand in front of everyone. Ding! The people of Jinja Fire Village were shocked. Host, don't go too far. Shock reward multiplied by 18. It seems you aren't as tough as you just boasted. However, since you traveled a long way to cause a stir in our Holy Soul Village, I can't let you leave empty-handed. How about this? You can choose one person to fight me, and if you win, you can take the recommendation letter. But if I win, then sorry. All of you will have to kneel and bow to Grandpa Village Chief 3 times and apologize. Then get out of our Holy Soul Village. Chunyu shook the recommendation letter in his hand, but the words he spoke were completely different from his current age. Weiss and the villagers of Earth Fire Village were taken aback, and then one by one, they angrily scolded him. In their eyes, Chunyu was just a child who hadn't even grown all his hair, yet he dared to lecture these adults with such an air of superiority. It was like a small potato weighing a stone, unaware of its own weight. Old Jack, this is the youth of your Sacred Soul Village, truly outrageous beyond measure. Weiss looked at Chunyu again. This time, he not only wanted to teach this little guy a lesson, but also to humiliate the entire Sacred Soul Village. Xiao Yi, come here. Weiss waved to the back, and a child of similar age to Chunyu stepped forward, though this child was nearly twice Chunyu's size. Defeat this kid, and you'll have a chance to enter the Soul Master Academy. Go ahead. The boy from Douluo village was named Wang, who had also awakened his martial soul this year, but his awakening had happened over half a year earlier than Chunyu's. Roar! Wang Yi slapped his chest heavily, and a black bear, martial soul, suddenly appeared above his head. Beast martial soul, Ironback black bear, level 9 soul power. This was all of Wang Yi's strength. Sigh. After sleeping all morning, I still feel so sleepy. I'm asking if your performance is over. If this were a bodybuilding competition, you would definitely win. Chunyu yawned several times out of boredom, completely disregarding his opponent in front of him. This made Wang Yi, who had been in the spotlight since childhood, somewhat exasperated. However, Wang Yi was a bit confused about what a bodybuilding competition was. With the Ironback black bear, martial soul, and a 9th level soul power, Wang Yi indeed had the qualifications to receive a recommendation letter. But this little guy, Chunyu, was a bit interesting. I couldn't see any fear or nervousness in him at all. Su Yintao watched the duel between the two kids silently, and he was more curious about what kind of performance Xinyu would display next. The iron-backed black bear martial soul suddenly stood upright, and Wang Yi's arms transformed into two bear paws. With a swing, a powerful gust of wind howled past. However, Xinyu made no attempt to dodge. He simply extended a palm and, to everyone's astonishment, easily received Wang Yi's full-force strike. Innate full-soul power. Su Yintao couldn't help but exclaim, besides Tang San, Xinyu also possessed innate full-soul power. Moreover, if you consider the essential difference between Xinyu's beast martial soul and Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul, Xinyu's future achievements would definitely surpass Tang San's. Su Yintao felt like he had found a treasure. If he could bring such a genius into the spirit hall, it would surely be a great accomplishment. How could this be possible? At this moment, Wang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He was also a 9th-level soul power user, and his martial soul was the iron-backed black bear, known for its strength. Yet Xinyu, without even releasing his martial soul, had blocked his full-force attack. How could this be compared? It was simply a dimensionality reduction strike. I said before that this isn't a bodybuilding competition, no matter how good the pose looks. It's just for show and not useful at all. With a gentle push of his arm, Xinyu instantly sent Wang Yi staggering back with a surge of hidden energy. At this moment, Wang Yi's arms felt numb and weak, hanging limply by his side. This was the result of Xinyu holding back. If the full force of the hidden energy had been unleashed, Wang Yi's arm bones would have shattered inch by now. So what about it? Everyone from Earthfire Village? Isn't it time for you to fulfill the bet we made earlier? Xinyu felt no shame at all. It was their Douluo village that had offered their face for him to strike, so he had no reason not to take the opportunity. After all, it didn't take much effort. Ding. The number of shocked people exceeded 400, and tomorrow's shock reward is multiplied by 25. The system expressed, "Host, please let me off. I really can't afford it anymore. Boo-hoo." Chapter 6. The world is shocked, refusing the spirit hall. I can't be seeing this wrong. Xiaoyi actually lost. Who is Wang Yi? He is the child with the strongest martial spirit talent in their Douluo village. When he awakened his martial spirit, even Su Yintao praised his talent. But who would have thought that today, in this Sheng-Hun village, the genius they had always held in high regard was easily defeated by a little-known guy? Moreover, Xinyu only used one move from beginning to end. The people of Douluo village felt as if they had been slapped in the face, the sting burning, especially for Weiss, who felt he had lost all face in his decades of life. I refuse to accept this. I cannot possibly lose to you. Wang Yi just caught his breath, and his small face turned bright red with shame. At this moment, he disregarded the previous agreement and swung his fist at Xinyu once again. I've already given you a chance, but it seems you don't know what's good for you. Xinyu is not a soft persimmon that can be easily squeezed. He had already shown mercy, but Wang Yi clearly did not appreciate it. A hint of coldness emerged in the depths of Qinyu's eyes. Xiaoyi, don't act impulsively. Weiss wanted to stop him, but Wang Yi rushed out first. It's over. Weiss's heart sank, feeling as if it had dropped to the bottom of a valley. Not to mention the prior agreement between both parties. Wang Yi's actions undoubtedly broke the rules. Furthermore, Weiss noticed that Su Yuntao's gaze towards Xinyu had changed drastically, as if he were looking at an unparalleled treasure. Wang Yi's attack on Xinyu was like hitting a wall with his head. Su Yintao might even vent his anger on the entire Earthfire village because of Wang Yi's actions. Sure enough, before Wang Yi could get close to Xinyu, Su Yintao casually waved his sleeve, and a powerful soul force easily sent Wang Yi flying. His body was still in the air when his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Weiss, the village chief, are you questioning my standards for the recommendation letter? Since Su Yintao had chosen his position, he naturally wouldn't give the Earthfire village people a good face. That faint voice reached Weiss's ears, causing his body to shudder violently, and his once straight posture immediately became hunched. I dare not question your judgment, esteemed deacon. This time, it was our Earthfire village that caused trouble. I ask for your forgiveness. Weiss's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turn at this moment. He did not dare to linger and immediately took the people of Earthfire village away in embarrassment. Trash from Earthfire village, hurry up and roll away. For a long time, the villagers of Holy Soul village had suffered bullying from Earthfire village. But today, everyone from Holy Soul village finally held their heads high. And the cause of all this was Xinyu, who had just been regarded as a waste by them not long ago. Xinyu, on behalf of the Spirit Hall, I formally invite you to join me in going to Spirit City. In Su Yuntao's eyes, Earthfire village was insignificant. What he valued was Qinyu's cultivation talent. With innate full soul power and a beast martial soul, Chen future achievements would certainly not be below Soul Sage, and with good luck, he might even reach Soul Douluo, or Title Douluo. By then, Su Yuntao, as Chen Yu's recommender, would also rise in status within the Spirit Hall. However, to Su Yuntao's surprise, Chen Yu shook his head and declined. This time, even old Jack, who had just shown a look of joy, was stunned. Ding! Rejecting Su Yuntao's invitation. Everyone was shocked. Chen Yu rejected the opportunity to study in Spirit City, shock level red 99. The system indicated that it had crashed, and the shock reward was 50 times stacked. Spirit City is a sacred place in the hearts of all Soul Masters. Many low-level Soul Masters may never enter Spirit City in their lifetime. Yet Chen Yu rejected this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chen Yu, perhaps you still do not understand the significance of Spirit City to Soul Masters. With your innate, full soul power talent, you would definitely receive the highest regard in Spirit City, with various cultivation resources at your disposal. I dare swear by my martial soul that within 10 years at most, 5 years at least, you will become one of the top Soul Masters of the younger generation. Although Su Yuntao was rejected, he showed no signs of anger and even became more urgent in his persuasion. Esteemed Su Yuntao, thank you for your kindness. But I have wandered everywhere since I was young, and I am already accustomed to a free and unrestrained life. Although Spirit City is good, it must have many rules and restrictions to follow. Therefore, going there would only bring you trouble and no benefits for me. I believe the Soul Master Academy is more suitable for me. Chen Yu waved the recommendation letter in his hand. In fact, there was a deeper reason behind his refusal of Su Yuntao. He possessed a shocking system, and his future cultivation resources would far exceed those provided by the Spirit Hall. Moreover, Chen Yu's twin martial souls were somewhat special. He wouldn't casually choose a power to affiliate with until he figured things out for himself. Chen Yu, are you really not going to think it over carefully? Su Yuntao didn't expect this little guy to be so stubborn, to casually give up such a tremendous opportunity. Lord Su Yuntao, I've made my decision. I won't regret today's choice in the future. Well then, that's your freedom. What a pity, what a pity. Su Yuntao sighed several times in regret and did not linger in Holy Soul Village, his figure gradually disappearing on the horizon. Xiaoyu, you're too impulsive. The Spirit City is the gathering place for all high-level Soul Masters. If you follow Lord Su Yuntao to the Spirit City, your strength will definitely soar. Why do you insist on choosing Nodding Academy? Old Jack lamented with some frustration. Grandpa Village Chief, don't worry, even if I don't go to Spirit City. There are very few people in the world whose cultivation speed can catch up with mine. The 2 shocking rewards had already increased Chen Yu's cultivation speed by a full 8 times, and this value would surely increase in the future. Even if Chen Yu spent his days eating, drinking, and sleeping, the speed at which his soul power increased was still quite astonishing. Tang Sen looked at Chen Yu with a meaningful gaze. Being able to refuse the olive branch thrown by the Spirit Hall at such a young age was not something just anyone could do. True strong individuals do not grow merely by relying on a particular power. Often, it is the strong that allow a power to truly sustain itself over the long term. If it were Tang San, he would also unhesitatingly refuse Su Yuntao because he and Chen Yu were the same kind of person. They both possessed the true heart of a strong person. In Tang San's heart, Chen Yu's image had unconsciously grown much taller. Alas, my child. Old Jack knew that it was too late to say anything now. It was indeed regrettable to miss this opportunity. Grandpa Village Chief, let us not waste the corpse of this spiked-back black pattern tiger. Let us distribute it to the uncles and brothers. Chen Yu deliberately changed the topic, diverting everyone's attention to the spiked-back black pattern tiger. Fresh flesh and blood from soul beasts are not something one encounters every day, especially those over 100 years old, as their flesh contains a large amount of essence. Even ordinary people would greatly benefit from consuming it. In the evening, the entire Holy Soul Village became extraordinarily lively, partly to celebrate the emergence of 2 Soul Masters in the village, and partly to send off Tang San and Chen Yu. Early tomorrow morning, they were set to depart for Nodding Academy to study. Come on, Xiaoyu, Xiao San, Uncle Lin raises a glass to you. Remember to come back to the village, often. Cheers to the 2 of you, like 8 horses. Lin Shan was already drunk at this point, and after being down a cup, Tang San's cheeks flushed red, while Chen Yu, accepting everything, held a tiger leg taller than himself in one hand and a large bowl in the other, devouring the food like a whirlwind. While eating, Chen Yu mumbled, "This tiger would be a first-class protected animal in my world, but the taste of this tiger meat is really quite good." Chapter 7. What's your Wi-Fi password after a night of revelry? When Chen Yu woke up from his sprawled position, it was already the next morning, and Tang San, who had originally been sleeping beside him, had disappeared. This Tang San really is quite mysterious. The 9 turns mysterious heaven skill automatically operated without Chunyu needing to control it, and a strong scent of alcohol wafted from Chunyu's fingertips. In an instant, he felt much clearer-headed. Taking advantage of everyone still being asleep, Chunyu began to sort through the system rewards from yesterday, while also organizing his memories and planning for the future. Opening the system, a detailed record popped up first. Chunyu, 6 years old, possesses innate full soul power. The system's reward pool has accumulated a 50-fold reward. Twin Martial Souls. Martial Soul in Tian Long Huang. Juvenile Stage 1 Awakening increases the host's soul power reserve by 3 times and the soul power cultivation speed by 3 times. No soul rings have been added yet. The growth of the Ying Tian Long Huang Martial Soul can be enhanced by devouring soul beast essences and soul master martial souls. Martial Soul Tian Fa Shi Shunjian. The Martial Soul has been activated, but its abilities are sealed and require the activation of bloodline power to automatically unseal. No soul rings have been added yet. Skill Techniques. Xian Tian Bao Lu. Divine level increases the number of god-slaying hidden weapons, adds a divine grade spiritual medicine catalog, and increases the method for refining the extermination of a mortal's poison. Jiuzhuan Xian Tian Gong. An enhanced version of the Xian Tian Gong, which allows the soul power to have multiple attributes after cultivation, increasing the host cultivation speed by 5 times. Xing Yun Ju. An ancient martial arts technique, Meteor 9 Flash. Increases proficiency in 7-star ghost steps by 1. Soul Guide, Tiger Stripe Bloodthirsty Dagger. Bone Cutter. Can break through all defensive soul skills below soul respect. Skill can be upgraded. Bloodthirst. For each instance of damage caused by the Tiger Stripe Bloodthirsty Dagger to the opponent, the user will recover 1% of their stamina. This skill cannot be upgraded. The harvest on the first day is passable. The key is that there is another wave of stacked rewards today, so it seems the skill library will have a few more good items. Besides these main rewards, other scattered items are not very important. That gold soul coin is the only valuable thing on Xinyu. I never expected that the dignified inheritor of ancient martial arts would be close to becoming a beggar. What can this single coin even do? Xinyu felt a bit helpless inside, but he carefully tucked the golden soul coin close to him. In his previous life, he was a penniless man, and in this life, he certainly didn't want to continue that title. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Xinyu noticed a special purple light coming from the east. Is it the purple chi rising from the east? That shouldn't be, right? Isn't that a special aura that only appears when one reaches the pinnacle of the 3 flowers gathering at the top? Could there be an extraordinary master practicing internal martial arts in this sacred soul village? Xinyu was curious and quickly rushed towards the direction of the purple light. 7-star ghost steps. In just half a minute, Xinyu covered a distance of several thousand meters and arrived at a clearing where a small figure was sitting cross-legged, gazing towards the east, but his eyes were filled with an unusual purple glow. Tang-san, it really is you. On the way, Xinyu suspected that this scene was likely created by Tang-san, and now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was still a bit surprised. The eye technique is one of the most difficult secret arts to cultivate and is extremely precious. It seems necessary to have a good talk with Tang-san. Inner strength and eye technique are not products of the Douluo continent. Perhaps Tang-san, like himself, is not a native of the Douluo continent. Who? As soon as Xinyu got close, Tang-san immediately sensed it. Several cold stars shot out from between Tang-san's fingers, heading straight for the vital points of Chunyu's body. Hidden weapons. This further confirmed Chunyu's judgment. Tang-san, don't make a move yet, it's me. Chunyu casually picked up a few stones from the ground and used them as hidden weapons to knock down the steel needles shot by Tang-san. Chunyu? How did you get here? Tang-san had been wary of Chunyu, who had suddenly transformed from a useless child to a genius. Everything Chunyu didn't resemble the actions of a 6-year-old. Tang-san, since we both have secrets, why not be straightforward? What's your Wi-Fi password? What? Tang-san was confused, wondering what Wi-Fi was. No worries. Do you believe in the existence of light in this world? Diga, Taro, Armor Warriors. Ding. Xunyu's words made Tang-san start to question his life, and he expressed that Xunyu's mind wasn't normal. Shock value, 99. Would you like to claim today's accumulated 50 times reward? If not claimed, the reward multiplier will accumulate again. Not claiming. Are you kidding? The higher the reward multiplier, the better the chance of getting rare treasures. This was the life philosophy Chunyu had derived after spending a lot of money on skin draws at the Goose Factory. Now it was the system's turn to feel troubled. Host, are you planning to empty me all at once? Ding. Shock reward increased to 60 times. Chunyu, What exactly do you want to say? Tang San, interrupted in the middle of his cultivation, was already feeling displeased, and now Chun Yu was saying things he couldn't understand. Was this a deliberate mockery? Wait a minute. If this Tang San and I come from the same era, he shouldn't be unable to understand these things. Could it be that he has traveled from ancient times? Chun Yu thought of this and made an awkward cupping gesture, just like in the TV show. Chun Yu, what exactly do you want to do? Tang San's patience was almost worn out, and his tone carried a hint of coldness. Isn't enough yet. This Tang San really knows how to put on an act. Chun Yu want to get to the bottom of things this time and directly revealed their identities. Since they were both time travelers, it was pointless to keep pretending. Time travel? Tang San was completely bewildered. There was no such term in his era. What the hell? Tang San didn't want to waste time with this idiot Chun Yu and walked straight out. Could it be that he really wasn't a time traveler? And I made a mistake? Chun Yu awkwardly scratched his head and quickly chased after him. Tang San, I'm really sorry. I was fully awake just now and said a bunch of nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. No, wait, don't run away. I'm really not crazy. Hey, kids should be polite. I've already apologized, and you're still ignoring me. The two of them, one in front and the other behind, soon arrived at Tang San's doorstep. As Chun Yu approached, a strong wave of heat hit him, and there were only a few pieces of wood in the furnace, yet the flames burned exceptionally fiercely. 100-year-old fire-sunken wood. Chun Yu recognized at a glance that the wood in the furnace was a rather rare material, known for its remarkable effect in accelerating the refining speed of fire, attribute master soul power. Yet, in this small blacksmith shop, this century-old fire-sinking wood was merely used as firewood. What kind of family condition is this? It's extravagant. But obviously, Tang San was unaware of this and continued to bring out more fire-sinking wood from the house, constantly tossing it into the furnace. Inside, there were loud snores, indicating that the one sleeping inside was Tang San's father, the only blacksmith in Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao. Chapter 8. First meeting with Tang Hao's system. I want to split open. Tang San, are you still angry? I was just joking with you earlier. Look, you took it so seriously. As soon as Chun Yu stepped into the courtyard, the snoring inside suddenly stopped. At the same time, Chun Yu felt the two martial souls within him tremble violently, and the foot he had just raised was immediately retracted. A master. Absolutely a master. The snoring only paused for a moment before resuming. If one wasn't paying close attention, it would be imperceptible. But Chun Yu felt as if he had been targeted by a prehistoric beast, the oppressive feeling penetrating deep into his soul. Exceptionally clear. Ding. The host is shocked, and the accumulated reward multiplier is halved. Halved? That's like falling directly from heaven to hell. 60 times and 30 times are not even on the same level of rewards. System, you are deliberately withholding labor compensation. I want to file a complaint. Just as Chun Yu was tangled up over this, Tang San had already efficiently prepared breakfast and brought Chun Yu a bowl of steaming porridge. Hurry up and eat something. The village chief will take us to the Nodding Soul Master Academy soon. Although Tang San seemed cold and aloof, he was actually kind-hearted. This little guy has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. However, just after Chun Yu finished the porridge, a voice that only he could hear reached his ears. After eating, find me at the cliff behind Saint Soul Village. Although Chun Yu had never heard this voice before, it carried an undeniable tone. If I don't go, will the owner of that voice kill me directly? Whatever. Even if it's the gates of hell, I have to go take a look. Chun Yu put down the chopsticks, greeted Tang San, and jogged straight towards the back mountain outside the village. Strange, he asked me to come, but didn't show up himself. A master being so unpunctual is quite damaging to their authority. Chun Yu wandered leisurely all the way here, but there was no one around the cliff, which made him secretly complain. You are Chun Yu, right? With full innate soul power and a top-notch beast martial soul. What exactly is your purpose in coming to this Holy Soul Village to get close to Tang San? A person suddenly appeared behind Chun Yu, enveloped in an astonishing soul power that even distorted the sunlight shining down on them. Although Chun Yu couldn't see the visitor's face clearly, the next sentence caused the master, who was intentionally hiding their appearance, to tremble slightly. You are Tang San's father, Uncle Tang, right? Ding. Shock the Hotian Doa Tang Hao. Shock value 1. Tang Hao expressed that although you recognize my identity, I am still the Hotian Douluo and must maintain the calm of a master. Should the shock reward be stacked? Stack. Chun Yu was determined to regain the reward multiplier that had been inexplicably halved by the system before. However, what startled Chun Yu was the shocking news that Tang San's father was actually a titled Douluo powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the Douluo continent's pyramid. Goodness, what kind of divine place is this Holy Soul Village, hiding such an extraordinary master? Little guy, tell me, how did you know my identity? Since Chun Yu had seen through his identity, Tang Hao simply chose not to hide his appearance. He was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a strong build. His eyes filled with the weariness of life, as if he had seen through the joys and sorrows of the world. However, the hint of sorrow buried deep within Tang Hao's eyes did not escape Chun Yu's observation. This titled Douluo must have experienced something significant. Otherwise, he wouldn't choose to waste his years in this small, holy soul village. First, when I was at the blacksmith shop, my martial soul seemed to be under great threat. And besides Tang-san, you were the only one in the room. Additionally, the skill of transmitting sound into the ear cannot be effective if the two parties are too far apart. If they exceed 100 meters, it becomes ineffective. So I deduced that the one transmitting the sound to me was you. Tang Hao was somewhat surprised. This 6-year-old kid actually had such meticulous thoughts, not falling behind, even compared to ordinary adults. Of course, before you appeared, all of this was just my speculation, but just now, the moment you appeared, I was 100% sure. Oh, that's quite interesting. Tell me, what made you so certain? It's the smell on you. This smoky scent can only come from a blacksmith who spends years by the furnace. Tang Hao glanced down at his short shirt, not expecting that such a small detail would not escape Chun Yu's observation. Ding! A well-reasoned analysis once again shocked the Hotian Daw, shock value 10, and the shock reward had increased to 50 times. The consecutive shocks caused the reward multiplier to rise again. With this trend, Chun Yu was confident he could raise the reward multiplier to 3 digits. In that case, I'm even more curious about your identity. Are you from the royal family of the 3 great empires, or one of the upper 3 sects or lower 4 sects, or perhaps you come from the spirit hall? Upon mentioning the spirit hall, a trace of barely concealed killing intent emanated from Tang Hao, causing the entire cliff to tremble as if a giant beast had stomped down hard. Truly, as a title Daw, this power is astonishing. To be honest, I also want to know my origins, Uncle Tang. We're on the same wavelength. Whether it's true or false, I will know with one verification. A powerful aura surged from Tang Hao, completely surrounding Chun Yu. Crack, crack. A clear sound of bones rubbing immediately came from Chun Yu's body. Although Chun Yu mastered many ancient martial arts techniques, he had no chance to resist in front of the title Douluo. Un Sotang. Are you planning to force a confession through torture? Chun Yu was surprisingly able to speak in such a relaxed tone under his own momentum, which caused Tang Hao to experience his 3rd shock of the day. Ding! After so many years, Tang Hao had never been shocked 3 times in a row, and the shock reward was doubled. 100 times the stacking reward. Chun Yu actually completed the goal ahead of time. Is it really that simple? It seems I can push a little harder. At this moment, Chun Yu's gambling nature was fully revealed as he unexpectedly chose the option to not receive. In just 10 seconds, Chun Yu's expression turned serious, and at this moment, the twin martial souls within him appeared under Tang Hao's pressure. An astonishing dragon roar and a clear sword cry suddenly rang out. Although Chun Yu's martial soul had no soul rings attached, it forcefully dispelled the pressure exerted by Tang Hao. A 6-year-old child with only level 10 soul power was able to actively shatter the pressure of a title Douluo. If the scene hadn't happened in front of Tang Hao, he probably wouldn't have believed it. Ding! Ultimate shock for Tang Hao. Tang Hao's inner thoughts. Have I not fought for too long, and my skills have become rusty to the point that I can't even intimidate a child? The shock reward doubled again. Ding! The shock reward increased by 300 times. The system indicated that if you keep milking the rewards like this, it's going to break apart. Twin martial souls. A trace of inexplicable light flashed in Tang Hao's eyes, as he had just learned that Tang-san also possessed twin martial souls. It was surprising that such a small holy soul village had 2 soul masters with twin martial souls. The probability of this happening? Well, it had only occurred once in hundreds of thousands of years across the entire Douluo continent. Moreover, Tang Hao was sure that Chun Yu had no connection with the Spirit Hall, because the Spirit Hall would never place such a genius in a small holy soul village to deliberately approach Tang-san. It simply wasn't a profitable deal. Chapter 9. Joining Forces and Encountering Assassination. Oh no, could this Hao Ian Douluo have murderous intent towards me because of the twin martial souls? Chun Yu this time truly felt a strong sense of crisis. He, like Tang-san, possessed twin martial souls, and in some aspects, Chun Yu's talent was even stronger than Tang-san's. Would Tang Hao kill Chun Yu here because of Tang-san? However, Tang Hao at this moment actively retracted his aura, which made Chun Yu breathe a sigh of relief. Chun Yu, if you agree to one thing, I can help you with something, Tang Hao said, hand behind his back, but his eyes were fixed on Chun Yu. Uncle Tang, you're being too polite. No matter what it is, Xiao Yu will handle it for you. Chun Yu was worried about not having a chance to connect with this Douluo, but now, Tang Hao took the initiative to extend an olive branch. No matter what, Chun Yu would firmly seize this rare opportunity. As he patted his chest loudly, Tang Hao couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Little guy, I haven't even said what it is, and you dare to agree? Uncle Tang, you definitely won't make me go through fire and water. I guess it's for the little third one, right? Chun Yu's words surprised Tang Hao. He didn't expect Chun Yu to be so clever and guess it so quickly. Yes, it is about the third child. You will all go to Nodding Academy today, but the third child has never been good at communicating with others, and I have things to do, so I can't always stay by his side to protect him. I'm afraid he might suffer, so I was thinking. Tang Hao had just noticed the maturity in Chun Yu, and this thought arose temporarily. Uncle Tang, I understand your meaning. Chun Yu thought to himself. In fact, your son is not much less scheming than mine. It's just that you, as a father, don't understand your son. I won't let you help me for nothing. Now you can make a request to me. No matter what it is, I will help you fulfill it. To be honest, Chun Yu didn't have any tricky problems. The reason he agreed to Tang Hao was entirely to get closer to this Douluo. Then, Uncle Tang, could you help me look into my background? Chun Yu looked at the god-slaying sword of heavenly punishment in his hand. This martial soul was still in a sealed state, and only the power of bloodline could activate it. Therefore, this matter was the only dilemma for which Chun Yu needed someone else's help. All right, don't tell Xiao San about today's events. Tang Hao coolly left a sentence before his body vanished into thin air. As expected of a titled Douluo, he came and went without a trace. By the time Chun Yu arrived at the village entrance from the cliff, Tang San and Old Jack had already been waiting. Xiao Yu, where did you just run off to? It's nothing, I just want to feed Ah Huang, so I was delayed for a bit, sorry. Ah Huang was a little yellow dog in the village, and was Chun Yu's only companion before. Chun Yu certainly wouldn't expose Tang Hao's matter. One must have integrity, right? By noon, Chun Yu and the others had already covered nearly a third of their journey. If they pushed a little harder, they should arrive at Nodding City by evening. However, ever since leaving Holy Soul Village, Chun Yu felt as though there was a tail following him, although that person consciously kept their distance. The faint killing intent was clearly sensed by Chun Yu. No, it wasn't just Chun Yu. Tang San also noticed that something was off. The two exchanged glances and saw a hint of deep concern in each other's eyes. Grandpa Village Chief, let's rest under that tree for a while. Little San and I will go find some wild fruits for you. Before Old Jack could stop them, Chun Yu and Tang San had already disappeared into the dense forest. These two little guys have suddenly become so close, but this is a good thing. In Nodding City, you can only rely on each other for support. Sure enough, as soon as Chun Yu and Tang San changed direction, the tail that had been closely following them plunged into the forest as well. You've been following for most of the day. You must be tired. Why not come out and have a chat? Chun Yu and Tang San's eyes were filled with a cold light. Having lurked for so long, the newcomer was certainly not here for good. However, they still did not know the identity of this tail. You two little guys, how exactly did you discover me? A figure slowly stepped out from the shadows, dressed in tight-fitting gear that accentuated his chilling aura. You think your concealment technique is good, but to us it's like stripping you bare and placing you in the sunlight. Completely exposed. Chun Yu's unceremonious tone caused the person's expression to gradually turn cold. Little brat, didn't your elders teach you to keep your tail tucked in when you're outside? Chun Yu immediately retorted. Sorry, this should be how you looked when you were a child. I don't have a tail, so I don't need to tuck it between my legs to behave. You. This person is named Li Gui, a notorious assassin. He has killed not only ordinary people, but even soul masters. However, his price is extremely high, and ordinary people cannot afford to hire such an assassin. And who is it that wants to put Chun Yu and Tang San to death? Chun Yu already has a suspect in mind, Vizzy from the Earthfire Village. Besides having conflicts with this person, Chun Yu has no other enemies. If I guess correctly, it was Earthfire Village that hired you, right? Shen Yu Wuzlavia Dalibaratelli Trika Ligi. And the fleeting look of evasion in Li Gui's eyes did not escape Chun Yu's gaze. Sure enough, it was that old guy Weiss. For the first time, Chun Yu felt a flicker of murderous intent in his heart. Originally, Weiss was just a passerby in his mind, but now he was jumping around, clearly seeking his own demise. I heard that you two have just awakened your martial souls. What a pity, two young soul masters are destined to perish today. Li Gui didn't waste any more words and raised his fist to strike at Chun Yu and Tang San. But what Li Gui didn't know was that in front of him were not two little sheep, but two young tigers that had just come out of the mountain. Dusty feathers settled on the knees as Tang San lightly stretched out his arms like a monkey. The two of them simultaneously pulled and pushed, surprisingly throwing Li Gui down in a mess. Li Gui spat out the grass he had in his mouth, furious and ashamed. As a dignified assassin, found himself defeated by two little kids. You little brats, are you looking for death? As Li Guei spoke, two soul rings, one white and one yellow, emerged beneath his feet. At the same time, behind him, a giant mantis with two pairs of wings raised its sharp forelimbs. Martial Soul, four-winged mantis, level 25, two-ring Great Soul Master. This was the confidence that allowed Li Guei to become a gold medal assassin, with strength comparable to Su Yuntao. This is Qin Yu's first time battling a Soul Master. Back then, Wang Yi didn't count as a real Soul Master at all, but this Li Guei possesses two soul rings. Qin Yu, you take the left, I'll take the right. Let's work together to surround him. Tang Sen had already pinched several steel needles in his palm, as it seemed that the strength displayed by Li Guei put him under some pressure. Then let's do this. Qin Yun's palm sank, and the bloodthirsty dagger with tiger patterns appeared instantly. On the dagger, the tiger eyes suddenly revealed a faint red glow. At this moment, this divine dagger was eager to drink the blood of its enemies. Chapter 10. Perfect shock, frightening the assassin, seeing the stances of Qin Yun and Tang San. Li Guei was slightly taken aback. If it were other children, they would have probably been scared out of their wits by now. But these two kids in front of him not only did not beg for mercy, but there wasn't even a trace of fear on their faces. Such calmness was not something ordinary children possessed. No wonder that old man Weiss was willing to exhaust the entire savings of the Earthfire village to hire me to eliminate these two little brats. Li Guei felt a heightened sense of caution. This was the first time in his years as an assassin that he took two children so seriously. Today, let me give you your first lesson in the world of soul masters, and also your last lesson. The first soul ring on Li Guei's body suddenly lit up, and a faint wave of soul power was instantly transmitted to the four-winged mantis martial soul. First soul skill, side slash. The forelimbs of the four-winged mantis, sharp as scythes, were raised high, and the next second, they slashed down from midair. At the same time, two fierce beams of light shot out, leaving deep marks on the ground. The attack of the soul skill was much faster than Qin Yun's ancient martial arts and hidden weapons. Moreover, the steel needles forged from fine iron were easily deflected by Li Guei's first soul skill. 7-star Ghost Steps. Ghost Shadow Displacement. Just when Li Guei smugly thought that this strike would easily wipe out Qin Yun and Tang San, the bodies of these two little brats strangely vanished from his sight. What the hell? Li Guei's soul skill attack missed, which surprised him greatly. Ding! The 7-star Ghost Steps shocked Li Guei. Shock value, 99. Since the shock reward multiplier has exceeded the cumulative limit, the reward will be automatically issued. The system indicated that it could finally settle all accounts at once. To be honest, Qin Yun was even a bit dissatisfied. If only the reward multiplier could be raised a few more levels, it would be even more perfect. Ding! Reward has been issued. Please check. When Qin Yu opened the reward, he was completely shocked. It seems that this reward is quite generous. Yes, so generous that Qin Yu now wants to strangle this system. No matter how bad the 300 times reward is, it should at least give a divine artifact. Or at the very least, a soul ring worth 100,000 years would be reluctantly acceptable. But you give me 3 coins, what does that mean? System, who do you look down on? That's right, the 300 times reward is just 3 pitiful gold soul coins. It's a huge loss. A loss that feels like going to grandma's house. If I had known it would be like this, Qin Yu would have claimed the rewards in batches. That way, he might have drawn something good. What a scam, it's really too much. Qin Yu felt heartbroken and clicked his tongue, transferring all his resentment onto Li Guei. After all, it was his bad luck to run into trouble at this moment. If he was going to hit you, who else would he hit? Starfall technique, Meteor 9 flashes. At that moment, 9 identical Chun Yes suddenly appeared in Li Guei's line of sight, followed by 9 streaks of cold light flashing by. Instantly, 9 bloody wounds appeared on Li Guei's body. The bloodthirsty skill activated, restoring 9 of the host's stamina. A warm current surged through Qin Yu, instantly restoring his physical strength to its peak state. This bloodthirsty skill is quite good. Combined with my Meteor 9 flickers, I can almost fight without any consumption. At this moment, Tang San on the other side also moved. On his right wrist, he wore a silent sleeve arrow, and, at that moment, he happened to appear in the blind spot of Li Guei's vision behind him. Whoosh! The sleeve arrow shot out, producing almost no sound. But Li Guei's second soul ring had completely lit up at that moment. 2 pairs of special wings appeared behind Li Guei, covered with a hard shell like that of a beetle. Although Tang San's silent sleeve arrow was unexpected, its power was not as satisfactory. The short sleeve arrow only penetrated half an inch before losing its momentum and getting stuck in the shell. Second soul skill, Mantis Wing. At this moment, The two pairs of wings suddenly spread open, allowing Li Gui to fly into the air. The flying soul skill is one of the most difficult soul skills. I didn't expect Li Gui to be so lucky to gain the ability to fly with his second soul ring. You little beast, you dare to hurt me. I will make you wish you were dead. There was no longer a trace of mockery in Li Gui's eyes, replaced by an astonishing killing intent. This time, his inner rage had been completely unleashed. Whoosh! The wings behind Li Gui suddenly closed, and his body dove down, his arms transforming into the forelegs of the mantis martial soul, as if he wanted to chop Chunyu into countless pieces in one strike. Oh, I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you dare to teach me a lesson. My little temper, I really can't control the primal power within me. In Chunyu's right palm, a small snake-shaped martial soul began to move slowly, and a faint dragon might instantly envelop Li Gui. In an instant, Li Gui's body trembled violently, and his four-winged mantis martial soul hurriedly shrank back into his body. The second soul skill was abruptly interrupted, and Li Gui let out a miserable howl before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep, human-shaped pit on the hard surface. Although the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul was still in its juvenile stage, its pure dragon and phoenix aura had not changed at all, while the four-winged mantis was merely an ordinary beast martial soul, which would naturally be severely suppressed. Additionally, Li Gui's own soul power was not high, so he could not maintain the martial soul embodiment state in front of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul. Ding! The might of the dragon and phoenix shocked Li Gui. Shock level 100. The opponent has been scared to death. Ding! Obtained a shock first kill, big gift bag. The bag automatically opens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Divine Bestowed Soul Ring. Divine Bestowed Soul Ring. A special soul ring forged from the power of heaven and earth by a god-level powerhouse. The higher the user's soul power level, the better the quality of the obtained soul ring. There's a 0.0001 chance of obtaining a god-level soul ring. At this moment, Li Gui still had his mouth wide open, with a face full of terror, but his pupils had already dilated to the maximum, clearly having died of shock. Perhaps even Li Gui himself never imagined that after rampaging through the assassin world for so long, he would one day be scared to death by a young brat. This system can actually be used like this. Learned it. Chunyu was also very shocked. He didn't expect the assassin from Douluo continent to be so timid. As soon as he revealed his martial soul, the assassin was done for. Chunyu felt like he hadn't even warmed up yet. Chunyu, what exactly is your martial soul? It possesses such terrifying power. Tang Sen put away the hidden weapon he had just drawn, and there was also a hint of shock in his eyes. I don't know either. To be honest, I know even less about martial souls than you do. Chunyu helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He was speaking the truth. Even now, he still didn't understand the specific abilities of the Heavenly Dragon and Phoenix. Once they arrived at Nodding Academy, he should be able to figure it out. Grandpa Village Chief was still waiting for their return. So let's go. Although Chunyu had killed someone, both he and Tang San remained exceptionally calm, as if they had experienced such things countless times before. This Tang San must be like me, someone who has crossed over. Otherwise, a 6-year-old child would definitely be scared stiff upon witnessing such a scene, not remaining so composed. Chunyu quickly followed behind, running away from the place, but he was already thinking about the Earthfire Village and that old guy Weiss. How dare they hire assassins to kill me? Earthfire Village, your good days are about to come to an end. I don't offend others, but if others offend me, I will repay them 100-fold. This is one of Chunyu's principles, and the actions of Earthfire Village have clearly crossed the line in his heart. When he returns from Nodding Academy, it'll be the time for Earthfire Village to face misfortune. Xiao-San, why did you take so long? It's getting late. Let's continue on our way. Old Jack didn't know that in his eyes, the still young Chunyu had just personally killed his second-ring Great Spirit Master. The three of them remained silent as their figures gradually disappeared along the mountain path. Chapter 11. Arriving at Nodding, looking down on others in the evening. The three of them finally arrived at Nodding City. However, they had already missed the admission hours of Nodding Academy and could only wait until tomorrow to complete the enrollment procedures. Moreover, staying in a hotel in Nodding City would cost quite a bit, which made even old Jack feel a pinch. Not to mention Tang San, who had only a single silver soul coin on him. Even if the three of them squeezed into one room, it would still cost 10 silver soul coins. But for the sake of the two little ones who had traveled all day, old Jack gritted his teeth and led Chunyu and the others to a regular hotel. As soon as they reached the hotel entrance, the three of them were stopped. Hey, beggars should go to the back door. This front door is not a place for you beggars to come. The receptionist pushed old Jack hard, causing him to stumble and almost fall to the ground. This made both Chun Yu and Tang San's expressions turn cold. How dare a mere doorman be so arrogant without considering his own worth? You're looking for death. The emotionless gaze of Chun Yu made the doorman shudder violently. This seemingly young fellow somehow gave him a feeling akin to facing a ferocious tiger. However, leaning against the tavern, the doorman managed to maintain his composure, though he was no longer as arrogantly boastful as before. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Dressed like you're either a beggar or a bumpkin from the countryside, and you still want to stay at an inn? Do you know how much it costs to stay a night at our Hongyan Hotel? Even if you emptied your pockets, it wouldn't be worth a single room key. The Hongyan Hotel, though just a below-average hotel in Notting City, charges 15 silver soul coins for a night. And the exchange rate between gold soul coins and silver soul coins on Douluo continent is 1 to 1,000. But 15 silver soul coins are equivalent to all of old Jack's income for half a year. Oh, now I finally understand where the saying "a dog's eyes look down on people" comes from. Chun Yu had a total of 4 gold soul coins on him, which was equivalent to 4,000 silver soul coins. Previously, Chun Yu thought that exchanging 3 gold soul coins for a 300 times cumulative reward was a loss that left him with nothing. But unexpectedly, these gold soul coins were quite useful in Notting City. At least they could be used to slap this attendant's face hard. Kid, who are you calling a dog? Having secured a job at the Fortune Hotel, he used to feel very proud walking down the street. But today, Chun Yu's disdainful tone made him feel a bit embarrassed. 3 beggars. I'll give you 10 seconds to get out of my sight. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't leave Notting City. Slap. But the answer he received was a solid slap. The clear imprint of a hand was left on his right cheek. And the one who struck was none other than Chun Yu. You little beast, you actually dare to hit me. I will definitely kill you today. Before he could finish his words, his left cheek received another slap. This time, it was Tang San who struck. In the 2 quick exchanges, the man didn't even see how Chun Yu and Tang San had acted. Reversed. A beggar actually dared to cause trouble in my Fortune Hotel. The attendant scrambled back into the hotel, and soon, several burly men rushed out, surrounding Chun Yu and the others. Good kid. It's been a long time since anyone dared to cause trouble in my territory. You must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall to not take Scar-Lu seriously. Scar-Lu, what a klitsch name. Chun Yu glanced faintly at the middle-aged man with the scar running across his right eye, which was likely the origin of his nickname. However, Chun Yu could only sense a faint fluctuation of soul power from these people, even weaker than Wang Yi from back then. A group of useless individuals who weren't even soul masters dared to shout in front of me. Even if the king of heaven himself showed up today, I would still turn this place upside down. Old Jack was the only person Chun Yu cared about. Without him, Chun Yu would have starved or frozen to death long ago. Therefore, the humiliation old Jack suffered before, Chun Yu would repay 100-fold now. Hee kid, you're quite bold. Thinking you could take on a tiger. Today, I'll let you know how cruel society can be. Scar-Lu signaled to his men, and the burly men rolled up their sleeves, eyeing Chun Yu maliciously. Old Jack was worried that Chun Yu and Tang San would suffer, and hurriedly wanted to apologize, but was stopped by Chun Yu. Grandpa Village Head, today we will let these city dogs see what it means to have their teeth smashed and swallow it down. Chun Yu stepped forward, and the astonishing dragon might brought by the heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul made these people's legs go weak, causing them to collapse to the ground. This was still the result of Chun Yu's deliberate restraint. If he had fully unleashed the pressure of his martial soul, these people would probably end up like that assassin, Li Gui, and be scared to death. Ding! Intimidated the local bullies, shock level 99, rewarded with 3 vouchers for a luxury suite at the Elon Hotel in Notting City. The Elon Hotel is the highest-rated hotel in Notting City, with ordinary rooms costing 500 silver soul coins per night, while a luxury suite costs 1 gold soul coin per night. You are Soul Master from Notting Academy. Scarface Lu never expected that the 6 or 7-year-old child in front of him would possess such a terrifying beast martial soul, and that his soul power far surpassed his own. With such a level of soul power, combined with an awakened martial soul, and considering Chun Yu's age, the facts were clear. He was undoubtedly a new student who had just enrolled in Notting Academy this year. Moreover, the status of Notting Academy in Notting City is even above that of the City Lord's Mansion. Even if Scarface Lu had the greatest courage, he wouldn't dare to challenge Notting Academy. I, a small person, have eyes but cannot see, and have offended the esteemed Soul Master. Scarface Lu suddenly knelt before Chun Yu, banging his head on the ground. Brother Scarface, weren't you just going to deal with me? I'm still waiting. Chun Yu curled his lips into a faint cold smile, and Scar Lu, seeing this, directly kicked the already stunned attendant far away. Damn it. It's all your fault for setting me up. This esteemed soul master. I was also used by someone. If I had known it was you staying at our hotel, I would definitely have gone out to greet you myself. Scarlu was quite clever, knowing to use the attendant to divert Chen Yu's attention. Is that so? But isn't your Hongyun hotel not welcoming beggars like us? Slap. Scarlu's hands rained down like raindrops on the attendant's face, and before long, all the attendant's big white teeth were slapped out. I told you to stop talking nonsense. I told you to sow discord. I told you to set me up. By the time Scarlu looked back towards Chen Yu again, Chen Yu and the others had already disappeared around the corner. Boss, that kid isn't just putting on an act, is he? One of Scarlu's subordinates immediately questioned in a low voice. Act my ass. I've been in Notting City for so long. Do you think I lack this kind of insight? If I hadn't reacted quickly, you wouldn't even know how you died. Chapter 12. Academy Conflict. Encountering Wang Yi again on the other side, Chen Yu casually asked someone for the specific location of the Yilan Hotel. It didn't take long before he arrived at the entrance of the Yilan Hotel. Compared to that Hongyun Hotel, this place was simply like heaven and earth. Xiaoyu, this hotel is so grand. Staying here for a night must cost quite a bit, right? Old Jack said somewhat anxiously, fearing that a single tile of this hotel would be worth 3 thatched cottages in Shenghun Village. Village Chief Grandpa, you don't need to worry, I have this. Chen Yu reached into his pocket and took out a voucher for the luxury suite at Yilan Hotel. Xiaoyu, where did you get this voucher? If I remember correctly, only soul masters with a fortune of over 100,000 gold soul coins are eligible to receive such vouchers. Although old Jack lived in Sacred Soul Village, he had done a lot of work in advance to help the kids adapt to life in Notting City, and he had also collected many interesting stories about Notting City. This included the Yilan Hotel. Can I say I found it on the road? Chen Yu was clearly unwilling to speak, but Tang San guessed that this was the loot Chen Yu had obtained from that assassin. Grandpa Village Chief, you don't need to worry about this. Let's just treat it as a windfall and enjoy it. Tang San and Chen Yu flanked old Jack as they walked into the Yilan Hotel. The best hotel in Notting City was indeed completely different from those third-rate hotels like Hongyun. The staff did not show any signs of neglect despite Chen Yu and the others' attire. Delicious food, a big bed, and hot showers. This was the most comfortable night Chen Yu had experienced since arriving in the Douluo continent. The hotel even took the initiative to tailor a set of new clothes for the 3 of them. No wonder the Yilan Hotel was successful. This feeling of being at home was something other competitors could never achieve. Early the next morning, the 3 of them, refreshed from head to toe, returned to the entrance of Notting Academy. Many people along the way assumed that this was some nobleman bringing his 2 grandsons to register. Hello, is this the place for new student registration? Old Jack carefully asked the guard at the academy gate. The guard noticed at a glance that these 3 were dressed in expensive clothes and did not dare to be disrespectful, immediately responding, "My lord. The new student registration is at the south gate. You can walk through the campus. It will save you a lot of time." Just as Chen Yu and the others were about to step inside Notting Academy, a sharp mocking voice suddenly came from behind. TSK, TSK. I didn't expect that even the Saint Soul Village, which can't afford enough food, would be willing to make such expensive clothes for the 3 of you. Did your villagers sell their coffins just to gather this little money for you? The voice sounded somewhat familiar. It was Wang Yi from the Earthfire Village. In front of Wang Yi stood a young man with an ornate hairstyle and elegant clothing, who was none other than Mo Yuan, the only son of the city, Lord of Notting City. It was unclear how Wang Yi had connected with Mo Yuan, but he seemed to be living much better than before, even showing a noticeable increase in soul power. Wang Yi, it seems like you're the one who got beaten to the point of looking for your teeth back then. Chen Yu smiled faintly and retorted you. Humph. If it weren't for you relying on Su Yuntao to back you up back then, who knows who would have won or lost? Wang Yi's old wounds were exposed, and he immediately became somewhat flustered. Wang Yi, how did I teach you before? These country bumpkins are just second-rate characters. Debating with them only lowers our status. And Mo Yuan said, closing the folding fan in his hand and speaking in a somewhat pretentious manner. Yes, young master. Wang Yi's expression became serious, and he immediately bowed respectfully. It turned out that Wang Yi and Mo Yuan were not friends, but rather master and servant. Hey Jay, Wang Yi, I thought you came to Notting City to climb up some big tree, but it turns out you're just a servant to someone. The disdain on Chen Yu's face became more pronounced, which made Wang Yi, who already felt somewhat proud, flush with embarrassment. If it weren't for Mo Yuan's servant, Wang Yi really wouldn't have been able to come to Nottingham Academy. He, being Mo Yuan's dog, is far more noble than you mud-legged folks. Nottingham Academy isn't a place where just any cat or dog can enter. Mo Yuan's father is the current lord of Nottingham City, Mo Tianxing. And even the dean of Nottingham Academy has to give him some face. He even granted Mo Yuan a small privilege, allowing him to bring one servant to study at Nottingham Academy. And that spot was actually taken by Wang Yi. Is that so? Compared to being a beast, I still prefer to be a free person. Chen Yu had no interest in wasting words with the two and wanted to continue walking into the academy. But this time he was stopped by the gatekeeper. Sorry, please understand. Chen Yu saw the apology in the guard's eyes and understood that it was all because of Mo Yuan. Chen Yu was not unreasonable. Since they couldn't enter from here, they would take a detour to the South Gate reporting point. However, they were blocked by Mo Yuan. Hey, did this young master agree to let you go? You're really just a bunch of uncultured bumpkins from the countryside. But before Mo Yuan could finish his words, he was slapped hard across the face. The one who struck was none other than Chen Yu, who was now using a clean handkerchief to disgustedly wipe his palm, as if he had just touched something dirty. The meaning was clear. Slapping Mo Yuan's face had sullied his hands. Ding. Slapping the stunned son of the city lord. Average shock level 99. Reward. Storage type soul guiding artifact. 1 Shantian treasure ring. On Chen Yu's middle finger, there was an additional silver-white ring engraved with intricate patterns. Upon closer inspection, the ring face was carved with designs of countless stars. Country bumpkin, do you know who I am? I'm going to cut off your hands. Mo Yuan had never been struck by anyone from childhood to adulthood, and today, in front of such a large crowd. It was an unprecedented experience that left this pampered young master both shocked and furious. At this moment, Mo Yuan's only thought was to chop down the 3 people in front of him. Chen Yu, you're seeking death. The happiest person in the arena was none other than Wang Yi. Chen Yu's recent act of slapping Mo Yuan caught Wang Yi by surprise, but soon after, overwhelming joy replaced his astonishment. With Mo Yuan's temper, it was impossible for him to let this matter go without personally killing Chen Yu and everyone related to him today. If you want my hands, you'd better see if you have a knife fast enough. Chen Yu is not to be underestimated. He has heard of threats even more serious than Mo Yuan. Even if Mo Tianxing personally said this today, Chen Yu wouldn't be the slightest bit affected. Slap. Immediately, everyone saw a flash, and Mo Yuan received another slap. Since the conflict can no longer be reconciled, let's just go to war. After all, fighting is what Chen Yu enjoys the most. What are you useless people waiting for? Capture these 3 guys for me. I want to torture them slowly. 2 clear handprints appeared on Mo Yuan's face, making this pampered nobleman look exceptionally disheveled. Chapter 13. Interns shocking the audience. Yes. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi and the guards at the entrance surrounded Chen Yu and the other 3. Except for Wang Yi, the others were merely passively executing Mo Yuan's orders. Chen Yu and Tang Xin clearly noticed this as well. They exchanged a glance and then sprinted in 2 different directions. Hidden weapons unleashed, fingers flicking rapidly. Staffel technique. Meteor 9 flash. On one side were fine steel needles as thin as cow hair, and on the other side was a ghostly ancient martial arts youth. The 2 of them took hardly any time to take down over 10 guards, leaving only Wang Yi and Mo Yuan behind. Montak Yuan gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time. He never expected that the combat power of Chen Yu and Tang Xin would be this high. Those guards were, after all, elite selected from the army. Yet, in just over 10 seconds, these battle-hardened men fell to the ground. Even more surprising was that Tang San and Chen Yu hadn't used their martial souls at all from start to finish. Keep talking. You were quite eloquent just now. Why have you suddenly turned mute? Chen Yu stepped closer to Mo Yuan, and with each step he took, Mo Yuan's body would tremble violently. I warn you, don't come any closer. My father is the Lord of Notting City, and with just one word from me, I can make sure that you 3 have no place to bury your bodies. At this moment, Mo Yuan's words held no threat at all, especially to Chen Yu, who found it more like a joke. If Chen Yu were truly afraid of Mo Yuan's identity, he wouldn't have slapped him earlier. Wang Yi, is this the master you went through so much trouble to find? It seems your backing isn't as solid as you thought. Chen Yu flicked his finger, and a sharp gust of wind pierced through Mo Yuan's calf, creating a blood hole that was bright from front to back. Mo Yuan cried out in pain, immediately clutching his right leg and rolling on the ground, his pitiful appearance making Wang Yi's scalp tingle. Chen Yu, you're dead. Young Master Mo is the only son of the city, Lord of Mo City. This time, not only you, but your entire Holy Soul village will cease to exist. Wang Yi said somewhat threateningly as he saw the gaze Chen Yu threw at him. Is that so? But there's no need for you to worry about this matter. With a forceful push from Chen Yu's foot, 2 fragments of stone struck like bullets, shattering Wang Yi's kneecap. This also meant that Wang Yi would never be able to stand again in his lifetime. For Wang Yi, going from Soul Master to a cripple was harder to accept than death itself. This was also Chun Yu's small punishment for the Earth Fire Village. Wes, this is just the beginning. Leaving the two behind, who were writhing in pain, Chun Yu seemed unaffected and walked away. Ding! The iron-blooded method shocked Mo Yuan, earning a shock value of 99 and a reward. 1 Killing God Transformation Voucher. The Killing God Transformation Voucher allows the user to unleash 1/10,000th of the power of the Azura God. This ability can only last for 1 turn. Azura God? Could it be that such divine beings truly exist in this world? Chun Yu was a little surprised. If there really were deities in the world, he would like to see one with his own eyes. Even a fraction of their power would be enough to easily wipe out an existence at the title Douluo level. It's just a pity that there is only one chance to attack. Little you just made a deadly enemy with Mo Yuan, and he definitely won't let you off easily. This Nodding Academy is definitely not a place for us to stay long. Old Jack no longer cares whether Chun Yu and the others can enter Nodding Academy. The most important thing now is to protect Chun Yu's life. Grandpa Village Chief. If I run away, everyone in Holy Soul Village will be the unfortunate ones. If I were really afraid of Mo Yuan, I would have knelt and begged for mercy just now. If others don't offend me, I won't offend others if he doesn't know his place. I don't mind making our respected Lord Mo have no descendants. Although Chun Yu's voice was still childish, the chilling, killing intent in his tone made Old Jack feel unfamiliar. Xiao Yu, this is not the time to act on impulse. Old Jack wanted to persuade him, but Tang Xin beside him also agreed with Chun Yu's choice. Grandpa Village Chief, what Chun Yu said is correct. We are safest at the Soul Master Academy. No matter how arrogant Mo Yuan is, he has to consider the rules of Nodding Academy. But if we return to Holy Soul Village, Mo Yuan will turn his anger on everyone in Holy Soul Village, and then things will become uncontrollable. At the south gate of Nodding Academy, there was a gold card certified student and a work-study student. Gold card students had their food and accommodation fully covered, while work-study students had to pay a certain fee each month to stay at the academy. Although both were recommended by Su Yuntao, Chun Yu received the highest-level golden recommendation letter, while Tang Xin only got a spot as a work-study student. Excuse me, teacher, is it possible for you to change my status to work-study student as well? What? As soon as Chun Yu said this, the people around him stared at him with the eyes of a fool. The gold-certified students are only a handful each year during admissions, and they're the geniuses among all the new students. Moreover, Nodding Academy provides various special privileges, which is something that most people wouldn't even dare to think about. Yet, Chun Yu chose to actively give it up and instead become the lowest-ranked work-study student. What on earth is he thinking? Ding! Choice shocked the new students. Average shock value 88. Reward 10 gold soul coins. Little guy, I didn't hear you wrong. Are you joking with me? The teacher from Nodding Academy, in charge of registration, took a deep breath, barely suppressing the shock in his heart. Teacher, we both came from the same village. And this kid is just a quiet one. I promised his father to take good care of him. Also, I don't like being put in a position that attracts everyone's attention, so the title of work-study student suits me better. Chun Yu put an arm around Tang San's shoulder, looking quite like an older brother. We need you to take care of him. Tang San frowned, wondering when his father had found Chun Yu and why he knew nothing about it. Little guy, you better think it through. If you regret it later, there won't be another chance. Chun Yu wrote his name in the work-study student column without hesitation. Even Tang San didn't react in time. Chun Yu had already transformed from an excellent gold medal student into a small work-study student. This guy really. At that moment, Tang San's impression of Chun Yu suddenly changed slightly. Chun Yu's actions were merely due to his concern that Tang San might be schemed against by Mo Yuan. Being together would allow them to look out for each other. However, the outside world opinion was quite different, as everyone believed Chun Yu had lost his mind. Was that kid drunk? He actually gave up a spot as a golden student to become a work-study student. Who knows? Maybe his admission was not legitimate, and he was afraid of being exposed. But I feel this little guy has a lot of courage. What's going on? Regardless of what others said, Chun Yu was quite happy wandering around Nodding Academy. In his previous life, he had never attended school, and today he finally fulfilled his wish of experiencing it in 2 lifetimes. No one noticed that a man in his 30s or 40s, dressed in ordinary teacher's clothing, lightly tapped his fingers on the names of Chun Yu and Tang San. Chapter 14. Reasonable and Refusal. Old Jack accompanied Tang San and Chun Yu for a stroll, and seeing that it was still early, he planned to return to Holy Soul Village. Xiao Yu, Xiao San, from now on, you will have to rely on yourselves. After Old Jack left, Yu and Tang San arrived at the dormitory for work-study students, but just as they were about to step into the dorm area, a slightly anxious voice called out from behind them. Wait a moment. Yu turned around curiously and saw the mentor's attire on the newcomer, which made him pause slightly. Could it be that they still wanted him to regain the status of a golden student? Excuse me, teacher, what brings you here? Tang San appeared quite polite and gave a slight bow. You are Yu and Tang San, right? Both from Holy Soul Village. Having just awakened your martial souls not long ago, and you both possess innate full soul power. Upon hearing this, Yu raised an eyebrow lightly. The secret of their innate full soul power was something the two of them had never revealed to outsiders. So how did this person know? The only one who knew this secret was Su Yuntao from back then. Teacher, are you a person from the Spirit Hall? Yu said faintly. Although he didn't like having his secrets spied on, this person was after all a mentor from the academy. It wasn't a wise choice to go against a mentor right after enrolling. No, I'm not from the Spirit Hall. But I do know your identities through the information channels of the Spirit Hall. Of course, you can choose not to believe me. That's fine. I just want to ask, do you both possess innate full soul power? Yu nodded slightly. Since he already knew about his origins, denying it would not be very meaningful. Besides, Yu also wanted to know this person's true intentions. Good. It indeed corresponds to my theory of the top 10 core competitive spirits. The man appeared very excited as he clenched his fist and then said, Sorry, I got a bit carried away just now. You can call me Master from now on. Actually, I am not a formal instructor at this nodding academy. I'm just here to make a living. However, you two little ones must pay attention and never reveal the secret of your innate full soul power, especially you, Tang San. You're the third soul master in the history of Douluo continent to possess twin martial souls. As soon as the master said this, both Tang San and Yu's expressions changed slightly. Tang San was shocked, while Yu felt a slight surprise. So, Tang San also possessed twin martial souls. No wonder his strength was not inferior to mine. Before Yu was aware of Tang San's martial soul situation, it was just like Tang San didn't know that Yu also possessed twin martial souls. What exactly do you want to do? At this moment, Tang San's body was slightly arched, like a cheetah ready to pounce. Tang San, don't get me wrong, I actually have no ill will towards you. I just want to prove to the world that the martial soul theory I studied is correct. Martial soul theory? Yu became a bit interested in this and signaled Tang San not to rush into action. The reason I know that Tang San has a twin martial soul is because of his awakened blue-silver grass martial soul and his innate full soul power. The strength of a soul master's innate soul power is related to the martial soul they awaken. The stronger the martial soul, the higher the innate soul power. The blue-silver grass martial soul clearly does not reach that level. So the only explanation is that Tang San has more than one martial soul within him. After listening to the master's explanation, Tang San's wariness lessened, while Yu became intrigued. This theory is quite interesting, but everything is based on your assumptions. What if it's because Xiao San's martial soul has mutated? With so many soul masters and martial souls across the continent, it's bound to have one or two outliers. Mutated martial souls. So, you know about mutated martial souls too? The master stared wide-eyed at Yu. Very few people knew about mutated martial souls, and Yu was only 6 years old. How could he know the secret of mutated martial souls? In fact, Yu didn't really understand what a mutated martial soul was. He was just putting forth his bold guess. Mutated martial souls do exist, but the direction of the mutation is not something we can control, and there is a 60 to 70 chance that the mutation will go in a negative direction, with less than a 0.5 chance of improving the quality of the martial soul. For plant martial souls like the blue silvergrass, the chances of mutation are almost zero, so what Tang San possesses cannot be a mutated martial soul, but must be a twin martial soul. The master said with great certainty. Master, your martial soul theory does have its unique aspects, but what does this have to do with us? You don't mean to say you want us to help promote these theories, do you? The master shook his head, and Yu sensed a hint of loneliness from him. No, whether my theory can be known by the world is not important at all. I actually want to ask if you're willing to let me guide your future cultivation. What? On the first day of school, someone comes to offer guidance. This is unprecedented in the history of Nodding Academy. If it were someone else, they would probably be overjoyed, but Yu shook his head and decisively rejected the master. Sorry, I already have a master. The master that Yu referred to is the old man who brought him into the ancient martial arts world. Although Yu is no longer on Blue Star at this time, in his heart, the old man's position is irreplaceable. Ding! Refusal of the master, shock value 0. The system indicates that finally, host, you also have moments of failure. Shock reward, none. Chunyu was slightly taken aback upon hearing the system's voice. It seemed the master had already anticipated that he would refuse him, which made him quite an interesting person. However, Tang Sen was clearly a bit moved. The master's recent words had indeed opened up a new world for him. Master, little San is smarter than I am. Having him as your disciple will surely carry on your 10 core theories of martial soul competition. Chunyu deliberately winked at Tang San, signaling him to quickly pay his respects to his teacher. In fact, Chunyu was not just saying superficial words. He knew very well that his personality was too restless to settle down and study these theories. But Tang San was different. He was exceptionally suited to learn this knowledge and was very likely to make further progress. Teacher, please accept me. After the master took Tang San away, Chunyu found himself alone in the dormitory. At this time, except for a few empty beds in the southeast corner, the rest had already been assigned. Wang Sheng, we have a new student. The boy named Wang Sheng looked about 4 or 5 years older than Chunyu, clearly an older student at Notting Academy. And he was also the leader among this group of working students. Hey kid, are you a new student who just enrolled this year? Chunyu looked a bit dazed, making Wang Sheng think he had encountered another rookie. Yes, my name is Chunyu. From now on, we're all friends. So feel free to mention my name if you have any troubles. Chunyu casually hooked his arm around Wang Sheng's shoulder, although he could barely manage this action given his current height. Newbie, who do you think you are to dare speak so arrogantly? Wang Sheng's expression darkened. Chunyu's actions had already undermined the authority he had just established as the dorm leader. However, if Wang Sheng knew about Chunyu's previous achievements, he probably wouldn't have said that. This Chunyu, who was only as tall as his shoulder, was someone who even dared to hit him on. Chapter 15. First meeting with Xiao Wu, Tang San as a shield. Chunyu, don't easily make friends. Rejecting me is your loss. Chunyu himself didn't realize that in just a few days, he had become more and more like a child, and this childhood time was a blank in his past life, as well as his only regret. At such a young age, what big words! Wang Sheng snorted coldly, revealing a hint of extraordinary soul power. At the same time, a battle tiger martial spirit immediately attached itself to Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng's muscles and bones rapidly expanded, and soon a giant nearly 2 meters tall stood before Chunyu. A white soul ring continuously rotated slowly around Wang Sheng, revealing that he was a level 17 battle soul master. The battle tiger martial spirit is considered to be above average among beast martial spirits, and combined with Wang Sheng's own soul power, he could even compete with a level 20 great soul master. But at that moment, Chunyu yawned. Are you ready? I'm starting to feel a bit sleepy. Chunyu's actions undoubtedly angered Wang Sheng once again, and the enormous hand that transformed into a tiger's claw came crashing down directly onto Chunyu's head. The intense howling sound, accompanied by an astonishing momentum, forced everyone to retreat. However, Chunyu, at the center of the attack, didn't even lift his eyelids. Watch me turn you into meat paste with one strike. At this moment, Wang Sheng had no intention of holding back. This strike contained nearly all of his power. But the next scene left everyone stunned, with their mouths agape, unable to make a sound for a long time. Chunyu simply extended a finger and easily blocked Wang Sheng's attack. Your soul power has actually reached level 10. Are you a naturally full soul power? Chunyu is only 6 years old, which means he just awakened his martial soul this year. Right after awakening, he possesses a soul power of level 10, which only has one possibility: innate full soul power. Even if Chunyu is not very bright, he knows this basic fact. But how could a genius with innate full soul power be assigned to a labor student category? Is the Crown Prince here to experience life? Ding. Blocking Wang Sheng's attack in the coolest way possible. Shock value 99. Reward: 1,000-year battle tiger soul ring. A 1,000-year soul ring is decent, but it's much better than a 100-year soul ring. Impossible. Even if you have innate full soul power, you haven't even used your martial soul. How could you block my palm? Wang Sheng is a bit confused. Can geniuses play like this? Wang Sheng, right? Your strength is somewhat acceptable, but unfortunately, it is too dispersed. You might win against opponents with weaker soul power, but once you encounter opponents of the same level, this becomes your weakness. Chunyu flicked his fingers, precisely hitting the joint of Wang Sheng's wrist, which was the weakest point of strength in his arm. Consequently, everyone heard Wang Sheng cry out in pain, his arm limply hanging by his side, unable to exert any strength. Wang Sheng, the boss, was defeated just like that. Ding! A simple and brutal resolution to the battle, with an average shock value of 99, earning a Millennium Soul Beast Essence. Millennium Soul Beast Essence, a substance condensed from the soul essence of Soul Beast, which can enhance the length of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix Martial Soul. Chun Yu quickly clicked to use it, and the Ying Tian Long Huang Martial Soul opened its small mouth and swallowed the essence in one gulp, its size seeming to grow slightly. Ying Tian Long Huang Martial Soul, Juvenile Stage, Growth Length 110. This means that if Chun Yu obtains 9 more essence from Thousand-Year Soul Beasts, he can evolve the Ying Tian Long Huang Martial Soul to the next stage, which would greatly enhance the Martial Soul's abilities. Hopefully, the more rewards, the better. Just as everyone looked at Chun Yu with admiration, a petite figure suddenly burst in through the door. A girl? The dormitories for boys and girls at Notting Academy are completely separate, so how could a girl suddenly barge into their dormitory? Who's the boss here? The little girl was only about 6 or 7 years old, with long scorpion tail braids that extended to her perky backside. The cute rabbit ear decorations perfectly highlighted her mischievous and lively personality. But this adorable little girl spoke with a tone full of wildness and combativeness. What a beautiful little girl. When Chun Yu saw it for the first time, he was a little stunned. Soon, another graceful figure appeared in his mind. Even after arriving in this Douluo continent, his memories of her had not faded even a bit. Instead, they had become clearer. That graceful figure was named Ning Hanyao, the person Chun Yu loved most in his life. However, during a mission, she left him forever. And since that day, Chun Yu's demeanor became exceptionally ruthless, often receiving punishments from his master. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? They all say the new boss of this dormitory. Let's have a fight and see whose strength is greater. Chun Yu took a deep breath, barely suppressing the deep-seated sadness in his heart, and revealed a nonchalant attitude once more. A good man does not fight with women, and especially not with a yellow-haired girl like you. It truly does not suit my style. It would be better if you two had a fight instead. At that moment, Tang Sin happened to enter through the door, and as soon as he showed his face, Chun Yu dragged him in as a shield. He is my big brother, and his strength surpasses mine by a large margin. As long as you can defeat him, the position of the leader will be yours. Tang Sin looked at Chun Yu speechlessly, thinking he was really unlucky to be pulled into a fight without doing anything. Isn't this just a trap for his brother? All right, let us have a fight then. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl suddenly pushed off with her long legs, her body shooting towards Tang San like a bolt from a crossbow. And surprisingly, she was surrounded by a yellow, century-old spirit ring. The first spirit ring was actually a century-old spirit ring. Did all the talented newcomers in this batch suddenly reveal themselves at the same time? Wang Sheng initially thought Chun Yu was terrifying enough, but unexpectedly, a little girl was even more ferocious. Control the crane and catch the dragon. Xin Yu hand. Tang San's eyes glimmered with a faint purple hue, and his hands emitted a jade-like luster. The Xian Yu hand collided head-on with the girl's legs, causing Tang San to stumble back 3 steps, while the girl only took a single step back. The difference in strength between a spirit master with a spirit ring and one without was astonishing. Meanwhile, Chun Yu noticed something. Although Tang San's spirit power was only 1 level lower than his opponent's, the latter's strength was nearly 50% higher than Tang San's. Therefore, in this clash, Tang San actually lost. Your arms are as hard as iron. The girl complained, then added, my name is Xiao Wu. Dance isn't a dance. What's your name? I'm Tang San. I lost this match, Xiao Wu. Tang San retracted the Xian Yu hand. From the beginning, he had been dragged into the battlefield by Chun Yu. So now that he lost, he could just report it and be done with it. No way. I know you haven't used your full strength yet. This doesn't count. Let us have another match. Xiao Wu insisted on fighting Tang San again. We concede. If this goes on, my brother's little body will be flattened by you. From now on, you'll be our boss. Chun Yu was quite carefree, directly choosing the number of people and shouted boss to Xiao Wu while pressing on Tang San's head. The others in the dormitory followed suit. Even Wang Sheng was no exception. Boring. I'm not playing with you anymore. Xiao Wu stomped her foot angrily and ran out of the boys' dormitory. Phew. This little ancestor is finally gone. Wang Sheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had never seen such a fierce girl before. Truly an angelic face with a devil's heart. By the way, I just told the teacher about Mo Yuan, and he said we should keep a low profile at Notting Academy. No one dares to mess with Mo Yuan here. At the same time, the teacher also said not to be afraid. No matter how arrogant Mo Yuan is, he wouldn't dare to act directly within Notting Academy. Mo Yuan. To be honest, Chun Yu had never cared about Mo Yuan. Even if his father, Mo Tianxing, came, Chun Yu wouldn't feel the slightest fear. A mere second-generation heir. How much trouble could he really cause? That night, Xiao Wu kicked open the door of the boys' dormitory and boldly laid down on the empty bed right next to Tang San. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Tang San's face turned bright red, completely losing the calm he had during the day. Sleeping. Xiao Wu tilted her head, answering seriously, as if she didn't realize this was the boys' dormitory. That night, apart from Xiao Wu and Chunyu, everyone else had trouble sleeping, and the next day, they all went to class with panda eyes and yawns. Young master, we have already found out the identities of those two boys. One is called Tang San, and the other Chunyu. They both come from a small place called Holy Soul Village. Mo Yuan had his leg wrapped in bandages, and any slight movement caused his face to twitch. The pain in his body ultimately transformed in a hatred for Chunyu. I don't want to hear this nonsense. Get to the point. Yes, Chunyu and Tang San leave Nodding Academy every afternoon to go to the blacksmith shop in the west of the city. Nodding Academy is located in the east of the city, and it takes at least half an hour to go back and forth from the blacksmith shop, which is a perfect opportunity for him to strike. Arrange it. Today I want those two boys' corpses to appear in the graveyard. Mo Yuan's eyes burned with two flames of anger. As long as he was in Nodding City, no one could escape from his grasp. After spending these days together, the relationship between Chunyu and Tang San had also become much closer. It wasn't that Tang San was proud, rather, his mature soul made it difficult for him to connect with his peers. But Chunyu was different. Tang San could sense an inexplicable maturity from him. Moreover, Chunyu surprisingly had a talent for creating hidden weapons, much of which wasn't even recorded in the Shantian treasure record, making Tang San curious to open Chunyu's head and see how many secrets were hidden inside. Xiao San, I have some ideas about the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Ordinary bowstrings can't withstand the immense tension of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, so shouldn't we select other materials, like Xianbing silkworm silk? Xianbing silkworm silk? Tang San had never heard of this material, but could mere silkworm silk replace a tough bowstring? This made Tang San question in his mind. Just as the two were discussing while walking, more and more unfamiliar faces gathered behind them. Sigh, whenever we're having the most enjoyable conversation, there are always some clueless people who butt in. Chunyu sighed helplessly. Why were there so many people seeking death this year? Were so many fools let loose all at once? A full 20 to 30 people completely blocked the front and back ends of the street. Seeing the situation, the street vendors hurriedly fled, not even bothering to pack up their stalls. They recognized the unique insignia of the City Lord's mansion on these people, which was the most powerful force in Nodding City. Who would dare provoke them? Those two little guys had actually caught the attention of the City Lord's mansion. They were doomed. Indeed. Look, even young City Lord Mo Yuan has arrived. TSK, these two kids are really unlucky. These people were all elite guards of the City Lord's mansion, each at least a first or even second ring Great Soul Master level. Mo Yuan sat in a large sedan chair carried by 8 people, his lowered eyes flickering with a crazy, killing intent. Chunyu, Tang San, you two really have some guts, not keeping a low profile at Nodding Academy, yet daring to swagger down the street. I really don't know whether to praise your bravery or say you're foolish enough to be this reckless. With a gesture from Mo Yuan, the 20 to 30 people slowly tightened their encirclement, leaving Chunyu and Tang San with nowhere to go. Montak Yuan, it seems the lesson I gave you a few days ago wasn't deep enough. Don't worry. Today I will make you remember it for the rest of your life. Although Chunyu had a smiling face, Tang San beside him had already detected a hint of coldness in Chunyu's tone. 7-star ghost steps. This time, Chunyu didn't bother to talk much with Mo Yuan. His figure slightly swayed in place, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of one of the people. Such speed, that person instinctively wanted to activate his martial soul, but what awaited him was Chunyu's small fist. The Shinkei point is the place where the soul power of the human body converges and circulates, also commonly known as the Qi Gate. Chunyu's punch accurately landed on this person's abdomen at the Shinkei point, and a trace of soul power effortlessly pierced in. In the next moment, the soul power this person had just summoned instantly dissipated, and he bent over like a cooked shrimp, slowly falling down. Hiss! Everyone present gasped in shock. When did the elite of the City Lord's mansion become so vulnerable? Or was this little guy, named Chun Yu, actually pretending to be weak to ambush? Ding! With one blow, he severely injured the guard of the City Lord's mansion, shocking more than 500 people and earning a reward of 100 Xianbing silkworm threads. Just as he mentioned the Xianbing silkworm threads, they were now in hand. What are you all still standing there for? Get over here and take down these two brats. The remaining guards, hearing Mo Yuan's frantic voice, immediately trembled and activated their respective martial souls, charging straight at Chunyu and Tang San. Come on, the more the merrier. With a flick of his wrist, Chunyu caught the bloodthirsty tiger-striped dagger in his palm. At the same time, the soul power within him surged wildly. His soul power, 3 times out of a soul master of the same level, made Chen Yu's aura comparable to that of a level 20 Great Soul Master. But in reality, his soul power was only at level 10. What a strange kid, even without any soul rings. His aura is slightly stronger than mine as the team leader. This person is named Zhao Long, the strongest in this group, who had just obtained his second soul ring. However, compared to the constantly surging fluctuations of Chen Yu's soul power, he seemed to be slightly inferior. Second soul skill, Wooden Armor Defense. Zhao Long's second soul skill is a defensive type, and it comes from 100-year soul ring. Even a great soul master of the same level would find it difficult to break this wooden armor defense. Starfall technique, Meteor 9 flashes. Suddenly, Chen Yu's body split into 9, and even with hundreds of eyes present, no one could discern which was the real body and which were the clones. Puff! But Chen Yu showed no hesitation. A flash of blood light passed, and Zhao Long felt a slight chill in his chest. Then darkness enveloped him as he fell to the ground. He couldn't understand it. With his level 20 soul power and the defensive capability of his second soul ring, how could he not withstand the dagger in Chen Yu's hand? The dagger skill, Bone Cutting, can ignore all defensive soul skills below the Soul Master level. How could Zhao Long's mere Great Soul Master strength possibly block Chen Yu's killing move? Chapter 17. A young one is defeated. Here comes the old one captain. The captain is dead. All actions came to a halt at that moment. Chen Yu had killed Zhao Long in the blink of an eye, completely shocking the remaining people. Ding! Instantly killing Zhao Long, shocking the remaining guards. Shock value 99. Reward: 1,000-year soul beast essence. To obtain the second essence, so easily made Chen Yu's gaze towards the others somewhat strange, as if he were looking at a pile of gold coins. If these people could bring him the same shocking rewards, his Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul could advance today. You bunch of useless fools. A child has scared you all this way. I'm going to have my father send you to guard the border. Montak Yuan shouted angrily. Everyone attacked together. No matter how strong this kid is, 4 fists can overcome 2 hands. He can't possibly kill us all in one move. Hearing the word border, everyone shuddered. The border was where the soul beasts fought against the Xing Luo Empire, and out of 100 people sent there, only 2 or 3 would likely return. That was far more terrifying than this kid in front of them. Attack together. But just as everyone stepped forward, they were enveloped by a terrifying pressure. Roar! The Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul had manifested on Chen Yu, and that pure dragon might caused all the martial souls to retract into their bodies, trembling in fear. Top-tier beast martial soul. Only a truly exceptional and defiant martial soul could intimidate other martial souls. And to see such a super genius appear in this small city of Nodding was astonishing. Ding! Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul. Shock value 99. The system indicates that the host's behavior of bullying these low-level opponents for rewards is indeed shameful. Reward: 1,000-year soul beast essence. Starfall technique, Meteor Strike. Meteor Strike is a stronger move than Meteor 9 flashes. This strike concentrated all of Chen Yu's soul power and physical strength into a simple thrust. But even a soul master known for their defense would likely not withstand this blow. In everyone's eyes, they only saw a faint flow of light, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Then, a faint trace of blood appeared on the throats of all the guards. One move to instantly kill 29 soul masters. Is this kid even human? Ding! Starfall technique instant kill. Average shock value 99. The system indicates that it doesn't want to speak anymore. Reward: 2,000-year soul beast essences. Ding! Detected 30 unowned martial souls. Do you wish to devour? Devour. Chen Yu's expression remained unchanged as the Tian Long Huang martial soul opened its mouth, creating a pulling force that drew the martial souls from these people's bodies, swallowing them whole. Coupled with the several soul beast essences he had just acquired, the growth rate of the Tian Long Huang martial soul surged significantly. Tian Long Huang martial soul, juvenile stage, growth length 710. By this calculation, 15 martial souls were equivalent to 1,000-year soul beast essence. However, if these people's soul power were stronger, perhaps the growth length provided by the martial souls would be even higher. Chen Yu, don't come any closer. The roles of hunter and prey instantly reversed. The once dominant Mo Yuan now resembled a stray dog, writhing on the ground as if trying to escape Chen Yu's gaze. But with the tiger stripe, bloodthirsty dagger returning a portion of physical strength to Chen Yu, there was no way the injured Mo Yuan could escape. I say, young Master Mo, since you're here, why don't we have a good chat? Chen Yu stepped on Mo Yuan's hand intentionally, but pretended it was accidental. Sorry, young Master Mo. I stepped on your noble hand. I know you dislike dirty things the most, so I will help you deal with it. With a twist of a dagger in his hand, Chen instantly sliced off a large piece of flesh from Mo Yuan's hand. Mo Yuan's scream echoed through the entire street, yet not a single person showed any sign of pity. Instead, they all revealed expressions of satisfaction. It seemed that Mo Yuan had done many bad deeds and was not well liked. Devil, you are a devil. Mo Yuan regretted it deeply. Who could have thought that a mere quarrel would lead to today's bloodshed? If he could go back in time, he would definitely not have listened to Wang Yi's servant's provocation. I am a devil, and since you have admitted it, I will treat my enemies in a devilish way from now on. In Chen Yu's eyes, there was a chilling coldness. Mo Yuan's previous actions had already led Chen Yu to issue a death order against him in his heart. If he were to let him go back, it would definitely bring considerable trouble. At worst, he could just leave Nodding Academy. There were plenty of places to go in this vast world. Therefore, Mo Yuan, you can only die. The tiger-striped, bloodthirsty dagger reflected a cold gleam as it stabbed straight towards Mo Yuan's head. Stop! At that moment, a voice filled with extreme anger descended from the sky, carrying a terrifying wave of soul power. The soul power within Chen Yu had been nearly exhausted from the meteor strike, making it impossible for him to withstand the sonic wave attack at this moment. However, this did not affect the use of his 7-star ghost steps. With a few flashes, Chen Yu had already left the position where Mo Yuan was located. City Lord. It's the City Lord. Mo Tianxing, the City Lord of Nodding City, arrogantly pushed through the crowd of onlookers, surrounded by hundreds of armored soldiers. When he saw Mo Yuan's miserable state, along with the corpses scattered on the ground, his anger surged even more. For so many years, he had never been as furious as he was today. Under the broad daylight, you dare to harm my child and kill my guards. Where do you place the laws of Nodding City? Come, execute these two little beasts on spot. Mo Tianxing immediately placed all the blame on Chen Yu and Tang San, without asking who committed the crime first. City Lord Mo is indeed a good city lord. The mocking expression on Chen Yu's face was completely unmasked. Is this the benefit of being in a high position, where one word can turn black and white? Kill them. Mo Tianxing's face was as dark as water, with a wave of his hand. Dozens of people activated their martial spirits, and a vast wave of soul power surged towards Chen Yu and Tang San. 7-star ghost steps, ghost shadow mysterious track. But Chen Yu and Tang San were like two slippery loaches, skillfully dodging amidst the colorful soul skill attacks, looking as if they still had some energy to spare. There's indeed some skill here. Mo Tianxing initially thought he could easily take down these two kids, but he didn't expect reality to slap him in the face. A bunch of useless things. These guards have been too comfortable in Nodding City for too long, actually forgetting their combat instincts. Each one only knew how to attack in the simplest way, and some couldn't even aim properly, causing their soul skills to fly everywhere and hit the surrounding buildings. This is too ridiculous. All of you, get out of my way. Mo Tianxing shouted loudly. A terrifying soul power surged from him, drawing attention. A massive black scorpion martial spirit waved its sharp long tail and giant pincers. Level 53 Battle Soul King. 5 soul rings appeared around Mo Tianxing. White, yellow, yellow, purple. Purple, a quite standard soul ring combination. Is this the pressure of a soul king? It truly is frightening. Chen Yu's body slightly paused under such pressure. His 7-star ghost steps could not exhibit its usual agility. The two ants have come to an end. Mo Tianxing slowly raised his right arm, and a terrifying pressure quickly condensed in his palm. Opposite him, Chen Yu and Tang San found themselves unable to move an inch. Do I have to expose the secret of my twin martial souls in advance? When the twin martial souls were unleashed, they could shatter Tang Hao's imposing pressure, and the mere pressure from a soul king was nothing compared to that. However, if Chen Yu did this, he would undoubtedly become a target, and more troublesome issues would likely arise. Chapter 18. The useless master finally retires the strong enemy. In Chen Yu's left palm, a small black hole appeared, and from within it, a special sword-shaped martial soul, surrounded by black lightning, was about to emerge. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind Chen Yu. It was the master. Lord Mo, please show mercy. Seeing the Nodding Academy mentor's attire on the master, Mo Tianxing frowned slightly. But the soul power he had gathered in his hands gradually dispersed. Although he was the Lord of Nodding City, he had to give face to the Nodding Academy, as many powerful soul masters in the city had graduated from there. If this force united, it could probably turn his lord's mansion upside down. This teacher, this is not the Nodding Academy. and all the bodies on the ground are from my lord's mansion. I advise you not to intervene casually, Mo Tianqing said, half explaining, half threatening. Lord Mo, I have already seen the rights and wrongs of this matter. We both know how the world is. So why don't we each take a step back and make peace? Every time Tang San and the others went out, the master followed them secretly. He didn't expect that such a conflict would arise today, and even if he wanted to stop it, it was already too late because Chunyu acted too quickly. Are you teaching me how to do things? Mo Tianqing snorted coldly, and there was already a hint of impatience in his eyes. Dad, don't pay attention to him. This person is either not a teacher from Notting Academy or just a useless errand runner in the academy. Mo Yuan, knowing the master's identity, quickly said. This made the dark expression on Mo Tianqing's face even more intense. How dare a mere errand boy act so arrogantly in front of him? Oomph. I almost got tricked by you. Then you three can die together. This time, Mo Tianqing showed no mercy, and his fourth soul ring suddenly shone with a rich purple light. Fourth soul skill, Scorpion Tail Hook. This soul ring came from a 500-year-old three-tailed scorpion, and the attack technique of the soul skill was the rapid extension and retraction of the scorpion's tail, which was much faster than ordinary weapon martial souls, making it an extremely powerful melee attack soul skill. Master, be careful. Tang San, with his hands behind his back, was already filled with various hidden weapons. As soon as Mo Tianqing showed signs of attacking, Tang San's hidden weapons shot out first. Oomph, just some children's tricks. How dare you bring them out to embarrass yourselves? Mo Tianqing didn't even look at these hidden weapons, but when several steel nails, as thick as fingers, pierced through his soul power. A hint of shock finally appeared on Mo Tianqing's face. The bone-piercing nails were the most powerful hidden weapons Tang San could use, possessing great power to break through the opponent's protective energy. Taking advantage of Mo Tianqing's distraction, Tang San suddenly pounced on the master, and a sharp tail hook, filled with fierce momentum, whistled past above the master's head. It was just a hair's breadth away from shattering the master's head with Mo Tianqing's soul skill. Bone shaving. Meanwhile, behind Mo Tianqing, Chunyu suddenly appeared like a ghost, with a bloodthirsty dagger that had a sharp gleam like a ferocious tiger's fangs, filled with a sharp aura. Third soul skill, Scorpion Bone Armor. This was Mo Tianqing's only defensive soul skill. Although it was merely a skill from a 100-year soul ring, it was enough to withstand the attacks of a soul master. Ding! The tiger-striped, bloodthirsty dagger struck against this special outer shell on Mo Tianqing, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing, and this time, the dagger's bone-shaving skill failed to penetrate the armor. Bang! Mo Tianqing retaliated with a punch to Chunyu's chest, and the terrifying force caused a clear sound of bone cracking from within Chunyu's body. I actually survived a punch from me. Although Chunyu was seriously injured, this punch was not enough to take his life, as the physical quality of a dual martial soul owner far exceeds that of an ordinary soul master. Moreover, Mo Tianqing did not use his full strength with that punch, which allowed Chunyu to escape disaster. Ding! Mo Tianqing was slightly shocked, gaining 10 shock points and receiving a Jade Bone Pill as a reward. Jade Bone Pill. Consuming it can quickly heal broken bones. Chunyu swallowed the pill in his hand without leaving a trace. A warm current surged from the edges of his broken ribs, and in the blink of an eye, he recovered from his severe injury. Kid, how did you recover so quickly? Seeing Chunyu spring back to his feet like a carp, Mo Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal broken bones, yet Chunyu took only 3 seconds to bounce back. What else could this be but a miracle? Ding! The effect of the Yugu Dan has shocked Mo Tianqing. Shock value. 99. Reward. 2,000-year soul master essence. The heavenly dragon phoenix, martial soul, devoured the 2 essences, leaving just 1 more essence for the upgrade. I want to see just how many lives you have. Just as Mo Tianqing was about to strike again, he heard the master's threatening words in his ear. Mo Tianqing, if you dare to make a move, I will reduce your city lord's mansion to rubble overnight. Hee. A mere errand boy dares to threaten me. How laughable. Mo Tianqing seemed amused, retracting his attack and looking at the dust-covered master with interest. I want to see how you fulfill your earlier words. The master hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a special token that looked like neither jade nor wood. You may not believe me, but you don't even recognize this? Mo Tianqing's previously disdainful expression changed to one of extreme pallor as he caught sight of the token in the master's hand. This is the elder token of the Spirit Hall. How could you? Suddenly, to everyone's shock, Mo Tianqing knelt in front of the master. I didn't know the elder was here. Tianqing deserves death for his offenses. The token was engraved with a black hammer, a 7-story pagoda, and a giant lightning dragon. But above these 3 symbols was an angel with 3 pairs of wings, suggesting that the angel's status far surpassed the others. On the back of the token were the 3 large characters Spirit Hall. This was the identity token held by someone of elder rank in the Spirit Hall. But how could this master, who was just a handyman at Notting Academy, have any connection to the Spirit Hall and even hold a respectable position there? It seemed there was more to this master than met the eye. Although Mo Tianqing was a city lord, his status paled in comparison to that of a mere deacon in the Spirit Hall, as even the current royal family of the Tiando Empire had to treat the Spirit Hall with respect. This was the immense power represented by the 3 words Spirit Hall. Today's matter ends here. If you want to pull any tricks behind the scenes, think about the consequences first and whether it is something you, Mo Tianqing, can bear. The master put away the token and led Tang San and Chun Yu past Mo Tianqing, who showed no intention of stopping them, even signaling for his subordinates to clear a path. Chapter 19. Xiao Wu humiliated. Feelings begin to emerge. Dad, why did you let those 2 brats go? I want to kill them. Mo Yuan shouted angrily upon seeing Mo Tianqing's actions. However, aside from Mo Yuan's voice, everyone else on the street wisely kept their mouths shut. Slap. This time, Mo Tianqing slapped his son without hesitation. It was the first time he had hit his precious son. Shut your mouth. Seeing his father's grim face, Mo Yuan realized that the situation had seemingly exceeded Mo Tianqing's control. Although Mo Yuan was arrogant, he wasn't completely brainless. The token that the master had just shown definitely held significant meaning. Once Chun Yu and the others disappeared down the street, Mo Tianqing finally called his subordinates to clean up the aftermath, personally taking Mo Yuan back to the city lord's mansion. Yuaner, don't worry. I will make sure to avenge today's humiliation. For now, just focus on recovering at home, and leave the rest to me. Mo Tianqing had never felt so humiliated as he did today. Although he couldn't touch the master, he definitely couldn't let those 2 brats off easily. Someone, go summon the principal of Notting Academy. Mo Tianqing's eyes gleamed with cunning. This time, he planned to have Chun Yu and Tang San meet a reasonable death at Notting Academy, which would allow him to wash his hands of any suspicion. Without evidence, even the master couldn't do anything to him. At Notting Academy, Xiao San, Xiao Yu, Mo Tianqing is vengeful. You must never step out of the gates of Notting Academy carelessly. After some time, I will personally escort you to the soul hunting forest to obtain your first soul ring. Chun Yu nodded, with the master accompanying him. Mo Tianqing definitely wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Master, what kind of magic does that token you just showed have? Why does even Mo Tianqing fear it like a tiger? The master pondered for a long time before revealing his past. It turned out that he had a close relationship with the Spirit Hall and even became an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall for a time. However, for certain reasons, the master left the Spirit Hall and wandered to Notting Academy. Although the master didn't specify what had happened to him, Chun Yu knew that something significant must have occurred to change a person's life trajectory. All right, let's not talk about that. You 2 should stay in the academy for the time being. I will find a way to gather information about Mo Tianqing's recent activities. Chun Yu and Tang San had just returned to the dormitory when they bumped into Wang Sheng, who looked anxious and seemed to be facing some difficulties. As soon as he saw Chun Yu and Tang San, Wang Sheng grabbed them like he had found a lifeline and hurriedly pulled them toward the academy square. I said, Wang Sheng, what's the rush? Why are you in such a hurry? Chun Yu had just gone through a fierce battle and wanted to take a good rest, but unexpectedly, he was pulled around by Wang Sheng. Was he planning to run 3 laps around the academy? Chun Yu, Tang San, where have you 2 been all day? Our dormitory 7 has been attacked, and with you 2 big shots not around, we can only let Sister Xiao Wu hold the fort for a while. What? You said Xiao Wu got into a fight with someone. When did this happen? As soon as Tang San heard that Xiao Wu had gotten into a scuffle, he immediately became a bit anxious, which made a mysterious glint flash in Chun Yu's eyes. It seems you're not just a block of wood after all. While running, Wang Sheng began to recount the events. It turned out that during lunch today, some upperclassmen noble students came to harass Xiao Wu and even try to get physical. Of course, Xiao Wu wouldn't let them have their way and used a few shoulder throws to leave those guys battered and bruised. Wang Sheng and the others thought that the matter would end there. But unexpectedly, as soon as they returned to Dormitory 7, they were blocked at the door by a large group of people. The leader was named Qin Shuang, the son of the deputy mayor of Notting City. More people from the mayor's office. Chun Yu smacked his lips. He had just taught the city lord's son a lesson outside. And now here came the deputy city lord's son. Was he naturally at odds with these second-generation officials? Tang San, on the side, didn't care about the deputy city lord at all. As long as Xiao Wu lost half a strand of hair, he would make his opponent pay tenfold, 100-fold. Xiao San, with master here, don't be afraid of the city lord's retaliation. Besides, you can't let anyone bully your own woman. Tang San fully agreed with the first half of Chun Yu's sentence, but the latter half made his face blush. Although he had lived 2 lives, he had never been in a relationship. Teased by Chun Yu, Tang San didn't know how to respond. At this moment, the square was filled with students in layers, and in the center of the crowd, a group fight was taking place. The sole power of the people from the 7th dormitory was generally weak, and those senior students had several soul-guided devices in their hands. As soon as the fight started, the people from the 7th dormitory were already at a complete disadvantage. Only Xiao Wu, relying on the agility of her soft-boned rabbit martial soul, managed to hold on for a while, even knocking out 3 to 5 people. But as time went by, Xiao Wu's soul power gradually diminished, and defeat was only a matter of time. A group of broke and powerless work-study students dare to challenge our young Master Qin, truly unaware of their own mortality. The boy, surrounded by a group of people, looked about 11 or 12 years old, dressed in luxurious clothing worth a lot. He was Qin Shuang, the leader of the noble 1st dormitory. At this moment, Qin Shuang was lewdly scanning Xiao Wu's delicate figure, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Such a beautiful little lowly, I must have you. Qin Shuang's gaze made Xiao Wu frown in disgust, and with a slight distraction, she was hit on the shoulder by a wave of soul power. Oomph. Xiao Wu let out a muffled grunt, clearly injured. You all be careful. Don't hurt my woman. Qin Shuang's words made Xiao Wu even angrier, and the surrounding people were enjoying the chaos, mindlessly cheering on the situation. Just then, outside the crowd came Tang San's furious voice. Something shouldn't be said lightly, and some jokes, if you go too far, will cost you your life. Although Tang San and Xiao Wu hadn't spent much time together, there was no sense of unfamiliarity between them, as if they had known each other for thousands of years. And Xiao Wu was Tang San's reverse scale. Whoever touched her would die. Oh, here come 3 more to deliver themselves to death. One of the people beside Qin Shuang arrogantly shouted, but what awaited him was a shoe sole covered in dust. Smack! The shoe print was forcefully stamped on that person's face, so powerful that the pattern of the sole was clearly imprinted all over his face. Saw thee. The shoes are a bit big, not quite fitting, I truly apologize. Chun Yu hopped into the center of the square on one bare foot, and the shoe he held matched perfectly with the one on his foot. Kid, are you looking for death? Chapter 20. Teaching you a lesson, a matter of minutes. Who are they? They are the offspring of the city's wealthy merchants and political bigwigs, having lived a life of luxury and indulgence, surrounded by countless admirers since childhood. They have never experienced being slapped in the face. But today, Chun Yu not only slapped him in the face, but he did it with the sole of his shoe, which is not an ordinary insult. Qin Shuang's expression also gradually darkened. Although Chun Yu's strike did not hit his face, he is the spiritual leader of all the noble students. If he stays silent now, he might lose the respect of others from now on. But just as Qin Shuang was about to speak, he met Tang San's cold gaze. Qin Shuang, if you want to fight, I'm Tang San, ready to accompany you to the end. With that, Tang San gently pulled Xiao Wu behind him. Although Tang San's figure was slightly slender, Xiao Wu felt exceptionally secure, as if with Tang San around, she didn't have to worry about any external storms. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu's intimate gesture intensified Qin Shuang's jealousy. In Qin Shuang's mind, he had long regarded Xiao Wu as his own possession. Oh, a mere work-study student thinks he can turn the tables. The accumulation of old and new grievances had caused Qin Shuang to lose his rationality. Everyone, let's go together and teach these country bumpkins a good lesson, regardless of life or death. Qin Shuang no longer cared about violating school rules. He just wanted to erase the 2 troublesome guys, Chun Yu and Tang San, from this world forever. A bunch of trash, not worthy of being my opponents. Chun Yu dodged the attack coming from behind with a swift movement, and even put on his shoes during the process. I don't even need to use my hands to deal with you. Chun Yu raised his foot and kicked the person behind him directly in the chest, the terrifying force breaking his sternum. If you're a man, don't hide it, Tang San said as he sent Xiao Wu out of the core area of the battlefield. When he looked up again, Qin Shuang saw a pair of eyes gleaming with a cold light. Ghost shadow mysterious steps. Tang San's figure instantly disappeared from everyone's sight, followed by sharp sounds of breaking air coming from all directions. The shrill cries echoed one after another, as the fallen people had steel needles about an inch long deeply embedded in their bodies. However, Tang San held back at the last moment. Otherwise, these hidden weapons would have pierced their hearts and vital throat areas instead of just their limbs. On the other side, Chun Yu was not to be outdone. Every kick sent a person flying into the air, then crashing heavily to the ground, resulting in broken bones and torn tendons. In no time, the number of people writhing and wailing on the ground had reached at least 20 or 30. You all. At this moment, Qin Shuang could no longer maintain her earlier calm demeanor. The combat power unleashed by Chun Yu and Tang San was simply shocking, easily dealing with these senior students as if they were cutting vegetables. Ding! Thunderous methods shocked Qin Shuang. Shock value 99. Reward. Soul power increased by 1 level. But Chun Yu had not yet obtained his first soul ring, so this level of soul power could not be directly added to him for the time being. It seems you so-called senior genius students aren't that impressive after all. I haven't even warmed up, and you can't handle it? Chun Yu kicked the last person away out of boredom, and besides Qin Shuang, there was no one else standing on the field. Crack, crack. Chun Yu deliberately squeezed his 5 fingers, producing a crisp sound of bones rubbing against each other. This made Qin Shuang even more frightened, his face turning pale as he kept retreating. Don't come over. My father is the Deputy City Lord of Noting City. At this moment, Qin Shuang still wanted to use his identity to intimidate Chun Yu, but what he didn't know was that half a day ago, Chun Yu had severely taught that second-generation ancestor, Mo Yuan, a lesson. Oh, so your father is the Deputy City Lord? I'm so scared, but the thing I hate the most is being threatened. Without saying a word, Chun Yu delivered a whip kick that sent Qin Shuang flying dozens of meters away. Qin Shuang's face turned bright red. It took a long time for her to catch her breath. It's really boring. Teaching a lesson to you trash is a matter of minutes. Just then, a large group of academy mentors rushed into the square under the lead of an old man. But when they saw the students wailing on the ground, their faces turned somewhat grim. Every person involved was a noble student, representing the top noble forces in the entire Nodding City. This matter could be serious or trivial, depending on how the principal of Nodding Academy decided to handle it. The principal has arrived. Someone shouted, and Qin Shuang, as if seeing a savior, quickly got up from the ground, no longer resembling her previous half-dead state. Principal Kylon, you must severely punish Chun Yu and Tang San. These 2 work-study students. They're not only violent, but also treat the academy's rules as nothing. Look at these people. They were all injured by these 2. The frail old man with white hair is Kylon, the principal of Nodding Academy, a soul master of level 47. He had just returned from Mo Tianqing when he heard about a large-scale brawl occurring in the academy, something that hadn't happened in decades. To be honest, Kylon felt a bit displeased. However, when Kylon heard that 2 work-study students had defeated a group of senior students, a trace of anger in his heart turned into shock. Ding! Principal Kylon of Nodding Academy is shocked. Shock value 60. Reward. Soul power increases by 1 level. At this moment, Chun Yu also looked at the elusive Dean, and in Kuolin's eyes, Chun Yu seemed to see a hint of surprise. It seems that the Dean already knew about me before, and perhaps there are more secrets hidden behind this. Chun Yu already had a hint of wariness towards Kuolin, but he was still uncertain whether Kuolin posed any threat to him. You all clean this place up and arrange for the injured students to receive treatment. You 3 come with me, Kuolin said, taking Chun Yu and Qin Shuang away. Xiaowu was about to follow, but was stopped by Tang San's glance. In Kuolin's office, Qin Shuang distanced herself from Chun Yu with a fearful expression, clearly impressed by Chun Yu's formidable combat strength earlier. Chun Yu, Tang San, I've reviewed your records. You're both new students this year, especially you, Chun Yu, who surprisingly gave up the title of gold medal student. I'm curious, what made you make such a choice? Kuolin asked. Principal, do you really care about such trivial matters? Besides, how I choose is my own freedom, Chun Yu replied. There was a hint of coldness in Chun Yu's words, which made Kuolin even more dissatisfied. This was because Chun Yu had seen a valuable gift engraved with the City Lord's emblem on Kuolin's bookshelf, indicating that Mo Tianqing and Kuolin had a close relationship. An enemy's friend is an enemy of Chun Yu. This simple truth was not lost on him. Then why did you gather a crowd to fight and injure so many students? Kuolin changed his tone and directly questioned Chun Yu. Sure enough, the fox's tail was revealed. Chun Yu's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. It seems that their dean has already aligned with Mo Tianqing. The fight just provides Kuolin with an excuse to punish them. So why doesn't the dean ask who made the first move? Since you have already decided my guilt, why bother asking so many questions? Chun Yu's calm tone struck at Kuolin's psychological weak point. He had indeed just returned from Mo Tianqing and had agreed to one of Mo Tianqing's requests. Chapter 21. Setting the bet. heading to hunt souls. This request was for Kalan to expel 2 students from the academy. At first, Kalan was able to uphold his principles, but when Mo Tianxing presented a valuable soul-guiding device, Kalan began to waver. However, he still wanted to maintain the dignity of the dean in front of others. So he deliberately stated that he would give Mo Tianxing a response in 3 days. At that moment, Chen Yu and Tang San happened to be caught up in the academy's brawl, which provided Kalan with the perfect excuse. The academy causing trouble and being expelled from Notting Academy was a reason that no one could find fault with. But the only problem was that the origin of this incident lay with Qin Shuang and her group. How to cover up this issue was the only headache for Kalan. Chen Yu seemed to see through the little schemes in Kuei Lan's heart and boldly sat down in the chair in front of him. Principal, now that we've come this far, there's no point in being polite anymore, right? We both know that Notting Academy is actually getting closer to the City Lord's mansion and even intends to ally with it. And you're not content with just being a small principal at Notting Academy. You want to use Mo Tianxing to satisfy your own desires. Am I wrong? Chen Yu had encountered too many people like Kuei Lan in his previous life. To put it bluntly, it's like a promiscuous woman wanting to uphold a chastity monument. Kuei Lan never expected that a 6-year-old child could see so far and even expose the thing he found hardest to speak about. Ding! The truth was revealed. Kuei Lan's shock level reached 99. Reward: 1 soul-guiding device upgrade stone. Chen Yu immediately clicked to use it, and the power of the bone-cutting skill of the tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger rose to a new level. Bone cutting, enhanced to level 1, can ignore any defensive soul skills below the Soul Master rank. From Soul Sovereign to Soul Master, that is a significant leap in realm. If the previous tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger could only threaten Soul Sovereigns, now even Soul Masters are within the dagger's ability to break defenses. So let's be straightforward, esteemed Dean. You want to use us to show goodwill to Mo Tianxing, and we also want to take control of our own fate. Since that is the case, why don't we take a gamble? Chen Yu crossed her legs, completely ignoring the presence of Kuelin in front of her. Just because you are a mere Soul Master, you dare to negotiate with me, a Soul Sect member. Kuelin's expression was exceptionally cold, no longer showing the kindness he had before. Of course, I am not worthy of your attention, but do you think we have no one behind us? Just then, the master walked in, followed by Xiao Wu. It turned out that the glance Tang San had given before leaving was a signal for Xiao Wu to find a master. Since the master's identity could intimidate Mo Tianxing, it could certainly also suppress a small Soul Master Academy president. Master, what are you doing here? Get out. Kuelin obviously did not know the master's identity. In his eyes, the master was just a useless person doing odd jobs at the academy. At these words, Tang San's expression turned cold. The master was the teacher he respected the most, and Kuelin's attitude had already angered this seemingly good-tempered Tang San. Kuelin, everything you've done in the past, I can choose to ignore, but today you want to bully my student, and I cannot stand by and do nothing. The master showed no signs of fear, which was completely different from the impression he usually gave. Student? That's too ridiculous. A waste actually dares to be a teacher. But that's fine. A big waste with 2 little wastes can roll out of my academy together. Kuelin's face was full of mockery, but the next second, his expression changed drastically as he suddenly jumped up from his chair as if he had seen a ghost. In the master's hand was the token that symbolized the identity of a Wuhuan temple elder. The moment Kuelin saw this token, his first thought was to slap himself a few times. An elder of the Wuhuan temple held a status comparable to that of a prince of the Tiando Empire, even higher than the status of a prince. Even the current Emperor Shuya would treat him with courtesy, but what had he just said? Every word of those could be enough to get him killed 10 times over. Elder, what are you doing here? Kuelin couldn't understand. If the master had such an identity, why would he willingly do odd jobs at the Notting Academy? If he revealed his identity, Kuelin would gladly hand over his position as president. Kuelin, it seems you have forgotten your brother Kuchin's last words before he died, that you must not have any connections with forces like the City Lord Mansion. However, everything you have done over the years has gone against your brother's dying wish. It turns out that the master and Kuelin's brother were friends across the ages. When the master was disheartened and just wanted a place to stay, he chose to remain at Notting Academy. Of course, not becoming a formal mentor of the academy was also the master's own choice, but this secret was something even Kuelin did not know. Just now, Xiaoyu said to have a bet with you, but I hope to change the terms of the bet. If you win, we 3 will immediately leave Notting Academy and have nothing to do with you from now on. If you lose, you must hand over the position of president. The Notting Academy that your brother built cannot be destroyed by your hands. As for the method, Let's hold a 2-on-2 soul fighting match, whichever side wins. The other side will automatically fulfill the bet. Kewalin originally wanted to take the initiative to curry favor with the master, but after hearing the master's words, he realized that the conflict between them was irreconcilable. Master, are you trying to drive me to a dead end? Kewalin knew that this gamble could only end in his victory, and once he lost, he would lose everything. Or I could immediately revoke your position as president in the name of the Wuhuan Temple Elder. The master said indifferently, not caring at all about Kewalин's attitude. Since the elder is so confident, I have nothing more to say. Kewalин's eyes were filled with malice, clearly furious. Xiaosan Xiaoyu, let's go. The master did not linger and took the two directly out of Nodding Academy, leaving behind the pale-faced Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang, go back and find your father and City Lord Mo, and tell them I have important matters to discuss with them. From the recent encounter between Qin Shuang's group and Qinyu, Tang San, it was clear that the misfits at Nodding Academy were definitely no match for Qinyu. If Kewalin wanted to win this bet, he could only rely on Mo Tianxing's power. Even if I can't deal with you, I can still win against your two students. Kewalin slammed his palm on the back of the chair, and the solid wood president's chair instantly turned into a pile of sawdust. On the other side, the master tidied up briefly and led Tang San and Qinyu out of Nodding Academy. Their destination was the soul-hunting forest outside Nodding City. Xiaosan, Xiaoyu, do not take this soul-fighting match lightly. Given Kewalин's character, he will definitely seek Mo Tianxing's help this time. In my opinion, your opponents will be at least great soul masters or even soul respect level. Teacher, rest assured, we will not disappoint you. Chapter 22, Soul Hunting Forest, Phantom Wolf King. The Soul Hunting Forest, though called a forest, is actually a specially designated area for each city to raise soul beasts. Although this is an artificially created place, it is still full of dangers. While the soul beasts in the Soul Hunting Forest are mainly 10-year and 100-year soul beasts, there are also some 1,000-year soul beasts that are good at survival. The goal of Tang, San, and Qinyu's trip was to hunt 200-year soul beasts. According to the master's theory of martial souls, the limit for the first soul ring that a soul master can absorb is 432 years. The closer the soul ring's age is to this value, the more powerful the soul skill becomes. How the master came up with these theories is quite remarkable. It seems there is nothing he doesn't know about martial souls. Before, Chunyu was preparing to absorb the 1,000-year battle Tiger Soul Ring. Now it seems that if he had forcibly absorbed this 1,000-year soul ring at that time, he would have likely exploded and died. At the entrance of the Soul Hunting Forest, two teams of elite soldiers in armor stood ready. These individuals were not the guards of Nodding City, but came from the Spirit Hall. The master merely showed a token of the elder, and these soldiers immediately knelt down. Two of them even took the initiative to open the gate to the Soul Hunting Forest. The world beyond the gate was a different realm, almost indistinguishable from a true primitive forest. Towering trees, dozens of meters high, were everywhere, and the dense canopies blocked almost 80% of the sunlight overhead, making the air below unusually cold and damp, mixed with the smell of decaying branches and leaves. Rustling sounds continuously emanated from the tall shrubs around, the source unknown, whether it was soul beasts or wild animals moving about. The master untied the belt wrapped around his waist and handed it to Tang San. Little San, since you became my disciple, I haven't given you any gifts. This storage-type soul guide is my first gift to you. Inside, there's a small vial containing insect repellent powder. Share it with Xiaoyu and sprinkle it along the path we take. Master, this gift is too precious. I can't accept it. Tang San was about to refuse when he was stopped by Chunyu. Little San, don't you understand? This is not only the master's heartfelt gesture, but also the first task assigned to you by the master. In this primitive forest, even the most inconspicuous snake, insect, rat, or ant could be highly poisonous. The master needs to focus on finding suitable soul beasts and has no time to deal with these small matters. Chunyu's words made the master secretly nod in agreement. Chunyu's thoughts were indeed meticulous, able to discern so much from such a small matter. The three of them had been walking for most of the day, and according to their pace, they should now be approaching the center of the soul hunting forest. This place was also a gathering area for powerful soul beasts. Xiaosan, light the beast incense. High-level soul beasts are quite sensitive to the scent of humans, and only the beast incense made from various soul beast droppings can mask our smell. Just as Tang San ignited the pitch-black beast incense, he heard Chunyu's deliberately lowered voice. Xiaosan, Master, perhaps we have already been targeted. As soon as the words fell, figures of dozens of soul beasts suddenly sprang out from all directions. These were the soul beast phantom wolves. The Phantom Wolf, a pack-oriented soul beast of the 10th rank, may not be very strong individually, but phantom wolves never act alone. Once they attack, dozens of them will rush in together. Even a 100-year soul beast would have to retreat. More importantly, if more than 100 phantom wolves appear, there must be a wolf king among them, which is definitely a soul beast over 100 years old. Looking around, there were no less than 60 or 70 phantom wolves in sight, and more were continuously emerging from the dense forest. Did Chunyu and the others really dive into a wolf's den? A high-pitched and resounding wolf howl echoed from not far away. From the sound, it could be determined that it was a phantom wolf king, Luo Sanpao. The master's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that as soon as they entered the soul-hunting forest, they would encounter the most troublesome phantom wolves. Unless they killed the phantom wolf and scared it away, it would continue to launch relentless attacks. You two try not to leave my side. The phantom wolf is fierce and will become even more frenzied once it smells blood. Chunyu was seeing the master's martial soul for the first time. It looked 7 parts like a pig and 3 parts like a dog. Although this Luo Sanpao did not have great power, it possessed a nimbleness that other martial souls lacked, resembling more of a pet than a martial soul. Little San, the master's soul power. What surprised Chunyu even more was that the master only had 2 spirit rings. Given the master's age, even if he trained slowly, he should at least be at the soul zone level, but right now. The master had said that his martial soul was an aberrant martial soul, just one that had mutated in a negative direction, so the master's soul power would never break through level 30 in his lifetime. Tang San knew that the master's lifelong struggle was his martial soul, and the reason the master was so devoted to researching martial souls was to find a way to resolve the predicament of his aberrant martial soul. However, the things on the level of martial souls are far beyond human ability to change. The master exhausted half his life's efforts, and in the end, he gained nothing. Luo Sanpao, help us open a path. The master's 2 soul rings simultaneously fell on Luo Sanpao. Immediately afterward, the master signaled Chunyu and Tang San to cover their mouths and noses. Chunyu was still curious about how this soul skill attack was related to covering their mouths and noses, and the next second, Luo Sanpao actually turned its back to the Yuming wolf and raised its round butt, farting like thunder. The rumbling Luo Sanpao, a fart sound that was hardly smaller than the howl of the Yuming Wolf King, accompanied by an astonishing sound wave, instantly blew away dozens of Yuming wolves, leaving Chunyu somewhat dumbfounded. Wow, this soul skill is really special. Don't just stand there, hurry and run. Taking advantage of the opening in the encirclement of Yuming wolves, the 3 of them immediately rushed toward the gap. But halfway there, that familiar wolf howl sounded again. The Yuming wolves, originally dizzy from the fart sound, shook their heads and stood up again, and the gap was visibly closing quickly, farting like smoke, hypnotizing and sleeping Luo Sanpao. At this moment, the master used his second soul skill, and a thick yellow smoke gushed out from Luo Sanpao's sensitive area. Although the scene was quite unseemly, those Yuming wolves that entered the smoke area immediately fell to the ground, swaying as if they were drunk. My second soul skill has a narcotic effect, but the duration is limited, so keep close to me. However, the master hadn't run a few steps when a shadow over 7 or 8 meters long leaped up and slapped Luo Sanpao away. The master, connected to its aura, let out a muffled grunt from his throat, clearly having sustained some injury. The Yuming Wolf King. The master's gaze fixed ahead, looking at the giant Wolf King that was over 10 times larger than a normal Yuming wolf, with a special purple fur growing on its back. The purple wolf hair reached a third of the Wolf King's body length, indicating that this was a Yuming Wolf King over 350 years old. The master carefully examined the coverage of the purple long hair on the Wolf King's back. Once this purple hair reached the Wolf King's tail, it would no longer be a 100-year soul beast, but a true 1,000-year soul beast. Chapter 23. Surrounded and in a Dilemma. Xiaoyu, your martial soul is a beast martial soul, and it is a top-quality beast martial soul with offensive capabilities. The soul ring of a Yuming Wolf King would be a good choice for you. The master turned to Chunyu and said, realizing that they had no chance to escape now. Only by killing the Wolf King could they scare off the other Yuming wolves. All right, then you can obediently come to be my first soul ring. Chunyu took a deep breath and charged towards the Phantom Wolf King alone. Xiao San, master, please help me hold off the other Phantom Wolves. Although the Phantom Wolf King is powerful, it is not invincible in Chunyu's eyes. Chunyu's figure made several sharp turns and unexpectedly disappeared from the gaze of the Nether Wolf King. By the time it regained its senses, Chunyu had already appeared above its head. The tiger-striped, bloodthirsty dagger, Bone Cutter, A rich blood-red light covered the dagger's blade, maximizing its armor-piercing ability. Just as Chunyu thought success was imminent, the tail behind the Netherwolf King suddenly doubled in length, striking Chunyu like a steel whip. 7-star Ghost Steps. Yao Guang. Yao Guang is the first layer of the 7-star Ghost Steps, capable of bending the surrounding light to create a lifelike clone. The long tail of the Netherwolf King struck the clone, while Chunyu's true body appeared beside the Netherwolf King. Ding! The first use of Yao Guang stunned the Netherwolf King, with a shock value of 99. The proficiency of the 7-star Ghost Steps increased by 1,000 points. For every 1,000 points of skill proficiency, the power of the skill increases by 1%. Chunyu felt that the speed of the 7-star Ghost Steps was noticeably faster than before. Although the improvement was not significant, the benefits it would bring to Chunyu over the years were undoubtedly substantial. Goodness, it almost ended badly. Just for a moment, Chunyu truly felt like death was imminent. If he hadn't successfully cultivated the 7-star Ghost Steps to the first level beforehand, he would have suffered greatly today. Little Yu, the ghostly wolf's copper head, iron tail, and tofu waist, its weak point is its waist. The Master and Tang San were doing their best to keep the ordinary ghostly wolves at bay, but it seemed they couldn't hold out much longer. I won't waste time with you. You won't have another chance. Chunyu infused all his soul power into his right arm, amplifying the might of the Dragon Phoenix martial soul to its limits. The soaring dragon roar and phoenix cry resonated throughout a large part of the soul-hunting forest. Even the 1,000-year soul beasts within the forest curled up in fear, trembling and too scared to move. The ghostly wolf king facing Chunyu was even more unbearable. It let out a wail, its limbs going soft as it collapsed to the ground, a foul liquid continuously flowing from beneath it. Just a second ago, the imposing wolf king was actually scared to the point of losing control. If it weren't for the Master witnessing it firsthand, he wouldn't have believed it. Even a top-tier martial soul, without any attached soul rings, couldn't possibly immobilize a brutal 100-year soul beast just with a hint of momentum. Could it be that the martial soul on Xiao Yu is of a higher grade than top-tier martial souls? Top-tier martial souls are already the pinnacle of martial souls on the Douluo continent, such as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Haotian Hammer, which are among the very best. Yet, the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix on Chun Yu clearly possesses greater potential than these martial souls. I only have a second left. However, the reason the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul could unleash such a terrifying momentum is that it consumes Chun Yu's own soul power. With 3 times the total amount of soul power of a normal soul master, he could only maintain it for 1 second. Starfall technique, Meteor Strike. A beam of light, only a finger's width, flashed by, and the ghostly Wolf King couldn't even make a sound. A shallow blood mark appeared on its head and waist, rapidly spreading like a spider web throughout its body. In just one move, the ghostly Wolf King was actually chopped into countless pieces of varying sizes. But after 2 consecutive powerful moves, Chun Yu's soul power was completely drained. If it weren't for the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix amplifying Chun Yu's soul power to 3 times that of a soul master of the same level, he would have been drained to nothing after just half a move. Buzz. Above the broken corpse of the ghostly Wolf King, a 100-year soul ring, looking much more vibrant in color than that of the spiked-back black pattern tiger, quietly hovered in midair. This is my first soul ring. A trace of faint joy flashed in Chun Yu's eyes as he was about to reach out to absorb the soul ring, but suddenly furrowed his brows and instinctively took a half step back. Bang! A massive boulder weighing several thousand pounds crashed to the ground right at Chun Yu's nose, the terrifying force causing the ground beneath everyone's feet to tremble slightly. I wondered why these ordinary ghostly wolves had not dispersed. It turned out there was not just one ghostly wolf king here. It is common knowledge that there is usually only one wolf king in a pack. But this group of ghostly wolves was different, as it actually had both a male and a female wolf king. Moreover, these 2 wolf kings were a married couple. The one that had just died at Chun Yu's hands was the female wolf king, and the one that had just appeared was the stronger male wolf king. Its purple fur actually covered more than 4/5 of its body. So this ghostly wolf king must have reached the level of 700 to 800 years. On the other side, the Master was shocked upon seeing the sudden appearance of the male wolf king. An 800-year-old ghostly wolf king had strength comparable to a human soul master above level 37. Such a powerful soul beast was far beyond what a second-ring great soul master and 2 little ones without even soul rings could withstand. Fart like smoke, hypnotize, and sleep. Luo Sanpao. Luo Sanpao could only launch 3 attacks in a short period, and this strike was the Master's last means of attack. However, a layer of grayish light surged from the ghostly Wolf King, completely blocking Luo Sanpao's hypnotic smoke outside its body. This was bad. The ghostly Wolf King had already awakened its intelligence, making it even more difficult to escape from its grasp. Tang San used Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, continuously scattering various hidden weapons like raindrops, but ordinary hidden weapons could not penetrate the tough fur of the ghostly Wolf King. Roar! However, the ghostly Wolf King was drawn to Tang San's actions, giving Chunyu a moment to breathe. Hiss! But just as Chunyu dodged to the side, the bushes beside him quickly withered and finally turned to ash. In the center of those bushes, a 4-meter-long colorful snake shot out with lightning speed, aiming to bite Chunyu. The Mandala snake. It was a nearly 400-year-old poison attribute soul beast. The master exclaimed in surprise. The Mandala snake was even more terrifying than the ghostly Wolf King, not only incredibly fast, but also possessing venom capable of killing 100-year soul beasts. If Chunyu were bitten, the consequences would be unimaginable. Luo Sanpao, the master shouted, as the round Luo Sanpao crashed into Chunyu, knocking him out of the Mandala snake's attack range, while the Mandala snake's bite landed on Luo Sanpao instead. With the Wolf King in front and the Mandala snake behind, and Chunyu's strength not yet recovered, the master already poisoned and unconscious. It was impossible for Tang San alone to resolve the predicament. Was everything going to end like this? Chapter 24. Heavenly Punishment Sword. One Sword Breaks the Sky. Part 1. In a moment of desperation, the soul power surging within Tang San uncontrollably flowed into his left palm, and a rough, heavy hammer-shaped martial soul appeared in his hand. This hammer looked only half a meter long, but weighed a shocking 800 pounds. Imagine a 6-year-old child wielding an 800-pound giant hammer. What a bizarre sight that would be. Moreover, Tang San's attacks were not without method. Upon closer inspection, each strike was perfectly connected, forming a complete set of martial techniques. If the master were still conscious at this moment, he would definitely recognize that the hammer technique in Tang San's hands was the famous chaotic cloak hammer method in the Soul Master world. This was the signature martial skill of the Haoyan sect, the strongest sect of the upper 3 sects. Bang! Tang San turned around and swung the hammer backward, sending the ghostly Wolf King retreating several dozen meters, while with his other hand, using the separation of swallows technique, he hurled the remaining hidden weapons at the Mandala snake behind him. However, these ordinary hidden weapons merely scraped against the Mandala snake's scales, failing to penetrate its body at all. Such hard scales. In fact, the Mandala snake's defense was even superior to that of the ghostly Wolf King, which Tang San had not anticipated. But Tang San's actions enraged the 200-year soul beasts, and in an instant, both beast kings abandoned their original prey and turned their cold gazes solely on Tang San. This was bad. Although Tang San possessed a high-level movement technique like Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, his current soul power could not sustain him for long. He could only fight while retreating toward the entrance. These 200-year soul beasts were definitely not something he could confront head-on alone. As long as he retreated, the master and Chunyu would be safe. At this moment, Tang San had already made up his mind to sacrifice himself to buy a glimmer of hope for the other two. Little San, how can being a hero be left to you alone? Don't forget about me. Although Chun, you had only regained a little soul power. He slowly got up from the ground. Hiss! The Mandala snake spat out crimson venom, and with a flick of its long tail, it whipped toward Chunyu like a long whip, accompanied by a howling wind. 7-star ghost steps. At the last moment, Chunyu finally moved, his agile body narrowly slipping beneath the snake's tail. At the same time, the tiger-striped, bloodthirsty dagger in Chunyu's hand flashed with a bright gleam, easily piercing through the gaps between the snake's scales. A faint purple blood gushed from the wound, feeling the intense pain from its tail. The Mandala snake's ferocity was fully unleashed, and it opened its large mouth to reveal sharp fangs over a foot long, aiming directly at the exhausted Chunyu. However, the Mandala snake's bite passed right through Chunyu, as it turned out to be an illusion. Zhuge Divine Crossbow. The real Chunyu appeared behind the Mandala snake, holding a specially constructed metal crossbow. This was the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, forged by Tang San and Chunyu together, which had not been completed due to the inability to find a suitable bowstring. But Chunyu had previously obtained Xianbing silkworm silk, an excellent material for making bowstrings. Bang bang! In just 1 second, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow fired a total of 16 iron-crafted crossbow bolts, the spinning sharp tips tearing through the Mandala snake's hard scales, with nearly 2/3 of the bolt shafts embedded. Roar! The Mandala snake struck heavily immediately thrashed its massive body, its foul-smelling blood splattering everywhere. Ding! Counterattack in a desperate situation. Stunning the poison attribute soul, beast mandala snake. Shock value 99. Rewarded with 1,000-year mandala snake soul ring. Get away from me. Meanwhile, Tang San faced the underworld wolf king. Though he was on edge, he wasn't immediately defeated. The situation seemed to be improving little by little. Just then, Chun Yu felt a sudden darkness above his head, as if he had instantly entered the night, even though it was midday, when the light should be at its brightest. Chun Yu looked up at the sky, and his eyes clearly fluctuated violently for a moment. What the hell? This was actually a gigantic python nearly 100 meters long. Compared to it, the mandala snake was simply insignificant. The name of this soul beast was the unicorn Jiao python. This type of soul beast sheds its skin every 10 years, and after shedding, its body length increases by 1 meter. Based on that, this unicorn Jiao python was actually a 1,000-year soul beast. Cough! You all hurry and run. This is not an ordinary 1,000-year soul beast. At this moment, the master regained consciousness, but his face was purple, clearly indicating that the poison had already penetrated deep into his bones. Teacher, Tang San was distracted and was sent flying by the ghostly wolf king with a slap. Although Chun Yu had heavily injured the mandala snake, the crossbow bolt did not hit a vital spot. It only slowed the mandala snake's movement slightly. Moreover, a more terrifying unicorn Jiao python was watching them closely, seeming to trap Chun Yu and the others in a dilemma. Was it time to use the final move? Chun Yu reached into his chest and took out a killing god transformation voucher he had obtained earlier. After using it, he would gain 1/10,000th of the power of the Azura god. A mere 1,000-year soul beast could be easily destroyed with a snap of his fingers. But it seemed a bit wasteful to use it here. Never mind, preserving his life was the priority. Chun Yu gritted his teeth, just about to activate the god of death transformation token, when he suddenly felt an unusual burning sensation in the palm of his left hand. This is my second martial soul. At this moment, strands of black lightning began to spread from Chun Yu's arm. Although these arcs of lightning were only as thick as a pinky finger, the violent energy fluctuations contained within them caused the 3 soul beasts to halt their pursuit. Chun Yu seemed to be in a special state, his 5 fingers grasping, as a long sword with a black blade steadily landed in his palm. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long, with dense arcs of lightning dancing on its black blade. Although Chun Yu had not yet made any movement while holding the sword of divine punishment, the surrounding ground was continuously torn apart by a sharp sword energy, leaving deep and bottomless scars. Whoosh! The sky within a 10-mile radius suddenly darkened with thick clouds, as if even the power of heaven and earth was bowing before this sword. Immediately after, countless thick lightning serpents and lightning dragons twisted and turned within the heavy clouds, the terrifying pressure causing the soul beasts below to scatter and flee. Look, above the soul hunting forest. What is that? The guards outside the forest also saw it. The gathering thunderclouds above their heads, the terrifying might causing their martial souls to tremble violently. The sword of divine punishment, a single sword shattering the heavens. Chun Yu suddenly opened his eyes. In his vision, he could only see a small shadow of a sword, but the surrounding space shook violently as a result. The ground beneath Chun Yu's feet instantly collapsed, forming a massive pit hundreds of meters wide and bottomless. You beasts, should you not have had your fun yet? Chapter 25. Heaven's Punishment, Divine Slayer Sword. One sword breaks the sky. Part 2 crack. Countless black lightning bolts continuously struck the center of the soul-hunting forest, sending wood chips flying and dirt splattering everywhere. Heavens, could it be that a soul beast over 10,000 years old has appeared deep in the forest? The external guards changed their expressions dramatically. They had been stationed here for decades and had never seen such a bizarre situation. Someone immediately relay the situation in the soul-hunting forest to Spirit City and report that there may be a powerful lightning-type 10,000-year soul beast in the forest. Please send strong reinforcements quickly. In the forest, Chun Yu held the Heaven's Punishment Divine Slayer Sword and actually began to rise slowly off the ground. It is known that only flying-type soul skills or martial souls, or soul masters with soul power reaching the soul sage level, can fly. However, Chun Yu had not even acquired his first soul ring at this moment, yet he could walk in mid-air. This scene made the master doubt his own research on martial soul theory for the first time. Ding! The second martial soul appeared, shocking the master. Rewarding the competition theory of the 10 major martial souls, revised edition. This revised version of the theory can be seen as a supplementary version based on the master's research. which includes many aspects of martial soul knowledge that even a master had not explored. But Chinyu had no time to check these things at the moment. He slowly raised the Heaven's Punishment Divine Slayer Sword, pointing it towards the sky. In the next moment, countless black thunderbolts continuously merged into the Heaven's Punishment Divine Slayer Sword Martial Soul, and every cell in Chinyu's body was revitalized with astonishing energy. A black dragon claw tore through the thunderclouds, instantly reducing the rocks, grass, and trees below into countless fragments, carried away by the wind. Heavens! Oh my! This is a dragon claw. At this moment, not only the guards outside the forest, but even the people in Nodding City saw that descending dragon claw. Moreover, this dragon claw emerged from a large block of dark clouds, appearing from afar as if it had torn the sky apart. Is this going to destroy Nodding City? The violent power contained within the dragon claw caused Mo Tianxing's expression to change. This was at least a soul beast over 50,000 years old. But who could have imagined that this was merely the second martial soul of Chinyu, the Heaven's Punishment Divine Slayer Sword, summoning the power of heaven and earth to manifest. Slash! The sword in Chunyu's hand suddenly fell, and a massive thunder dragon claw instantly reached out from beyond the clouds, directly pressing down onto the three-headed soul beast below. Puchi! However, the Divine Punishment Sword in Chunyu's hand only managed to slash a third of the arc before stopping in place. Then, Chinyu spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, clearly suffering from a backlash. In the next moment, the Divine Punishment Sword trembled violently and actually vanished in a thin air, but the descending dragon claw showed no signs of stopping. The violent force directly turned most of the soul-hunting forest into scorched earth. Ding! Forcibly using the unsealed Divine Punishment Sword Martial Soul, the host suffered severe backlash. The Divine Punishment Sword needs to devour 1,000-year soul rings to be reactivated. 1,000 soul rings over 1,000 years old. That means Chinyu must slay 1,000-year soul beasts. It's hard to say whether Chinyu ultimately gained or lost from this. In any case, it seems he didn't really earn anything. Boom! This time, people within a radius of several hundred miles felt the ground shake violently, as if a significant earthquake had occurred. But who would have thought that all this commotion was caused by a small soul master? Crack! In the area covered by the dragon claw, sand and gravel melted into glass-like objects due to the intense heat, looking splendid but shattering upon contact. The three-headed soul beast was turned to ashes by the violent thunderous power, and a large group of netherwolves also suffered the consequences. At this moment, the most visible thing was the white 10-year soul rings. Cough cough. Chinyu controlled his body and barely landed on the ground. This time, forcibly using the Divine Punishment Sword had caused signs of rupture in his meridians. Fortunately, he stopped at the last moment. Otherwise, that strike would have cost him his life. However, the injury to his meridians would take at least a month of recuperation to fully recover. But in a few days, there was the soul battle competition scheduled with Kuolin, so it seemed that Tang San would have to go on stage alone. Oof. Do you think pretending to be dead will allow you to escape my eyes? The dagger in Chunyu's hand sliced through a beam of light, instantly sinking into the scorched earth. Suddenly, a mandala snake, with only half of its body remaining, burst out from the ground, its snake head impaled by a bloodthirsty dagger with tiger stripes. Unfortunately, if I still had a trace of soul power, I could easily kill this beast. Chunyu's soul power had been completely exhausted, and coupled with the backlash from his internal injuries, he couldn't avoid the dying counterattack of the mandala snake. But halfway through, a small black hammer just happened to land on the tail of the tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger, and the sharp dagger instantly pierced deep into the mandala snake's head. Chinyu, are you okay? Tang Sen hurriedly supported Chunyu's swaying body. Tang Sen never expected that Chinyu possessed such terrifying power, and like him, he also had a twin martial soul. Ding! The twin martial soul shocked Tang San with a shock value of 99, and Tang Sen wondered how long Chinyu intended to keep this from him. Reward: God-level secret skill, Abyssal Demon Eye. Abyssal Demon Eye. Passive ability that can see through all illusions in the world, ignoring the difference in soul power between both sides. Active skill, Btion Shun. Consumes one's own mental power to trap the opponent in an abyssal illusion. The duration and strength of this skill vary depending on the difference in soul power between both sides. An illusion ability? System. You've actually given me a good item this time. When experts clash, victory or defeat often hinges on a moment. If Chun, you can cause his opponent to momentarily lose focus at a critical moment, it could change the entire battle situation. Xiao San. Quickly dig out the mandala snake's gallbladder. It can cure the poison on master. In the theoretical system of the Reforged edition, Chunyu discovered that the mandala snake venom is not incurable. Its gallbladder is the only antidote to the snake poison. The master took the gallbladder, and the purple toxic gas on his face quickly dissipated, which relieved Tang San. Little San, this is definitely not a place to stay for long. I just caused such a commotion, and there should be quite a few people coming this way now. You first take the remains of the mandala snake and the master to the other side of the soul-hunting forest. Once the master wakes up, he will guide you in absorbing the spirit ring. Chunyu sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. What about you? I can't move anymore. Besides, if I'm the only one left here, they won't suspect that everything that just happened was my doing. If you leave, I'll actually be safer. Moreover, the mandala snake's soul ring is extremely precious. It's hard to say if someone might develop jealousy, which could lead to trouble. In fact, Chunyu only mentioned part of the reason. The more important reason is that he wants to use the heavenly punishment divine sword to devour all the soul rings here. After so many years, the energy from these soul rings combined, which are decades and centuries old, should at least equal the total energy of 2,000 or 3,000-year soul rings, right? All right, just be careful, and as soon as the teacher wakes up, I'll come find you immediately. It's fine, go ahead. Dustfeather smiled and waved his hand. Once Tang San's figure disappeared into the forest, Dustfeather summoned the heavenly punishment god-slaying sword martial soul. A terrifying instantly engulfed the hundreds of soul rings in front of him. Chapter 26, the first 1,000-year soul ring. Ding. The total number of years of the soul rings absorbed by the heavenly punishment god-slaying sword martial soul this time is 4,572 years, equivalent to 4,000-year soul rings, with an unsealing progress of 41,000. Chunyu let out a heavy sigh, not expecting that the hundreds of soul rings combined would not even reach 5,000 years. At this rate, the goal of 1,000-year soul rings still seemed far off. However, there was some good news. After the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul absorbed the beast soul of the single-horned flood dragon, it finally met the requirements for advancement. Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul, growth stage second awakening, Ho soul power reserve increased sixfold, soul power cultivation speed increased sixfold. Moreover, the appearance of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix had also changed significantly. 2 small sharp horns had grown on its previously bare head, making it look less like a snake and somewhat resembling the single-horned flood dragon. After the martial soul's reawakening, Chunyu's soul power reserve and cultivation speed had both increased significantly compared to before. If he successfully absorbed the first soul ring, Chunyu's strength would likely experience a qualitative leap in the shortest time possible. The soul ring of the single-horned flood dragon seemed like a great choice. Chunyu's gaze was fixed on the only purple 1,000-year soul ring in the arena, and he could faintly see the shadow of a unicorn serpent roaring towards the sky. If the master were here, he would definitely stop Chunyu from absorbing this 1,000-year soul ring. According to his theory, the limit for a soul master to absorb their first soul ring should be 423 years. But the soul ring of this unicorn serpent has reached a full 1,300 years. This is 3 times higher than the limit the master believed. If Chunyu absorbs this soul ring, he will probably explode and die immediately. However, Chunyu looks quite confident because, according to the theory of the revised edition, the limit of the first soul ring for a soul master can be raised to 1,400 years. But the premise is that the soul master must possess twin martial souls. Martial souls act as containers for soul power. Ordinary soul masters only have 1 martial soul. So the years of the soul rings they can absorb will definitely be far less than those with twin martial souls. Moreover, the twin martial souls that Chunyu possesses are all top-tier martial souls. So this 1,000-year soul ring should be within the limits that Chunyu can bear. Calculating the time, the people outside should be arriving soon. I need to hurry. Chunyu sat cross-legged in front of the soul ring, and the heavenly dragon phoenix martial spirit immediately wrapped around the soul ring. Buzz. The terrifying soul power contained within the 1,000-year soul ring erupted completely at this moment, and a powerful force the ground beneath Chunyu, causing cracks the size of fists to form. Is this the power of a 1,000-year soul ring? Indeed powerful. It is vastly different from a 100-year soul ring. Chunyu's body was suddenly filled with the surging soul power, and the previously cracked meridians began to ache faintly again. To be honest, Chunyu should have first recuperated from his injuries before absorbing the soul ring, but time was not on his side. Absorbing the soul ring, while injured, posed a great risk for Chunyu. Roar! Inside Chunyu, the power of the soul ring took the form of a unicorn serpent. because the soul ring still contained some fragments of the unicorn serpent's soul. This unicorn serpent, with its shallow instincts, was crashing around inside Chenyu, seemingly trying to escape from his body. "Oomph. To become my first soul ring is your honor. Since we have come this far, you should calm down." Chenyu had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that the impact from the unicorn serpent had worsened his injuries. Twin martial souls. Suppress for me. Chenyu's twin martial souls are slightly different from Tang San's. Whether it's the Ying Tian Long Huang or the Tian Fa Shi Shunjian, they both contain a hint of independent will, which significantly reduces the difficulty for Chenyu to absorb soul rings. A dragon phoenix extends two dragon claws, firmly pinning down the head of the one-horned flood dragon, while the Tian Fa Shi Shunjian is nailed to the tail of the one-horned flood dragon, suppressing it from both the front and the back, leaving it no room to resist. With the remnants of the one-horned flood dragon's soul no longer causing trouble, the ability that was originally causing turmoil within Chenyu gradually calmed down. It was now time to reap the rewards. The two martial souls continuously extracted energy from the soul ring, with the Ying Tian Long Huang being the main force and the Tian Fa Shi Shunjian as a supplement. Subtly, a soul ring's embryonic form appeared on Chenyu. As time passed, the shape of this soul ring became increasingly refined, and a rich yellow glow gradually began to show a hint of faint purple light. "Gather for me." At a certain moment, Chenyu suddenly opened his eyes, and two streams of intense energy shot out from his eyes, shattering a massive stone weighing hundreds of pounds into fragments. Meanwhile, Chenyu's soul power surged like a rocket, increasing at a visible speed. Level 11, level 12, all the way to level 15. Only then did Chenyu's soul power breakthrough slow down. But let's not forget, Chenyu had previously received rewards to boost his soul power, and in the end, his soul power stabilized at level 17, absorbing the first soul ring, instantly increasing by 7 levels of soul power. This breakthrough speed is truly remarkable. Furthermore, due to the nourishment of a large amount of soul power, the injuries to the meridians within Chenyu completely healed. With my current soul power, combined with ancient martial techniques, I can hold my own even against a soul master. I can finally manage to protect myself. Just as Chenyu was about to take a good look at what soul skills his first soul ring had granted him, several sounds of breaking air quickly approached the area. A soul master and 9 grand soul masters, they were arriving quite fast. Chenyu's eyes were like abysses. After cultivating the abyssal demon eyes, his vision could now see the traces of ants crawling from thousands of meters away. In Chenyu's line of sight, he realized that the 10 people he saw were not the guards outside the forest, but rather dressed in the attire of the Lord's mansion. Montak Tianxing. It turns out you couldn't hold back any longer. Yes, these 10 individuals were the assassins that Mo Tianxing had arranged to kill the master and his companions. Previously, Mo Tianxing had already known that the master had brought Chenyu and Tang San to the soul hunting forest to obtain soul rings. But even with his boldness, he wouldn't dare to assassinate the elders of the spirit hall in the soul hunting forest, which was under their control. However, the situation was different now. Due to Chenyu's use of the heavenly punishment god-slaying sword, the area outside the soul hunting forest had turned into chaos, which was a perfect opportunity for Mo Tianxing to take advantage of. However, your people arrived a step too late. Well, let them try my strength. Chenyu's lips revealed a hint of coldness. In this soul hunting forest, it remains uncertain who is the hunter and who is the prey. What kind of soul beast could instantly destroy the soul hunting forest? The 9 great soul masters were seasoned warriors, having hunted no less than 70 or 80 soul beasts. Yet even a 1,000-year soul beast shouldn't possess such terrifying destructive power. It must be a soul beast of at least 10,000 years, and a particularly strong one at that. The only soul sage in the team wore a grave expression. Although he said it might be the work of a 10,000-year soul beast, he didn't truly believe it. He had once had the fortune to witness a 10,000-year soul beast, and the destructive power of that creature was worlds apart from what he saw today. Anything stronger than a 10,000-year soul beast would have to be the legendary 100,000-year soul beast. Chapter 27. First soul skill, Dragon Tooth Thrust. However, there are only a handful of 100,000-year soul beasts in the entire Douluo continent, and even most titled Douluo have never seen such a soul beast. So, all of this was merely the soul sage's speculation. But aside from the 100,000-year soul beast, what other force could wreak such havoc in the soul hunting forest? This left everyone puzzled. The true culprit behind it all had already discreetly changed positions. If it's 1 against 10, I certainly have no chance of winning. Breaking it down into smaller parts is the way to victory. Although Chunyu was confident, he was not blindly so. Only a fool would engage in such clearly thankless tasks. My lord, look at the marks here. It seems like someone recently absorbed a soul ring. In the place where Chunyu originally practiced, the ground displayed circular imprints resembling ripples, which were energy impacts formed automatically after a breakthrough in soul power. Moreover, in the charred soil, fragments of snake bones and scales could be vaguely identified. Clearly, someone had killed a soul beast here and absorbed its soul ring. Under such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, someone openly absorbed a soul ring. This person must be extraordinary. That person left traces. My lord, should we follow the trail? Yes. According to the information, in the past 3 days, only our target entered the soul hunting forest. This is likely left by them. The traces were not erased. Not because Chunyu was careless, but because he did it intentionally. If these people follow the traces, they will find that similar marks extend in all directions, each one distinctly different. If they want to continue tracking, they will inevitably have to split their forces. And Chunyu deliberately left only 5 clues to make these phantom formations more believable. Soon, these people would head toward the footprints going in 5 different directions. My lord, could there be more than 3 people entering the soul-hunting forest? No, this is a deliberate distraction meant to confuse us. Such a cunning group is trying to deceive me in this way. But they forgot that we have the numerical advantage. Besides me, you 9 will form 4 small teams and pursue in different directions. If you encounter the target, kill them if possible. Understood. The 10 of them completely scattered at this location, and all of this was seen by Chunyu from a kilometer away. Finally, the bait was taken. Next, as long as this soul master is dealt with, the other 9 great soul masters are not worth mentioning. Chunyu carefully concealed his figure and gradually approached the soul master. The deeper he ventured into the jungle, the more uneasy the soul master of the city lord's mansion felt. The long-established sense of crisis warned him that he might have fallen into a trap. Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying cold light flashed behind him. The soul master had not expected that someone had been following him all along, and the speed of the attack was so fast that he couldn't react in time. Puffed. The next second, a horrifying blood hole, 2 fingers wide, appeared on his shoulder, but when he turned around, he found not a trace of anyone. It was as if that strike had been delivered by a ghost. Martial soul, black-haired evil ape, activate. The soul master immediately summoned his martial soul, and 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and yellow, lit up in succession. First soul skill, Earth Pulse. Second soul skill, Earth Spike. This person's first soul skill allowed him to merge his soul power with the ground within a 100-meter radius, determining the opponent's exact location through vibrations transmitted from ground. The second soul skill allowed him to condense mud and stones into sharp stone spears, launching instantaneous attacks based on feedback from the first soul skill. These 2 soul skills combined could turn a 100-meter radius into a vacuum where not even a bird could fly. However, Chunyu was clearly unaware of this person's soul skill capabilities. As soon as he stepped in, he was detected by the soul master, and dozens of stone spears immediately shot toward the same location. Chunyu knew that he had been exposed, so he no longer concealed his movements. Holding the tiger-striped, bloodthirsty dagger, he struck several times, and the sharp blade easily cut the stone spear into 2 pieces. Kid, it's you. This soul master had clearly seen the portraits of Chunyu and the others in advance, and immediately recognized Chunyu's identity. I said Mo Tianxing is a bit too anxious. Can't he wait just a few days? He even sent so many people to assassinate me. Chunyu played with the tiger-striped, bloodthirsty dagger in his hand, seemingly looking at the person in front of him not as a soul master, but more like a helpless child. How can you, a junior, dare to judge the actions of the city lord? This soul master was named Lone Wolf, one of Mo Tianxing's personal guards, a level 34 battle soul master. This time, more than 100 stone spears had gathered behind Lone Wolf, indicating that he intended to resolve Chunyu with a single move. Just right. Let me show you my newly acquired first soul skill. A clear sound of dragon roars and phoenix cries came from Chunyu's body, and then a soul ring of a deep yellow color slowly rose from beneath his feet. Strange, wasn't the soul ring he absorbed before a 1,000-year one? The color should be pure purple, so why did it turn into the yellow of a 100-year soul ring? It turned out that this was a supportive ability of the heavenly dragon phoenix. It could change the color of the soul ring according to Chunyu's will, but the color could only be lowered by 1 level. This meant that a purple soul ring could only appear as a 100-year yellow soul ring, and not as a black 10,000-year soul ring. Ding! The appearance of the soul ring shocked the Lone Wolf, shocking value 80. Reward: increase the soul ring's age by 10 years. What? The absorbed soul ring could actually be upgraded again. This made Chun Yu's heart leap with joy. Didn't this mean that his soul ring's growth potential would be limitless? On the other side, the lone wolf was even more surprised. This kid in front of him only had one soul ring, but the first soul ring was of a 100-year level, which was an achievement that only genius soul masters could possess. Ordinary soul masters couldn't reach the 100-year level for their first or even second soul rings. The master was an exception. He went to great lengths to get the first 2 soul rings to the 100-year level, wanting to become a true powerhouse. But who would have thought he would be stuck at the 29th level of soul power for decades without a single breakthrough? Even if you have a 100-year soul ring, your soul power is still a dozen levels lower than mine, and with your mere first soul skill, you could never withstand my second soul skill. But what happened next left the lone wolf even more stunned. First soul skill, Dragon Tooth Stab. The soul ring of the single-horned dragon python transformed into a dragon-shaped phantom, enveloping Chun Yu's entire body, crashing directly into the sharp stone spear like a streak of light. However, under the protection of the dragon-shaped air wave, Chun Yu not only suffered no harm, but also effortlessly shattered all the stone spears. Dragon Tooth Stab concentrates soul power into a point, increasing penetration and explosive power, and can immunize against all control effects below the third soul skill. Moreover, during the duration of Dragon Tooth Stab, the attack power will increase by 100%, adding to the fact that Chun Yu's soul power reserve was already 6 times higher than that of ordinary soul masters. Under the double effect, Chun Yu's current attack power was now infinitely close to the lone wolf. Ding! The first use of his soul skill shocked the lone wolf, shocking value 99. Soul ring age increased by 50 years. Although the lone wolf was shocked, he was not without a response. Third soul skill, Evil Ape Fist. Suddenly, black fur about an inch long sprouted from the lone wolf's arms, and even his palms swelled several times, looking no different from a monkey's hand. At this moment, as the lone wolf threw a punch, 2 waves of condensed air clashed with Chun Yu's body that was rushing straight toward him. Bang! A dull collision sound rang out amidst the swirling dust, sounding like 2 great mountains violently colliding. Chapter 28. Slaying the Lone Wolf. Tang Sen emerges from seclusion. The tremendous impact dispersed the dust in the air, and then a majestic giant dragon flew out from it, crashing into the lone wolf. Impossible. The only thought in the lone wolf's mind was that his third soul skill actually couldn't compete with Chun Yu's first soul skill. There must be something wrong. But how could the lone wolf know that although Chun Yu only had 1 soul ring, it was a 1,000-year soul ring? Even if the 3 soul rings on a lone wolf were combined, they probably wouldn't even be half of Chun Yu's 1 soul ring. Crack! The lone wolf's body, which flew backward, crashed into dozens of large trees before finally stopping, but his twisted left arm was clearly crippled. A dignified soul master was actually injured by a mere soul master. If this got out, no one would believe it. This kid is a monster. For the first time, the lone wolf felt how frustrated he was. In terms of age, soul power, and shamelessness, he was far above Chun Yu, but in the end, he still slapped his own face. It seems that being a soul master is nothing extraordinary after all. Chun Yu lightly clapped his hands. He hadn't yet unleashed all of his power, but it was clear that the lone wolf was no longer a match for him. Kid, don't get too cocky. With your soul power at just over level 10, let's see how long you can hold out. The lone wolf had already decided to adopt a delaying tactic, stalling until his reinforcement arrived. The clash from the recent soul skill had made quite a noise, and the lone wolf's subordinates had surely heard it and were now rushing over. Chun Yu knows very well the calculations made by the lone wolf. Once those 9 people arrive, even with a 1,000-year soul ring, it would be difficult for Chun Yu to escape. Starfall technique, Meteor 9 Flash. 9 identical Chun Yes appeared before the lone wolf. What shocked the lone wolf even more was that his first soul skill couldn't sense which one was the real Chun Yu. In an instant, the lone wolf was struck by 9 blades, each of which pierced vital points on his body. Ding! Killing a soul master of the soul, Douluo rank. Reward: soul power increases by 1 level. The lone wolf would never understand why he died at the hands of a mere soul master, and why he had no power to resist. Swish, swish, swish. The 9 figures descended at that moment. When they saw the lone wolf's wide-eyed, unblinking death stare, shock appeared on each of their faces. Boss, he actually died. This was a soul Douluo master, considered a top expert in Notting City, yet today, he fell inexplicably in this soul-hunting forest. Search. The murderer definitely can't have gone far. The 9 spread out in a line, carefully searching the surroundings like a large net. These people were quite alert, and there was no sign of chaos despite the situation. At this moment, Chunyu was lurking behind the lone wolf, using its corpse to hide his own figure. No one expected that a mere 6-year-old child could be so bold. First soul skill bind. Just then, a familiar voice came from the forest. It was Tang San. It seems that Xiao San has also successfully absorbed his first soul ring. And it's time to take action. Chunyu kicked the corpse of the lone wolf aside, and the bloodthirsty dagger with tiger stripes glimmered with a faint blood-red light as it swept across the neck of one of the great spirit masters, instantly severing all vitality from him. Blood gushed continuously from the man's fingers. He hadn't even released his martial spirit before his throat was cut. Enemy attack. Chunyu and Tang San's actions finally alerted the remaining few great soul masters, but at this moment, Chunyu had already entered massacre mode. First soul skill. Dragon Tooth Stab. A dragon-shaped phantom charged towards the remaining few like a tank, its terrifying momentum not resembling that of an ordinary soul master at all. Second soul skill. Freeze. Second soul skill. Phantom Stab. However, these great soul masters were not livestock waiting to be slaughtered. They immediately activated their martial souls, and in an instant, various soul skills struck towards Chunyu simultaneously. Yet Dragon Tooth Stab could immunize against all control-type soul skills, and with just one charge, these people fell like dominoes. At the same time, countless blue-silver grasses sprouted from the ground, tightly entangling these individuals. Blue-silver grass? A hint of disdain appeared in the eyes of these great soul masters. How much effectiveness could mere blue-silver grass have? But in the next second, their faces turned extremely pale. They urged the soul power within their bodies, but found themselves unable to break free from the blue-silver grass. Moreover, the edges of these blue-silver grass leaves were covered with sharp barbs, resembling the fangs of a venomous snake, cutting into the skin of these great soul masters and injecting the venom of the mandrake snake into their bodies. This was the first soul skill of Chunyu. The blue-silver grass inherited the toughness and toxins of the mandrake snake, instantly becoming a formidable control-type martial soul. With a fart like smoke, he hypnotized and put them to sleep with the 3 cannons. Immediately after, a round little dog lifted its butt and released a thunderous fart accompanied by yellow smoke. Those great soul masters inhaled the anesthetic smoke and combined with the spreading venom of the mandrake snake in their bodies. They immediately became dizzy and gradually lost their strength to struggle. Chunyu raised the dagger in his hand, wanting to completely eliminate the assassins from the Lord's mansion. But the master stopped him. Xiaoyu, there's no need to rush. Since Mo Tianxing wants to wipe us out, we must return the favor with a grand gift. The master's face was filled with a cold expression. If it weren't for Chunyu and Tang San being more perceptive than their peers, they might have fallen victim to Mo Tianxing's deadly hands today. Although the master was indifferent to life and death, he would not stand by and watch his only disciple being bullied. The death penalty can be avoided, but living punishment is hard to escape. Chunyu continuously struck the backs of these soul masters, and in the next moment, their martial souls unexpectedly flew out uncontrollably. The Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul can upgrade by devouring the essence of soul beasts and the martial souls of soul masters. Since you have delivered yourselves to me, I can't refuse. The Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix opened its mouth wide and swallowed the 9 martial souls in one bite. Ding! Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix devoured the martial souls. Growth reached 9100. Master and Tang San beside him showed extremely astonished expressions. Even Master, who had studied martial souls for decades, was seeing such a bizarre martial soul that could devour others' martial souls for growth for the first time. Ding! The devouring ability of Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix shocked Master and Tang San. Shock value 99. Tang San and Master expressed that they had just witnessed a bizarre situation. Reward: 10 essence of 1,000-year soul beasts. After a long time, Master finally regained his composure, his expression becoming exceptionally serious. Xiaoyu, you must never use the ability of your martial soul in public. Especially be careful of the spirit hall. They will see you as a heretic. At that time, there might not be a place for you in the entire soul master world. Chunyu thought that the master would reject him because of this, but unexpectedly, he received the master's earnest teachings. Master, I understand your meaning. Chapter 29, Return and Nodding. Undercurrents stirring a tall tree in the forest is bound to be brought down by the wind. The spirit hall has always been a sacred place in the hearts of all soul masters in the entire soul master world. And every word and action of the spirit hall naturally influences the direction of the entire soul master community. If Qinyu's talent were to be classified as an anomaly by the Spirit Hall, he would undoubtedly face rejection from the entire Soul Master world, or even be hunted down. Moreover, devouring others' martial souls is against the heavens. Unless they are mortal enemies, in my opinion, it is better not to go too far. Yes, unless someone intends to kill me, I also wouldn't use such methods against them. Qinyu nodded. If no one provokes him, he 1T provoke others. But if someone really wants to deliver goods to his door, Qinyu 1T refuse. Just like this time, Mo Tianxing sent these 10 people to Qinyu, which was exactly for him to earn points. Before leaving, Qinyu casually took out the martial soul of the lone wolf and emptied the soul coins from his body. In the city of Nodding, at the Lord's mansion, Mo Tianxing was sitting across from two people, one of whom was Kuolin, and the other was the deputy lord of Nodding City, Qin Wu. Lord Mo, why did you call me here in such a hurry? Kuolin was worried about the soul fighting competition in 3 days, while Mo Tianxing appeared indifferent. This left Kuolin puzzled. Did Mo Tianxing already have a plan to defeat the enemy? Kuolin, perhaps we 1T need to wait for that ridiculous soul fighting competition. We might have already resolved that big trouble. Mo Tianxing leisurely picked up a cup of tea and began to savor it. What do you mean, Lord Mo? Kuolin was somewhat confused. Did Mo Tianxing intend to stand with the master against him? After all, the master was an elder of the Martial Soul Hall, with a status much more noble than that of a mere academy president. What Lord Mo actually meant was that perhaps this afternoon, news of the Master's death would come from the soul-hunting forest. Qin Wu had planned this assassination, a soul venerable plus 9 great soul masters. Such a powerful assassination team was more than enough to deal with a useless master and 2 little ones without soul rings. Could they not handle 3 old and young people? Furthermore, the recent violent tremors in the soul-hunting forest would make people care little about the lives of the master and his companions, even if their bodies were found. No one would trace it back to Mo Tianxing. At most, it would be said that the master died in a soul beast riot, nothing more. After hearing Qin Wu's plan, Kuolin's expression shifted from shock to a meaningful cold smile. Haha, Lord Mo and Deputy Lord Qin are indeed far-sighted to come up with such a brilliant plan. It seems I've been worrying for nothing. Kuolin, for now on we are all family. Why should we differentiate? He added, by the way, give me 2/3 of the Academy's enrollment quota next year. I need to cultivate a group of elite soul masters to strengthen the power of my Lord's mansion. Mo Tianxing clapped his hands, and dozens of people entered carrying large boxes in pairs. When the boxes opened, dazzling golden light immediately illuminated the entire hall. Each box was filled to the brim with golden soul coins. The enrollment quota is negotiable, Kuolin said, his eyes never leaving the golden soul coins in front of him. And the greedy look in his eyes made Mo Tianxing show a hint of disdain. Report, Lord, something bad has happened. At that moment, a person suddenly burst in at the door, their panicked actions causing a flicker of anger in Mo Tianxing's eyes. Have you lost your mind? What kind of behavior is this? Mo Tianxing coldly snorted and reprimanded. Speak, what is it that has you so flustered? Qin Wu asked lightly. The person took a breath and then said, the assassination plan in the soul-hunting forest may have failed. What? Mo Tianxing suddenly stood up from his seat. With a soul venerable and 9 great soul masters, they couldn't even kill a useless master and 2 little ones without soul rings. Was this a joke? Lord Mo, didn't you just pat your chest and say this matter was nearly certain? Kuolin's face revealed a hint of displeasure. Once the master found out that Mo Tianxing was behind this, the entire Lord's mansion would likely face disaster. More seriously, Kuolin himself would be implicated. Kuolin, don't worry. Until things are certain, let us not panic. Mo Tianxing looked at the person below and said coldly, what exactly happened? Explain it clearly. I'm not too clear on the specifics. I only know that the 3 of them walked out of the forest safely under the protection of the guards. But so far, the lone wolf and his group have not appeared. Afraid. I'm afraid they have. Damn it. Mo Tianxing kicked over the table in front of him. At this point, Mo Tianxing had realized that the lone wolf and their group had likely fallen in the soul-hunting forest, but who was responsible for killing this elite assassination team? Was it the guards of the Martial Soul Hall outside the forest, the soul beasts inside the forest, or had the master and his companions killed these 10 people? Now, what Mo Tianxing was most worried about was whether the identity of the lone wolf and his group had been exposed, and whether the master had already notified the Martial Soul Hall. Gome, immediately seal the city gates and send all spies to guard all major routes. Once someone from the Martial Soul City is found, report immediately. Yes, sir. In an instant, the entire Lord's mansion became unusually lively. In just a short quarter of an hour, over 1,000 people departed from the Lord's mansion, heading straight outside the city. Startling the snake in the grass, Lord Mo. Is this what you call a perfect plan? Kuolin felt immense regret for believing that Mo Tianxing's broken ship could safely sail on. Kuolin, don't be anxious. Not to mention whether the lone wolf and his group have been exposed. Even if they have, we will deny it. And the Martial Soul Hall 1T be able to do anything to us. Moreover, the lone wolf and his people have hardly shown up in the Lord's mansion. And there is no evidence proving they are from our Lord's mansion, so their deaths are actually good for us. Besides, the distance from Martial Soul City to our nodding city is tens of thousands of miles. Even a tidal Douluo would take several days on the road. For us, that is already enough time to do many things. Qin Wu was Mo Tianxing's strategist and was not as furious as Mo Tianxing at this moment. Qin Wu, stop keeping me in suspense. Just say what your plan is. Our only chance to turn the tide lies in this soul fighting competition. As long as during the competition, we can. At this moment, outside Nodding City, Chun Yu and his two companions were slowly walking on the road, looking completely unconcerned. Xiao Yu, Xiao San. This soul fighting competition will definitely not be easy. You need to be mentally prepared. Although the master had some understanding of Chun Yu and Tang San's strength, Mo Tianxing would definitely not give up easily, and might even act more recklessly. Master, don't worry. Mo Tianxing is capable of planning an assassination like this, which shows how dark his heart is. Xiao San and I are already on guard. If I'm not mistaken, Mo Tianxing and Kuolin are probably already plotting another conspiracy. Just go ahead and participate in the competition. Leave the rest to me. Although the master was very reluctant to have any more connections with the Martial Soul Hall. This time, to completely resolve Mo Tianxing and Kuolin, he still had to rely on the power of the Martial Soul Hall. A storm is coming. It seems that Nodding City is about to change. Chen Yu clasped his hands behind his back and said with a feigned solemnity, Chapter 30. The Jester is actually me. In recent days, the atmosphere in Nodding City has been quite turbulent, partly due to the upcoming soul fighting competition, and partly because Mo Tianxing has intensified patrols within the city. It feels as if Nodding City has entered a state of war. Could a small soul fighting competition have such a significant impact? Have you heard? This soul fighting competition is ostensibly an internal conflict within Nodding Academy, but there are shadows of Mo Tianxing, the city lord, behind it. Are you saying that Nodding Academy and the city lord's mansion have teamed up just to deal with those 3 people in Nodding Academy? Are you joking? You don't even know this. The principal of Nodding Academy has been spending all his time in the city lord's mansion, and I've heard that Principal Kuolin's opponent this time is not to be underestimated. It's not just the discussions within the city. Even within Nodding Academy, things are not peaceful. Kuolin has neglected the management of the academy, leading to frequent fighting among students, and the entire Nodding Academy has clearly split into 2 factions. One faction is led by Mo Yuan and Qin Shuang, consisting of noble students, while the other is made up of various working students. Since Chun Yu and Tang San are not present, everyone has chosen Xiao Wu to be their spokesperson. Xiao Wu, my brother Qin Shuang thinks it's a blessing for you to catch his eye. If you're willing to join us now, I can overlook the past. Montak Yuan, with bandages wrapped around his legs and arms, has once again shown his arrogant demeanor. As the saying goes, one forgets the pain once the scars heal. But Mo Yuan has not yet recovered from his injuries and has already forgotten the beating he received before. Montak Yuan, Qin Shvang, do you think Nodding Academy is your family business? This is not the city lord's mansion. You have no right to decide our fate. Xiao Wu has never had much affection for these so-called young masters, especially during this time when Qin Shuang has been bullying the working students in the academy more and more, while the mentors in the academy turn a blind eye. Xiao Wu knows that Nodding Academy has already changed for the worse. Qin Shuang, it seems this girl is quite stubborn. I was being generous by wanting to let her off the hook, but she doesn't appreciate it. Qin Shuang is attentively massaging Mo Yuan's shoulders, wearing a flattering smile. Yes, big brother, you have already given enough face to your little brother. It's this girl who lacks insight. Mo Yuan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Qin Shuang's response. Since that's the case, I won't be polite anymore. Everyone attack. With a command from Mo Yuan, hundreds of people behind him surged forward, surrounding the group of just over 100 working students. The working students' qualifications and strength were already significantly inferior to these people, and with the difference in numbers, the outcome of the fight was already quite clear as it began. First soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu's soul power is not weaker than that of those noble students, and may even be slightly higher. Combined with her first soul skill, she can take on 10 opponents without difficulty. However, Xiao Wu's strength alone is insufficient to change the overall situation. Before long, except for Xiao Wu and a few others, the other working students had all fallen to the ground, wailing in agony. TSK, little girl, I didn't see this coming. You actually possess such strength. This young master can give you another chance to abandon the dark and embrace the light. As long as you deal with the remaining few, I will let you go. Although Xiao Wu is panting heavily, her gaze is exceptionally firm. Bah, I'm still the big sister of the 7th dormitory. You think I would betray my own side? You're simply daydreaming. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Mo Yuan's mouth as he said lightly, Since you are so stubborn, I will fulfill you. Under Mo Yuan's gaze, dozens of people charged towards Xiao Wu simultaneously. No matter how agile Xiao Wu's movements are, she is likely to be outnumbered. Don't you feel ashamed to bully a girl like this? A giant dragon-shaped phantom suddenly appeared at the center of the battlefield, accompanied by a loud dragon roar, sending the dozens of attackers flying. First soul skill, Dragon Tooth Thrust. Crack! The bodies of those dozens of people were sent flying into the air, crashing heavily to the ground, the continuous dull thuds sounding like strikes against Mo Yuan's heart. Chinyu, you're not dead? But what terrified Mo Yuan even more was the figure wrapped in the soul skill. It was Chinyu who had once broken his legs and crippled his hands. The voice of Chinyu is the source of Mo Yuan's nightmares every night. Death. What a joke. I will definitely live longer than you. Chinyu waved his hand, and the dragon-shaped phantom on his body split into dozens of sharp soul power arrows, once again severely injuring dozens of people. At the same time, countless blue silver grasses suddenly emerged from beneath the feet of the crowd, binding nearly 100 people, including Mo Yuan, like meat dumplings. Moreover, the sharp grass leaves had already cut through these people's skin, and the paralyzing effect of the mandala snake's poison had gradually seeped into each person's blood. Bang bang. These people fell one after another as if they were drunk, and behind them, Tang San, with a cold expression, walked step by step towards Mo Yuan. It was he who kept threatening Xiao Wu. Just as Mo Yuan was about to plead for mercy, he was met with a merciless slap from Tang San. The force of the slap was so great that Mo Yuan's body spun several times on the spot. How could such a satisfying act of slapping someone in the face not include me? Chinyu slapped Mo Yuan's other cheek with a backhand, causing Mo Yuan to be lifted off the ground. At this moment, Mo Yuan felt like crying but had no tears. With only one thought in his mind, after showing off for so long, it turned out that the fool was me. Seeing Mo Yuan lying on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head, the remaining noble students hurriedly scattered in all directions. Ding! The majestic demeanor shocked the noble students. With the number of shocked individuals exceeding 500, an average shock value of 99, doubling the shock reward and increasing soul power by 2 levels. At this moment, Chinyu's soul power had reached level 19, just one step away from breaking through to a level 20 Grand Soul Master. Just then, a voice filled with anger shouted from outside the square. You bold brat, how dare you commit violence and harm others in broad daylight? Have you eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard? Chinyu didn't even look back, a faint smirk of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth, and he even stepped his foot on Mo Yuan's head. Yes, it was me who did it. Mo Tianxing, what can you do about it? Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Just now, compared to Chinyu, Mo Yuan's behavior was simply pathetic. Chinyu wants to make it clear that he is not afraid of you, Mo Tianxing, and that he will step on your son right in front of you. This is the way I, Chinyu, do things. If you're not satisfied, come and bite me. Insolent. Mo Tianxing's eyes turned bloodshot with anger, and he was about to make a move when Qin Wu firmly stopped him. Don't be impulsive. Be careful of traps. But the next second, Qin Wu couldn't hold back either, as Chinyu dragged the lifeless Qin Shuang to his feet, with one foot stepping on Qin Shuang's head. You little beast. You're seeking death. Chapitre 31. Démon Léopard Leon, Blood Blad Yuan Rui. Hey, I'm telling you, 2 old geezers, your ages combined exceed 100 years. Yet you're still so impulsive. I warn you, my foot strength knows no bounds. If you scare me, I might accidentally turn your 2 precious sons' heads into a mess like watermelons. Chinyu spoke while slightly exerting force with his feet, causing Mo Yuan and Qin Shuang's heads to sink down a bit. Although the 2 struggled with all their might, Chinyu's legs were as if rooted to the ground, unmoving. Stop. You must hold back your strength. In an instant, Mo Tianxing and Qin Wu, who had initially looked like they were going to devour Chinyu, changed their expressions to one of utmost humility. After all, They only had this one child, and they dared not risk their son's life. Ding. Intentionally provoking Mo Tianxing and Qin Wu. Their bold actions shocked the onlookers, rewarding Qin Yu with an increase of 50 years to the duration of his first soul ring. After several accumulations, Qin Yu's first soul ring was now infinitely close to 1,500 years, which was significantly stronger than the third soul rings of most soul masters. That's right. If you had submitted earlier, I could have felt more at ease. Qin Yu withdrew some strength. And it was only then that Mo Yuan and Qin Shuang had the chance to lift their heads and catch their breath. This little beast, I must skin him alive. Mo Tianxing had already sentenced Qin Yu to death in his heart. As long as there was an opportunity, he would personally take action, slicing off pieces of Qin Yu's flesh to relieve the hatred in his heart. Qin Yu, this is Nodding Academy. If you still acknowledge yourself as a member of Nodding Academy, then let Mo Yuan and Qin Shuang go. At this moment, Kulin also arrived at the scene. Seeing the noble students sprawled on the ground in disarray, a flicker of anger passed through Kulin's eyes. Qin Yu and Tang San's actions undoubtedly put Director Kulin in a difficult position. If this gets out, the reputation of Nodding Academy will be ruined because of him. Hee. Director Kulin, now you remember that you are the director of Nodding Academy. But when we work-study students were bullied before, why didn't you stand up for justice? Qin Yu sarcastically remarked, which made Kulin's face alternate between pale and flushed, looking quite awkward. However, you just said something that was correct. Qin Yu, am still a member of Nodding Academy. You see, I am much clearer about my own identity than you, the esteemed dean. The subtext of Qin Yu's words is that you, Kulin, have forgotten the original purpose of Nodding Academy and are colluding with Mo Tianxing. Don't forget that you are the principal of Nodding Academy, not his dog, Mo Tianxing. Two little dogs, go back. Dust Feather kicked Mo Yuan and Qin Shuang to the feet of Mo Tianxing and Qin Wu. I'm going to kill you. Qin Wu could no longer contain the fury inside him, and a massive yak martial soul suddenly appeared behind him, with 4 soul rings releasing an astonishing sense of pressure. Martial Soul, Snow Domain Wild Bull, 4-ring battle soul sect. As the deputy city lord of Nodding City, Qin Wu indeed had some strength. However, there was not a trace of panic on Dust Feather's face. Instead, he crossed his arms and looked like he was enjoying the show. TSK. As expected of the deputy city lord, actually wanting to take action against a mere soul master like me. It seems the deputy city lord really wants to handle everything personally. You all should feel honored to have such a deputy city lord. At this moment, quite a few people had gathered outside Nodding Academy, and even Mo Tianxing was unclear why so many people had suddenly amassed to watch. Seeing the disdainful expressions on the faces of the crowd, Qin Wu couldn't help but retract his martial soul. The deputy city lord had his own stature. Attacking Dust Feather now would undoubtedly affect Qin Wu's prestige and face, and as a high-ranking individual, maintaining one's face was of utmost importance. Qin Wu could not afford to lose face. As for why so many people were gathered outside Nodding Academy, it largely depended on the work-study students inside the academy. It was not uncommon for work-study students to take jobs outside the academy in various industries. Before this, Tang San had instructed these students to spread the news about the soul fighting competition, and sure enough, it attracted so many spectators today. Cunning little brat. Now it's not easy for me to act. Tang San's move was meant to restrain Mo Tianxing and Qin Wu, as long as they did not take action. This soul fighting competition would have many fewer uncertain factors. Principal Kulin, let us get started. Mo Tianxing, with a gloomy face, took the lead to walk toward the audience. This move made Dust Feather secretly breathe a sigh of relief. If Mo Tianxing had disregarded his reputation and really acted against Dust Feather would have had to use his trump card to barely save his life. Fortunately, Mo Tianxing had some reservations, which meant Dust Feather and Tang San had won this bet. However, the cold gaze from Mo Tianxing felt like a silent threat. This soul fighting competition was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. As hundreds of students were carried off, the originally chaotic square became spacious again. Xiao San, Xiao Yu, you must be careful. Before going on stage, Xiao Wu gave Dust Feather and Tang San a gesture of encouragement, and they both smiled in response. Although they still did not know what tricks Mo Tianxing and Kulin were up to, as long as their opponents did not exceed the Spirit Master level. Dust Feather and Tang San were confident they could win this soul fighting competition. But at that moment, a clear gasp came from the crowd. Look, aren't those two the right and left arms of City Lord Mo? But why are they wearing Nodding Academy's attire? Qin Yu looked ahead, and, without knowing when, their opponents had already stood on the square. Judging from the soul power fluctuations emanating from these two, they far exceeded the level of a great soul master. Two soul ancestors, they really think highly of us. Chen Yu and Tang sent exchanged glances, both seeing the cautious look in each other's eyes. The Soul Emperor and the Soul Master were a whole major level apart, and from the very beginning this soul battle was anything but fair. The crowd watching from the outside began to murmur. Mo Leopard Lu Hong and Bloodblade Yuan Rui were both bloodthirsty maniacs. This was not a soul battle at all, but clearly a one-sided slaughter. Wasn't this supposed to be an internal soul battle of Nodding Academy? These two had nothing to do with Nodding Academy. How could they replace Koolan in battle? It was outright bullying. Unfair. Yes, unfair. For a time, voices questioning the fairness of the soul battle rose and fell, even drowning out Koolan's voice. Everyone quiet down. In the end, it was Mo Tianxing who spoke up, his voice, infused with soul power, thundered and instantly suppressed the protests from outside. You may not be aware, but although Lu Hong and Yuan Rui are two leaders of my City Lord's mansion, they were both graduates of Nodding Academy before this. You can verify this with Dean Koolan. Is it not acceptable for former students to fight on behalf of the Academy? Mo Tianxing's words made the crowd quiet down. This did seem to make some sense. However, Chun Yu casually said at this moment, yes, anyway, whether they are graduates of Nodding Academy or not is something that Dean Koolan can confirm with just a stroke of the pen. So there's no need for everyone to get hung up on this matter. I believe Dean Koolan is a person of professional ethics, right? Dean Koolan? Chapter 32, Soul Master versus Soul Emperor, Part 1. At first glance, Chen Yu's words seemed to be defending Koolan, but upon closer inspection, they held deeper meaning. On one hand, Chen Yu pointed out that the identities of the demon leopard Lu Hong and the blood blade Yuan Rui were extremely easy to forge. On the other hand, he placed Koolan at the center of public opinion. If it were later discovered that Lu Hong and Yuan Rui were not graduates of Nodding Academy, Koolan would lose all face and would likely have no place in Nodding City from then on. Naturally, Koolan would never engage in such despicable acts. However, Koolan had to reluctantly go along with this lie. As long as Lu Hong and Yuan Rui could defeat Chen Yu in this match, all problems would be easily resolved. Conversely, both Koolan and Mo Tianxing would find themselves in a very difficult situation. So it was you two little brats that were giving the City Lord a headache. Let me see if you really have 3 heads and 6 arms. The demon leopard, Lu Hong, wore a look of disdain. A mere soul master could be crushed by his finger. To him, this soul battle was nothing more than a child's play. He wouldn't dare claim to have 3 heads and 6 arms, but you two misfits were certainly not worthy. Chen Yu retorted without hesitation, causing both Lu Hong and Yuan Rui to change their expressions. Heh, are the youngsters this arrogant now? Old Yuan, are you going or should I? Lu Hong snorted coldly, his fingers slowly clenching as an astonishing wave of soul power surged. It seems you can't wait, so let these 2 kids see the terror of the demon leopard. Yuan Rui stepped back, clearly no longer intending to take action. But this isn't Yuan Rui's fault. How could 2 mere soul masters possibly be a match for a soul emperor? Ha, just 1 round, and I can take care of these 2 kids. As Lu Hong clashed his fists, the powerful soul power caused the surrounding air to tremble slightly. From beneath his feet, 3 soul rings rose one by one. A pitch-black demon leopard soul beast leaped up, its sharp claws leaving deep marks on the ground. 1 round? This uncle is overestimating himself too much. Chen Yu took a deep breath, and with Tang San on the left and right, they subtly formed a pincer attack surrounding Lu Hong. We can make a bet. If you can't defeat both of us in 1 round, you'll have to bark like a dog 3 times. At this moment, Chen Yu had not yet unleashed his martial soul, deliberately digging a pit for Lu Hong to jump into. You are quite confident, aren't you? Well then, if I can't defeat both of you within 1 round, I will automatically concede. As expected, Lu Hong foolishly took the bait. It seems he is still unaware that his fellow soul master, the lone wolf, had actually fallen to Chen Yu. If he knew this, Lu Hong probably wouldn't be so relaxed right now. You said it yourself, don't go back on your word. Chen Yu suddenly kicked the ground, causing several cracks to burst open in the hard stone tiles. And at that moment, the majestic aura of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix, martial soul, enveloped the entire arena. What a terrifying martial soul pressure. Not only Lu Hong and Yuan Rui, even Mo Tianxing and the others suddenly stood up, their faces no longer showing any disdain, but instead replaced by deep shock. Ding! The Dragon Phoenix appeared, shocking the whole venue, with a shock value of 99, and rewarding a 10-fold amplification voucher for martial soul pressure. 10-fold amplification voucher for martial soul pressure. After use. The Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul pressure will be amplified tenfold for 10 seconds. Chen naturally would not save the amplification voucher. When he was only 3 meters away from Lu Hong, he immediately clicked to use it. In an instant, Lu Hong felt a sudden increase in the pressure bearing down on him, and even the soul power surging within him came to a momentary halt. The magic leopard martial soul immediately weakened to the extreme. Moreover, the soul ring that had just lit up on Lu Hong's body dimmed. But there was no sign of interruption in Chun Yu's soul skill. First soul skill, Dragon Tooth Stab. Amid the high-pitched dragon roar mixed with the magic leopard's wail, everyone saw Lu Hong being knocked away like a piece of wood by Chun Yu's soul skill. Immediately after, several strands of blue-silver grass suddenly grew from the ground, tightly binding Lu Hong's limbs. At this moment, Tang Sen also used his first soul skill. First soul skill, Bind. The magic leopard martial soul is an agile attack type, so its defensive power is naturally quite ordinary. The sharp edges of the blue-silver grass cut into Lu Hong's skin, and the toxin of the mandala snake quickly invaded his body. The paralysis effect instantly made Lu Hong's head feel a bit dizzy. Chen Yu's killing move was already upon him. Bone cutting. The sharp blade of the blood-striped, bloodthirsty dagger rushed straight for Lu Hong's heart, but halfway there, it was suddenly blocked by a blood-colored long sword. It turned out to be Yuan Rue stepping in, and this blood sword was his martial soul, the bloodthirsty sword. Oh, are you in a hurry? It's a pity that you will never know what kind of terrifying opponent you are facing. Chen Yu seemed to have anticipated that Yuan Rue would intervene, showing no surprise on his face. At that moment, the Chen Yu in front of Yuan Rue suddenly quivered slightly and disappeared from his sight. The 7-star ghost steps Yaoguang. What Yuan Rue intercepted was actually a clone created by the 7-star ghost steps, while Chen Yu's real body had already arrived beneath Lu Hong. At the same time, the dragon-shaped phantom formed by the Dragon Tooth Stab had raised its sharp dragon horn, aiming at Lu Hong's back. The Dragon Tooth Stab not only granted Chen Yu exceptional breakthrough ability, but this dragon horn was the strongest attack move of the Dragon Tooth Stab. Not good. Yuan Rue's third soul ring, also a 1,000-year soul ring, suddenly lit up, and an astonishing sword light over 10 feet long erupted from the bloodthirsty sword. Third soul skill. Bloodthirsty Sword Slash. When the third soul skill faced off against the first soul skill, anyone could predict the outcome. However, Yuan Rue's sword not only failed to easily cleave through Chun Yu's soul skill, but was gradually pushed back by the soaring dragon shadow. This is impossible. Ding! The Dragon Tooth Stab defeated the bloodthirsty Sword Slash. The soul skill competition shocked value 99. Soul ring age increased by 100 years. With another 100 years added to the soul ring's age, the power of the Dragon Tooth Stab surged even higher, and Yuan Rue could no longer suppress Chun Yu's stabbing force. The reason was simple. Although Yuan Rue's third soul ring was also a 1,000-year soul ring, it was taken from a sword-stabbing beast that had just broken through the 1,000-year mark, which was a full 600 years less than Chun Yu's horned dragon python soul ring. Don't underestimate these 600 years. This was a 60% increase in the age value compared to Yuan Rue's soul ring. Converted into soul skill power, it was also about 60% stronger. Although there was still a certain distance in soul power levels between Yuan Rue and Chun Yu, the gap in the power of their soul rings perfectly compensated for a part of the difference in soul power. Given all these conditions, Chun Yu was able to withstand Yuan Rue's third soul skill without falling behind. Zhuge crossbow. Tang Sen did not stand by and watch. He produced a specially made metal hand crossbow. Dozens of cold rays shot out from the crossbow, covering both Yuan Rue and Lu Hong within the attack range of the Zhuge crossbow. At that critical moment, Lu Hong reached into his bosom and took out a crimson pill, swallowing it without hesitation. In an instant, a rich blood-colored mist burst forth from Lu Hong's body, and simultaneously, his soul power rapidly expanded at a visible rate as if he had consumed some potent medicine. Third soul skill, 100 Leopard Instant Kill. Chapter 33. Soul Master vs. Soul Sovereign. Part 2. The Magic Leopard Martial Soul, originally suppressed by the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix Martial Soul, revealed special dark red patterns on its black body, looking as if it had changed its fur. Moreover, the Magic Leopard Martial Soul seemed to ignore the intimidation for the Dragon Phoenix Martial Soul, its eyes containing an astonishing madness. Nearly 100 identical Magic Leopard Martial Souls rushed in all directions, and the blue-silver grass that had tightly bound Lu Hong's limbs was cut off by the flowing light transformed from the Magic Leopard. Soul Transformation Pill. Kuei-lan knew that Mo Tianqing possessed the crafting method for this evil pill. The soul transformation pill could increase the user's martial soul power several times or even dozens of times in a short period. But the side effects of this pill were also quite evident. This pill was based on overextending the potential of the soul master. Once the effect wore off, the user's soul power would plummet by a significant realm. Just like Lu Hong, after today's battle, regardless of winning or losing, his soul power would drop to the great soul master level. And this was Lu Hong's last desperate measure. Although he had possessed this soul transformation pill for nearly 10 years, he had never used such a life-threatening pill. But today, facing merely two little guys with soul power in their teens, Lu Hong was forced to swallow the soul transformation pill. Although Lu Hong's soul power had reached a level comparable to that of a soul king, he could not feel any joy. Shame. All Lu Hong felt was profound shame. But who could have thought that Chun Yu's first soul skill was even stronger than the third soul skill of a soul sovereign expert? This was quite absurd. It was likely that such an unconventional soul master would not appear in the soul master world for centuries. Ding ding. The crossbow arrows fired by the Zhuge crossbow were also broken, as if no power could approach within 10 meters of Lu Hong. Soul transformation pill. Yuan Rui and Lu Hong had known each other for decades, and he did not expect Lu Hong to choose such a method to deal with the current situation. At Lu Hong's current age, it was nearly impossible for him to cultivate back to soul sovereign, meaning that Lu Hong would henceforth be half a waste. Damn it! Yuan Rui practiced swinging his bloodthirsty sword martial soul, and in a fit of rage, he managed to suppress Chun Yu's dragon tooth stab once again. Xiao San, it's time. With a tug of her finger, a translucent thread that had somehow wrapped around Lu Hong's arm appeared, while the other end was firmly held in Tang San's hand. Xianbing's silkworm silk, not only capable of serving as the bowstring for the Zhuge Divine crossbow, was also incredibly sharp. With just a slight effort, the fine Xianbing silkworm silk easily severed Lu Hong's arms. Blinding blood splattered everywhere. This scene happened so suddenly that even Lu Hong himself felt nothing as his arms vanished without a trace. What kind of technique is this? In just one move, the situation reversed again, and the originally high-spirited Lu Hong was rendered useless by a single strike from Chen Yu. It should be noted that Lu Hong believed that he had not yet unleashed his full strength since taking the lower transformation soul pill, only to become a useless person, which left Mo Tianqing somewhat bewildered. Ding. One move to incapacitate a soul sovereign. Average shock value 99. Reward. 1 10,000-year soul ring. A 10,000-year soul ring. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. With his current strength, he was no match for a 10,000-year soul beast. If his soul power reached level 20, could he absorb this 10,000-year soul ring at the second soul ring? The thought of a 10,000-year second soul ring was exciting. But now was not the time to think about such things. Lu Hong. Yuan Rui was caught off guard and was sent flying dozens of meters by a collision with Chun Yu. But when exactly did Lu Hong fall into a trap? This question troubled not only Mo Tianqing, but also all the onlookers. It turned out that the Xianbing silkworm silk was hidden within Tang San's first soul skill. From the very beginning, Tang San knew that with his first soul skill, he could not control a soul respect for long. So the entanglement of the blue-silver grass was merely a distraction. The real killing move was this inconspicuous Xianbing silkworm silk. Losing both arms and a significant amount of blood, Lu Hong's vision darkened, and his body fell straight back. A dignified soul respect, outsmarted by two 6-year-old children. This was not just a matter of negligence, but more importantly, Chen Yu and Tang San had already planned every step before the match. This level of cunning even made Qin Wu gasp in astonishment. At this moment, Qin Wu inexplicably developed a strange thought. Perhaps Chen Yu and the others had planned to agree to this soul battle from the very beginning. If that were the case, then all the plans I designed earlier might. At this time, Qin Wu's mind raced, and he even pulled back slightly from Mo Tianqing. It seemed I needed to prepare an escape route in advance. On the field, Chen Yu casually glanced at Lu Hong and Yuan Rui. Previously, they had been praised so highly, but now it seemed that seeing was not as good as hearing the name. A single light phrase from Chen Yu almost made Yuan Rui spit out a mouthful of old blood. The soul masters who died at their hands numbered at least 250, if not 300, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were blood-soaked. Yet, these two madmen, due to their negligence from the very start, ended up with one seriously injured and the other lightly injured. From now on, in Nodding City, the names of Demon Leopard Lu Hong and Bloodblade Yuan Rui would become two huge jokes. Even Mo Tianqing would no longer be able to reuse them. Then let them die together. Yuan Rui had no intention of surrendering. He took out a soul transformation pill and swallowed it without hesitation, having learned from Lu Hong's lesson. A sharp edge, accompanied by an astonishing momentum, surged forth. Even the crowd watching from hundreds of meters away felt their clothes cut by the spreading sword energy. Bloodblade Yuan Rui had gone mad. Everyone quickly get back. In an instant, everyone retreated in panic, while Chen Yu and Tang San, at the center of the attack, could only frantically dodge under the pressure of the terrifying sword energy. Yuan Rui had completely lost his mind. The thick bloodlight on his bloodthirsty sword continuously devoured the remnants of Lu Hong's blood on the ground. The more blood he absorbed, the stronger the power of his bloodthirsty sword martial soul became, relying on the ability to enhance his martial soul's power by devouring blood. This guy's weapon martial soul was indeed peculiar. Chen Yu furrowed his brows slightly. Even with the 7-star ghost steps, he couldn't completely evade the dense sword energy surrounding him, and more sword energy was continuously gathering towards him and Tang San. If this continued, both Chen Yu and Tang San would surely be torn apart. In such a tense atmosphere, one person stood out as out of place, and that was Mo Tianqing. Good. He had originally lost all hope, but seeing Yuan Rui's reckless attacks, he clapped his hands in delight. It seemed that, besides himself, all his subordinates were merely pawns that could be sacrificed at any moment. Mo Tianqing's actions only deepened Qin Wu's sense of rejection. Montak Tianxing. It's not that I want to betray you. It's just that you aren't worth anyone risking their life for you. Chapter 34. Fish dead. Net broken. More importantly, Qin Wu had just received a piece of information. The content of the intel was simple. Just one sentence. The Soul Saint of the Spirit Hall has arrived in Nodding City. The fact that the powerful figures of the Spirit Hall had arrived in Nodding City so quickly left Qin Wu silently astonished. It seemed that the master was not just a name-dropper, but had probably informed the Spirit Hall long before this. Otherwise, even a Soul Saint would take at least 10 days to travel from the Spirit Hall to Nodding City. And this soul fighting competition was not the last chance for Mo Tianqing and him, but rather, it signaled the tolling of the bell leading them to their doom. Qin Wu was a smart man, and certainly would not stay on Mo Tianqing's sinking ship. For someone like Qin Wu, there are no eternal friends, no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. If necessary, he could even sacrifice his only son. Compared to Mo Tianqing, Qin Wu had more of the potential of a hero. When those two little guys could no longer withstand Yuan Rui, I will make my move. This way, I can be seen as having switched sides. Qin Wu observed the situation on the field, which was almost entirely leaning towards Yuan Rui, quietly waiting for the best opportunity to arrive. Second soul skill, all rivers run into the sea. Thousands of tiny sword shadows, only an inch long, shot out rapidly from Yuan Rui, making him look like a human porcupine. These countless sword shadows converged, forming a special long river, its magnificent momentum making the onlookers gasp for breath. Is this the true power of Bloodblade Yuan Rui? Truly terrifying. Everyone began to worry for Chen Yu and Tang San, who were standing beneath the Blood Sword River. Once these countless sword shadows fell, even a soul zone would not dare to directly confront them, let alone two little soul masters who had only just obtained their first soul rings. In the face of absolute power, your so-called strategies were just foolish jokes. Today, let you know what it means to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Yuan Rui waved his bloodthirsty sword, and the blood-colored river surged violently. The sword energy spreading out continuously, leaving deep sword marks on the ground. Yet, Chen Yu and Tang San did not retreat a single step. Instead, they both stepped forward. First soul skill, Dragon Tooth Thrust. First soul skill, Bind. A dragon shadow was wrapped in countless blue silvergrasses, looking like it was wearing a special blue silvergrass armor. This was a unique application of the first soul skill of blue silvergrass that Tang San had discovered himself. Bind could be a powerful control system soul skill to restrain opponents, or it could become a tough defensive shield to protect companions. The transition between offense and defense was just a thought away for Tang San. Is this a martial soul combination technique? The master, standing among the crowd, was taken aback. He hadn't expected that after merely mentioning martial soul combination techniques to Tang San and the others, they had managed to master this ability in such a short time. This was not just a question of talent. It was about whether two people could connect their thoughts. Although martial soul combination techniques and martial soul fusion techniques differ by just one word, the power of the former is only 1/3 of the latter. Martial soul combination techniques combine two or more soul skills, while martial soul fusion techniques merged two martial souls into one. This is a fundamental difference. The dragon shadow wrapped in blue silvergrass armor before him was the result of a martial soul combination technique. However, the relaxed expression on the master's face lasted only a moment before being replaced by deep concern. Even if Chun Yu and the others successfully executed a martial soul combination technique, they were facing an extraordinary opponent. After consuming the soul transformation pill, Yuan Rui's strength could rival that of a true soul king. Whether a martial soul combination technique that only fused two first soul rings could withstand Yuan Rui's assault was still uncertain. Crack! Two completely different energies collided, and the terrifying shockwave almost obliterated the entire plaza, while Chun Yu and the others caught in the middle were instantly covered by thick dust. Continuous sounds of rocks shattering echoed, and soon after, the somewhat disheveled figures of Chun Yu and Tang Xin burst out. Both were somewhat injured, especially Chun Yu, whose arm was dripping with bright red blood. Did we win? Mo Tianxing, seeing this scene, had his eyes light up with astonishment. But that joy quickly froze on his face. Although Yuan Rui had repelled Chun Yu and Tang San, his chest had been pierced through by the sharp dragon horn, leaving a gaping blood hole the size of a bowl. Cough, cough. Yuan Rui kept coughing up bright red blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. Having taken the soul transformation pill, he was actually defeated by two little guys working together, and in a head-on clash, they had shattered Yuan Rui's second soul skill. Did Chun Yu and the others hide their strength before this? But only Chun Yu knew that, in fact. That last round of hard fighting was a loss for him and Tang San. If it hadn't been for the sudden slight tremor of the heaven-punishing, God-slaying, sword martial soul within Chun Yu at the last moment, disrupting the soul power gathered within Yuan Rui's bloodthirsty, sword martial soul, then Chun Yu and Tang San would not have merely suffered minor injuries. Ding! Et a vida injuring Yuan Hui. Reward. First soul ring age increased by 50 years. Even Yuan Rui was defeated. This originally suspense-free soul fighting competition ended up with the two little guys laughing until the end. Talents emerge in every generation. Mo Tianxing and Kuei Lan have probably hit a wall this time. A mere soul master actually managed to defeat two soul zones. Today, I have witnessed what true genius is. In the crowd, jeers and mockery resounded endlessly, which reached Mo Tianxing and Kuei Lan's ears, causing their expressions to turn extremely grim. Yuan Hui, what are you waiting for? Mo Tianxing shouted angrily, and Yuan Rui once again pulled out a soul transformation pill. It turned out that the leaders under Mo Tianxing actually carried two soul transformation pills. Taking one had already given Yuan Rui strength comparable to a soul king, and if he took another, his power would likely reach a terrifying level. However, taking two soul transformation pills in succession would also lead to the end of Yuan Rui's life. This time, he would exhaust all his energy. It could be said that even if Chun Yu did not make a move, Yuan Rui would not survive for half a minute. Half a minute was enough for the dying Yuan Rui to do many things. Kid, come and die with me. Yuan Rui, disregarding the bleeding wounds on his body, unleashed a series of bold and powerful moves that pushed Chun Yu and Tang San into a desperate situation. This last-ditch counterattack from Yuan Rui was indeed exceptionally fierce. Do you want to drag me down with you? Unfortunately, you forgot that a crazed bear cannot catch a nimble little fox. If you want to touch even the corner of my clothes, you might as well train for another 100 years. 7-star Ghost Steps. Chapter 35. Losing the way and gaining little help. Chun Yu and Tang San slipped away like two loaches, while Yuan Rui's direct attacks couldn't hit either of them, instead causing his own body to collapse at an even faster rate. What a fool. Mo Tianxing realized that Chun Yu intended to exhaust Yuan Rui to death, but Yuan Rui was completely unaware. The longer the time dragged on, the weaker Yuan Rui's vitality became. It wouldn't be long before he died from the depletion of his energy. Those two damn guys, do they really want me to take action myself? Once Mo Tianxing personally intervened, he would lose the support of the majority, which was the only thing he feared. However, if Chun Yu and the others won this soul battle, Mo Tianxing's future days wouldn't be easy either. Although few knew about the assassination incident in the soul hunting forest, there's no wall that doesn't have cracks. If this matter got out, Mo Tianxing's good days would likely come to an end. Today, these two kids, along with that master, must die. Mo Tianxing gestured to Qin Wu with his hands, who understood and quietly turned to leave. A direct attack is easy to avoid, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. I don't believe you can escape the hidden arrows. Mo Tianxing had long since planted dozens of assassins among the crowd, which was his final insurance, aimed at dealing with the current situation. But Chen Yu and Tang San were completely unaware of all this. Third soul skill, bloodthirsty sword slash. In the final moment, Yuan Rui's flesh suddenly shriveled, and his long hair fell out, making him look like a human skeleton. The last sword strike he delivered was immensely powerful, splitting the entire square in half with a 10-zhong-long blood-red sword light. Although Chen Yu and Tang San managed to avoid the direct attack of this sword, they couldn't completely escape the scattered sword energy. In an instant, nearly 100 varying depths of wounds appeared on Chen Yu and Tang San's bodies, and then both of them fell heavily to the ground. Dust Feather spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly having suffered significant internal injuries. I refuse to accept this. As Yuan Rui delivered his final sword strike, his body dissipated like sand in the wind, and his last words were filled with deep unwillingness. Now, while everyone's attention was focused on the fallen Yuan Rui, Mo Tianxing suddenly pointed to the sky, and his soul force condensed into a special pattern. This pattern resembled a fierce scorpion, identical to Mo Tianxing's martial soul. The meaning of this signal was clear: attack immediately and eliminate the target. However, none of the hidden assassins in the crowd acted, which caused Mo Tianxing's face to turn pale. What's going on? Did Qin Wu forget to arrange for the assassins? On the other side, in a deserted corner of the street, dozens of corpses were piled haphazardly. These were the assassins arranged by Qin Wu, all of whom had been handled by Qin Wu himself. Mo Tianxing, if you want to seek death, don't drag me down with you. Mo Tianxing's abrupt action naturally attracted a lot of attention, especially Master, who immediately rushed out from the crowd to protect Dust Feather and Tang San behind him. Mo Tianxing, what exactly do you want to do? Master said coldly, showing no sign of fear due to Mo Tianxing's strength and status. Humph. Since things have come to this point, I have nothing to hide. Since you don't want me to live, let's all perish together. From a moment Mo Tianxing realized the assassins weren't acting according to plan. He knew that everything had completely spiraled out of control. Mo Tianxing had reached the edge of a cliff, with no way to advance or retreat. Martial Soul Manifestation. The poison tail, giant scorpion, martial soul, immediately attached to Mo Tianxing, and his body underwent a dramatic transformation in the blink of an eye. A pair of giant pincers replaced Mo Tianxing's arms, and protruding vertebrae caused his height to nearly double. Strangely, a black scorpion tail over 3 meters long grew from behind Mo Tianxing. The sharp tail hook dripped with highly corrosive venom. Before long, a half-human, half-scorpion monster appeared before everyone, representing Mo Tianxing's strongest attack form. Third soul skill, Poison Scorpion Tail Stab. Mo Tianxing wasted no time and instantly activated this soul skill. The originally 3-meter-long scorpion tail, extending several times in length again, combined with an attack speed as fast as lightning, leaving the crowd seeing countless afterimages. Abyssal Demon Eye, Purple Extreme Demon Eye. But in the eyes of Dust Feather and Tang San, they could easily capture the trajectory of Mo Tianxing's scorpion tail attack. With the clever footwork of the 7-star ghost steps, Mo Tianxing's scorpion tail attack couldn't touch Dust Feather at all. Mo Tianxing thought, are you two grasshoppers? Why are you so agile? Moreover, having just gone through 2 fierce battles, Dust Feather and Tang San showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Is this the fighting power that a mere soul master can possess? Ding! The sustained fighting power shocked Mo Tianxing, earning him a immobilization talisman. The immobilization talisman, when used, can freeze the opponent for 3 seconds, during which they cannot use any soul skills, and this effect ignores soul power differences. Montak Tianxing. It seems the dogs you raised are not very capable. I haven't even used my full strength, and they're already done for. Chen Yu dodged Mo Tianxing's fierce attacks while continuously mocking him. The dog has lost, and the one who raised the dog has come to the stage himself. Montak Tianxing. It seems you have quite a murderous intent towards us. Unfortunately, even you won't be able to touch a single finger of mine today. If you don't believe me, let us make a bet. The incessant chatter of Chen Yu made Mo Tianxing feel even more disgusted. Buzzing. 5th soul skill, Scorpion's Venomous Miasma. Mo Tianxing opened his mouth and unleashed a large amount of black poisonous gas. The moment this toxic mist came into contact with the hard stones on the ground, they unexpectedly turned into powder without any warning. What a fierce poison. Cheney and Tang San both felt a tightness in their hearts. The scorpion poison on Mo Tianxing could rank at least among the top 100 of the myriad poisons of the Tang sect. Back then, Mo Tianxing relied on this fifth soul skill to defeat numerous challengers and secure the position of City Lord. Yet, even Mo Tianxing himself never expected that one day he would use his strongest soul skill against two little guys with soul power in their teens. Mo Tianxing, it seems you are scared out of your wits, to the point of not daring to accept a challenge from a mere soul master like me. Challenge? Ha! What a joke. Today, I'm not here to defeat you. I'm here to kill you. Any so-called challenge means nothing to me. Mo Tianxing's back bulged with several lumps, as if something were about to grow out from them. Chapter 36. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Fourth soul skill. Scorpion 8 stings. 8 sharp legs suddenly extended from these lumps, looking just like the abdominal legs of Scorpion. Moreover, these 8 legs were as agile as Mo Tianxing's 8 arms. In an instant, Cheney and Tang San were forced to retreat repeatedly, unable to completely evade the continuous attacks of these 10 arms, even with the 7-star ghost steps. First soul skill bind. Several blue-silver grasses suddenly wrapped around Mo Tianxing's arms and tail. But the blue-silver grass, reinforced by the mandala snake soul, ring surprisingly couldn't restrain Mo Tianxing for even half a second. Oof. An ant shaking a tree. With just a wave of his arm, the blue-silver grass on him was easily broken. At the same time, Cheney suddenly discovered that the ground beneath his feet had turned into a swamp, and his feet sank into it, making it difficult to break free. Moreover, there was an inexplicable force in the swamp that continuously pulled Cheney's body downward. This was Mo Tianxing's second soul skill, Black Abyss Swamp. Once the opponent fell into it, even soul masters of the same level would find it hard to escape. It could be said to be an alternative restrictive soul skill. You can all die. Mo Tianxing sneered coldly, exerting strength in his legs, his massive body leaping directly into the air, with his giant pincers and sharp legs acting as the most lethal weapons, stabbing directly at Cheney and Tang San. At the same time, the poisonous mist surging from Mo Tianxing was about to envelop Cheney and Tang San. It seemed that Cheney and the others had nowhere to retreat. Is that so? But I don't think so. Cheney lifted her small face, and instead of showing any signs of panic, she revealed a meaningful smile. This smile made Mo Tianxing feel quite uneasy. How could a little soul master make a powerful soul king feel such an unsettling premonition? It seemed impossible. But the reality was indeed so, as a special glow suddenly emerged from Chenyu's hand, and Mo Tianxing's body became uncontrollable, collapsing to the ground. Perhaps due to being top-heavy, Mo Tianxing ended up with his head down and feet up, most of his body buried in the ground. The immobilization talisman ignored the difference in soul power and controlled him for 3 seconds. Mo Tianxing, you fell for again. At this moment, the first soul ring on Chenyu suddenly lit up, accompanied by an astonishing dragon's roar. Chenyu, along with Tang San, instantly broke free from the constraints of the black noxious swamp. The dragon tooth thrust ignored all control-type soul skills. No matter how strong the suction of the black noxious swamp was, it could no longer bind Chenyu's movements. The tiger stripe bloodthirsty dagger cutting through bones. Chenyu took several steps in quick succession, his body darting out like an arrow released from a bow, pushing the speed of the 7-star ghost steps to its limit. At the same time, an astonishing light, like a meteor's tail, flashed before everyone's eyes, immediately followed by the severing of Mo Xing's tendons in his hands and feet. It wasn't that Chenyu didn't want to target Mo Xing's vital points, but rather that Mo Xing's heart, throat, and even his eyes were covered with a thick layer of scales. Only the joints were his body's weak spots. For brilliant sprays of blood flew by, and Mo Xing's limbs drooped limply down. At this moment, the control time of the immobilization talisman also reached its last second. Xianbing's silkworm silk. 10 half-transparent threads were wrapped around Tang San's fingers. And under the infusion of soul power, the originally weak Xianbing silkworm silk became exceptionally straight. With a slight exertion, the fine Xianbing silkworm silk easily pierced through Mo Xing's body. Perhaps due to his limbs being incapacitated, Mo Xing surprisingly couldn't evade Tang San's attack this time. 10 strands of Xianbing silkworm silk pierced through his chest and out his back. Following that, a piercing scream came from Mo Xing's mouth. In just 3 seconds, Mo Xing's limbs were rendered useless, and his vital points were pierced. If it weren't for the fact that Mo Xing's heart was positioned differently from most people, Tang San's Xianbing silkworm silk would have likely pierced through his heart. Our Lord City Master Mo Xing, what do you have to say now? The dagger in Chenyu's hand hovered in front of Mo Tianxing. With just a slight thrust of his arm, Mo Tianqing's head would be easily pierced. Haha, how foolish of me, Mo Tianqing, to be outsmarted by a kid like you after being clever all my life. It's laughable, truly laughable. Mo Tianqing lay half reclined on the ground, a bitter smile on his face. The victor takes all. Mo Tianqing, have nothing to say. At this point, Mo Tianqing knew his fate was sealed, and he closed his eyes, quietly awaiting death's arrival. But beneath Mo Tianqing, there was a barely audible sound at that moment. However, judging by Chun Yu's expression, he seemed completely oblivious to it. Dean Kulin, where exactly are you headed? Out of the corner of his eye, Chun Yu caught sight of Kulin sneaking away into the crowd and couldn't help but speak. Kulin's whole body trembled violently from the moment he saw Mo Tianqing defeated. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Kulin understood that from this moment on, he was no longer the respected dean of Notting Academy, and the days ahead would be filled with endless despair. The Spirit Hall, the Master, and even Chun Yu and Tang Sen would not let him off easily. Chun Yu, are you really going to eradicate me? Kulin was at least a soul sect expert. No matter how strong Chun Yu was after several battles, he could only retain a fraction of his soul power. If Kulin fought to the death, at least one of Chun Yu or Tang San would have to die. Eradicate completely? Kulin, did you ever consider not exterminating us when you teamed up with Mo Tianqing to deal with us? Chun Yu had no sadness or joy on her face, but the tiger-patterned bloodthirsty dagger in her hand emitted a faint glimmer. Ding! She struck fear into the soul sect's Kulin, severely injuring the soul king Mo Tianqing with an average shock value of 99. Automatically cultivating the 9 turns Xiantian skill to perfection. 9 turns Xiantian skill, perfection soul power cultivation speed increases by 20 times, activating the Chaos Spirit Body. Chaos Spirit Body, initial stage, allows for free switching of various attributes of soul power, automatically negating 10% of the opponent's soul skill power, while increasing her own soul skill power by 10%. Chun Yu never expected that after the 9 transformations of Xiantian Gong reached the perfected realm, it would actually have a transformative effect. It must be said that this Chaos Spirit Body undoubtedly enhanced Chun Yu's strength significantly. Principal Kulin, can you fulfill the bet we made back then? Kulin's face darkened. It seemed that Chun Yu intended to force him into a corner. Yes, Kulin. We've all heard that whoever loses must leave Notting Academy. Are you planning to go back on your word? Right? Kulin, don't let today be the day you lose all face. The mocking voices from the crowd were incessant, causing Kulin's complexion to fluctuate between green and white. This was exactly what the saying, when a wall falls, everyone pushes referred to. Indeed, with mere soul master strength, he was able to easily defeat Mo Tianqing. Even if Mo Tianqing's strength was lacking, he was still a genuine 5-ring soul king. If this little guy could be recruited into the Spirit Hall, he would definitely become a titled Douluo elder in the future. Among the crowd, a thin old man quietly observed everything happening in Notting Academy, and within a 10-meter radius around him, there was actually no one present. Chapter 37. The Hidden Viper, Qin Wu. Alright, bet Kulin. Admit defeat today. Kulin knew that the momentum was gone. For the sake of this battle, Chun Yu had boldly announced the betting news in advance. At this moment, everything had become a foregone conclusion, and there was nothing left to say. Before leaving, Kulin shot a fierce glare at Chun Yu, his eyes filled with threats. Just when everyone thought this soul battle was coming to an end, Mo Tianqing, who had been lying on the ground like a dead dog, suddenly launched a counterattack. At this moment, Mo Tianqing showed no signs of having been severely injured. He seemed to have been reborn. Chen Yu, D. Mo Tianqing's 2 exceptionally large giant pincers came at Chun Yu like 2 great swords, capable of easily slicing even an iron ingot in half. But at this moment, Mo Tianqing suddenly felt the soul power surging within him vanish without a trace, as if his body were a puncture balloon, unable to retain even a trace of soul power. Dust Feather took half a step back, revealing Tang San behind him. At this moment, Tang San was already holding 2 Zhuge divine crossbows. Bang bang! 34 sharp rays of cold light directly tore through the armor on Mo Tianqing's body, deeply piercing into him. At the same time, Dust Feather's tiger-striped, bloodthirsty dagger slashed through several streams of light, severing the deadly legs behind Mo Tianqing at the roots. A large amount of filthy blood continuously gushed from Mo Tianqing's mouth. He couldn't understand why Dust Feather and Tang San reacted so quickly, even launching the most effective counterattack at the same time. Even among soul masters at the Soul King level, There were few capable of such sensitive reactions. In fact, it wasn't that Dust Feather and Tang San reacted quickly, but rather that Mo Tianqing mistakenly believed that everything he did was concealed from Dust Feather's eyes. Little did he know that under the abyssal demon eye, all of Mo Tianqing's small movements were seen clearly by Dust Feather. Montak Tianxing. Your first soul skill is actually somewhat similar to the ability of the golden cicada shedding its shell, right? The of Chun, you caused Mo Tianqing's pupils to constrict. Even Mo Yuan was unaware of the ability of his first soul skill. So how did Chen Yu know? It's still the master's theory of martial souls that inspired me. Mo Tianqing, your martial soul belongs to a type of crustacean soul beast. So there's a certain probability that it has the ability of shedding its shell and being reborn, like the golden cicada shedding its shell. You have been keeping quiet before, probably to accumulate strength. Chen Yu slowly crouched down and said softly, I pretended not to know, wanting to provoke you into taking action, because after all, you are the Lord of Nodding City. I need a suitable reason to kill you in front of so many people. Your sneak attack on me is the flaw I deliberately exposed to you. Mo Tianqing's eyes widened. How could he know that such a small child possessed such deep scheming? Everything was a trap set by Chen Yu in advance. Moreover, just as I guessed, your body's defense must have been greatly reduced after being reborn using soul skills. You might even be weaker than an ordinary person, which is when my hidden weapon can unleash its full lethality. That's why the Zhuge Divine Crossbow was able to pierce through Mo Tianqing's body so easily. It was for this reason. At this point, I might as well say one more thing. Mo Tianqing, your judgment of people is truly poor. Haven't you realized by now that you have already been poisoned? In fact, Chen Yu had noticed from the beginning that Mo Tianqing had accumulated a large amount of toxins in his body, a result of years of continuous buildup. This poison is usually undetectable, but once Mo Tianqing uses soul power for an extended period, the toxins hidden within him will continually erode his soul power and physical body. This results in Mo Tianqing's meridians being far shorter than those of ordinary people, which is why after using just a few soul skills, he felt breathless and his soul power dissipated. It was a consequence of the poisoning. And the only person who could poison Mo Tianqing without him noticing is none other than Qin Wu. Qin Wu, you traitor. Mo Tianqing was filled with rage. He never expected that his trusted subordinate would actually betray him like this. A mouthful of reverse blood directly shattered Mo Tianqing's heart pulse. Montak Tianxing, I had no intention of killing you, but your aggressive stance has truly crossed my bottom line. You brought this upon yourself. Go on your way in peace. Chen Yu showed no hesitation as the sharp dagger sliced through Mo Tianqing's throat. This figure, who had been prominent in Noting City for many years, fell today at the hands of an obscure little guy. Meanwhile, Qin Wu, who was hiding nearby, let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. With Mo Tianqing dead, the power of Noting City would fall into his hands. This dispersing poison had indeed helped Chen Yu a lot. It was now my turn to take the stage. Qin Wu flashed and suddenly appeared in the square. But his gaze towards Chen Yu and Tang San carried no hint of hostility. Instead, it resembled that of an elder looking at younger generations, filled with warmth and kindness. Qin would like to thank the two young heroes here for eliminating the scourge of Mo Tianqing for Noting City. What many do not know is that Mo Tianqing was actually a figure of great evil, with countless blood deaths. Chen Yu seemed to have guessed that all of this originated from Qin Wu's hands. From the moment Qin Wu suddenly disappeared to Mo Tianqing's poisoning, everything was closely related to Qin Wu. If Mo Tianqing is a vicious wolf, then Qin Wu is the poisonous snake lurking in the dark corners. In this soul fighting competition, the one who gained the most was not Chen Yu, but Qin Wu. On one hand, he naturally ascended to the position of the Lord of Nodding City, and on the other hand, with Kuilin abdicating, Qin Wu could temporarily take over the Nodding Soul Master Academy as the Lord, making him the most powerful person in Nodding City. So congratulations to Lord Qin. Chen Yu has become a tool in someone else's hands this time. Although he feels extremely displeased about being used, he cannot tear his face with Qin Wu right now. First, after several fierce battles with Tang San, Chen Yu's energy is greatly depleted and he is unable to fight again. Second, everything Qin Wu has done shows no flaws at all. If he wants to confront Qin Wu, he would have no justification. Third, Qin Wu has not had any serious conflicts with Chen Yu, and what Qin Wu intends to do is not Chen Yu's concern, as he won't be staying in Nodding City for many years anyway. Weighing the pros and cons, Chen Yu congratulated Qin Wu and then turned to leave. This is enough to show Chen Yu's attitude. Chen Yu's cold demeanor, though it caused a chill in Qin Wu's eyes, did not change his expression in the slightest. Kid, One day, I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. After this battle, the names of Chun Yu and Tang since spread throughout the entire Nodding City. As everyone knew that Nodding Academy had produced two young geniuses who had achieved the remarkable feat of consecutively defeating Soul Respect and Soul King in a single day. Chapter 38. Old Jack raises the alarm. Chun Yu's anger for a full 7 days. The entire Nodding City was in chaos, with various factions stirring restlessly, especially those who aspired to compete for the position of City Lord, which were not few in number. During this time, Qin Wu had already defeated dozens of opponents. Yet the number of people blocking the City Lord's mansion showed no signs of decreasing. However, Chun Yu did not care who would become the City Lord. After 7 days of rest and recuperation, Chun Yu finally regained his vitality. Xiaoyu, are you alright? The master and Tang San had been guarding Chun Yu's door, fearing that something might happen to him. I feel great. Chun Yu moved his somewhat stiff body. In fact, he had fully recovered in just 1 day, and for the remaining 6 days, he carefully. Chun Yu, age 6, soul power level 19. Dual martial spirits. Martial spirit Ing Tian Long Huang. Growth stage, second awakening. Host soul power reserve increased 6-fold. Soul power cultivation speed increased 6-fold. First soul ring, 1,678 years. Soul skill dragon tooth stab. Martial spirit Tian Fa Shurs Shun Jian. Martial spirit power exhausted. Temporarily seal for the second time. Unsealing progress 41,000. No soul rings added yet. Skill. Xian Tian Bao Lu. Divine level increases the number of God-level hidden weapons, increases the catalog of divine-grade spiritual medicines, increases the refining methods for Zhu Xian San poison. Jiao Zhuan, Xian Tian Gong, perfection enhanced version of Xian Tian Gong, has awakened chaos spiritual body, soul power cultivation speed increased 20-fold. Xing Yunju, ancient martial arts, has mastered Meteor 9 Flash, Meteor Strike, 7-star Ghost Steps, proficiency full at 1,000, power increased by 1%. Abyss Demon Eye, divine level eye technique. Passive ability, can see through all illusions in the world, ignores soul power differences. Active skill, Tian Shun, consumes own mental power to trap the opponent in an abyss illusion. This skill's duration and power vary based on the soul power difference between both sides. Soul guiding tool, Tiger Stripe Bloodthirsty Dagger. Bone Cutter, enhanced to level 1, can break through all defensive soul skills below soul sect level. Skill can be upgraded. Bloodthirsty, for each damage caused to the opponent by the Tiger Stripe Bloodthirsty Dagger, the user restores 1% of their stamina. This skill cannot be upgraded. Martial Spirit Theory, recompiled version of the 10 core competitive theories of martial spirits, including theoretical knowledge of divine-level martial spirits and divine-level soul rings. In just a few months, Chun Yu's strength has increased several times compared to before arriving at Nodding Academy, making him virtually invincible below the Soul Master rank. Moreover, Chun Yu's soul power is 6 times that of a Soul Master of the same level, even comparable to a 26 or 27 level Great Soul Master. Coupled with many powerful skills, General Soul Masters are no longer a match for Chun Yu. Master, I heard that Nodding Academy wants you to be the dean. After the soul fighting competition, the master, originally a low-profile worker at the academy, suddenly came into the eyes of all the teachers and students at Nodding Academy. In recent days, many have come to persuade the master to take the position of dean. However, what surprised everyone was that the master politely declined. Neither power nor money is what I desire. Compared to these empty titles, I prefer a free and unrestrained life. The master said, after wandering outside for so many years. He has seen through everything. After all, how could the small dean of Nodding Academy match the master's identity? In Tang San's mind, the master is the person he admires the most, being able to independently research the 10 core competitive theories of martial spirits. This dedication alone is not something ordinary people can possess, as long as the master is willing, plus his status in the spirit hall. The master's name would have spread throughout the Douluo continent long ago, but the master is not interested in that. All right, you two stop flattering me. The master chuckled. Just then, Wang Sheng rushed in, looking somewhat anxious. Yuga, Sangu, you should go to the academy gate and take a look. There's an old man claiming to be Old Jack looking for you by name. Village Chief Grandpa. Chun Yu and Tang San flashed a hint of joy on their faces, briefly spoke with the master, and then ran wildly towards the entrance of the academy. At the entrance of Nodding Academy, Old Jack was still wearing a simple cloth outfit, covered in specks of mud, looking as if he had traveled a long distance. Moreover, there was no relaxed expression on Old Jack's face. Instead, he appeared worried. In just a few minutes, Old Jack had already walked around the entrance of Nodding Academy several times, occasionally looking up towards the academy. Grandpa Village Chief Tang San and Chun Yu shouted in unison, causing old Jack to suddenly raise his head. After months apart, Tang San and Chun Yu seemed to have grown taller and stronger. Seeing that they were doing well, old Jack finally revealed a long-lost smile. Xiao Yu, Xiao San. As long as I see you two doing well, I can rest easy. Although old Jack tried hard to conceal his expression, Chun Yu still sensed a hint of worry. Grandpa Village Chief, are you hiding something from us? Has something happened in the village? The fact that old Jack had traveled a long way from Holy Soul Village to Nodding City must mean that something extremely serious had occurred in the village. And it was definitely related to the two of them. No, everything is fine in the village. There are no troubles at all. I came here just to see if you two are doing well, and there's nothing else. Old Jack immediately denied it, but this only raised Chun Yu's suspicion. By the way, there's one more thing. For the next year, you must not return to Holy Soul Village. That old man from Earthfire Village, Vis, has already made it clear that he wants you to pay a price. So before you become powerful soul masters, don't leave Nodding City casually. Old Jack's words made Chun Yu furrow his brows slightly. Earthfire Village actually had such audacity. Wasn't the lesson Wong you receive enough? No, it must not just be because of Earthfire Village. There were more serious issues at play. The only ones who knew about their origins and held grudges against them were those few. If it wasn't Wong Yi, then there was only one other person left. Quailan. Ever since that day, he left Nodding Academy. It was as if he had evaporated from the world. Everyone thought Quailan had left Nodding City. Now it seemed that Quailan had probably gone to Holy Soul Village. Grandpa Village Chief, is Quailan currently in Holy Soul Village? Chun Yu's words caused old Jack's eyes to fluctuate violently, which made Chun Yu even more certain of his judgment. Kieran, you are digging your own grave. Dust Feather slowly clenched his 5 fingers. The significance of the Holy Soul Village to Dust Feather was like that of a hometown, and Kuolin's actions undoubtedly touched Dust Feather's reverse scale. Grandpa Village Chief, is my dad okay? Tang Sin asked anxiously. Tang Hao had a notoriously bad temper, and if he clashed with Kuolin, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, Tang Sin still didn't know that his father, Tang Hao, could shake off a large group of soul sect ants with just a sneeze. Chapter 39, Old Thief Kuolin, come and take my life. Don't worry, little San. Let Grandpa Village Chief tell you, your dad actually left Holy Soul Village a long time ago. Old Jack hesitated for a moment before stammering this out. My dad left the village. Tang San's whole body trembled. Since he could remember, Tang Hao had never stepped out of Holy Soul Village. So where could he have gone? Moreover, in Tang San's impression, Tang Hao had no soul power at all and had never shown his martial soul. Tang San could say that the Tang Hao in his memory was just an ordinary person. Among the 3 present, only Dust Feather knew Tang Hao's true identity. Back then, at the edge of the cliff, Dust Feather and Tang Hao had talked a lot. Tang Hao had once revealed that after Tang San left Holy Soul Village, he would also leave this small mountain village. As for where Tang Hao had gone, he never mentioned it, and Dust Feather was also unclear. Little San, you have to believe that Uncle Tang has his own plans for whatever he does. Although I don't know why Uncle Tang kept this from you. I can assure you that he did it to protect you. Moreover, the Uncle Tang in reality is somewhat different from your impression. At least he has the ability to protect himself. Chun Yu said confidently, which made Tang San feel a bit more at ease. At least from the time he had spent with Chun Yu recently, Tang San knew that Chun Yu would never say anything without assurance. Grandpa Village Chief, since this matter was caused by us, let us resolve it ourselves. Old Jack was about to refuse when Master and Xiao Wu walked out of the academy at the same time. Hello, I am Xiao San's teacher. What Xiao Yu just said is correct. Quillen is venting his anger on Shenghan Village because of us. Both morally and logically, we cannot just stand by. And I suspect Quillen deliberately let you out to convey this message to Xiao San and the others. His goal is simple, to lure Xiao San and them outside of Nodding City so he can take action. Master had already packed his bag and tossed it to Chun Yu and Tang San, indicating that he had anticipated old Jack's intentions. This esteemed soul master, Xiao San and Xiao Yu are our greatest hope in Shenghan Village. Even if everyone in our village suffers, we must protect these 2 sparks. Old Jack declared resolutely, stating that neither Chun Yu nor Tang San could sustain any harm. This was his vow in front of the entire village. Grandpa Village Chief, you might not know yet, but Xiao Yu and Xiao San became famous after the battle in Nodding City. Even the former city lord, Mo Tianxing, was killed by Xiao Yu and Xiao San working together. What? Xiao Yu and Xiao San killed the city lord of Nodding City. Old Jack suddenly felt as if he were dreaming. 2 little kids around 6 or 7 years old actually managed to take down a giant like Mo Tianxing by themselves. This was no joke. Mo Tianxing was one of the few Soul Kings in Nodding City. Grandpa Village Chief, let's talk as we walk. After a lengthy explanation, old Jack barely accepted everything. Xiao San, you have brought me quite a shock. Outside Shahan Village, they had already been surrounded by people from the Earthfire Village. Wang Yi, lying on a stretcher, had intense hatred flickering in his eyes. It was Chun Yu who had crippled his body and cut off his chances of becoming a powerful soul master. Beside Wang, he stood an old man, who was Quillen. Director Quillen, what are you waiting for? Those two turtles, Chun Yu and Tang San, definitely won't come back after hearing this news. Keeping these villagers is of no use at all. However, Quillen's view was clearly different from Wang Yi's. No, if I kill these people, they definitely won't come back. But if I surround them without attacking, that little beast Chun Yu will surely rush back. I still have that much confidence. Just as Quillen finished speaking, a blurred figure darted past everyone's eyes. Immediately after, Wang Yi, who had been lying on the stretcher, was slapped away, his 100-pound body spinning several times in the air. Hee, Quillen, you old bastard, have you lived so long just to attack these unarmed, ordinary people? The one who struck was Chun Yu, and, after slapping, he even found his hands dirty and disgustedly took out a piece of white cloth to wipe them without caring about others. Chun Yu, you little beast, really came. Quillen was initially taken aback. Then a cruel expression appeared on his face. Third soul skill, White Crane spreads wings. 4 soul rings appeared around Quillen, with the third ring releasing an astonishing glow at that moment. A pair of pure white wings slashed out from Quillen's back, their sharp sound causing those around to instinctively cover their ears. Sizzle. 2 transparent air blades slashed from the wings, hitting the ground and kicking up dust, leaving 2 astonishing cracks on the ground that stretched dozens of meters. Martial Spirit. White Crane, level 44 Soul Master. This was Quillen's true strength. But at the moment Quillen's soul skill was unleashed, Chun Yu suddenly vanished from his spot using the ghostly steps of 7-star ghost steps. When Chun Yu's body reappeared, he was already beside Quillen, and in his hand was a small serpentine martial spirit, which was Chun Yu's martial spirit, the Celestial Dragon Phoenix. A terrifying pressure erupted from the Celestial Dragon Phoenix, causing Quillen to tremble, and even the soul power flowing within him momentarily paused. First soul skill, Dragon Tooth Stab. The dragon shadow on Chun Yu's body crashed into Quillen, the terrifying force not only instantly breaking the wings behind the White Crane, but also shattering his arm and breastbone. Today, anyone who is not from Shenghan Village will pay the price. Dust Feather's eyes, deep like a black hole, swept across the faces of everyone in the Earthfire Village. Those who were met with Dust Feather's gaze immediately felt a tightening sensation all over, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Fourth soul skill, Feather Blade Slash. As Kuei Lan just steadied himself, he raised his head and swallowed several healing pills. A white crane spirit, standing 5 to 6 meters tall, spread its wings, and dozens of sharp wind blades coalesced into a special wind blade net, enveloping Dust Feather completely. My fourth soul skill is a group attack type, with an attack range that can cover 100 meters. No matter how mysterious your movement is, you cannot escape from my soul skill. Kuei Lan's previously twisted arm made crackling sounds and visibly returned to its original state. But under Kuei Lan's soul skill, Dust Feather revealed a faint look of mockery. Old dog Kuei Lan, you may look ugly, but your thoughts are quite beautiful. The scenery of Holy Spirit Village is nice, and it could provide you with a place for eternal rest. Dust Feather heavily stomped his foot on the ground, and the soul power on his body unexpectedly flickered with colorful light, looking quite extraordinary. Old dog Kuelin, let you test the power of this Chaos Spirit Body for me. Chapter 40. Chaos Dragon Phoenix Break. The Chaos Spirit Body not only absorbs the opponent's attack power, but also enhances its own soul skill strength. However, besides this, the Chaos Spirit Body possesses an even more powerful ability. It can convert the soul power within Dust Feather into Chaos Soul Power. As the name suggests, Chaos Soul Power can contain all attributes within a single soul power, without requiring Dust Feather to divert his attention to control it. In simple terms, Dust Feather's soul power can restrain any soul power of others, but no soul power can restrain Dust Feather. This is the tyrannical aspect of Chaos Soul Power. Roar. A tangible dragon body coiled around Dust Feather, and although the fierce wind struck the dragon scales, sparking here and there, it couldn't harm Dust Feather in the slightest. With the Chaos Spirit Body combined with Chaos Soul Power, Dust Feather's defense reached a level comparable to a 4-ring defensive soul skill. For the first time, Kuelin saw someone able to withstand his soul skill attacks with both martial soul and physical body. Ding! The Chaos Spirit body suppressed Kewalin with a shock value of 99. Kewalin remarked, "Are you still human?" and rewarded Dust Feather with a 1-level increase in the Chaos Spirit body. After the advancement, the data of the Chaos Spirit body doubled, absorbing 20 of the opponent's soul skill attack power and increasing its own soul skill power by 20. For a moment, the power of the Dragon 2 stab could almost rival that of a 2,000-year soul ring. You little beast, do you think you can hold on for long with this little soul power? Kewalin increased his soul power output, causing the volume of the wind blades to swell nearly tenfold. But Dust Feather wasn't foolish enough to take Kewalin's attack head-on with his physical body. The 7-star Ghost Step Yao Guang condensed into 2 identical Dust Feathers, with even the fluctuations of soul power being indistinguishable. For a moment, Kewalin didn't know which Dust Feather to attack. Meteor 9 Flash. The 2 Dust Feathers shouted the same name for their technique, and instantly, 18 more clones appeared on the field. The 7-star Ghost Step, cultivated to perfection, allowed even the clones to utilize a portion of the main body's abilities, which was the true terror of the 7-star Ghost Step. With a total of 20 Dust Feathers, Kewalin felt a bit dazzled. Just as Kewalin's attention was drawn to Dust Feather, countless blue silver grasses, resembling mandala snakes, suddenly sprang up from the ground, entangling Kewalin's limbs and wings completely. This was Tang San's first soul skill, entangling. Kewalin's heart sank as he secretly cursed himself for forgetting Tang San. Starfall technique, Meteor Strike. Chunyu stood on a massive dragon head, leveraging the speed and power provided by the dragon's teeth. The attack power of the Meteor Strike was maximized. The sharp blade of the tiger-striped, bloodthirsty dagger rushed straight towards Kewalin's heart, but just when everyone thought Kalan was doomed, a clear sound of metal clashing echoed from the dagger's tip. Chunyu felt that the dagger in his hand was not piercing flesh and blood, but rather colliding with the hardest ore. The immense recoil actually caused a sharp pain in his tiger's mouth. Do you think that after the last soul combat, I gained nothing? Your close combat ability is indeed impressive, even capable of threatening the life of soul respect. To counter this, I have invested all my wealth to obtain this treasure. Through the torn holes in Kewalin's clothing, Chunyu saw a special reflection that only metal could have. This crocodile scale armor is a rather rare high-quality treasure armor. Even a Soul King would need to expend considerable effort to break through it. And you, a mere soul master, think you can pierce the crocodile scale armor? That's simply wishful thinking. Kalan tore open the tattered clothing, and the crocodile scale armor appeared to be a special long garment, protecting Kewalin's arms and torso. The surface of the crocodile scale armor resembled the skin of a crocodile, uneven and pitted, yet the spot where the tiger-striped bloodthirsty dagger had struck showed not a single mark, which made Chunyu marvel at the resilience of the armor. Do you think this is the end? Haha, you are mistaken. The length of the crocodile scale armor gradually extended, wrapping around Kewalin's hands, ultimately transforming her palms into a pair of ferocious beast claws. The crocodile scale armor not only possesses the strongest defensive capabilities, but also boasts the most powerful crocodile scale claws. Little beast, today I will tear you to pieces with these claws. Kalan crossed her claws in front of her chest, and then suddenly swung them fiercely, sending several sharp gusts of wind rushing towards Chunyu. The power was no less than Kewalin's 4th soul skill. Old dog, do you think your little chicken claws can contend with a true dragon? I say it's you who's being delusional. Martial spirit, possess. Chunyu suddenly pushed off the ground with both legs, causing everyone to feel the earth shake violently, while the colorful light surrounding Chunyu transformed him into a dragon phoenix, soaring into the sky. The chaotic soul power, which contains the attributes of all soul powers in the world, surprisingly resonated with the Ing Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul, unleashing the power of the Dragon Phoenix to its fullest extent, something even Chunyu hadn't anticipated. Roar! The soul-stirring roar of the dragon and the cry of the phoenix echoed throughout the entire Holy Soul village, momentarily overshadowing the presence of Kewalin. Impossible! You're not a soul sage. How could you manifest your martial soul's true form? Kewalin exclaimed in shock as he looked at the lifelike Ing Tian Dragon Phoenix. It is important to note that martial soul possession only allows one part of the body to transform into the martial soul form, while Chunyu's martial soul possession actually manifested a complete Ing Tian Dragon Phoenix, looking exactly like the martial soul true form exhibited by a soul sage. No wonder Kewalin was so astonished. Bang! The Ing Tian Dragon Phoenix casually flicked its tail and effortlessly shattered all of Kewalin's attacks. With just a swipe of its massive claws, Kewalin's crocodile scale armor completely exploded. Before Kuolin could even let out a scream, his body was deeply smashed into the ground. Hoo-hoo! Although Chunyu only used 2 strikes, these 2 blows completely drained the chaotic soul power from his body, leaving him with significantly depleted vitality. Without the support of soul power, Chunyu found it difficult to maintain the chaotic spirit body, and the colorful glow gradually faded from him. However, a look of surprise appeared on Chunyu's face, as he did not expect that the combination of chaotic soul power and the Ing Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul could produce such immense power. Since this move was formed by the fusion of chaotic soul power and martial soul, it shall be called Chaotic Dragon Phoenix Break. The power of this move would continuously increase with the enhancement of Chunyu's soul power and martial soul level, but the consumption of soul power would also rise accordingly. More importantly, this Chaotic Dragon Phoenix Break had only 3 opportunities to attack from start to finish. In simple terms, this was Chunyu's desperate gamble. Kuolin was indeed very unfortunate. Who would have thought that something Chunyu casually tinkered with would contain such terrifying power? As if a 6-year-old child had accidentally created an atomic bomb and tossed it in front of Kuolin before running away. Chunyu had not learned the virtue of caring for the elderly at all. Ding! The Chaotic Dragon Phoenix Break killed Kuolin, and the host created a soul skill, shocking the Douluo continent, receiving a globally astonishing super gift package. After the package was opened, Chunyu felt a scorching heat flow from his spine all the way up, stopping just at the top of his head. In an instant, Chunyu felt the fatigue and weakness in his body vanish, as if he had just undergone a full-body massage. Could it be that this super gift pack is just a chiropractic massage? Although it felt quite pleasant system. Aren't you being a bit perfunctory? Chapter 41. Soul Bone. Dragon Spine Phoenix Wing. Aside from the initial surge of warmth, Chunyu waited for a long time, but received no further response, which nearly made him spit out a mouthful of old blood in disappointment. Was this a scam? No, it was a scam on a child. The promised world-shocking gift pack turned out to be just a few seconds of massage experience. Even a TV drama wouldn't dare to portray it this way. No, not even a novel would write it like this. Just as Chunyu was filled with disappointment, a sudden and indescribable sharp pain shot through his back. The sensation was like a sharp knife slowly slicing through his skin, muscles, and deep into the bones. A cruelty 100 times worse than Ling Chi. Could it be that Chunyu's heavy complaints had angered the system, prompting it to annihilate him? What the heck? The system shouldn't play like this. Chunyu was drenched in cold sweat, her face pale and devoid of any color. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? This was the first time Master and Tang San had seen Chunyu in such pain. Just as Tang San reached out to touch Chunyu's body, he was pulled back by Master. Xiao San, don't get too close to Xiaoyu. Although Master didn't know exactly what was happening to Chunyu, her current state was almost identical to that of a soul master absorbing a soul bone. However, how could a 6-year-old child possess such a treasure as a soul bone? It is known that even most titled Douluo only have 2 or 3 soul bones. Soul bones are special bones nurtured within powerful soul beasts, which can be understood as a type of special soul ring that can be absorbed by the human skeletal system. There are 4 reasons that affect a soul master's strength. The first is the martial soul, the second is soul power, the third is the soul ring, and the fourth is this soul bone. What a strange matter, truly strange. How many secrets are still hidden within Xiaoyu? Just as Master and Tang San anxiously looked at the continuously howling Chunyu, the people of Earth Fire Village suddenly attacked. They knew this was their only chance to kill Chunyu. If she were to recover, Earth Fire Village would likely face disaster. However, as hundreds of people approached within 10 meters of Chunyu, they unexpectedly transformed into burning fireballs without any warning, turning into small clusters of ashes that disappeared in the blink of an eye. This bizarre and cruel scene caused the remaining people of Earth Fire Village to flee back with even greater speed, fearing that they would be the next to turn to ashes. Master, look quickly, there seems to be something behind Chunyu. The temperature emanating from Chunyu was terrifying, and his clothes had long turned to ashes. On Chunyu's back, his spine wriggled like a small snake, and with each movement, the temperature around him rose dramatically. Soon after, the grass and trees outside the Holy Soul Village seemed unable to withstand the scorching heat radiating from Chunyu, spontaneously igniting. Chunyu also fainted at the last moment. However, the instant he lost consciousness, a tremendous change occurred within him. The Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul surged uncontrollably into the sky, and the originally clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, with countless bolts of lightning circling around the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix's body, as the power of heaven and earth continuously gathered at this moment. in the area where the power of heaven and earth was most concentrated. Two special objects resembling human bones were gradually taking shape. Could this also be soul bones? Although the master was well-read and knowledgeable, he had never witnessed such a scene. Gathering the power of heaven and earth to condense soul bones was an unprecedented occurrence. Ding! Gathering the power of heaven and earth. Condensing the dragon phoenix soul bone, this act shook the world, rewarding an yin-yang life and death talisman. Using this talisman, the host would gain an opportunity to reverse life and death. Crackle. Endless thunder continuously struck the two special soul bones, appearing not to destroy them, but rather to eliminate the impurities within, making them even purer. I'm witnessing this for the first time. The master showed a look of astonishment for the first time. No wonder Chenyu was unwilling to be his disciple. Just the scene alone would leave even 10 masters unable to explain it. The violent thunder continued for an hour before finally stopping. When the first rays of sunlight fell upon the two soul bones, they instantly erupted with a brilliant light, so dazzling that even Tang San's purple extreme demon eye could not diminish its brilliance. Boom! The soul bones trembled slightly, and, at that moment, across the entire Douluo continent, both soul masters and soul beasts felt their hearts simultaneously thump. Ding! Completing 3 world-shocking achievements in one day. Reward: a divine-level gift pack. Divine-level gift pack, upon opening, will receive a random deity's inheritance. Ding! The gift pack opened automatically, and a shattered inheritance of the ancient dragon god and the fire phoenix god was obtained. In the Xintian treasure ring of Chenyu, there are 2 segments of the bones of a strange beast, engraved with some ancient symbols. However, the text on the bones is incomplete, indicating what is known as a broken inheritance. At this moment, the 2 soul bones floating above Chenyu's head slowly descended and seamlessly merged with Chenyu's body. The moment the soul bones fused, Chenyu's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and 2 beams of brilliance shot out, flattening a mountain 1,000 meters away. Such incredible power. But this power came quickly and left just as fast. Chenyu's eyes rolled back, and he fainted again. This time, he slept for a full 7 days and nights. When Chenyu opened his eyes again, it was already the morning of the 8th day. Hiss, I actually fainted for a whole 7 days. Chenyu pressed his aching temples, seemingly still not fully recovered. That's right, my soul bone. Although Chenyu was in immense pain that day, he remained incredibly clear-headed. The 2 soul bones forged by the heavenly dragon and phoenix, gathering the power of heaven and earth, were supposed to be within him. But he couldn't sense even the slightest trace of the soul bones in his body. Did I fail to absorb the soul bones? If that's true, Chenyu would probably be in agony, banging his head against the ground. These were soul bones, more precious than soul rings. Losing 2 at once was something even a titled Douluo would struggle to accept. Just then, a familiar system notification sounded in Chenyu's ears. Ding! Host successfully absorbed the Dragon Phoenix set soul bones. Soul Bone Collection Degree, 27. Soul Bones acquired. Torso Soul Bone, Azure Dragon Spine. External attached Soul Bone, Divine Phoenix Wing. Dust Feather opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. The most precious trunk soul bone and the rare external soul bone were unexpectedly gathered all at once by Dust Feather. This could no longer be explained by mere luck. Even if I come to another world, I, Dust Feather, will become the strongest. However, Dust Feather's laughter did not last long before he was hit by a thunderbolt. Ding! It detected that the host's physique is temporarily insufficient to withstand the energy of the Dragon Spine Phoenix Wing Soul Bone, and the soul bone will be completely sealed. What? The soul bone that I painstakingly obtained, almost at the cost of my life, and you sealed it without even consulting me? Did the system seek my consent? You make decisions on your own. Does your mother know? Hey system, I want a perfect explanation. Chapter 42. Soul Sage Douluo invites Dust Feather. But no matter what tone Dust Feather used, the system did not respond at all, as if it had crashed. Alright, system, you win. You got me. Chenyu helplessly fell onto the bed, feeling that having obtained a treasure, but being unable to use it was worse than never having gotten it at all. At least there wouldn't be such a big disappointment. Knock knock. A gentle knocking sound interrupted Chenyu's gloomy mood. When he opened the door, he saw not only Tang San, but also Master and Xiao Wu at the entrance. In the past few days while Chenyu was unconscious, the 3 of them visited him daily. Just now, Tang San heard some noise coming from Chenyu's room, so he tentatively knocked on the door. Chenyu, you finally woke up. Tang San and the others visibly sighed in relief. Seeing the concerned looks on their faces, Chenyu felt a slight warmth in his heart. and his gloomy mood eased a bit. Master, Xiao-san, I'm sorry for making you worry. Suddenly, the master lowered his voice and quietly said in Chen Yu's ear, Xiao Yu, someone will come to see you later. No matter what he says, you must refuse. Chen Yu was filled with confusion. Just as he was about to ask who was looking for him, a hearty laugh came from afar, growing closer. From that laughter, Chen Yu sensed a terrifying pressure of soul power. At least a soul emperor-level soul master. When did Sacred Soul Village have such a strong presence? Moreover, this mysterious soul master was heading straight for Chen Yu. Haha, little guy, you finally woke up? I've been so bored these past few days. The visitor was an old man with white hair, around 70 years old, although he wore an exquisite and luxurious robe. The old man had a scruffy beard and disheveled hair that looked like a bird's nest. He resembled the character Zhou Batong from Jin Yang's novels. On that robe, Chen Yu noticed a special mark, identical to the emblem of the Elder's token held by his master from the Spirit Hall. People from the Spirit Hall? Chen Yu furrowed his brows, secretly wondering if the events in the soul-hunting forest had been exposed. But before he could react, the old man stared at him as if he were a precious treasure. This gaze made Chen Yu feel uncomfortable all over. Little guy, with the strength of a soul master, you can slay soul emperors, resist the Spirit Hall, and even fight against soul kings for a round or two. TSK. Even those from the Spirit Hall's golden generation might not be stronger than you. This old man, known as Elder Ge, was a genuine soul sage and the top authority of the Spirit Hall branch in the Barak Kingdom. He originally came to Nodding City to investigate the strange happenings in the soul-hunting forest a few days ago, but the battle at Nodding Academy brought Chen Yu and Tang San into Elder Ge's sights. Senior, I'm really sorry, may I ask who you are? Elder Ge slapped his forehead, realizing he had been too excited and forgot to introduce himself. Ahem, I am the top authority of the Spirit Hall branch in the Barak Kingdom, and also an outer elder of the Spirit Hall. You can call me Elder Ge. I have come this time to invite you and Tang San to join the Spirit Hall. Hearing this, Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. No wonder the master had advised him like that before. Although Chen Yu was still unclear about the connection between the master and the Spirit Hall, he decisively rejected Old Ge's invitation out of trust in the master. I'm sorry, Old Ge, but I have no plans to join any forces at the moment. Originally, Old Ge, who had been quite pleased after introducing himself, was clearly taken aback upon hearing Chen Yu's words. The Spirit Hall is a place that is considered sacred by all soul masters. Countless people wish to have even the slightest connection with it, but cannot. Old Ge had come all the way to Holy Soul Village, waiting for 7 days, and actively invited Chen Yu, only to be rejected outright. This left Old Ge feeling incredulous. Little guy, do you know what you are refusing? This is an opportunity that could propel you to great heights. Old Ge widened his eyes and said, frustrated, I'm really sorry, Old Ge, but I truly have no intention of joining the Spirit Hall. I prefer a life without constraints over being tied down by rules, Chen Yu replied. Sigh, you little guy. Old Ge didn't expect Chen Yu to be so resolute, but he truly didn't want to see such a promising talent go to waste. Becoming a disciple is about mutual consent. I believe you understand this, esteemed one from the Spirit Hall. At this moment, the master suddenly stepped in front of Chen Yu, causing Old Ge to frown slightly, his expression showing some displeasure. Who are you? I'm talking to this little guy. What business do you have here? Old Ge was able to lower himself to speak with Chen Yu because he valued Chen Yu's talent. However, he neither recognized the master nor sensed any powerful soul power from him. A mere great soul master was not worthy of carrying his shoes, which explained why Old Ge's expression suddenly turned cold. I naturally have no qualifications to converse with you, but I believe you should recognize this, the master said, casually taking out the token that symbolized the identity of an elder from the Spirit Hall. Old Ge's previously indifferent expression suddenly underwent a complete transformation. Inner Hall Elder Token. Besides the Pope, the highest-ranking individuals in the Spirit Hall are the Inner Hall Elders. Although Old Ge is the highest-ranking person in the Barak Kingdom, he is far from being on par with an Inner Hall Elder. I got at, pay my respects to you, Elder. Old Ge's expression became serious, and he immediately bowed, half-kneeling before the master. Regardless of the master's soul power, as long as he held the token, Old Ge dared not act recklessly. This is the rule of the Spirit Hall. Let's end this matter here. Also, please take this back to Spirit City. I won't need it anymore, the master said, placing the elder token in Old Ge's palm, signaling him to leave. Elder, this. One strange event after another had occurred today. First, Chen Yu rejected his invitation, and then a mere great soul master unexpectedly held an elder token. Finally, this mysterious elder actually wanted to voluntarily leave the Spirit Hall. What on earth is going on? Am I still dreaming? Old Gu pinched his thigh hard, and the sharp pain brought tears to his eyes. This little old man was certainly not being gentle with himself. It's not a dream. It's real. The master waved his hand casually, showing no attachment to his identity as an elder. Go. When you arrive at Spirit City, they will explain everything to you. Although old Gu was filled with doubts, he respectfully exited the small courtyard and soon disappeared into the sky above Holy Soul Village. Xiao Yu, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, pack up. We are heading back to Notting City today. In the next few years, I will help you solidify your foundation. Once you break through to Great Soul Master, I will arrange suitable Soul Master academies for you, the master instructed. Yes, with this matter settled, Chun Yu and the others won't have any pressing trouble for the time being. The only remaining threat to them is Qin Wu. However, as long as Qin Wu is smart enough, he will definitely not be an enemy of Chun Yu. Instead, he will treat him with caution, like a veneration to his ancestors. Chapter 43. 6 years later, Soto City, the most important economic hub of the Barak Kingdom aside from the capital, accounts for nearly half of the kingdom's tax revenue. It was noon, and the scorching sun hung high in the sky, sending waves of heat rising from the dry ground. The empty streets showed almost no signs of life, as it seemed everyone was hiding indoors to escape the heat. From the city gate, 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, were walking leisurely. These 3 were Chun Yu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. 6 years later, Xiao Wu wore a red dress, and her long scorpion tail braid reached down to her calves. 6 years had allowed her to shed her youthful innocence, revealing a hint of the charm that comes with adulthood. Chun Yu and Tang San had also grown from 2 little kids into tall young men, standing around 178 meters, making them appear much older than 12. At this moment, Xiao Wu, as if acting cute with Tang San, was shaking his arm. You two, can you please be considerate of single dog's feelings? Chun Yu deliberately covered her eyes, her fragile heart suffering from 1,000 critical hits. Xiao Wu made a face at Chun Yu, intentionally sticking out her tongue. Xiao Yu, I'm the big sister of the 7th dormitory. If you tease me again, watch out, or I'll beat you up. Besides, haven't you rejected enough girls over the years? Every day, there are 3 to 5 dozen letters at the entrance of the 7th dormitory. Chun Yu shook his head silently upon hearing this. It wasn't that those little girls were unattractive, but Chun Yu had always had someone in his heart, and only she was Chun Yu's eternal true love. Yao Yao, I really miss you. On the other side, Xiao Wu was happily lying on Tang San's back, but there wasn't a trace of sweat on her forehead. She simply didn't want to leave. I really don't know what the master is thinking, not letting us apply to those famous intermediate soul master academies, insisting that we join that Shrek Academy. Tang San, have you heard of the Shrek Academy before? Carrying Xiao Wu on his back, Tang San showed no sign of effort on his face. The teacher didn't mention it to me before, but I trust the teacher's choice. Besides Xiao Wu and Qin Yu, the master is the person Tang San trusts the most. As long as the master gives an order, Tang San would never cut corners. So, upon hearing that Tang San was going to join Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu and Qin Yu followed along. This sun is really too scorching. Xiao Yu, let's find a place to rest first, and when it cools down a bit, we can go report to Shrek Academy. Although Tang San didn't care about the high temperatures outside, he was worried that Xiao would get sunburned. All right, anyway, I can't stand your lovey-dovey antics. I need to wash my face and calm down a bit. Chun Yu suppressed the longing in his heart and returned to his previous nonchalant demeanor. You little brat, I want to fight you. Xiao San, come be our referee. In the 6 years at Notting Academy, Xiao Wu had earned a reputation for being combative, to the point that in recent years, the students of Notting Academy would avoid her when they saw her. Moreover, the 3 of them had sparred quite a bit, but Tang San and Chun Yu had always intentionally let Xiao Wu win. No, Sister Xiao Wu, I was wrong. Please put away your powers. Chun Yu noticed Tang San giving him signals and immediately realized that Xiao Wu was the type who would get more excited the more she fought. If a battle broke out on the street, it would probably last more than half an hour. It was like accompanying the crown prince to study. He had to let Xiao Wu win while ensuring she didn't TC any flaws. This was a real test of Chun Yu's acting skills. Xiao Yu, lead the way, and Xiao San will carry the sad family out of the palace. Goodness, Xiao Wu has memorized her lines in this play so well. Just then, as the 3 were walking down the street, a few drunken individuals suddenly stumbled into their path. Originally, Chun Yu and Tang San had tried to avoid them, but these people leered at Xiao Wu with lustful eyes, shamelessly scanning her up and down. Hey brothers, we're really lucky today to run into such a beautiful girl. The leader of the group was also a soul master, and it seemed these individuals were used to being arrogant in the city, naturally looking down on young ones like Tang San and Chun Yu. At this moment, Chunyu took a few steps to the side, looking as if he had been startled. Ba, you few should seek your own blessings. Who is Xiao Wu? She is the most important person in Tang San's heart, and the actions of these people have completely touched Tang San's bottom line. Oomph. A cold glint flashed in Tang San's eyes as he supported Xiao Wu's perky bottom with one hand and struck out with several points of cold light with the other. Immediately, these people let out horrifying screams in unison, sounding like the wails of pigs awaiting slaughter. Xiao San is still too kind, merely giving them a small warning by hitting their pressure points. If it were me, these people would have already lost their heads. Kid, what on earth did you do to me? The waves of pain coming from their bodies instantly dissipated the alcohol in their systems, and they finally realized that this seemingly harmless young man was not a soft persimmon. This is a little lesson for you, to let you know that not everyone can be provoked at will. After leaving this sentence, Tang San walked straight ahead. The pain they felt would last a full 3 days, which could be considered a form of alternative torment. Kid, you're seeking death. But these people seem to have not learned their lesson, still recklessly attacking Tang San from behind. First soul skill bind. Just as they made their move, countless blue silvergrasses had already wrapped around their limbs. The originally weak blue silvergrass now acted like chains forged from fine iron, crushing their bones and making cracking sounds. I already gave you one chance. This is the second. Without turning his head, Tang San continued to walk forward, his calm voice snapping these people back to reality. A mere blue-silver grass martial soul actually has such strong binding ability. This kid can't be a soul master, can he? This little incident did not significantly affect Tang San and Xiao Wu's mood. Instead, it made Xiao Wu's eyes sparkle even more, and she tightened her arms around Tang San's neck. Xiao San, let's rest here tonight. After walking for about 10 minutes, Chunyu spotted a luxuriously decorated hotel, especially the hotel name, made up of countless fresh roses on the outer wall, which was exceptionally eye-catching. Rose Hotel, Xiao San. I like the decor of this hotel. Let's choose this one. Girls generally like beautiful things, and Xiao Wu was no exception. All right, my queen, we'll choose this hotel. Tang San said indulgently, and the intimacy between the two made Chunyu feel a bit overwhelmed. I said, you two have been throwing dog food all the way. I really can't take it anymore. Can you restrain yourselves a bit? Chapter 44. Rose Hotel, the romantic Dai Xiao. The Rose Hotel is one of the most luxurious hotels in Soto City, but it also has another name, the Couple's Hotel. So when Chunyu and the others walked into the hotel, everyone cast them looks filled with inexplicable amusement. Strange, do we have flowers on our faces? Why are these people looking at us like this? Chunyu felt uncomfortable under the gaze of these people. Did it mean that outsiders were not worthy of staying at the Rose Hotel? Hello, we would like to book 3 rooms. Tang San walked directly to the front desk, but his words made the attendant's expression even more peculiar. Sir, are you sure you want to book 3 rooms? Is there a problem? Tang San asked with some confusion. No, it's not strange, but we only have 1 room left in the hotel. 1 room? Tang San and Chunyu exchanged glances, not expecting such a large Rose Hotel to have no extra rooms available. It seemed this hotel was quite popular. In that case, let's look for another hotel. If it were just Tang San and Chunyu, booking 1 room wouldn't be an issue, but the problem was that Xiao Wu couldn't possibly share a room with the 2 of them. At this moment, the attendant realized that the 3 young people in front of him were not in the kind of relationship he had initially thought. Please hold on. I just remembered that we actually have 2 rooms left. How about you discuss it and squeeze in a bit? 2 rooms would work. Tang San and Chunyu could share 1, and Xiao Wu could have 1 to herself. All right, we'll take the rooms. But just as Chunyu was about to pay, a hand stopped him. I say, you must be new at the front desk. These 2 rooms have been reserved by me for years. How dare you transfer them to outsiders without my consent? It seems this Rose Hotel is not planning to stay in business. Chunyu turned to look in the direction of the voice. The speaker was a handsome young man with a head full of golden hair. Judging by his attire, he was clearly either rich or noble, and what was particularly striking was his pair of eyes. He was born with heterochromia. Beside him stood a perfect pair, who were rare twin beauties. Let go. Chunyu's hand was firmly pressed down by the young man, who even used soul power, causing a faint displeasure to appear on Chunyu's face. Although these 2 rooms belonged to the young man, there was no need to resort to violence. Kid, our debt isn't settled yet, and you won't be able to leave this Rose Hotel, the young man said, glancing at Chunyu dismissively, not taking the boy before him seriously at all. I told you, let go. Chunyu's voice carried a hint of coldness. If it weren't for just arriving in Soto City, he wouldn't want to cause trouble. He almost made a move just now. Noisy. The blonde youth was not a good-natured person either. After being reprimanded by Chunyu, a dangerous light suddenly flickered in his eyes. A wave of white soul power radiated from the youth, revealing that he was a rather young soul respect expert. At that moment, the manager of the Rose Hotel hurried down from upstairs. Upon seeing the youth's unfriendly expression, the manager broke out in a cold sweat. "Young Master Dai, please don't be angry. Today's incident is due to a serious mistake at the Rose Hotel and has nothing to do with anyone else. I sincerely ask you not to be upset. Manager Liu, this is no longer just a matter between the Rose Hotel and me, but rather between me and this young friend. In Soto City, no one has dared to reprimand me for a long time. Kid, you're impressive. You've broken this precedent." The youth, referred to as Young Master Dai, controlled his soul power, gathering it around Chunyu's body, seemingly intending to use the pressure of his soul power to humiliate Chunyu in public. "Young Master Dai, in the past, my favorite thing was to beat up noble young masters. You got me itching for a fight," Chunyu retorted without any politeness, seemingly ignoring the increasingly dense soul power surrounding him. "Kid, I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth." At this moment, the pupils in Dai Xiao's eyes gradually merged, a sign known to those familiar with him that he was genuinely angry. Martial soul possession. A massive white tiger martial soul appeared behind Dai Xiao, and his hand transformed into a sharp tiger claw covered in white fur as he grasped Chunyu's hand. At the same time, 3 soul rings in yellow and purple rose and fell around Dai Xiao. The powerful aura of a soul master instantly turning the lobby of the Rose Hotel into chaos. A top-tier beast martial soul. Little Yu's opponent turned out to be a battle soul master. Tang San's expression grew serious. The level of soul masters in Soto City was indeed far superior to that in Notting City. A youth who looked only 16 or 17 already possessed 3 soul rings. Moreover, the 3rd soul ring was a 1,000-year purple soul ring. Such strength could even qualify him to be a mentor at Notting Academy. Yet, Chunyu didn't even raise an eyelid, as if the white tiger martial soul in front of him didn't catch his interest at all. "Soul Master, is that really strong?" Chunyu's indifferent expression and casual tone caused Dai Xiao to show a hint of shock. This kid either didn't know the power of the Soul Sovereign, or his strength surpassed the level of the Soul Sovereign. Only these 2 reasons could explain Chunyu's demeanor. "Kid, even when faced with danger, you still dare to put on airs." Another large tiger paw, accompanied by a startling sound of breaking air, came straight down toward Chunyu's head. He wanted to see what exactly this kid was up to. Bang! Chunyu grabbed the tiger's claw effortlessly, but the violent shock wave shattered all the vases in the hall. Impossible. The previously arrogant Dai Xiao now showed an expression of extreme fear for the first time. "I said, a mere soul sovereign is nothing to be afraid of, because I am one too." As the last word fell, the aura around Chunyu surged like a volcanic eruption, reaching the soul sovereign level in the blink of an eye. "You're also a soul sovereign." Ding. First encounter, Shock Dai Mubai, Shock Value 90. All soul ring ages increased by 10 years. It turns out that this Dai Xiao's real name is Dai Mubai, a battle soul sovereign with 37 levels of soul power. Moreover, he is only 3 years older than Chunyu. At 15 years old, Dai Mubai was likely the youngest soul sovereign master in the history of Soto City before Chunyu appeared. However, Chunyu's emergence undoubtedly broke the record set by Dai Mubai, and today, these 2 young genius soul masters met in such a way. But Dai Mubai's expression quickly changed from shock to excitement, as if Chunyu were the opponent he had long awaited. "Good. It has been a long time since anyone has stirred my desire to fight. No matter the outcome of today's battle, these 2 rooms are all yours." Dai Mubai's muscles bulged, his golden hair turned into a black and white mix, and a king-like pattern formed in the center of his forehead, exuding a regal aura of the king of beasts. The evil-eyed white tiger Dai Mubai, a legendary figure in Soto City, revealed his powerful strength for the first time at the Rose Hotel today. Chapter 45. Dragon Phoenix vs. White Tiger Roar. The powerful tiger's roar caused the glass of the entire Rose Hotel to tremble violently, and many guests fled in panic, running out of the hall. In a short while, only 4 people remained in the large hall. "This guy is too bullying. Xiao-san, let us go help Xiao Yu." Xiao Wu, being a competitive person, was eager to try her hand at the heightened battle spirit from outside. "Little girl, this is Xiao Yu's battle. If we intervene, we will be criticized for taking advantage of the situation." Tang San stopped the impulsive Xiao Wu, making her pout in displeasure. "No matter how loud the voice is, it's just a little king on the ground. You can't control the true king in the sky." Chunyu's face showed a hint of faint mockery as the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix, martial soul suddenly burst forth from him. The terrifying might of the Dragon Phoenix, 10 times stronger than 6 years ago, directly struck the evil demon White Tiger martial soul, causing its power to instantly wilt to the extreme. What kind of martial soul is this? It can actually render my evil demon White Tiger martial soul completely incapable of resistance. Dai Mu Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. His martial soul was already a top-tier beast martial soul. Even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, one of the top 3 sects, had a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul that was only slightly stronger than the evil demon White Tiger. However, the pressure emanating from Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix was nearly 100 times that of the evil demon White Tiger, making any comparison impossible, akin to the difference between a deity and a mortal. Moreover, in Dai Mu Bai's eyes, the 3 soul rings on Chun Yu match his own exactly, both having 2 yellow and 1 purple. But what Dai Mu Bai didn't know was that this was the appearance Chun Yu deliberately showcased. In reality, his 3 soul rings should be purple, black, and black. The first soul ring came from the one-horned flood dragon, and after several upgrades, it had reached a full 2,500 years of age. The second and third soul rings were both from the system's shocking rewards, and both were 10,000-year soul rings, granting Chun Yu 2 additional powerful soul skills. If Dai Mu Bai knew that Chun Yu's first soul ring was even stronger than his third soul ring, would he be so angry that smoke would rise from his head? The second soul skill, White Tiger Crackling Wave, striking first, is a principle Dai Mu Bai always adhered to. He saw the evil demon White Tiger open its large mouth, and a pillar of energy as thick as a thigh surged towards Chun Yu. But facing this violent soul skill, Chun Yu merely raised his right palm slowly. Does this kid want to take my White Tiger Crackling Wave with his bare hand? Is he out of his mind? Dai Mu Bai found it hard to believe when he saw Chun Yu's stance. Dai Mu Bai knew all too well how powerful the White Tiger Crackling Wave was. Even a Soul King wouldn't dare to be so arrogant as to take a soul skill with just his hand. However, the next scene made Dai Mu Bai's eyes go wide. The surging White Tiger Crackling Wave was indeed effortlessly blocked by Chun Yu with a single palm. And even Chun Yu's feet didn't move an inch. Ding! Blocking a soul skill with a bare palm shocked the evil demon White Tiger Dai Mu Bai, earning a shock value of 99, and the growth of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul increased by 10. He really blocked it. Dai Mu Bai felt as if he was hallucinating. Was this something that a human body could achieve? It was simply a monster among monsters. The reason why Dust Feather was able to block this strike with his flesh palm is that, on one hand, after being possessed by the Heavenly Dragon Phoenix martial soul, his dragon form palm is comparable to a body of gold and stone. On the other hand, the chaotic spirit body absorbed 20% of the power from the White Tiger's cracking light wave. This is why that breathtaking scene just occurred. Now, you should know that my bones are as hard as my mouth. Unfortunately, your little cat martial soul seems to be quite frightened. In my opinion, you should obediently back down to avoid humiliating yourself later. Chun Yu lightly flicked his sleeve, seemingly not taking Dai Mu Bai seriously at all. I admit I was arrogant before, and you deserve my full effort. However, this time, Dai Mu Bai was not angry. Instead, his eyes burned with intense fighting spirit. This made Chun Yu regard Dai Mu Bai with a bit more respect. Although he was overbearing, he was far from being arrogant. Given time, Dai Mu Bai would surely become a powerful soul master. Next, you should be careful. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mu Bai's robust body, which was already 2 meters tall, swelled again, turning him into a small giant over 3 or 4 meters high. With the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, within half an hour, Dai Mu Bai's strength, soul power, and defense would all double, and the power of his soul skill would be greatly enhanced. It could be said that at this moment, Dai Mu Bai was no weaker than a soul master of level 45 or above. This is quite interesting. At this moment, Chun Yu revealed a hint of seriousness. Dai Mu Bai indeed concealed even more powerful strength. However, for Chun Yu, who was capable of slaying soul emperors 6 years ago, the power that Dai Mu Bai unleashed at this moment seemed insufficient to overturn the entire battle situation. First soul skill, Dragon 2 Stab. A dragon shadow, solidified as if real, raised its massive dragon horn high and charged into Dai Mu Bai's body. However, a white light shield flashed around Dai Mu Bai, instantly increasing his physical defense by several times. This was Dai Mu Bai's first soul skill, White Tiger Barrier, a powerful soul skill that enhances physical defense. Although Dragon Tooth Stab knocked Dai Mu Bai back several dozen meters, The sharp dragon horn could not pierce through the special halo of the white tiger barrier. Not bad defense. Chenyu smiled and commented. But Dai Mubai did not stop there. He simultaneously slammed his fist down on the dragon's head, and the terrifying explosive power actually drove the dragon's shadow deep into the ground. With the rebound force, Dai Mubai leaped high into the air, his sharp tiger claws turning into countless cold glimmers, striking down towards Chenyu. The attack power was decent, and the explosive power was top-notch. However, Chenyu's body swayed slightly and suddenly disappeared from Dai Mubai's line of sight. The mystery of the 7-star ghost steps was difficult even for Tang San's purple extreme magic eye to capture, let alone Dai Mubai. However, your speed and observation skills were slightly lacking, which is why you lost. The voice of Chenyu suddenly rang out behind Dai Mubai. Just as Dai Mubai reacted, a blood-red dagger appeared in Chenyu's hand, barely stopping in front of Dai Mubai's throat. I lost. Dai Mubai knew that Chenyu had shown mercy. If the dagger had gone forward another half-inch, he would have probably lost his life 10 times over. However, Dai Mubai accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. Chenyu's strength put immense pressure on him, but it also provided him with endless motivation, which was why he was able to break through to Soul Master at the age of 15. A strong person can only become stronger by comparing themselves to even stronger individuals. Dai Mubai achieved his current success by continually surpassing his opponents. My name is Dai Mubai. I hope that when we meet again, it will be at Shrek Academy. I will take responsibility for all the losses here. These 2 rooms belong to you. Dai Mubai was quite carefree as he tossed the keys to Chenyu, without asking for his name, and walked away with the pair of twins amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. This Dai Mubai is quite an interesting person. Chenyu smiled slightly, and from his tone, it was clear that Dai Mubai was also from Shrek Academy, which piqued Chenyu's interest in the mysterious Shrek Academy. Chapter 46, The Fleeting Killing Intent. I see him as just a playboy. Xiao Wu had a strong prejudice against Dai Mubai. A man bringing 2 young girls to the Rose Hotel must have ulterior motives. Never mind him. Xiao-san, let's go see how beautiful our room is. The room that the playboy reserved for a long time must be extraordinary. Xiao Wu pulled Tang San along without giving him a chance to respond, heading straight to the top floor. When the 2 opened the door, Tang San couldn't help but blush. He finally understood why Dai Mubai had specifically reserved this room. It turned out to be the couple's suite specially designed by the Rose Hotel. From the entrance to the inner room, a red carpet was laid out, and various fresh flowers were placed on both sides. The fragrant scent of flowers, combined with soft but not overly dim warm lighting, instantly created a sweet atmosphere. Xiao Wu, you rest first. I'm going to Xiao Yu side. Tang San felt as if he'd been stung by a scorpion, and as soon as he stepped into the room, he quickly withdrew his foot. Although he and Xiao Wu were clearly a couple in the eyes of everyone, Tang San had not officially confessed yet, so their relationship still felt vague and elusive. Xiao-san, you really are a blockhead. It seems I'll have to help you out a bit. Chenyu was quick-witted and, with lightning speed, slammed the door shut with a bang. Just a moment ago, Tang San's nose nearly made intimate contact with the door. At the door, a low, malicious chuckle came from Chenyu. Xiao-san, you always snore when you sleep. Just let me off the hook today and go bother Xiao Wu instead. After saying that, the sound of a lock clicking came from the next room. Good grief. Chenyu had cut off all of Tang San's escape routes. Suddenly, Tang San found himself at a loss, unable to advance or retreat. Xiao Wu. Xiao Yu just likes to joke around. Xiao Wu tilted her head, showing no sign of embarrassment, and instead looked at Tang San with a hint of curiosity. Xiao-san, you're acting strange today. We've been sleeping opposite each other for 6 years. There's nothing to be shy about. In Xiao Wu's mind, this place was no different from the dormitory at Nodding Academy. Meanwhile, Chenyu was sprawled out on the bed, finally able to get a good night's sleep after several days of travel. Suddenly, Chenyu's ears perked up, and he sprang up from the bed like a carp leaping out of water. For just a brief moment, he sensed a faint killing intent. Although that killing intent disappeared quickly and didn't seem to be directed at him, Chenyu's sixth sense told him that the visitor was not friendly. Moreover, this person had come specifically for him. Had he finally been unable to hide in Soto City? In fact, from the moment he left Nodding City, Chenyu had felt that the journey had been too calm. In recent years, the strength of the City Lord's mansion, run by Qin Wu, had dramatically increased. And Qin Wu had successfully broken through to the Soul King realm. Therefore, Qin Wu had gradually forgotten about Chenyu's terrifying combat power and slowly began to entertain some crooked thoughts again. However, Chenyu had never regarded Qin Wu, this clown, as a threat, and after leaving Nodding City, He had completely forgotten about him. But now it seemed that Qin Wu had no intention of letting him go. Qin, you guessed correctly. At this moment outside the Rose Hotel, a group of mysterious individuals wearing hats is standing on the street, and the leader is Qin Wu. After gazing at the top floor for a moment, Qin Wu and his group checked into the neighboring hotel. Qin Yu, Tang-san, this Soto City will be your burial ground. Following closely behind Qin Wu is a young man, who is none other than Qin Shuang, whom Qin Yu once stepped on. Surprisingly, Qin Shuang has also obtained the qualification to study at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, which is the top-ranked Soul Master Academy in the Balak Kingdom, Balak Academy. This time, Qin Wu is sending his son to school, but he is also seeking revenge. However, what Qin Wu doesn't know is that Chun Yu has already discovered his presence. It is still hard to say who is the hunter and who is the prey. Xiao-san, Xiao Wu, I'm going to take a stroll outside. You two have a good rest. Chun Yu specifically emphasized the 4 words have a good rest with great intensity. Without waiting for Tang-san to react, Chun Yu quickly slipped away. Chun Yu wasn't going shopping. He wanted to see what kind of scheme Qin Wu was up to. At this moment, the scorching sun had already set on the horizon, and the temperature outside had noticeably dropped. The originally empty street had also become lively. As soon as Chun Yu walked out of the Rose Hotel, 3 or 4 people immediately followed him. I'm just afraid you can't keep up, you silly sons of landlords. Chun Yu revealed a faint cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and with a few swift movements, he disappeared into the dense crowd. How did that kid vanish in the blink of an eye? The few dark agents immediately panicked, not expecting to lose their target after only following for a few dozen meters, especially since they claimed to be the strongest dark agents in Notting City. With this level of skill, 2 words could describe them. Garbage. Hey, I said, are you guys looking for me? Chun Yu suddenly appeared behind these people, and with a sudden shout, they all shivered, clearly startled. Just as they were about to turn around, they felt a chill on their faces. They saw that Chun Yu had somehow produced a brush and swiftly wrote several large characters on their faces. Since you are monitoring me, you must be quite clear about my identity. Go back and tell your master, if you want to seek death, he can come find me personally. Sending a few little dogs like you, I'm not even interested in making a move. Chun Yu slightly revealed a trace of the terrifying might of the celestial dragon phoenix, martial soul, causing those few scouts with only great soul master strength to almost wet their pants in fear. Within 3 breaths, disappear from my sight, otherwise. What's painted on your faces will not be ink. As soon as Chun Yu finished speaking, those few people vanished around the street corner like startled puppies in the blink of an eye. Hee, it really is true that where there is a master, there are servants, a group of useless people. Chun Yu flicked his brush and swaggered around, believing that Qin Wu would not come looking for trouble today. At a street corner, the Ying Tian Long Huang martial soul within Chun Yu suddenly trembled, as if sensing some powerful aura. This was an inconspicuous grocery store, which didn't even have a sign. Compared to the luxurious shops around it, this small grocery store appeared even more shabby. Great talents often hide in plain sight. One should not easily draw conclusions based on appearances. Chun Yu stepped into the shop, curious to see what secrets this small store might hold. Xiao Yu, so you are here. Suddenly, he heard Tang-san and Xiao Wu's voices behind him. It turned out that Tang-san couldn't stand the atmosphere in the room and followed Chun Yu out of the Rose Hotel. Xiao-san, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. You really don't get it. Chapter 47. The scheming merchant and the bored crystal inside the grocery store. There was only a small flicker of candlelight, indicating that the shopkeeper was either very frugal or simply stingy. As he pushed the door open, a chaotic mix of various smells rushed towards him. Goodness, this truly lives up to the name of a grocery store. Everywhere he looked, there were all sorts of messy items, and Qin Yu even spotted a black pot with a hole in it. Could this be a garbage recycling station? Behind a large pile of shelves, there was a recliner, on which a middle-aged man was leisurely resting with a fan in hand, seemingly unaware that Chun Yu and the others had entered the shop. However, Chun Yu felt a sense of being watched, as if none of his movements had escaped the middle-aged man's notice. A master, Chun Yu felt 120% of unease in his heart. The feeling this middle-aged shopkeeper gave him was even more terrifying than that of old Go-Back in the day. Shall you look at this suddenly? Tang-san gently tugged at Chun Yu's shirt. Following Tang-san's gaze, Chun Yu saw a dark stone used to prop up the table leg. However, from the cracks in the solidified mud, he could faintly see a glimmer of crystal-like warm light. Could this be the Fa Jing, recorded in the Xiantian treasure record? Fa Jing can give birth to a special golden thread called Fa Jing, which is even tougher than Xianbing silk. Moreover, without any deliberate forging, this Fa Jing can transform into the 8th-ranked hidden weapon in the Tang Sect's Xiantian treasure record, the Dragon Whiskers Needle. The dragon whisker's needle specifically targets protective energy barriers. And if Chunyu could obtain this hidden weapon, his combat power would reach a whole new level. The feathered palm turned into claws, gripping the exposed crystal above the ground. With a strong pull, it surprisingly only caused the crystal to wobble slightly. The size of his crystal was several times larger than what Chunyu had imagined. While ordinary crystals were only the size of a basin, this one was at least the size of half a bathtub. Such a large crystal must have undergone a qualitative change. Chunyu was initially taken aback, but then a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. The top-grade item in the crystal was a bored crystal, which contained at least 100 units of hair gold. This was like finding a treasure. Get up! With a mighty effort, Chunyu lifted a massive crystal stone that was nearly half a meter tall with one hand. In an instant, countless objects crashed to the ground with a loud clatter, the piercing noise causing the middle-aged man on the recliner to jump up as if his rear end were on fire. Is the ground shaking? Chunyu gently placed the more than 300 gene crystal down and apologized to the middle-aged man. I'm really sorry to disturb your peaceful dreams. But how much is this thing? The middle-aged man put on his glasses hanging around his neck, saw the big pit on the ground, and then looked at the mess scattered everywhere. He immediately screamed in distress. Oh no, my antique, my treasure. Seeing the man's miserly behavior, Chunyu couldn't help but chuckle. What antique? That was clearly a broken bowl picked up from some garbage pile, and only the shopkeeper would consider a treasure. Ahem, sir. You can add all these losses to the quote, and I'll compensate you for everything. In Chunyu's view, all these things combined weren't worth a single gold soul coin. But what the middle-aged man said next shocked him greatly. Oh, really? That's fine, but that bowl was used by a title Douluo 1,000 years ago. I'm not trying to cheat you. Let's say 800 gold soul coins. In the end, the middle-aged man even took out a small abacus, clicking away, and the final price surprisingly reached 16,879 gold soul coins. That's even more than the annual tax of Nodding City. Wow, sir. You've caught a sheep and are trying to squeeze every last bit of wool from it. Chunyu shook his hand violently and said, well, people say that if you don't open for a year, you'll feast for 3 years once you do. This person wants to feast for a lifetime. How can you talk like that? I even gave you a discount, and if we go by cost, I'm actually a loss. Yet this middle-aged man not only feels no shame, but instead makes Chunyu feel like he's made a great profit. Fine, I'll take the loss. Chunyu gritted his teeth and squeezed out these few words from his throat. There was no other choice, no matter the cost for this piece of crystal. Chunyu was determined to succeed. Wait, these are just the losses for the antiques you damaged. The crystal needs to be calculated separately. This guy, one knife was not enough to stab Chunyu. He actually wants to stab again, planning to drain Chunyu's entire fortune. Just name your price. In the past 6 years, apart from working at the blacksmith shop to earn some money, Chunyu also received a few scattered rewards of gold soul coins from the system, totaling just over 20,000. After being fleeced recently, he had barely any money left in his pocket. Oh, I didn't expect this to be just a little fat sheep. The middle-aged man's eyes rolled around and immediately overturned his initial price in his mind. I didn't expect this young brother to be so straightforward. How about this? I was originally going to sell this crystal for 30,000 gold soul coins, but since you were sincere, I'll sell it to you for 29,900 gold soul coins. What? The sincere price was just a reduction of 100 gold soul coins from the original price. What difference does that make from before the price drop? It's like wrapping a hammer with a piece of paper, saying that protective measures have been taken, and you can safely take a hit, which makes no difference from not wrapping it at all. It's simply ridiculous. Even the good-natured Tang San frowned. 30,000 gold soul coins wouldn't be enough even if they emptied all 3 of their savings. Xiaoyu, let's go. Chunyu also sighed helplessly. To be honest, he really had a moment just now when he wanted to give the unscrupulous businessman in front of him a good beating, but he was afraid he wouldn't win. You have to buy today, whether you want to or not. But the middle-aged man directly waved his hand, and a gust of wind instantly closed the door. This strong-arm tactic made Chunyu and the others feel very bad. Sir, business is not done like this. Chunyu's eyes had turned into 2 abysses. He could respond to any actions from the other party immediately. However, the middle-aged man's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the 24 bridges bright moon night wrapped around Tang San's waist, and his expression changed dramatically. A complex mix of joy and shock. Immediately after, the man actually, and did not mention any compensation matters, even giving that piece of crystal to Tang San for free. Since you want this stone, take it. Just now was a test for you, and well done, you passed. After saying this, the middle-aged man disregarded Chunyu and the others' astonished expressions, laid back down in the rocking chair, and swayed back into slumber. Then thank you, senior. Chunyu slightly bowed and, carrying the massive crystal, walked ahead towards the door. After the three left, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao Gong, are we finally going to join forces again this time? Chapter 48, Battle with Qin Wu, Part 1. Due to the enormous size of this plate crystal, it was impossible to maneuver within the Rose Hotel, so Chun Yu and the others made their way to the outskirts. Xiao San, Xiao Yu, why are you so invested in this dark stone? Does it contain some secrets? Tang San affectionately patted Xiao Wu's head and said, this is thanks to Xiao Yu's keen eye, able to discover this treasure among a pile of junk. This plate crystal is countless times more precious than any gem. It is the true king of gems. Tang San traced his fingers along the irregular patterns of the plate crystal, surprisingly finding no cracks at all. There were no signs of impurities invading. The gold within this plate crystal should be quite pure. Qin Yu had long been holding a large iron hammer, and with a forceful motion of his arms, the heavy hammerhead, accompanied by a whistling wind, came crashing down onto the board crystal. Crack! However, the sound of breaking did not come from the board crystal, but rather from the iron hammer in Qin Yu's hands. The hammerhead, forged from iron ingots, actually shattered into 4 or 5 pieces. What on earth is this board crystal made of, that it is so hard? A regular forging hammer could not possibly inflict any damage on the board crystal shell. Xiao Yu, cooperate with me. Tang San took a deep breath, and in the palm of his left hand, a hammer-shaped martial soul gradually became clear. As Tang San infused his soul power into the Haotian hammer, the small hammer's size instantly multiplied by dozens of times. At the same time, behind Qin Yu, a majestic dragon phoenix martial soul stood proudly in midair. The enormous dragon claw grasped the handle of the Haotian hammer, and then the Haotian hammer, weighing thousands of pounds, was forcibly lifted. Break it for me. Qin Yu and Tang San exerted their strength together, and the enormous Haotian hammer suddenly struck down on the board crystal. This time, a noticeable crack appeared on the hard crystalline shell from top to bottom. The entire ground shook violently as a result, demonstrating the immense power of this strike. Immediately, fine cracks resembling a spider web spread all over the board crystal, centered around this fissure. At a certain moment, the entire board crystal exploded with a loud bang, and among the flying shards, there were nearly 100 golden granules the size of rice. This was the golden material that Qin Yu and Tang San had longed for, and it was also the prototype of the dragon whisker needle. Swish! At that moment, several figures dressed in black with their faces covered in black cloth suddenly appeared from all directions, and all of these individuals had reached the 3-ringed Soul Master level. Qin Wu, it seems you still can't keep your cool. Qin Yu only took a glance and immediately recognized the origins of these people. In the entire Soto city, the only one who had a grudge against Chun Yu was Qin Wu. I had warned you before. This time, I will not hold back. Kuzan Inaled, and several golden particles immediately fell into Chun Yu's palm. After being infused with soul power, those small round particles transformed into fine needles as thin as cow hair. Then, Chun Yu casually flicked his hand, and the golden needles vanished into the air without making a sound. Following that, the black-clothed figures that had been rushing towards him all let out muffled groans, and one by one fell from the air. Chun Yu just used a hidden weapon technique called Spring Breeze and Rain. This technique allows the hidden weapon to temporarily disappear from the opponent's sight. Coupled with the fact that the dragon whisker needle is already small in size, it is even harder to detect in advance. Qin Wu, since you are here, why not dare to reveal yourself for a meeting? Chun Yu's gaze lingered on the empty hillside, and soon, Qin Wu's figure slowly emerged from behind the slope. Qin Yu, it seems I underestimated you. In just 6 short years, your strength has actually reached the point where you can easily kill a Soul Master of the Soul Emperor level. Truly a young genius. After breaking through to the Soul King, Qin Wu obtained his first 10,000-year soul ring, which made him feel quite capable, allowing him to boldly attempt to kill Qin Yu. However, what surprised Qin Wu a little was that Qin Yu's strength had also increased tenfold compared to before. Qin Wu, I thought you could keep a low profile, but I didn't expect you to be as foolish as Mo Tianxing. Both of you are incredibly stupid. Do you really think that just because you've stepped into the Soul King realm, you have me at your mercy? Qin Yu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu formed a triangular formation, surrounding Qin Wu in the middle. Ha ha, isn't it you who is arrogant? If it weren't for me poisoning Mo Tianxing in advance back then, do you think with your 2 mediocre skills you could fight against the Soul King? Today, let you know what true Soul King power is. Qin Wu clenched his palm tightly, and 5 soul rings appeared around him. 1 white, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. The immense soul power from Qin Wu created a massive storm, causing the surrounding plants to break apart. Qin Wu's strength is several times greater than Mo Tianxing's. It seems today is destined to be a tough battle. Although Chun Yu appeared calm on the surface, he was actually being extremely cautious deep down. Martial soul possession. Qin Wu's martial soul was a flamed giant lizard, with soul skills inherently accompanied by firepower. The moment the martial soul appeared, the surrounding plants spontaneously ignited. First soul skill, fire lizard armor. Qin Wu didn't immediately launch an attack, but instead enveloped himself in a layer of flaming armor, indicating that Chun Yu's close combat ability had left a deep impression on him. Following that, the second and third soul rings on Qin Wu lit up simultaneously. Second soul skill, Raging Inferno. Third soul skill, Meteor Strike. A circular wave of flames surged from Qin Wu, roaring outward, incinerating even the rocks along its path in an instant due to the terrifying high temperature. At the same time, a shadow loomed over Chun Yu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, as three enormous fireballs, each about 10 meters wide, plummeted down, resembling meteors falling from the sky. Oomph. A mere century-old soul skill dares to show off. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, you can attack Qin Wu's main body. Leave these two soul skills to me. The sound of dragon roars and phoenix cries echoed from Chun Yu's body, as three soul rings simultaneously descended upon Ying Tian Long Huang. Second soul skill, Dragon Riding Slash. Chun Yu slowly raised his right arm, and the heavenly dragon phoenix, martial soul, instantly transformed into a delicate long sword about 3 feet long, with a vividly carved dragon and phoenix image on the blade. As Chun Yu swung the sword down, billions of sword energies erupted within a radius of 100 meters. And in the blink of an eye, the two soul skills released by Qin Wu were completely obliterated. At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already closed in on Qin Wu's main body, a mere soul venerable, yet able to unleash such terrifying soul skill attacks. If I don't kill this brat today, I will never have peace. Qin Wu was also shocked by Chun Yu's overwhelmingly strong second soul skill. This blow could almost rival Qin Wu's own full-force attack. Moreover, it seemed that Chun Yu had not yet exhausted all his strength. Fourth soul skill, Fire Lizard Charge. Two identical fire giant lizards suddenly emerged from Qin Wu's body, colliding with Tang San and Xiao Wu respectively. This could be understood as Qin Wu's soul power clone. Although the two fire lizards only retained about 10 to 12% of Qin Wu's strength, they could temporarily hold off Tang San and Xiao Wu. In Qin Wu's view, these two had only level 29 soul power, so they should not be difficult to deal with. However, Qin Wu overlooked one point. These three little guys were not easy to handle. Second soul skill, Charm. Xiao Wu's eyes emitted a pink glow, and as Qin Wu's gaze briefly met Xiao Wu's, he felt a slight wave of dizziness in his head. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San wrapped his blue silver grass around Xiao Wu's waist and used the meteor hammer to fling Xiao Wu towards Qin Wu, while he himself skillfully dodged the fire giant lizard's attack using Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. Chapter 49, Battle Against Qin Wu, Part 2, First Soul Skill, Waist Bow. Xiao Wu had completed the buildup of power in her waist, and her long legs were about to approach Qin Wu. But it should be noted that Qin Wu was currently engulfed in raging flames, and Xiao Wu had no fireproof gear. Approaching recklessly was not a wise move. Just then, countless blue-silver grasses sprouted from beneath Qin Wu's feet, wrapping him up like a rice dumpling. Although the internal blue-silver grass was continuously burned, the newly sprouted blue-silver grass could keep up. This was Tang San's first soul skill, Bind, with the blue-silver grass isolating the flames. Xiao Wu's first soul skill successfully landed on Qin Wu. Whoosh! A blue cocoon made of blue-silver grass was forcefully flung into the air by Xiao Wu, and then her fists and feet rained down on Qin Wu. Finally, with a whip kick striking Qin Wu's head, he let out a strange cry and fell heavily into the ground. The two great soul masters joining forces were able to unleash such astonishing combat power, which greatly shocked Qin Wu. Third soul skill, Dragon Soaring Sky Strike. Chun Yu suddenly leaped high from behind Tang San, his right arm covered with densely arranged dragon scales, and a pair of sharp dragon horns sprouted from his fist. As Chun Yu threw a punch, a golden azure dragon charged forward with an unmatched, astonishing momentum, crashing into Qin Wu. With a poof, the two dragon horns effortlessly tore through the fiery armor on Qin Wu's body, leaving two bowl-sized, horrifying, gaping wounds on his chest, revealing some shattered internal organ fragments within. Chen Yu's second and third soul rings are both 10,000-year soul rings awarded by the system, and the attributes of these two soul rings perfectly align with the Ying Tian Long Huang martial soul, making it incredibly easy for Chen Yu to use. How is this possible? Qin Wu could never have imagined that the coordination among Chen Yu and his companions would be so seamless, with each person's combos perfectly connecting without any gaps. From the moment Xiao Wu's charm skill succeeded, Qin Wu's death sentence had already been pronounced. Puffed. Qin Wu spat out another mouthful of blood. Chen Yu's punch had already shattered his heart. Even if a tidal Douluo were to descend, it could not change Qin Wu's fate. Yet, Qin Wu still struggled to rise from the ground, tilting his head back to swallow an entire bottle of soul-transforming pill. Let's perish together. A horrifying blood mist instantly enveloped Qin Wu, and the power of this final strike would be the strongest blow of his life. Fifth soul skill, Blood Flame Explosion. At this moment, the only 10,000-year soul ring on Qin Wu was surrounded by the blood mist, appearing to darken in color. At the same time, his skin and muscles continuously tore apart. Even the bones within his body were breaking inch by inch. Qin Wu actually intended to self-destruct his body, pushing the power of the fifth soul skill to an unprecedented level. Trying to self-destruct in front of me. Isn't that a bit wishful thinking? If this were before today, I truly wouldn't have a way to counter it, but now. At this moment, Chen Yu retracted the Ying Tian Long Huang martial soul, and once again absorbed several golden particles from the ground. Qin Wu was already surrounded by a crimson flame, and the astonishing temperature had actually turned the ground into scorching magma. Blood Flame Explosion is an explosive soul skill. Its principle is quite simple. It concentrates the soul power within Qin Wu's body at a single point, causing the soul power to rub against each other violently, creating a scorching high temperature. Then, Qin Wu transfers this violent force to his opponent through his fists and feet, turning his opponent's body to ashes. In order to obtain this soul ring, Qin Wu had sacrificed many subordinates, but he never expected that before he could unleash this soul skill, he would be defeated, with half of his foot already stepping into the gates of hell. Had he known it would turn out this way, Qin Wu probably would have used his strongest soul skill right from the start, but there is no medicine for regret in this world. Dying together was Qin Wu's final choice. However, at this moment, Chen Yu suddenly disappeared from his sight. Immediately afterward, several streams of golden light actually pierced through the crimson flames surrounding him and entered Qin Wu's body. The special crystal known as the board crystal was formed through millions of years of earth compression and magma smelting, and the gold it nurtures is incredibly tough, even resistant to melting in magma. The small amount of blood flame on Qin Wu's body could naturally not block the Dragon Whisker Needle. At first, Qin Wu did not understand what Chen Yu was trying to do, but where the Dragon Whisker Needle pierced, a huge bulge immediately formed, with the muscles entangled by the coiled Dragon Whisker Needle. Although Qin Wu could no longer feel any pain at this moment, the originally violent power within him was now continuously venting out. Every soul master has a fixed path of soul power circulation within their body. Qin Wu, just now I used the Dragon Whisker Needle to pierce the crucial acupuncture points on your body, reversing the flow direction of your soul power. Now, you have lost the qualification to self-destruct. If Qin Wu did not choose to self-destruct, Chen Yu could not fully grasp the flow trajectory of the soul power within Qin Wu's body. However, the violent soul power generated by self-destruction was concentrated in those few acupuncture points on Qin Wu's body. As long as Chen Yu slightly intervened and disrupted these critical soul powers, Qin Wu's body would be like a punctured balloon, unable to hold any soul power. Chen Yu. Just as Qin Wu was about to pounce towards Chen Yu, a terrifying sense of weakness surged from within him, and he fell straight down to the ground. In Chen Yu's eyes, there was neither sadness nor joy as he cast a faint glance at Qin Wu on the ground. I've already given you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't know how to cherish it. A flash of red light passed by, and the bloodthirsty dagger with tiger stripes took away the last trace of life from Qin Wu. Both the previous lords of Nodding City had fallen at Chen Yu's hands. It was unclear whether it was fate or whether these people had brought it upon themselves. Young Master Qin, do I still need to invite you out? Chen Yu retracted the tiger-striped, bloodthirsty dagger and said. It turned out that not only Qin Wu, but also Qin Shuang had followed him. However, this young Master Qin was now completely limp, collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. His father, a formidable Soul King expert, was like a mere chicken in front of Chen Yu, having perished after only a few exchanges. This dealt a severe blow to Qin Shuang's fragile psyche, leaving him without a shred of courage to confront Chen Yu. It was likely that for the rest of his life, Qin Shuang would suffer from nightmares. With Chunyu as the main character. Chunyu, I beg you, don't kill me. Qin Shuang stumbled as he walked, and in the short distance of 100 meters, he had managed to injure himself, looking battered and bruised, losing any semblance of a young master-esque demeanor. Then give me a reason not to kill you. Chunyu said playfully. In fact, from the very beginning, Qin Shuang never caught my eye. A mere ant isn't worth a true dragon's attention. I am willing to be your servant, as long as you don't kill me. In order to survive, Qin Shuang had already abandoned his dignity, which made Chunyu shake his head. A person like this, let alone becoming a powerful soul master, probably doesn't even qualify to be called a decent person. Killing him, Chunyu was afraid of dirtying his own hands. Get lost, and don't let me see you again, or you'll be killed without mercy. Chapter 50. Monster talent shocks the academy after the incident with Qin Wu. Chunyu and his companions had a great time playing in Soto City for several days. These days could be said to be the most relaxed for Chunyu. On the fourth day, the three of them checked out, as today was the first day of enrollment for Shrek Academy. Although there were no fewer than 5 or 6 intermediate soul master academies in Soto City, a long queue had already formed in front of Shrek Academy. Among the people in line were both elegantly dressed nobles and ordinary commoners, indicating that Shrek Academy did not place much importance on the backgrounds of its students. This principle of treating everyone equally made Chunyu feel more favorable towards Shrek Academy. Over 13 years old, does not meet Shrek's enrollment requirements, disqualified. Next, Shrek Academy had only one standard for enrolling students, and that was to only accept monsters. The monsters here did not refer to frightening appearances, but rather to extraordinary talent. The first criterion for enrollment was that candidates must not be older than 13 years old and must have soul power at the Great Soul Master level. It is known that on Douluo continent, one can awaken their martial soul at 6 years old, and within 6 years, cultivate their soul power to over 20 levels. This difficulty is not ordinary. Even someone like Tang San, who had innate full soul power, only cultivated to soul power level 29 in 6 years. In other words, if Tang San did not have innate full soul power, he would barely meet the threshold for admission. Despite the long line in front of Chunyu, the speed of the first round of eliminations was exceptionally fast. In just 10 minutes, it was Tang San's turn. The teacher testing for bone age turned out to be a soul emperor, indicating that the level of instructors at Shrek Academy was quite impressive. Age 12. Soul power level 29. Martial soul blue silvergrass. The soul emperor instructor raised his head for the first time. Tang San was the first person to pass the test today. A mere blue silver grass martial soul can actually be cultivated to level 29. You little guy are quite a monster. Take this form and go inside for the next round of testing. Thank you, instructor. Tang San received his form and walked into Shrek Academy at a slow pace under countless envious gazes. Age 12, martial soul, soft bone rabbit. Also at level 29 soul power. Just after sending off Tang San, little Wu came in with the same age and level of soul power, which made the Soul Emperor feel like he had hit the jackpot. When it was Chun Yu's turn, as soon as he released his martial soul, the Soul Emperor seemed to be frightened by the pure dragon phoenix pressure and fell from his chair to the ground. Extreme beast martial soul. Ding. The heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul intimidates the Soul Emperor expert. Shock value 99. Reward. Martial soul growth increased by 10 points. It is known that only one person in the entire Shrek Academy possesses an extreme martial soul, and it is a flawed extreme martial soul. But Chen Yu's martial soul is a flawless extreme martial soul. The instructor's gaze instantly became exceptionally fervent. Such a genius is usually under the control of the Spirit Hall. And today, Shrek Academy has struck gold. Little guy, as long as you are willing to join our Shrek Academy, I will exempt you from all subsequent tests. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar. Everyone wished they could replace Chunyu. Was the difference between people really that great? They had worked hard only to be eliminated, while Chunyu didn't have to do anything to become a member of Shrek Academy. Instructor, I think I will forego this privilege. After all, it goes against Shrek Academy's enrollment principles. Chunyu took a deep breath, and the soul rings under his feet lit up one by one. A terrifying wave of soul power caused the little ones in line to show expressions of extreme fear. 1, 2, 3, 3 soul rings. He has actually become a soul sage. Soul sage. Just 2 simple words felt like a towering peak pressing down on everyone's hearts. An insurmountable Mount Everest. You say we've worked hard, but haven't reached the great soul master level. Yet you're the same age as us and have actually cultivated to soul sage. How can we live with this? Ding. The shock of the soul power level stunned the crowd, rewarding all soul rings with an increase of 100 years. Soul Sage. The surprise in the mentor's eyes was even greater. With a top-tier martial soul and the strength of a soul sage, he was a genius among geniuses. A monster among monsters. The dean will definitely be very happy if he knows we have recruited this little monster this year. Little one, hurry and go in. The mentor treated Chunyu like his own grandson and actively led him into Shrek Academy. This further sparked a chorus of envy and jealousy. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. Comparing people can kill you. Is this the difference between a genius and a waste? It's too real. As Chunyu just walked into the academy, he unexpectedly saw a familiar face, Dai Mubai, with whom he had a little conflict at the Rose Hotel. Indeed, he was a student of Shrek Academy. You all came, as expected. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dai Mubai, and I enrolled in Shrek Academy 3 years ago. I can be considered your senior. For the next few years, we will be brothers and sisters working together. About what happened before, I was in the wrong first, and here, I apologize to you. Dai Mubai respectfully bowed, but was stopped by Chunyu and Tang San. From now on, we are all classmates. As the saying goes, you can't know someone without a fight. Let's just let the past be the past. Chunyu and Tang San are not people who hold grudges. Of course, Xiao has some complaints about Dai Mubai, as his playboy image is indeed somewhat off-putting to girls. Just then, another person walked in from the door, a cold-faced young girl. But her curvaceous figure is certainly not something an 11 or 12-year-old girl could possess. When Dai Mubai saw this beauty, he was first taken aback, then showed an awkward smile. Clearly, these two were already acquainted, and something ambiguous had happened between them. However, the cold-faced beauty merely cast a faint glance at Dai Mubai. Her eyes filled with coldness and killing intent. I said, Dai boss, did you do something to wrong her? Just look at that gaze. It's as if she wants to skin you alive. Chunyu whispered in Dai Mubai's ear, showing a bit of interest in this gossip. Cough, cough. Let's talk about this later. Dai Mubai coughed lightly and actively avoided the gaze of the cold-faced beauty. Is this still the charming young master Dai Mubai, who easily navigated through flower crowds without getting a single petal on him? He looked like a heartless man who had done something wrong to someone. Hello, everyone. My name is Ning Rongrong, and we will all be classmates from now on. Please take care of me. Shortly after, another person walked in, but unlike the cold-faced beauty, this fresh little beauty had a very lively personality and immediately lifted the atmosphere. Chunyu, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing. Everyone did a simple self-introduction, and at that moment, Dai Mubai immediately said, "We have enough people, follow me." Dai Mubai seemed very afraid to interact with the cold-faced beauty, and without saying a word, he pulled Tang San and Chunyu towards the academy. The next challenge is very difficult, so you need to be mentally prepared in advance. On the way, Dai Mubai advised in a serious tone. Chapter 51. Immovable King Zhao Wujia, Part 1. Boss Dai, this challenge won't involve fighting you, will it? Chunyu said with a teasing tone. If that's the case, then this assessment is too easy. Dai Mubai smiled wryly and shook his head. Originally, the content of this assessment was indeed, as Chunyu said, to battle Dai Mubai for 100 rounds, and not being defeated would count as passing the assessment. However, Dai Mubai had just received new assessment details. This time, the assessment officer for Chunyu and the others was not Dai Mubai, but Zhao Wuji, known as the Unmoving King. The Unmoving King is a legendary figure in the Spirit Master world who had defeated many Soul Saints while at the Soul Emperor level and broke through 10 mid-sized sects in one night. He even caught the attention of the Spirit Hall, which sent a Soul Douluo along with 10 Soul Saints to jointly eliminate Zhao Wuji. However, at the moment of life and death, Zhao Wuji miraculously broke through to become a Soul Saint, with the power amplification of his true spirit form. Zhao Wuji managed to slay several Soul Saints, severely injure the Soul Douluo, and escape alive. This battle made Zhao Wuji famous in the Spirit Master world, but he then vanished from sight. Little did anyone expect that he would become a mentor at Shrek Academy. What kind of place is Shrek Academy that even someone like the Unmoving King would join its ranks? Chunyu had certainly heard of the reputation of the immovable King Zhao Wujia and was a bit excited to meet this formidable figure. However, the others were not as relaxed as Chunyu, especially Ning Rongrong, who was currently covering her bright red mouth and gasping in shock. According to rumors, hadn't the immovable king fallen off a cliff and died? How could he? Dai Mubai made a shushing gesture and whispered, "Shh, keep it down. Only a very few know the secret that Teacher Zhao is not dead. If that group from a spirit hall finds out, it could cause quite a bit of trouble. Moreover, Teacher Zhao is no longer the violent king he used to be. His temperament has mellowed a lot. Oh. Ning Rongrong nodded her little head and immediately closed her mouth. As they walked along, Chinyu noticed something strange. Although Shrek Academy was not large, it seemed very quiet and empty. Other than Dai Mubai, they hadn't seen any other Shrek students. Were they all in class at this time? Dai Mubai, how many teachers and students does Shrek Academy actually have? Chinyu curiously asked. Dai Mubai suddenly paused, looking somewhat embarrassed. Well, Shrek Academy has a total of 17 mentors, but currently, there are only 3 students. What? Dai Mubai's words shocked everyone. Such a large academy actually had only 3 students. This must be the only Soul Master Academy on the entire Douluo continent where there are more mentors than students. Could this be the legendary private aristocratic academy, where 5 mentors teach 1 student? That seems too luxurious. Actually, before you all, Shrek Academy hadn't recruited any new students for a whole 2 years. So Chinyu, you all must work hard. I haven't seen new friends for too long. Soon, the group arrived at the central square of Shrek Academy, where a tall and sturdy man stood with his arms crossed in the center of the square. Although this person had not yet released any soul power, the air around him seemed unusually heavy. Just his presence could resonate with the world. Is this the terrifying strength of the immutable king? Truly powerful. Chen Yu's expression stiffened. Zhao Wuji could probably crush a soul king like Qin Wu with just a pinky finger. For the first time, Chen Yu felt a hint of worry about facing such an opponent. Xiao Bai, I can't believe so many little monsters have successfully passed the previous rounds of tests. It seems our Shrek Academy won't be so quiet anymore. As expected, the strong man was indeed the unmoved King Zhao Wuji. As Zhao Wuji opened his eyes, an invisible pressure immediately enveloped everyone. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's knees buckled, and they nearly fell to the ground. I suppose Xiao Bai has already informed you of my identity. That's right, I am Zhao Wuji, the infamous figure in the Soul Master world. A level 76 battle Soul Master, with the martial soul of the great strength Diamond Bear, and I am also the examiner for your final assessment. The content of my assessment is quite simple. As long as you can last for the duration of a stick of incense in my hands, you will pass. To ensure fairness, I will seal my soul power at around the Soul Sovereign level. Zhao Wuji took out a stick of incense, flicked it with his finger, and the thin incense surprisingly inserted itself directly into the hard stone brick. At the same time, due to the intense friction, the other end of the incense was lit automatically. You have the time of a stick of incense to discuss your tactics. After the incense burns out, the assessment will officially begin. After saying these few words, Zhao Wuji returned to his spot and began to meditate again. Time is limited. Chen Yu, Tang San, you need to quickly formulate a reasonable strategy. Otherwise, with your current strength, it will be difficult to last even a round against Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai knew Zhao Wuji's strength and all his soul abilities. Even if Zhao Wuji sealed his soul power, his strength would still be close to the peak of a soul king. Teacher Zhao's martial soul, the great strength Diamond Bear, is a top-tier beast martial soul, excelling in defense and strength, while speed is Zhao Wuji's only shortcoming. Therefore, your tactics can be approached from this angle. Tang San and Chen Yu nodded slightly, and a rough tactical design immediately formed in their minds. Since we are meeting for the first time and don't know each other's martial soul abilities, I'll go first. My name is Chen Yu, and my martial soul is the Heavenly Dragon Phoenix. Just like Boss Dai, I'm a 3-ring soul sovereign. As soon as Chen Yu said this, not only Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, but even Zhao Wujia, who was standing at a distance, showed a look of shock. No, it can't be. Your age is similar to mine, and you're already a soul master of the 3 souls. How could I, who used to call myself a genius, feel so humiliated in comparison to you? This is too discouraging. Ning Rongrong felt a tremendous blow. Her once proud talent for cultivation seemed like nothing compared to Chen Yu. Well, it's just luck, just luck. Dust Feather scratched his head and smiled apologetically. Ding! Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing felt that this was too much of a blow. And Zhao Wujia thought to himself that he really was a little monster with an average shock value of 99. So the age of the soul ring increased by 150 years. Tang San, with the blue-silver grass martial soul, was a 29th level control system soul master. Immediately after, Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul astonished everyone again. It was understandable that Dust Feather, with a top-notch beast martial soul, could cultivate so quickly, but blue-silver grass was recognized as a useless martial soul. How could also cultivate so fast? Can geniuses play like this? The teacher once said that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, and even useless martial souls have their own advantages. Tang San smiled slightly, showing no sign of being discouraged by the fact that Blue Silvergrass was a useless martial soul. Tang San was indeed interesting. He might not be unable to become a powerful figure in the future. Zhao Wujie quite agreed with what Tang San had just said. Indeed, the martial soul was merely a part of a soul master's strength. To become a truly powerful soul master, a firm heart of a strong person was the key. Chapter 52. The Unmoved King Zhao Wujie. Part 2. Next, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing introduced their martial souls and soul power levels respectively. I am Xiao Wu, with the dance character. My martial soul is the soft bone rabbit, and I am a 29th level assault system soul master. Xiao Wu still appeared lively, seemingly unaffected by the upcoming battle. I am Zhu Zhuqing, with the martial soul Ghost Shadow Cat, and I am a 27th level agility system soul master. Zhu Zhuqing still looked cold and emotionless. I am Ning Rongrong, a 26th level support system soul master, with the martial soul 7 treasure glaze tile. When Ning Rongrong mentioned her martial soul, she lifted her little head proudly. So, the 7 treasure glaze tile. It turns out this little girl is the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed sect. I just wonder if she can adapt to the atmosphere of Shrek. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Wujie's lips. It seemed that this generation of little monsters might create miracles for Shrek. The 7 treasure glazed tile. You are a direct descendant of the 7 treasure glazed sect. Daimubai exclaimed. As one of the top 3 sects, the 7 treasure glazed sect, although lacking the number of high-level soul masters compared to the other 2 sects, possessed the so-called number 1 support martial soul in the world, the 7 treasure glazed tile. There is a rumor in the soul master world that if a soul receives the support of the 7 treasure glazed tile, they can hold their own against a 92nd level title Douluo. Although the difference between a soul Douluo and a title Douluo is just one word, their strengths are worlds apart. And the 7 treasure glazed tile can bridge this huge gap, demonstrating just how powerful its support ability is. Great! With the support of the 7 treasure glazed tile, the gap between you and teacher, Zhao, will be significantly reduced, since Dai Mubai could not participate in the battle. The tactics formulated by Dust Feather and Tang San would focus on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing as the main attackers, while Tang San and Dust Feather would assist from the side, and Ning Rongrong would stand at the back to provide the support effect of the 7 treasure glazed tile. The reason for this tactical arrangement was simple. No matter how rough Zhao Wujie was, he would not really attack 2 weak girls, right? Dust Feather and Tang San clearly saw this, so they naturally placed Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing in the front. However, in reality, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were just a smokescreen. The real attacking task still fell on Dust Feather and Tang San. Of course, until the last moment, Dust Feather would not let Zhao Wujie see through this plan in advance. A stick of incense's time passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhao Wujie opened his eyes again. This time, the little guys in front of him looked very different from before. In just a short stick of incense, Dust Feather and Tang San were able to devise the most reasonable tactical arrangements based on each person's characteristics, which made Zhao Wujie nod in approval. Little monsters, are you ready? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing stood at the front. Dust Feather followed closely behind, while Tang San was near the only support soul master in the team. Ning Rongrong. This formation of 3 in front and 2 behind was indeed quite rare. Zhao Wujie had thought this group of little guys would rush in all at once, each using their own methods, but to his surprise, they chose this strategy of retreating to advance in response to the upcoming battle. Teacher Zhao, please give us your guidance. Chun Yu cupped his fist, and the Heaven Dragon Phoenix martial soul soared into the sky, its terrifying pressure causing Zhao Wujie to take half a step back. Truly a top-tier beast martial soul. Even I felt a bit oppressed. The Soul Emperor and Soul Saint are separated by several major realms. Yet the might of the martial soul was able to make the 76th level Zhao Wujie retreat half a step. Chun, you can be considered the first of his kind. Unprecedented in history. However, such things alone cannot secure your ultimate victory. Zhao Wujie smiled faintly, and a towering giant bear enveloped in golden light rose behind him. A powerful and unshakable terrifying aura suddenly spread from this great strength diamond bear martial soul. So this is Teacher Zhao's great strength diamond bear martial soul, truly formidable. With a single wave of Chun Yu's palm, a pure dragon phoenix aura coalesced into a protective shield, enclosing everyone within. Although the surface of the shield rippled continuously, it stubbornly resisted Zhao Wujie's pressure. First soul skill bind. Tang San finally made his move, and countless blue-silver grasses coiled around Zhao Wujia's legs and waist like a mandala snake in an instant. Zhao Wujia, initially indifferent, suddenly changed his expression when he exerted a little strength. The resilience of the blue-silver grass exceeded his expectations. It was no less formidable than those thorns known for their toughness. Was this really the blue-silver grass martial soul that others regarded as useless? It certainly had some merit. If it were an ordinary soul respect, they would probably struggle to break free from Tang San's blue-silver grass. But now they were facing Zhao Wujia. Although he had voluntarily sealed his soul power, he was still far beyond the soul respect level. First soul skill, immovable king body. A golden light radiated from Zhao Wujia, and the approaching blue-silver grass was rebuffed by this golden light. Immediately afterward, Zhao Wujia's second soul ring lit up simultaneously. Second soul skill, great strength diamond palm. Zhao Wujia's palm transformed into a pair of wide hands, and a destructive force rapidly gathered in his palms. Not good. You all better get away. This is teacher Zhao's attack soul skill, great strength diamond palm. Just as Dai Mubai's words fell, a dragon-shaped illusion suddenly flashed before him, with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing standing on the dragon's head. This dragon shadow surged forward instead of retreating, actively charging at Zhao Wujia. Wasn't this akin to a moth flying into a flame? The answer was clearly no. Countless blue-silver grasses suddenly sprouted all over Zhao Wujia's body, wrapping him completely in an instant. Second soul skill, parasitism. This was Tang San's second soul skill, derived from a plant soul beast called Ghost Vine, which granted him the ability to parasitize. The blue-silver grass that had just wrapped around Zhao Wujia had already scattered seeds on him. With just a thought from Tang San, these seeds would rapidly grow, disrupting Zhao Wujia's second soul skill. Roar! The dragon's shadow dispersed, coalescing into a long sword in Chun Yu's hand. The brilliant sword aura made Zhao Wujia's pupils constrict, and even the hairs on his arms stood on end. This was Chun Yu's second soul skill, Dragon Ride Slash. Swish! A shocking sword light, measuring dozens of meters long, suddenly descended upon Zhao Wujia, directly slicing through his immovable king body. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind. Second soul skill, Charm. Xiao Wu's reddened eyes caused the distracted Zhao Wujia to fall into an illusion, and the soul power, surging within him, suddenly calmed down. Second soul skill, Netherhunter Claws. Sharp nails grew from Zhu Zhuqing's fingers, which were her most powerful weapons. In just 1 second, Zhu Zhuqing attacked hundreds of times. But even without using soul power for defense, her claws only left faint white marks on Zhao Wujia's body. Truly worthy of the immovable king. His physical defense was astonishingly formidable. Since claws couldn't work on you, then I'll knock you out. With a sudden exertion, Xiao Wu's long legs clamped around Zhao Wujia's head, lifting the over 2-meter-tall Zhao Wujia off the ground. Then she executed a backflip, bringing Zhao Wujia's head into intimate contact with the ground. Chapter 53. Immovable King Zhao Wujia. Part 2 Bang. The immense impact caused the entire plaza to tremble slightly, and a red horn suddenly sprouted from Zhao Wujia's forehead. So, Tang San, your beautiful confidant is actually this formidable. Dai Mubai was about to describe her as fierce, but upon seeing Zhao Wujia's swollen forehead, he quickly changed his wording. Zhao Wujia was even more frustrated. He never expected that as a great soul sage, he would be injured on the head by a little girl using a soft technique. If this got out, where would he put the face of the immovable king? Little monsters, I won't hold back anymore. Zhao Wujia lost interest in playing, and his gaze became exceptionally serious. Dai Mubai noticed the change in Zhao Wujia's expression, and his heart sank, realizing it was bad. Teacher Zhao was now serious. Chenyu, you all be careful. Teacher Zhao is getting serious. Tang San reacted even faster than Dai Mubai. The moment Dai Mubai's warning came out, 2 strands of blue-silver grass instantly wrapped around Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's waists, suddenly pulling them back just in time. Following that, an immense golden light erupted from Zhao Wujia, and a terrifying wave of soul power formed a shockwave that spread out in all directions. Chaos Spirit Body activate. Chenyu actively activated the Chaos Spirit Body, continuously infusing Chaos Soul power into the Ing Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul. The originally several-meter-long Dragon Phoenix suddenly expanded to a length of 100 meters, and its overwhelming might drew the attention of everyone from Shrek Academy. Chaos Dragon Phoenix Break. The sharp dragon claws struck Zhao Wujia with an unbeatable momentum, dispersing the soul power he had just gathered. Little guy, you're not playing fair. Zhao Wujia did not expect Qinyu to give him no chance to gather strength at all. The timing of his claw attack was incredibly precise, interrupting the flow of soul power just as Zhao Wujia was about to unleash his soul skill. Such keen insight is likely beyond even the title Douluo. Ahem, Teacher Zhao. I apologize, but to last a stick of incense's time in your hands as a soul sage, we can only resort to some tricks. I hope you won't hold a grudge. Just as Zhao Wujia was about to get up from the ground, he was struck by another claw. Bang! This time, Zhao Wujia once again hit the ground head first, and the bump on his head swelled even larger. Kid, I'm gonna get angry. Let me tell you, when I get angry, even ghosts have to crawl around me 3 times. But what awaited Zhao Wujia was yet another slap. This time, not only Zhao Wujia, but everyone else was stunned. This was Zhao Wujia, and Qinyu was actually repeatedly hitting Zhao Wujia's head. This was truly an unprecedented occurrence. As the saying goes, you can't touch a tiger's butt, and you also can't mess with a bear's head. Qinyu, you better pray for luck. Dai Mubai ran several hundred meters away without looking back, and then the entire plaza transformed as if it had been struck by a tsunami and earthquake, instantly becoming unrecognizable. At this moment, Zhao Wujia's eyes had turned red. The fur on the great strength diamond bear began to show a hint of red, and a wave of destructive power was suddenly released from Zhao Wujia. Oh no, this is going to be serious. Qinyu realized that the situation was dire, and with the number of uses for the Chaos Dragon Phoenix break already exhausted, there was no power left to stop the raging black bear. Third soul skill, Gravity Enhancement. A terrifying gravitational force descended upon everyone centered around Zhao Wujia. Crack! Qinyu and Tang San joined forces to form a soul power barrier, attempting to protect the few little girls. However, Zhao Wuji's gravity was not something a soul master and a great soul master could withstand. The soul power barrier shattered instantly, but at that moment, a completely different force surged from Qinyu's body. This power was entirely different from the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix, martial soul, and represented destruction. Heavenly punishment, God-slaying sword. After being subjected to immense external pressure, Qinyu's second spirit soul unexpectedly emitted a trace of sword intent. Just this tiny bit of sword energy was enough to easily cut through Zhao Wuji's gravity soul skill. You all should hurry and leave this place. Qinyu used the last bit of his soul power to send Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong out of the arena. Unfortunately, the frenzied Zhao Wujia had lost all rationality, and his fourth and fifth soul rings lit up simultaneously. The fourth soul skill, target tracking. The fifth soul skill, gravitational compression. The gravity that was on the verge of collapsing actually reformed, and this time the gravity was even more terrifying than before. This gravitational force was not just pushing in one direction, but was compressing from all sides, seemingly intent on turning me into meat paste. At the same time, Qinyu could also smell a hint of honey from his nose, and surprisingly, the scent was coming from his own body. Qinyu was still puzzled as to why he was emitting such a scent when a terrifying bear paw suddenly slammed down on his head. 7-star Ghost Steps. Dust Feather stepped forward, his body creating several afterimages in the air, making it difficult even for Zhao Wujia to discern which was the real one. However, much to Dust Feather's surprise, Zhao Wujia's bear paw seemed to have eyes, instantly locking onto Dust Feather's true form. Strange, does Zhao Wujia have a precision guidance system? How'd he see through my real and fake bodies? The 7-star Ghost Step had failed for the first time, which both surprised Dust Feather and put him in an unprecedented crisis. This was actually the ability of Zhao Wujia's fourth soul skill. Once a person was locked onto by this soul skill, no matter where they hid or what movement technique they used, they could not escape Zhao Wujia's tracking. Even if Zhao Wujia closed his eyes, he could strike accurately. Chaotic Wind. At this critical moment, a gigantic black heavy hammer fell perfectly on the top of Zhao Wujia's head, causing the red horn on his head to grow twice longer. Poor, immovable king, suffering heavy blows to his forehead in a single day. If it weren't for Zhao Wujia's astonishing bones, an ordinary soul master might have already become an idiot. Zhao Wujia's robust body sank deeply into the ground, leaving behind a large human-shaped pit. 7th soul skill, True Body of Martial Spirit. These words contained an incredibly terrifying soul power pressure, and a golden light shot up from the ground. Oh no, Teacher Zhao has truly gone mad, even using his true body of martial spirit. At this time, Dai Mubai couldn't just stand by and watch. After Zhao Wujia activated his true body of martial spirit, his strength multiplied several times instantly, not to mention Dust Feather and the others. Even a title doll might not be able to subdue Zhao Wujia. Xiaowao, Fachi, hurry up and help. The dean was not in the academy, and Zhao Wujia was the strongest person in Shrek Academy. If Zhao Wujia continued to rampage, the entire Shrek Academy would probably be torn apart. Damn it, has teacher Zhao drunk too much again? The one called Xiao Ao was a scruffy old man, and the fatty lived up to his name, looking like a round meatball. The two hurriedly ran out and saw Zhao Wujia in his true body of martial spirit, wielding a 1,000-gene giant rock and smashing it everywhere. Surrounding Zhao Wujia were Dust Feather and his group of little ones. Chapter 54. Meatball Impact. Fatty, stop watching the show. Teacher Zhao has gone mad because of that group of newly enrolled kids. He has probably stirred up the killing intent buried deep inside him. If we can't hold out until the dean comes back, Shrek Academy is going to suffer. At this moment, other instructors in the academy heard the commotion and gathered around. However, the composition of Shrek Academy's instructors was a bit special, besides the Soul Emperor Dustfeather had seen before. The rest were all auxiliary soul masters with little combat ability. You little ones actually forced Zhao the madman to this extent. I'm really seeing things. The Soul Emperor's martial spirit was the dragon-subduing rod, a weapon martial spirit, which he summoned at this moment. I will attract this bear's attention. You little ones run as far as you can. Blocking a soul sage as a soul emperor was already extremely difficult, especially against an uncontrollable bear, which made this soul emperor's face turn pale. This teacher, I will help you. After all, this situation was caused by Dust Feather, and now that it had developed into this, he couldn't just stand by. We're here to help. Daimubai, along with two soul masters of similar age to Dust Feather, rushed over. You little ones are really causing trouble. In just one round, this soul emperor was defeated and had to retreat. Fortunately, Tang Xin used blue silver grass to offset the impact. Otherwise, this instructor would have been injured again. Everyone try to avoid direct contact with teacher Zhao. As long as we can hold out until the dean returns, everything will be fine. Dai Mubai seemed to have a lot of experience dealing with Zhao Wujia and quickly spoke up. It sounded easy, but who wouldn't he feel intimidated in front of this raging bear? Especially with Zhao Wujia's gravity soul skill. Once trapped, even Dust Feather and Tang San couldn't easily escape, let alone the girls like Xiao Wu, Dai Laoda, Xiao San, and I will directly hold down teacher Zhao. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, you can use these hidden weapons to assist us from the side. Ningrongrong, you didn't show your abilities as an auxiliary soul master just now. I hope you won't hold us back this time. As for these two brothers, Chen Yu did not understand the abilities of the fat guy and the bearded uncle, and for a moment, he didn't know how to arrange the two of them. Oscar could be considered a support-type soul master. His soul skills help us replenish soul power. Ma Hongjuan's martial soul is the phoenix, and his explosive power is even above mine. Dai Mubai quickly introduced the abilities of the two. This is even better. Oscar, you're like Ningrongrong, standing outside of teacher Zhao's attack range and providing support effects in a timely manner. As for Ma Hongjun, just wait for the right moment. Your explosive power may be the key to this battle. Chen Yu quickly assigned tasks to everyone, and then exchanged glances with Dai Mubai and Tang San before charging towards Zhao Waoqi together. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul is renowned for two things: strength and speed. 3 streams of light accurately landed on Chen Yu and his companions, and in an instant, Chen Yu felt his strength and speed increase by about 20%. So this is the auxiliary effect of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul. It truly is powerful. At that moment, a rather lewd soul chant rang out from the bearded uncle's mouth. I have a big sausage. Was this soul chant really that explicit and vulgar? There are still 3 girls standing here, especially Ning Rongrong, who was closest and had a blushing face. Moreover, Oscar actually produced a big sausage in his hand. Young man, catch it. Oscar threw the big sausage with great force, and it flew straight towards Chen Yu. Oscar was actually a food system soul master, and his first soul skill produces recovery sausages, which can quickly restore soul power after consumption. However, his soul chant was indeed a bit. Dai Mubai said awkwardly. Although Chen Yu's expression was a bit conflicted, he wanted to continue fighting and could only rely on Oscar's recovery sausages. Forget it. Let's just compare the sausages from Douluo continent with those from Blue Star to see what's different. Dust Feather swallowed the recovery sausage in 2 or 3 bites. It wasn't that Dust Feather didn't want to savor it, but recalling some lewd scenes involving Oscar made him feel a bit nauseous. However, Oscar's sausage was indeed highly effective. In just a moment, Dust Feather regained 1/6 of his soul power. Wow, this is even better than the strength pill. If it weren't for Dust Feather's soul power being 6 times that of a soul master of the same level, One of these recovery sausages would be enough to fully replenish the soul power of a soul venerable. Third soul skill, Dragon Soaring Sky Strike. A golden giant dragon suddenly flew out from Dustfeather's right arm, its sharp dragon horn piercing into Zhao Wujia's chest. Even in his martial soul, true form, Zhao Wujia was pushed back several steps by this strike from Dustfeather. What an astonishing attack power. Dai Mubai, who was watching from side, gained a new understanding of Dustfeather's strength. It seemed that Dustfeather hadn't used his full power in their previous battle at the Rose Hotel. Roar! Zhao Wujia suddenly brought his arms together, and his muscular arms crushed the golden dragon to pieces. However, the chaotic energy generated by the explosion left no trace on Zhao Wujia. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. After using his third soul skill, Dai Mubai was still a head shorter than Zhao Wujia, but relying on sheer brute force, he managed to stop Zhao Wujia's advance. First soul skill, Bind. Countless blue-silver grasses wrapped around Zhao Wujia's limbs, but these blue-silver grasses alone couldn't hold him for long. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing now, Tang Xin shouted loudly, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing quickly moved into position, hooking their iron claws around Zhao Wujia's ankles. They used the Flying Heaven Divine Claw, originally designed for scaling walls and climbing sheer cliffs, but it was quite practical for restraining Zhao Wujia at this moment. The Flying Heaven Divine Claw could withstand a pulling force of 800 pounds, and even if Zhao Wujia was incredibly strong, he couldn't exert much force while being constrained. Fatty, it's your turn to take the stage. Dai Mubai was under immense pressure, and he could only hold on for 3 more seconds at most. Ma Hongjun had been itching to go, and upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, a burst of rose-colored phoenix flames erupted from him. Second soul skill, Phoenix in the Fire. Ma Hongjun curled up his head and limbs, looking more like a big meatball. This meatball, with the support of Tang San's blue silvergrass, was directly thrown into the air despite weighing over 300 pounds, and then it smashed down like a meteor onto Zhao Wujia's already injured head. Bang! The clash between a meatball and the bare head ended with the meatball winning. One move, meat egg impact. Zhao Wujia's massive body fell backward onto the ground, facing the sky, and the clingy phoenix flames charred the fur on his body black. The Soul Emperor beside them was dumbfounded. This temporary team of soul venerables and soul masters had such a tacit cooperation. It was as if they had rehearsed countless times beforehand. If it weren't for seeing it with their own eyes, who would believe this was their first meeting? Chapter 55. The power of the soul bone subdues the unparalleled Zhao Wujia was truly the most tragic character on the field. Today he had utterly lost all the face he could lose in a lifetime. Although Dustfeather and the others couldn't inflict substantial damage on Zhao Wujia, the humiliation was extremely intense. One could imagine how wonderful their days would be at Shrek Academy in the future. But right now, Dustfeather couldn't care about that much. With the power boost from the Heaven Dragon Phoenix martial soul, Dustfeather lifted a boulder weighing hundreds of pounds and smashed it onto Zhao Wujia's head once again. The stone shattered instantly, but Zhao Wujia showed no reaction, not even feeling a hint of dizziness. Moreover, this time Zhao Wujia's eyes turned completely pure in color. Oh no! This is Teacher Zhao's 6th soul skill, Wrath of the King. Wrath of the King increases all of Zhao Wujia's attributes tenfold for 3 minutes while reducing his speed by 90%. One could say that within a foot of Zhao Wujia's body, it was an absolute forbidden zone, no matter whether they were soul masters or soul beasts. They would be crushed by Zhao Wujia's furious fists. Coupled with the gravitational soul skill Zhao Wujia released, it was unlikely anyone could escape his next attack. Ding! Host detected to be in an extremely dangerous situation, temporarily lifting the seal on the soul bone. A sudden surge of exceptionally strong power erupted from the spine bone behind Chenyu, and, at the same time, everyone saw what appeared to be a pair of enormous wings, ablaze with flames, growing from Chenyu's back. Although it was merely an illusion, it felt incredibly real. Huh! Chenyu let out a loud shout and also threw a punch. He actually wanted to exchange blows with Zhao Wuji. Was he out of his mind? No. Tang Xin knew, well, how terrifying Zhao Wuji was. Even if he exerted all his strength using the Xintian skill, it wouldn't be 1/10 as powerful as Zhao Wuji's punch. Although Chen Yu was invincible among Soul Emperors, there was still a huge gap compared to Zhao Wuji. Chen Yu's arm is probably going to be useless. Bang! The dull sound of the collision struck hard in everyone's hearts, and immediately, the ground of the entire square sank, creating a massive pit nearly 100 meters long and 40 to 50 meters deep. Meanwhile, Chun Yu and Zhao Wuji maintained their fist-to-fist stance, not moving an inch. In the next second, a clear sound of dragon roars and phoenix cries echoed from within Chun Yu's body, followed by an even greater force transmitted through Chun Yu's arm to Zhao Wuji's arm. Boom! Suddenly, a low rumble of thunder resonated in the air, and Zhao Wuji was forced to retreat several dozen steps before he could finally stop. At the same time, a muffled groan escaped Zhao Wuji's throat, and a faint trace of blood actually flowed from the corner of his mouth. The immovable king of the Soul Master World, known for its defensive power, was injured, and it was at the hands of a 12-year-old Soul Master kid. If this scene hadn't happened before everyone's eyes, who would dare to believe it? Ding! The Dragon Spine Phoenix Wing initially reveals its power, shocking the world. All Soul Ring years have been rewarded with an increase of 1,000 years. Although the process was extremely dangerous, the reward was incredibly generous. A full 1,000 years of increase made Chun Yu's first Soul Ring nearly reach 4,000 years. A 4,000-year first Soul Ring is unimaginable. It is significantly higher than the 4th or even 5th Soul Rings of ordinary Soul Masters. Xiaoyu, are you alright? Tang San hurried to Chun Yu's side. At this moment, Chun Yu still maintained his punching stance, but blood was seeping out of every pore of his body. Clearly, that punch had also brought a considerable burden to Chun Yu. Xiao San, we won. After Chun Yu finished speaking, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Although the system temporarily unsealed the 2 soul bones on Chun Yu, his current realm was unable to bear the power of both soul bones. Moreover, it should be noted that Chun Yu had just used 1% of his power and was already able to directly repel Zhao Wuji, who was unleashing all his firepower. This shows just how powerful the energy contained in these 2 soul bones is. If the system hadn't resealed the power of the soul bones at the last moment, Chun Yu would have likely exploded and died. After being struck hard, Zhao Wuji also came to his senses from his previous state of rage. Looking at the chaotic environment before him, he couldn't help but scold himself for being too heavy-handed and for actually taking things seriously with a group of kids. Wait, I hope I didn't hurt those little monsters. Just as Zhao Wuji lifted his foot, a brilliant bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, instantly hitting him to the ground. At the same time, a thick cloud of black smoke rose from underground, indicating that the powerful diamond bear had turned into a thoroughly roasted bear. That bolt of lightning was actually one of the soul bone abilities within Chun Yu. After all, both soul bones were refined from the power of heaven and earth and had undergone purification by lightning, so the soul bones themselves carried lightning power. The previous punch had already triggered the lightning energy in the air. It just hadn't had the chance to strike down until now. Even more tragically, at this moment, no one was paying attention to Zhao Wuji. Everyone was gathered around Chun Yu, fearing he might never wake up again. If Zhao Wuji were still conscious, he would definitely be shouting, "Why is no one taking care of me? I'm the one who is in a worse situation. I was just testing these little monsters' abilities, and ended up being a punching bag. How is that fair?" Moreover, the stingy dean hadn't paid him for over half a year. Poor Zhao Wuji, the mighty, immovable king, didn't even have enough money to buy a bottle of herbal medicine for his injuries. He might be the most unfortunate soul saint in history. Mubai, you take this little guy to Laohua. No one in the entire Shrek Academy knows medicine better than him. The rest of the little monsters, come with me. You have successfully passed Teacher Zhao's assessment, and from this moment on, you are officially members of Shrek Academy. After everyone left, a blackened hand clawed its way up from the bottom of a deep pit. Zhao Wuji, who was charred all over, occasionally twitched, looking like he was suffering from the aftereffects of being struck by lightning. At that moment, he heard the voice he least wanted to hear. "Old Zhao, the repair costs for the square and surrounding buildings will be deducted from your salary. And get this pit filled quickly, or else I'll have you spar with me tonight on the back mountain. It's been a while since I've had a good fight." If Chun Yu were still here, he would have instantly recognized the speaker's appearance. This was the shifty shopkeeper from the grocery store, and he was actually the dean of Shrek Academy, known as the Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Flinder. "Boss Flinder, I'm wronged. I didn't cause this all by myself," Zhao Wuji said with a miserable expression on his dark face, trying to play the victim, but what awaited him was Flinder's foot. "You're filthy. Don't dirty my rented clothes. You deserve to be beaten up for underestimating those little monsters. But hurry up and clean yourself. We need to pick up an important person tonight." On the first day that Chun Yu and the others arrived at Shrek, a grand battle began, and the days to come might be even more exciting than today. Chapter 56, New Students versus Old Students, Part 1, Important Person. Zhao Wuji was slightly taken aback. To be referred to as an important person by Flanders meant that he was at least a Soul Douluo level powerhouse. Could it be that Shrek Academy was going to welcome a Seoul Douluo mentor? While Seoul Douluo couldn't be compared to the unparalleled title Douluo, they were still the strongest beneath them. Although Zhao Wujie boasted that few could surpass him at the Soul Sage level, he was still quite a distance from being on par with the Soul Douluo. Flanders' soul power was only 2 levels higher than Zhao Wujie's, but it had yet to touch the threshold of Soul Douluo. Seeing Zhao Wujie's surprised expression, Flanders knew exactly what he was thinking. Old Zhao, don't dream. How could a dignified Soul Douluo possibly be subordinate to our small Shrek Academy? But this person is extremely important to me. I could say that part of the reason I founded Shrek Academy was influenced by him. Anyone whom the proud Flanders would call a brother must possess a unique charm, and Zhao Wujie couldn't help but feel a hint of anticipation in his heart. Meanwhile, Chunyu had slept for a whole day and night before finally waking up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a beam of golden sunlight streaming in through the cracks in the roof. Have I really slept an entire day? It seems that with my current level of soul power, controlling the power of the soul bone is still a bit challenging. Chunyu took a deep breath, and a 9 turns Xiantian skill automatically activated, instantly dispelling the lingering fatigue from his body. The long-lost power returned to Chunyu, seeming even stronger than before. It seems that occasional high-intensity battles have a significant effect on enhancing soul power. Xiaoyu, you finally woke up. At the door, Tang-san, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai had already begun their new day of training, but surprisingly, there wasn't a single mentor around. The mentors at the academy had gone with the principal to welcome a new teacher, so today we could arrange our training and rest time freely. Although there was no supervision, Tang-san and the others showed no signs of slackening. Even the big-bearded Uncle Oscar had been training for over half an hour. However, Chenyu did not see Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. It seemed that her life of comfort in the sect made her think that Shrek Academy was also a leisurely tourist destination. Previously, everyone had only briefly introduced themselves, but now there was just the right amount of time. Fatty, Xiao Ao, come introduce yourselves to our new partner. Ma Hongjun had not spent as much time at Shrek Academy as Dai Mubai, but he had been there for a full 2 years. Oscar was more unique. He was taken in by Flender and had witnessed the gradual establishment of Shrek Academy. Moreover, like Chunyu and Tang-san, Oscar was a rare innate full soul power. However, Oscar's ambition was not to become a powerful soul master, but to be a wandering artistic youth. In Flender's words, if Oscar were willing to put half of his effort into cultivating soul power, he might have the chance to become the first food-type title Douluo on the Douluo continent. I think the best way to communicate is to have a match. Chinyu, I heard you set a new record for Shrek Academy. Ma Ongjun. Love to spar with soul masters who are stronger than me. Are you interested in a match? Although Ma Hongjun appeared simple and honest on the surface, his inherently combative nature was just like Dai Mubai's. How about this? We'll have a battle between the new students and the old students. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing against Dai Laodai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. As for me, after you finish, I will challenge all 3 of you at once. Chinyu smiled slightly. The number of people on Dai Mubai's side was already at a disadvantage, and if Chinyu joined in, Dai Mubai's side would probably have no chance of winning at all. Ha ha! Chinyu, don't underestimate us. Although Dai Mubai was proud, he also knew about Chunyu's powerful strength, and he wanted to see with his own eyes how Chunyu would be defeated. Tang-san, if there are no issues, let's begin. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun simultaneously activated their martial souls. The Evil Eye White Tiger and the Evil Fire Phoenix, 2 top-tier beast martial souls, released a powerful aura that made the corners of Tang-san's clothes flutter. Dai Mubai, level 37 Soul Master, please advise. Ma Hongjun, level 26 Soul Master, please advise. Oscar, level 29 Food System Soul Master, please advise. Tang-san's side also returned the greeting. Although they didn't have the Soul Master aura of Dai Mubai, they were not to be underestimated either. Tang-san, level 29 Control System, Great Soul Master, please advise. Xiao Wu, level 29 Soul Master, please advise. Zhu Zhuqing, level 27 Soul Master, please advise. Although it was 3 against 3, Oscar, as a Food System Soul Master, had no combat power at all. But considering Dai Mubai's Soul Master strength, the overall strength of both sides was barely even. For Soul Skill Bind, as a Control System Soul Master, Tang-san used Blue Silvergrass to split Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's formation right from the start. Oscar, facing the Blue Silvergrass that resembled a mandrake snake, retreated repeatedly. The Blue Silvergrass couldn't hold Dai Mubai, and Tang-san was very clear about this. So this move was not aimed at Dai Mubai, or Ma Hongjun. But at Oscar, although Oscar had no combat power, his recovery sausage could keep Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun at full soul power at all times. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had infinite soul skills. Therefore, from the very beginning, Tang San's plan was to force Oscar off the field first. But would things be as simple as Tang San imagined? Of course not. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Although the blue silver grass had absorbed the soul ring of the mandrake snake and become exceptionally tough, it still couldn't change the fact that plants were afraid of fire. Moreover, the flames spewed from Ma Hongjun's mouth were not ordinary flames, but true phoenix flames. The moment the blue silver grass came into contact with the phoenix true fire, it instantly turned into burning fireballs and was reduced to ashes in an instant. Fatty, well done. A dazzling white light surged from Dai Mubai, and the blue silver grass on him broke apart inch by inch. This was Dai Mubai's first soul skill, White Tiger Shield, which can nullify most of the power of soul skill attacks. Immediately afterward, Dai Mubai's second soul skill suddenly lit up. Second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave. But just as Dai Mubai's second soul skill was forming halfway, a cold figure suddenly appeared before him. It was the cold-faced beauty Zhu Zhuqing. First soul skill, Nether Strike. The Nether Strike maximized Zhu Zhuqing's speed and instant kill ability. Chunyu couldn't help but nod secretly, without using the 7-star ghost steps. Even he would find it difficult to avoid the surprise attack of the Nether Strike. Second soul skill, Nether Hunter Claws. Immediately, Zhu Zhuqing's hands, with sharp nails, turned into countless afterimages, and the fierce claw shadows rained down on Dai Mubai. From the looks of it, it seemed that she wouldn't rest until Dai Mubai was torn to pieces. What kind of grudge was there between these two that made Zhu Zhuqing hate Dai Mubai so much? This didn't seem like an ordinary spar. It felt more like a life-and-death struggle. Did Dai Mubai do something to upset the young lady? Not only Chunyu, but others also had the same thought in their minds, summarized in 4 words: start chaos and abandonment. Chapter 57, New Students vs. Old Students, Part 2, First Soul Skill. Waistbow. Ma Hongjun was still imagining the various past entanglements between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing when he suddenly felt a lightness in his feet, and his entire 300-pound body was lifted into the air. Xiao Wu's soft skills had extremely strong explosive power, which allowed her to easily toss Ma Hongjun away. Immediately afterward, a black scorpion tail whip wrapped around Ma Hongjun's neck, while Xiao Wu's body moved behind Ma Hongjun, delivering a heavy knee strike to his lower back. Although Ma Hongjun looked round and chubby, making his waist hard to see, it still caused his body to go numb, and he couldn't muster any strength. Xiao Wu's knee had struck right at the pressure points on Ma Hongjun's waist. Not to mention Ma Hongjun, even a titled Douluo would temporarily lose the ability to move after taking this hit. It's over. Ma Hongjun's mind was filled with this one thought. Although he didn't know what Xiao Wu planned to do next, he had a very uneasy premonition in his heart. Next was Xiao Wu's self-created explosive 8 throw. This little fatty was in for a rough time. Tang San saw Xiao Wu's starting move and silently prayed for Ma Hongjun. Although Xiao Wu would definitely control her strength, Ma Hongjun would still suffer quite a bit. Fatty, Dai Mubai, for a moment, couldn't escape from Zhu Zhuqing's Nether Hunter claws. On one hand, he was afraid of hurting Zhu Zhuqing, and on the other, Tang San was watching him closely. Once Dai Mubai made any move, Tang San could immediately neutralize it. I have a big sausage. Just then, Oscar, who had been cornered, suddenly ran out, and surprisingly, he had dozens of recovery sausages hidden in his arms. Hee hee, you all fell for it. A crafty smile appeared on Oscar's face as he scattered the sausages like flowers in the sky. Then, Oscar snapped his fingers, and these recovery sausages exploded automatically in mid-air. Food-type soul skills can be used like this. Chunyu and Tang San both flashed a hint of surprise in their eyes. This ability was something they had never seen before. Perhaps even a master didn't know that food martial souls could be used in this way. In fact, this was an ability that Oscar had discovered through his own exploration, inspired by the time he was roasting chestnuts. The sausages produced by Oscar's soul skill were essentially condensed from his own soul power. Besides being edible, they could also serve as stable explosives. As long as Oscar actively disrupted the soul power inside the sausages, an explosion could be triggered. Although the power of this explosion was quite ordinary, less than that of a 10-year soul ring's soul skill, it could still play a pivotal role in critical moments. Just like now, the shockwaves from the continuous explosions had pushed Xiao Wu back several meters, and Ma Hongjun seized the opportunity to activate his second soul skill, enveloping himself in intense phoenix flames. Even Xiao Wu didn't dare to approach carelessly. Dai Mubai took advantage of the smoke from the explosions to escape from Zhu Zhuqing's soul skill attack range. Haha, Xiao Ao, well done. Next, it's our turn to attack. Tang San. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, and the 1,000-year purple soul ring on him released an astonishing wave of soul power. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai's body suddenly expanded significantly, and his sharp tiger claws shone with a chilling light. At this moment, Dai Mubai's strength was not much weaker than that of a level 40 Soul Master. Coupled with Ma Hongjuan's assistance from the side, Tang San and the others were forced to retreat continuously. The situation had undergone a stunning turnaround, and it was only a matter of time before Tang San's team would be defeated. Just as Tang San's heels were nearing the white line at the edge of the arena, he secretly thought to himself that the moment had come. Immediately, Dai Mubai saw Tang San step onto the air and fly up about 12 to 13 meters into the sky, holding 2 strands of blue silver grass in his hands, with the other ends tied around Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's waists. Lift off, light body. The technique Tang San used was the crane catching dragon technique from the Hidden Weapons 100 Solutions, which was somewhat similar in principle to the 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds technique in Tai Chi. However, it had become increasingly ingenious and practical after generations of refinement by the Tang sect's predecessors. This was why Tang San could lift 2 living people with just 2 strands of blue silver grass. The reason Tang San could soar into the sky was that he used the cloud stepping technique from the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. This set of steps allowed Tang San to have temporary hovering capabilities, which was what Dai Mubai had just seen as walking on air. When Tang San leapt over Dai Mubai's head with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, the blue silver grass around Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's waist loosened, and at the moment they fell, they simultaneously used their soul skills. Second soul skill, Charm. Xiao Wu's reddened eyes immediately plunged Dai Mubai into an illusion, while Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly piercing strike quickly landed on Dai Mubai's chest. Bang! Still in a dazed state, Dai Mubai was knocked out of the white circle by Zhu Zhuqing's claw. Little fatty, you can go down too. Xiao Wu kicked, ma, omjunesibat, sending the big meatball rolling into the water pool. In the blink of an eye, only Oscar was left on the field. This big-bearded Uncle Henti even reacted. Just a moment ago, Dai Mubai had been in a dominant position, yet in an instant, both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had been kicked out of the arena. What exactly had happened in between? Big sausage uncle, are you going to walk down yourself, or should I help you along? The blue-silver grass in Tang San's hands constantly changed its form, looking like a venomous snake with its tongue flicking out. This made Oscar's scalp tingle. After all, Tang San's blue-silver grass carried the poison of the mandala snake. Even if it wasn't lethal, it would be enough to give Oscar a hard time. Cough, cough. A real man should have backbone. I will walk down the arena myself. Oscar originally wanted to put on a tough guy facade, but seeing the blue-silver grass spreading from all directions, his face turned pale, and he jumped out of the white circle voluntarily. That's right. Sometimes, knowing when to yield doesn't mean you'll suffer loss. From start to finish, only 3 minutes had passed, and unexpectedly, Dai Mubai's side had lost so quickly. Xiao Gong, you've trained an extraordinary disciple. But what Tang San and the others didn't know was that their soul battle was being closely watched by the master and Flender. Xiao San was good at observing the overall situation. In fact, from the moment Oscar appeared, he had already devised a new battle plan. Dai Mubai and the others did not lose due to absolute strength, but rather because of tactics. The master looked at Tang San in the arena, revealing a satisfied smile. As a control-type soul master, one must have stronger observation and judgment than ordinary soul masters. Without this keen insight, the control-type soul master, as the core of the team, would become the biggest weakness of the team. This was one of the abilities the master had helped Tang San cultivate over the past 6 years. Chapter 58. Willful Ning Rong Rong Big Brother Die We Lost. Ma Hongjun climbed out of the water pool, and a flash of flames dried his wet clothes instantly. However, Ma Hongjun looked somewhat downcast, completely different from his previous state. Dai Mubai also wore a heavy expression. In terms of strength, the combined power of Tang San and his 2 companions could match him, yet he still lost this match. What exactly went wrong in this process? Xiao San, you explain it to Big Brother Dai. Shin Yu understood Tang San's overall plan from the very beginning. First, he used blue-silver grass to simultaneously attack Dai Mubai and the other 3, preventing them from supporting each other. This was a divide-and-conquer tactic. Although it wasn't particularly sophisticated, it was quite practical, and as expected, Oscar was left alone. Although Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire restrained the blue-silver grass and indirectly rescued Oscar, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's attention was completely focused on the offensive, and they forgot that as Tang San was being pushed back, they were also moving closer to the white circle. In the end, Tang San used Ghost Shadow, Perplexing Track, and Control Crane, Catching Dragon techniques to bring both of them behind Dai Mubai. This meant that Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were now the closest to the white line. At this point, they didn't need powerful soul skills. As long as they could make Dai Mubai step back half a step, they would step out of the white line. And this was Tang San's overall plan. After hearing Tang San's explanation, Dai Mubai smiled wryly and shook his head. Before this, he had thought too simply about the soul fighting. In Dai Mubai's view, as long as one's strength was strong enough, they could crush all opponents. But Tang San had given him a vivid lesson today. Tang San, thank you for helping me out of my misunderstanding. Dai Mubai's expression became serious as he cupped his fist to Tang San. Fortunately, this was just a sparring session within the academy. Otherwise, in a life-and-death battle, Dai Mubai would have suffered a great loss. Big brother Dai, we're family from now on, so you don't have to be so polite with me. Tang San laughed heartily and helped Dai Mubai up. After this match, everyone's relationships seemed to have gotten much closer. Oh, everyone is here? Did a fight just happen? Ning Rongrong walked out of the room at this moment, holding a rather valuable purple cloud fruit. Seeing Ning Rongrong's leisurely demeanor, Dai Mubai couldn't help but frown slightly. Although Ning Rongrong and Tang San were only in their first day of school, Ning Rongrong clearly didn't take the rules of Shrek Academy seriously. The academy stipulated that all students must get up and start their day of training and study as soon as the first ray of sunlight shines on the plaza in the morning. Now, it was already well past noon, and Ning Rongrong had only just gotten up. Such laziness was completely unsuitable for studying at Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, you're late, Dai Mubai said, his indifferent tone immediately making Ning Rongrong a bit unhappy. You only entered Shrek Academy a few days earlier than me, and you're not even a mentor. What right do you have to lecture me? Oscar immediately ran up and stood between Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai. Ahem, big brother Dai, please calm down. Rongrong has just joined us at Shrek and doesn't know many of the rules. Please forgive her this time. Rongrong, big brother Dai, is also for your own good. The admission criteria for Shrek Academy are strict, and the rules are equally harsh. It's not as free as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong pushed Oscar away and coldly snorted, do I know you well? You can't just call me Rongrong. I have a cleanliness obsession. Don't let your bearded face dirty my clothes. Ning Rongrong's sharp and sarcastic words darkened everyone's expressions. Oscar was trying to help her, yet she turned around to complain about him and spoke such uncultured words. To be honest, if Ning Rongrong weren't a girl, Chinyu would have gone up to slap her a few times to make her realize the harshness of society. Ning Rongrong, I'll give you one chance to apologize to Xiao Ao. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Although Dai Mubai didn't say it out loud, he had a deep bond with Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Don't be fooled by Oscar's usual carefree demeanor. He had a stronger sense of pride than anyone else. Ning Rongrong's previous words undoubtedly struck at Oscar's weak spot. No wonder Dai Mubai was so furious. This young lady has never apologized to anyone in her life. I won't, and I absolutely refuse to apologize to this sausage uncle. Ning Rongrong's willful and capricious personality was vividly displayed, indicating that she must have had a significant position in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Otherwise, how could she dare to act like a spoiled rich girl at Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai's forehead was bulging with veins, clearly on the verge of losing control of his anger. Big brother Dai, I'm most experienced in dealing with this kind of young lady. Leave it to me. Dust feather patted Dai Mubai's shoulder and gave him a look. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and stepped back. Miss Ning, I heard that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is one of the top 3 sects on the Douluo continent. Is that true? Chinyu did not bring up the previous topic and directly mentioned the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing Chinyu's words, Ning Rongrong appeared even prouder. Of course, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda is the #1 auxiliary martial soul in the world. There are countless powerful individuals in our sect, and our wealth is so immense that it rivals nations. Even the current royal family of the Heavendo Empire is not as wealthy as my family. Is that so? Since the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is so powerful and wealthy, why would you come to a little-known Shrek Academy to study? Aren't you afraid that the instructors here won't teach you as well as your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Chinyu's question immediately left Ning Rongrong speechless. In fact, Ning Rongrong had sneaked out and now the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was probably in chaos trying to find her. Seeing Ning Rongrong's fluctuating expression, Chinyu smiled faintly. If I'm guessing correctly, you sneaked out, right? It is rumored that the current head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has only one daughter. Ning Rongrong. You must be the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As the young master, it's your first mistake not to prioritize the affairs of the school, but to sneak out instead. Abandoning your father and leaving home alone is unfilial. That is your second mistake. Insulting your peers and being unambitious. Do you think the world revolved around your father? No one outside will give way to you. If it weren't for Shrek Academy today, and if it weren't us standing in front of you, just think with your young lady's mind about what the consequences would be. Chunyu suddenly approached Ning Rongrong, and the scorching breath made Ning Rongrong instinctively step back. The consequences are not something you, as a young lady, can bear. So take my advice, either temper your spoiled temper here at Shrek Academy, or roll back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Chinyu knew that unless Ning Rongrong was willing to join this big family from the bottom of her heart, she would become the biggest shortcoming of Shrek. And a strong team needs to avoid shortcomings the most. Top der viskument uhexa, angering Ning Rongrong. Xiao San, I didn't realize before that Xiao Yu could be so eloquent. Xiao Wu whispered in Tang San's ear. Even as an outsider, she felt that these words were quite harsh, let alone for the person involved, Ning Rongrong. Especially since Chanyu had previously praised Ning Rongrong too highly and then criticized her without reservation. This huge contrast would definitely cause the proud Ning Rongrong to explode. Sure enough, as soon as Chunyu finished speaking, Ning Rongrong became hysterical. Were you? How dare you say that to me? I'm going to have my dad kill you. Chinyu smiled faintly. He wanted to completely shatter Ning Rongrong's pride, making her utterly collapse. Only in this way could she completely rid herself of the bad temper of a young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Is that so? Then let him come. I'm afraid that as soon as you step out of Shrek Academy's door, you'll be captured. Big Brother Dai, I remember that recently in Soto City, there have been notices stating that flower thieves have committed multiple crimes. Those victims, tis TSK, it's truly tragic. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's pretty face turned pale. She certainly knew what flower thieves were, and what if she really fell into their hands? Don't scare me. This young lady is not easily frightened. Although Ning Rongrong was tough on the outside, Chinyu knew that his words had already dispelled her thoughts of leaving the academy. I just said it casually, believe it or not, it's up to you. If you're scared, you can write a letter right now, and I will personally deliver it to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Who knows, I might even get a decent reward. No, absolutely not. Ning Rongrong immediately rejected this. She had sneaked out and didn't want to return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If her father found out, all her previous efforts would be in vain. But Shrek Academy does not nurture waste. With your level, you overestimate yourself. In my opinion, within 7 days, you will be persuaded to leave. Chinyu intensified his attack on the already shattered young heart of Ning Rongrong. You can call me lazy, but you cannot insult my talent. I am the youngest Grand Soul Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong seemed unconvinced. Awakening her martial soul at 6 and breaking through to level 20 soul power at 10, Ning Rongrong's talent indeed stood out among her peers. But in the monster-filled Shrek Academy, her achievements didn't seem remarkable. Oh, you Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School folks, your cultivation talent isn't that great. Not to mention me. Just look at Xiao San, who is already a level 20 Grand Soul Master at 9, and so is Xiao Wu. And then there's me, Dai Mubai, Ma Ongjun, and even Zhu Zhuqing all took a step forward, unexpectedly younger than Ning Rongrong when they broke through. Ning Rongrong was momentarily at a loss for words. The difference between 9 and 10 years old, though only a year apart, represented a significant difference in talent. What about him? This Uncle Sausage surely didn't break through to level 20 soul power at 9 as well. Ning Rongrong suddenly pointed at the silent Oscar, seemingly trying to regain some confidence from him. Oscar had already become a level 20 Grand Soul Master at just 8 years old. Had it not been for his obsession with the arts, his soul power would far exceed that of Mubai now. Flinder, along with Master and Zhao Waoqi, slowly approached from the entrance of the academy. Flinder's words immediately shattered the last bit of pride in Ning Rongrong's heart. 8 years old. No, this is impossible. You must be lying to me. Flinder glanced at Ning Rongrong and said, although Xiao Ao is a food system soul master, he is the first food system soul master on the Douluo continent to possess innate full soul power. As long as he is given enough time to grow, Xiao Ao's future achievements will certainly not be beneath your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Innate full soul power. when Ning Rongrong awakened her martial soul. Her soul power was only at level 9, and she was also the highest in initial soul power in the 7-treasure glazed tile school in hundreds of years. But compared to Oscar, Ning Rongrong was lacking in every aspect. I don't believe it. I don't believe I am the worst. In just one day, Ning Rongrong suffered a severe blow that shattered all her pride accumulated over 12 years. Even the one she thought was the weakest, Oscar, was better than her. Shame, shock, and various emotions surged in Ning Rongrong's heart, making her unable to stay there any longer. Pushing away Oscar, who wanted to comfort her, Ning Rongrong ran out of Shrek Academy while crying. Rongrong. The reason Oscar had been silent before was to avoid upsetting Ning Rongrong, but Flender unexpectedly delivered the final blow. Xiao Ao. Let her go. With old Zhao looking after her in secret, that little girl will be fine. Flender was not worried at all. There were few in Soto City stronger than Zhao Waoqi, and with him watching over, Ning Rongrong was naturally safe. Just as you all are here, let me introduce a new mentor to you, the one beside me. You can call him Master. Flender stepped aside to reveal the Master, and then continued, saying, in the next few years of your studies at Shrek Academy, Master will teach you about martial souls. Master. Before this, Daimu Bai and the others were curious about why the Master only had level 29 soul power, but they still respectfully bowed to him. You need not doubt the Master's abilities. The one you just sparred with, Tang San, is the Master's only disciple. Now you should understand the Master's level. Everyone turned their surprised gazes toward Tang San. Being able to teach such a little monster as Tang San, the Master's abilities were undoubtedly beyond question. Then why isn't Chunyu the Master's direct disciple? Logically speaking, Chunyu's talent is higher than Tang San's. Could it be that besides the Master, Chunyu has an even stronger teacher behind him? Seemingly sensing the doubt in Dai Mubai's eyes, Chunyu smiled lightly and said, although the Master is not my teacher, he has guided me in many things. It's just that due to some personal reasons, I did not become the Master's disciple. Chunyu extended a finger and drew a circle at his feet, which was not large, with a diameter of only about 1 meter. We agreed earlier that once your competition with Xiao San is over, I would challenge the 3 of you. However, this time I will change the rules. As long as you can work together to push me out of this circle, I will consider it a loss. Chunyu, you are too arrogant. Don't think just because you repelled teacher Zhao that you are invincible. Ma Hongjun was the first to object. Although Chunyu's strength was indeed formidable, it wasn't to the point of being unbeatable, at least in Ma Hongjun's view. Fatty, shut up. Chunyu must have his reasons for doing this. Daimu Bai seemed to understand Chunyu's intention, a hint of gratitude flashing in his eyes. Chapter 60. Straight to the point. Xiao San. What exactly does Xiao Yu want? Not only Ma Hongjun, but even Xiao Wu was puzzled about Chunyu's true intentions. Xiao Yu noticed that Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar had coordination issues before, so he used his competition to expose and resolve that problem. Tang San smiled slightly, secretly thinking that Chunyu was clever. By doing this, he could maintain Daimu Bai and the others' dignity while also solving their lack of teamwork, achieving 2 goals with 1 move. Coordination issues? How come I didn't notice? Xiao Wu tilted her head, murmuring softly. Lazy bug, who told you to daydream during the teacher's class? If you had listened attentively with your intelligence, you would have figured it out too. Tang San lightly tapped Xiao Wu's smooth forehead, causing her to pout. First, there was their positioning. As the strongest soul master in the trio, Daimu Bai should stand at the front of the team, serving as the spearhead of the attack. That was fine. However, Ma Hongjun should not stand next to Daimu Bai, but should actively get closer to Oscar, as Oscar lacked self-defense capabilities and could only be looked after by Ma Hongjun. Xiao Wu immediately realized. No wonder in the last competition Tang San targeted Oscar. It turned out he had seen this flaw in advance. Secondly, the attacking rhythm between Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun was quite chaotic, lacking a sense of priority, which made it easy for opponents to exploit their attack weaknesses, breaking through the formation in one fell swoop. Lastly, the 3 of them had not chosen a true commander and were fighting independently, which gave us the opportunity to turn the tables. Tang San pointed out 3 points, each hitting the nail on the head. This was also a critical weakness that Daimu Bai and the others were unaware of. Daimu Bai, you can summarize the lessons from before. There's no rush to start this competition. Chunyu stood quietly in the center of the circle, showing no signs of worry. Fatty, your soul skill has the strongest explosive power, but your endurance is your weakness. So during the battle later, don't rush to attack. Follow my gestures. Xiaowao, your task is to avoid Chunyu's attacks as much as possible and seize the opportunity to block his line of sight. The task of attracting Chunyu's attention will be left to me. Dai Mubai simply assigned their tasks, and the three formed a triangle, enclosing Chunyu. Chunyu, you better be careful. Dai Mubai immediately used the White Tiger Shield and the White Tiger Diamond transformation, clearly indicating that Chunyu's strength put immense pressure on him. Going all out from the start, just like your style? Chunyu smiled faintly, and the heavenly dragon phoenix, martial spirit, enveloped him, unleashing a powerful soul force that soared into the sky, no less impressive than Dai Mubai's. Since it's like this, I won't hold back either. Second soul skill, Dragon Ride Slash. The sharp sword light flashed like lightning, and the recently repaired square was marked with several deep sword scars once again. Fatty, be careful. Dai Mubai continuously spat out white energy, orbs the size of wash basins. However, Dai Mubai's White Tiger Light Wave was merely a soul skill from a 100-year soul ring and couldn't compare to the power of Chunyu's 10,000-year soul ring skill. Of course, to keep things fair, Chunyu only exerted 1/10 of the soul ring's power, but it still made Dai Mubai feel as if he couldn't withstand it. A total of 10 White Tiger Light Waves barely managed to block a weakened version of the Dragon Ride Slash. Explode for me. Dai Mubai's arm muscles bulged, and the massive tiger claws combined with the White Tiger Light Wave finally tore apart Chunyu's first Dragon Ride Slash. At that moment, Oscar behind Chunyu threw out dozens of recovery sausages, but this time, Oscar seemed to have lost his aim, and those sausages fell right at Chunyu's feet. A smart choice, but Tang Sen couldn't help but praise, and immediately, the sausages under Chunyu exploded simultaneously, raising a cloud of dust that obscured Chunyu's vision and creating a deep pit under his feet, causing Chunyu's body to sway slightly backward. Fatty, now's the time. Seeing Dai Mubai's gesture, Ma Hongjun immediately activated his second soul skill to its maximum power. A huge meatball engulfed in flames, accompanied by a howling wind, charged towards Chunyu. Got it. Oscar and Dai Mubai's eyes lit up. Even if Zhao Wujia were hit by Ma Hongjun's attack, he wouldn't budge an inch. Let alone Chunyu's small frame, he would definitely be knocked out of the circle. However, Ma Hongjun's body passed straight through Chunyu, as if he had collided with air. Chunyu's real body appeared on the other side. This was a clone formed by the 7-star ghost steps Yao Guang, and no one on the field could discern the true from the false in advance. Boom! Ma Hongjun's powerful collision landed on the statue in the square, which was Flinder's favorite sculpture. But the result was that it turned into a pool of lava under the scorching phoenix flames. Ma Hongjun! Flinder roared angrily, and the dazed Ma Hongjun, hearing this voice, jolted awake as if electrocuted. It's over. I'm in big trouble now. Looking at his handiwork, Ma Hongjun's mouth twitched incessantly, realizing that a stir-fried bamboo shoot with meat was unavoidable after this. You all coordinated well this time, but there are still issues with the rhythm of your attacks. Dai, since you're taking the main attack position, you need to lead the attack rhythm for the other two. Chunyu continued, just now. Although Oscar and Ma Hongjun's attacks were unsuccessful, they forced me to retreat to the edge of the circle. If someone had been able to launch another attack at that moment, I would have probably been defeated. However, both you and Oscar chose to abandon the attack, and instead focus your attention on Ma Hongjun. Fortunately, this is just a friendly match. If your opponent were not me, but your enemies, all three of you would probably be doomed. Dai Mubai and the others showed expressions of shame. They had thought they were already victorious, so they hadn't paid attention to Chunyu's situation. By the time they realized it, Chunyu's Dragon Slash had already stopped right in front of them. Chunyu slowly withdrew his soul power and stepped out of the uneven circle. Oscar, your sausage soul skill can explode, which is a very effective ambush technique. I've thought of a training direction for you. You could try stuffing a few small sausages into one sausage. This way, you can create 2 stages of attack. Just now, Ma Hongjun's ambush failed. If I had hidden some small sausages under my feet, I would have been the one losing. Ma Hongjun, your second soul skill gives you extremely strong close combat ability and prevents your opponent from attacking you. This soul skill is indeed powerful, but both your attack methods and speed are too lacking, which prevents you from maximizing the advantages of your soul skill. When you fought against Teacher Zhao, if it weren't for Xiao San's blue-silver grass assisting you from the side, could you have gotten close to Teacher Zhao? Chunyu pointed out the problems exposed in Ma Hongjun with pinpoint accuracy, which made Ma Hongjun, who was originally not convinced, fall into deep thought. Soul fighting is not like street thugs fighting. Your previous rough methods of using soul skills are outdated. Chapter 61. Master, you're ruthless. TSK. Incredible, incredible. This little guy has seen things at such a young age that are deeper than what I, an old guy, have seen. Xiao Gong, I finally understand why he is unwilling to take you as his master. Just from the few words he just said, The theoretical depth contained in them is already on par with yours. Flinder smacked his lips. To be honest, part of what Chinyu just said is something even he, a soul saint, had never considered. Especially his guidance to Oscar was truly eye-opening. It turns out that soul skills can be divided into clear and hidden attacks. The master smiled slightly and said, Xiaoyu's intelligence is even above Xiao San's. Many of his viewpoints are not only novel, but also provide me with great inspiration. To some extent, Xiaoyu could even be my teacher. Chinyu has a remade version of the 10 theoretical systems of martial souls, and based on this theoretical foundation, he has indeed surpassed the master. So, the master's words are not unfounded. As the saying goes, the accomplished should be teachers. Hearing the master's praise for Chinyu, Flander smiled like a blooming flower. Hee, this means our Shrek Academy has a great chance of winning the championship in this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. However, the master was not so optimistic. Old Flander, don't be too optimistic. It is rumored that the golden generation of the Spirit Hall is the strongest ever. If these kids want to defeat such opponents, they still need to grow and be tempered. The group of little monsters before us is merely a flock of fledglings. If they want to soar, they need to accumulate more strength. And the master will be a nightmare for these little monsters, as he's about to provide them with the most unforgettable experiences. Since the competition has ended, let's start today's first lesson. The master slowly raised his finger and pointed to the side where there were backpacks, each accompanied by stones of varying sizes. I calculated each person's weight limit based on your soul power and age. According to the names on the backpacks, carry your own weight and run 20 laps around the academy. What? Except for Chinyu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, everyone else was stunned. Although Shrek Academy is not very large, running 20 laps would at least be several dozen kilometers, and with the added weight, it seemed likely that they wouldn't survive the 20 laps. Master, do I also have to run 20 laps? Oscar asked timidly. The master smiled gently, giving Oscar a glimmer of hope, but the master's next words made Oscar's face turn pale. I will announce another classroom rule. Once I announce a task, no one can question it, nor can they make requests or ask for discounts. Just now, Oscar mentioned that as a support-type soul master, could he run fewer laps? Well, I can accommodate him, but the laps he doesn't run, each of you will have to double back. Oscar, you run 10 laps. And the rest of you will each increase by 20 laps from the original. 20 laps becoming 40 laps is a whole doubling. Even an Iron Man would be exhausted after running 40 laps. No, Master, that's not what I meant. I will take responsibility for my own mistake. I will run 40 laps. Please do not punish them. Oscar quickly shut his mouth, silently shouldered his own weight, and started running around the academy first. Everyone hurry up and keep up. It might take until midnight to finish these 20 laps. Dai Mubai and Tang San had the same weight, followed by Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong. Although Ning Rongrong had already left the academy, the master still prepared a set for her, anticipating that she would return sooner or later. However, there seemed to be one backpack missing. Indeed, there was no backpack for Chinyu. Did the master forget? Old Flander, the item I asked you to have made 6 months ago should be ready by now. The master turned to Flander and said, Bang! Flander waved his hand, and a set of special chainmail appeared out of thin air on the ground. As soon as Flander saw this chainmail, a look of pain appeared on his face. Don't be fooled by this thin layer of armor. It was forged from silver ingot iron, and a piece the size of fingernail weighs an astonishing 12 to 13 pounds. The total weight of this set exceeds 3,000 pounds. Moreover, silver ingot iron is quite expensive. This set alone cost Flander nearly 1 million gold soul coins. No wonder he looked so pained. Master, Dean Flander, thank you both. This set of chainmail was specifically customized by Chun-Yu through the master for the upcoming training. Ordinary weights no longer meet Chun-Yu's training needs, especially after his soul power broke through 30 levels. Chun-Yu's strength multiplied, seemingly having a significant connection with the celestial dragon phoenix martial soul. The dragon phoenix itself is a symbol of power, and possessing the dragon phoenix martial soul undoubtedly makes Chun-Yu different from ordinary soul masters. Little monster, you need to be mentally prepared. The total weight of this set exceeds the initially set 3,000 pounds. Even I can't endure this weight for too long. Flander tried it on once and almost couldn't catch his breath. Such a terrifying weight is simply beyond what an ordinary person can bear. The heavier, the better. Chun-Yu quickly put on the silver armor. Although it was customized for an adult's height, the 12-year-old Chun-Yu had already grown to about 1.8 meters, and the armor fit perfectly. Bang! Bang! Chun-Yu jumped twice in place, and the entire Shrek Academy felt a noticeable tremor. Flinder was already dumbfounded. Wow, this is truly a monster among monsters. This is a full 3,000 pounds of weight, not just 3 pounds, and this little guy can actually jump while wearing it. Ding! The super strong, weight-bearing ability shocked Flinder, and the growth of Ing Tian Dragon Phoenix, Martial Soul, increased by 10. Ing Tian Dragon Phoenix, Martial Soul. Growth stage growth length 89100. It is still 11 points away from the growth length needed for the Ing Tian Dragon Phoenix, Martial Soul, to enter the next stage. I believe that by then, Chen Yu's strength will make another leap forward. With each step that Chen Yu took, he left a footprint about an inch deep on the ground. But the distance between each footprint seemed perfectly measured, without a single error. Watching Chen Yu's receding figure, Flanders still felt a sense of disbelief. Xiao Gong, is it really okay for this little monster to train like this? Want to harm his physical foundation? The master smiled faintly. He was also taken aback when Chen Yu first trained under a heavy load in front of him. At that time, Chen Yu was only 6 years old, yet he could already run up the mountain carrying 80 pounds of stone. In the master's view, this might be closely related to Chen Yu's martial soul, and this action of Chen Yu's opened a whole new research field for the master, which is that the martial soul continuously strengthens as the physique of the soul master grows stronger. This point was validated in both Chen Yu and Tang San. Chapter 62. The Forge Team Soul Shao Gang. What you say is true, but is it too risky to push these little monsters to the physical limit all at once? Flander said with some concern. Not everyone possesses a physique as strong as Chen Yu or Tang San. Overdoing it can lead to adverse effects. If this action exceeds the physical limits of these boys and girls, it could result in irreversible consequences. Don't worry, all the data is what I've calculated repeatedly. There won't be any problems. The master turned and walked toward the Shrek cafeteria. He needed to prepare Celine's solution to replenish the little monster's strength. Bang! 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 As Chen Yu continuously approached the main force, everyone felt the ground shaking more and more. Dai Mubai turned around and saw Chen Yu clad in silver armor. However, every time Chen Yu's foot struck the ground, it felt as if a monster was trampling the earth, and the thudding sound made Dai Mubai's eyelids twitch. Chen Yu, are you preparing to go to battle? With Dai Mubai's keen eyesight, he could naturally see the extraordinary nature of Chen Yu's chainmail for under the sunlight. The silver armor surprisingly did not reflect any light. No other material besides silver shadow, iron, could have such a special effect. Chen Yu, you didn't forge this armor from silver shadow iron, did you? Dai Mubai's pupils contracted. The weight of silver shadow iron is terrifying. If this set of armor were made entirely of silver shadow iron, then the weight on Chen Yu would probably exceed 1,000 pounds. Running with 1,000 pounds. Is Chen Yu even human? Big brother Dai, good eye. This is a body-tempering artifact that I had the master help me forge. Chen Yu seemed quite relaxed, not even a drop of sweat on his face. But the deep footprints left by Chen Yu made Dai Mubai feel a chill on his scalp. Who knows how terrifying the weight of this chainmail really is. Boss Dai, you guys can take your time, I'll go ahead. Chen Yu seemed to be running slowly, but his speed was incredibly fast, quickly getting ahead of everyone. Gudu. Ma Hongjun swallowed hard. The deep footprints made his whole body tremble. My goodness, is this something a normal person can do? In my opinion, Chen Yu is not human. Although Oscar had the lightest load, he was already gasping for breath after just half a lap, a result of his usual lack of exercise, which led to his weak appearance. Everyone, stop talking and conserve some energy. This is just the beginning, and the remaining distance is going to be even tougher. Tang San knew that the further they went, the more difficult it would become, especially in the last few laps, which would test not only their physical strength but also their mental endurance. In the first lap, Dai Mubai and the others finished in just over 10 minutes, which was relatively easy overall. But Chen Yu had already completed his second lap. In the second lap, Oscar was panting heavily, clearly exhausted, but still trying to keep up with the group. Meanwhile, Chen Yu had already started his fifth lap. Puff. Chen Yu, can you slow down a bit? I'm tired just watching you. Oscar almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Yu was purely there to demoralize them. Moreover, Chen Yu stepped on the same footprint with every step. After 5 laps, there was not a single deviation. Chen Yu was no longer just an ordinary runner. He was training another ability, lifting heavy weights with ease. This was the highest realm of mastering strength. Once achieved, even the highest peaks would feel as light as a feather in Chen Yu's palm. Of course, Chen Yu had only just stepped into the threshold of this ability, and he had barely scratched the surface. As the sun gradually moved westward, the heavy breaths echoing in Shrek Academy had not yet ceased. At this moment, Dai Mubai and the others had completed 15 laps, while Oscar had only finished the 10th lap. "I can't do it anymore," Oscar said, his face pale and devoid of color, his scattered gaze lacking any spark, and his trembling legs had lost all feeling. Yet, Oscar was still striving to run forward, albeit at a pace that was hardly different from an old lady stroll. "Oscar, you can stop now," Master said, stopping Oscar, who wanted to keep running. Although he had set a target of 20 laps for Oscar, in the Master's heart, 10 laps had already met the standard. "No, my brothers are still trying. I can't stop." Oscar found it difficult to speak, yet he continued to inch closer to the main group. "Good job, Xiaoyao." Dai Mubai's eyes had merged into one, a sign that his physical strength was nearing its limit. "Oscar, give me the stones. Otherwise, you won't even be able to last this lap," Tang Xin said, taking the stones from Oscar's backpack without any argument, while Dai Mubai also took away Zhu Zhuqing's stones. The latter wanted to resist, but she didn't even have the strength to speak. Everyone realized that this seemingly ordinary master was actually quite ruthless, instilling fear in everyone on the first day with this new mentor. What about Qinyu? How was he doing? An hour ago, Qinyu had already completed his 50th lap, and now he was moving towards the goal of 100 laps. Xiaoyu seemed to have reached his limit, but he only had the final lap left to reach his target of 100 laps. Ma Hongjun stumbled at the mention and fell flat on his face. After running hard for most of the day, he found he had barely completed a fraction of what Qinyu had done. This was too real. Wow, is this guy even human? Not human. He's a monster, just like us. Dai Mubai pulled Oscar with one hand and Ma Hongjun with the other, lifting the two who had turned into mush. "So we can't give up. If Qinyu can do it, so can we." In the 16th lap, everyone was soaked in sweat. Even Tang San's legs were trembling. At this point, almost everyone's stones were concentrated on Tang San. Dai Mubai was holding Zhu Zhuqing with two straps tied to his shoulders, pulling Ma Hongjun and Oscar at their waists. "For more laps to go, and we're done." Tang San sipped warm salt water in small amounts, feeling a slight recovery of strength within him, while one hand wrapped around Xiao Wu's slender waist, numerous blue-silver grasses tightly entwining their bodies. "Xiao San, I can still hold on. You can let go of me." By doing this, Xiao Wu felt relieved, but Tang San had to bear an additional person's weight, which meant he had to exert double the effort with every step. "Xiao Wu, as long as I don't fall, I will never let go of you." Tang San's blue-silver grass was still entwined with Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, forming a group of 6 that moved forward in a swaying manner. "Xiao San, follow the footprints I left." The bones in Chun Yu's body constantly emitted crisp friction sounds, but with each step he took, a bit of black substance seeped out from his pores, which was the impurities accumulated deep within his body. Aside from this almost torturous method, no other gentle means could achieve the body refinement effect that Qinyu desired. Qinyu ran ahead, like a guiding light, leading the others behind him. Moreover, Tang San and the others felt that their speed had suddenly increased significantly. Although this little guy Chan, you didn't say it, he was the one who contributed the most to the team. At this moment, Flinders stood in mid-air and in his line of sight every time Qinyu landed. The ground within a 10-meter radius would slightly tilt forward, so Tang San and the others were actually running downhill. This control of power was something that no one else could achieve besides Qinyu. Therefore, Oscar was able to complete his 11th lap thanks to Qinyu's help. Chapter 63. The so-called evil fire. On one hand, Qinyu had to bear his own weight, and on the other hand, he also had to take care of the others from Shrek. It could be said that Qinyu's consumption was dozens of times that of any individual. After a whole hour, Tang San and the others had only the last lap left, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun had already collapsed from exhaustion. "Little San, put me down. I want to run the last lap with you." Looking at the swaying little ones, even Flinders showed a hint of admiration and reluctance. Not to mention these 11 or 12-year-old children, even adults might not be able to hold on. The perseverance of this group of kids truly exceeded my expectations. I had originally set their limit in my mind at 15 laps. The master nodded in satisfaction. This training was not only about each person's physical strength and willpower, but more importantly, the master wanted them to understand the importance of teamwork. If they wanted to achieve good results in the upcoming elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent, they first needed to forge their own team spirit. Today was about planting a seed in their hearts, and I believe this group of children will soon understand my intentions. 7 days later, a group of half-grown children burst out of Shrek, each looking extraordinarily excited. Finally, we don't have to be trained by the master today. It feels like the sun is rising from the west. Ma Hongjun jumped 3 feet high in excitement. Over these 7 days, He had been tortured into losing quite a bit of weight by the master's various training, but today, the master had given him a day off. This made Ma Hongjun, who had been cooped up for so long, run wild as soon as he left the academy. Over the past 7 days, everyone's relationships had become quite familiar, and it felt as if everyone in Shrek were like siblings. This was the team spirit that the master wanted to cultivate in Shrek. As the saying goes, there is a time for strictness and a time for relaxation. The strict training over the past 7 days had left everyone in Shrek exhausted. If they continued training, it would likely be harmful rather than beneficial, so the master allowed everyone to rest for a day. Fatty, be careful what you say about the master behind his back. He might double your training tomorrow. Oscar put his arm around Ma Hongjuan's neck. After 7 days of training, Oscar's skin had darkened, but he looked more vibrant overall. And after shaving, he actually appeared more handsome than Dai Mubai. Bah, you peach blossom eyes, don't try to scare me with words. Ma Hongjun suddenly pulled Dai Mubai aside and seemed to whisper something in his ear. This fatty was being mysterious. What were he and Dai Ge talking about? Oscar's face revealed a knowing smile that only men would understand, chuckling. You probably don't know, but Fatty and Dai Ge are the famous 2 playboys of Shrek. They gathered together just for those things between men. On the side, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned icy upon hearing Oscar's words. It's easy to change rivers and mountains, but hard to change a person's nature. Dai Mubai seemed to sense something and pushed Ma Hongjun away, speaking loudly with a sense of righteousness. Fatty, don't lead me astray. Ever since I met Little San, I've turned over a new leaf. I advise you not to waste yourself in those kinds of places. Ma Hongjun was immediately dumbfounded. In the past, it was Dai Mubai who recommended him to go to such places. What was going on today? Had Dai Mubai changed his ways? Of course, the two of them didn't go to such places for pleasure. Dai Mubai just went to drink and pass the time, while Ma Hongjun needed the rich feminine energy from those places to alleviate the pain caused by the evil fire burning within him. It could be said that both of them, like Tang San, were still innocent. But who would have thought that these 2 guys who usually flirt with beauties would be so self-disciplined? Few would believe it if it were to be spoken of. Fatty, is the evil fire in you about to erupt again? Oscar's expression turned serious. He naturally knew that Ma Hongjuan's evil fire came from his mutated martial soul, the evil fire phoenix. This might be a side effect of the martial soul mutation. Even Flinder had searched for all the famous doctors to no avail, and in the end, he could only let Ma Hongjun rely on the Yin energy from women to resolve the side effects of the evil fire. Fatty, let me see your evil fire. Chen Yu's mind is filled with all kinds of knowledge about martial souls. This evil fire is divided into 2 types. One is innate, and the other is acquired. The innate evil fire cannot be eliminated even by Chen Yu, but the acquired evil fire can be dealt with. Chen Yu infused his soul power into Ma Hongjuan's body and saw a black phoenix surrounded by black flames. This black flame is the source of the evil fire within Ma Hongjun. I understand now. Your martial soul was originally not a phoenix, but a pheasant with a trace of bloodline connection to the phoenix. Due to certain coincidences, your martial soul underwent a mutation, returning to its ancestral form and transforming into a phoenix martial soul. However, this has also caused the yang energy within you to be particularly strong and without a place to vent, resulting in the evil fire. Brother you have to help me. I don't want to spend my whole life in that kind of place. Ma Hongjun almost knelt down to Chen Yu. As a pure-hearted young man, he had become a flower in the brothel because of the evil fire within him, and because of this, he didn't have a girlfriend. Fatty, since you call me brother, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I just need a special medicinal herb to completely cure the evil fire in you. For now, I can only temporarily suppress it. Chen Yu reached out and swept his hand over Ma Hongjuan's head. A small Qingtian dragon phoenix opened its mouth and inhaled, unexpectedly swallowing the black flames from the evil fire phoenix. The feeling of intense heat that had engulfed Ma Hongjun instantly vanished without a trace. Yuga, you're amazing. I never thought today would be this easy. The Qingtian dragon phoenix possessed the dual powers of a true dragon and a divine phoenix, naturally having a restraining effect on Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix martial soul. Such mere evil fire is nothing to worry about. Xiao Ao, is that Ning Rongrong? Everyone could see that Oscar truly liked Ning Rongrong. Although Oscar wouldn't say it out loud during breaks, he would often zone out and sometimes even mumble Ning Rongrong's name in his sleep. However, until Ning Rongrong figured things out for herself, no one could help her. Yet today, they unexpectedly encountered this little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school on the street. However, Ning Rongrong looked a bit haggard and disheveled, as if she hadn't groomed herself for several days. It turned out that Ning Rongrong didn't have much money on her, and she had been kicked out of the hotel yesterday. She was still hesitating whether to return to Shrek Academy when she was surrounded by a group of people. Ha, what a beautiful girl. Don't you have anywhere to go at night? How about I take you to see some goldfish? Get away, I found her first. Don't you dare snatch her from me. Who says the first one to see her gets her? I'm your big brother. Do you want to rebel? Ning Rongrong felt like crying. She never expected to encounter a group of lewd men, especially in this unfamiliar Soto city. She regretted throwing a tantrum and running away from Shrek Academy. If she could choose, she definitely wouldn't have run away. Look, you scared the little beauty to tears. Don't be afraid. Uncle will give you a hug. That man opened his arms, trying to forcefully embrace Ning Rongrong when suddenly a rock hit him squarely on the head. Ouch! Who's the blind idiot that dared to sneak attack me? Come out. Chapter 64. It's you I'm going to beat, useless brother. You brat. It was your grandpa who hit you, what? You still don't accept it? Seeing Ning Rongrong being bullied in public, Oscar's anger surged. He quickly picked up a stone from the roadside and threw it hard, unexpectedly hitting the target. Kid, looks like you're tired of living. The man covered his bleeding forehead, glaring at Oscar with murderous intent. A powerful soul force surged from him. He was actually a soul sovereign. Looks like you're the ones seeking death. Chen Yu and Dai Mu stepped forward together, and the two powerful soul master auras caused the person's expression to suddenly change. Such young soul masters must have a significant background. They might even be direct descendants of some superpower, far beyond what these street thugs could casually provoke. All right, I'll remember this matter today. If the mountain doesn't turn, the water will. We'll meet again. The thug leader left a harsh remark and attempted to turn away. But Chinyu instantly appeared behind this group of people. This ghostly speed left everyone dumbfounded. This kid is no ordinary soul master. This is bad. Chunyu casually looked at the group of people in front of him. Although he was quite displeased with Ning Rongrong's previous arrogant behavior, as long as she didn't drop out of school, Ning Rongrong would still be a member of Shrek. Chinyu is someone who protects his own, so he naturally cannot stand by and watch his companions being bullied in silence. Xiaoyao, what do you think we should do? Chinyu deliberately sought Oscar's opinion, aiming to establish a tall image in Ning Rongrong's heart. While death sentences can be avoided, living crimes are hard to escape. I want you to kneel before Rongrong and bow in apology. Oscar showed a hint of gratefulness to Chunyu and thought to himself, good brother. Your great kindness I will never forget. Hee, isn't it just being your wingman? Don't worry, my buddy has experience. Chunyu gave a look that suggested he was putting his heart at ease, while Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San slowly closed in from the four directions. What do you want to do? My brother is a mentor at Songhui Academy. If you dare to touch me, I guarantee you won't leave Soto City today. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai pretended to be scared and even joined in with Ma Hongjun tease. Oh, so it's Songhui Academy. Isn't that the top Soul Master Academy in Soto City? I'm really so scared. I almost peed my pants when I heard the name of that academy. That's right. Songhui Academy is famous for being a garbage dump. I remember that as long as you have money, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can get in. Hey, Dai. He just said his brother is a mentor at Songhui Academy. Isn't that just the head of the garbage dump? Sorry, head of the dump's little brother. We shouldn't have lowered ourselves to your level. After all, not everyone has the qualification to be part of the garbage. Songhui Academy and Shrek Academy have always had a grudge, and in the past, Dai Mubai and the others had often clashed with the people from Songhui Academy. They didn't expect to encounter someone related to Songhui Academy today. You guys. The ruffian leader never expected that the name of Songhui Academy not only didn't scare Dai Mubai and the others, but instead intensified the hatred in Dai Mubai's eyes. Xiao San, Xiao Yu, I haven't won against you even once in the academy before. Shall we compete again today? Dai Mubai flexed his fingers, making a crackling sound that made the faces of those people turn pale. All right, boss Dai, what shall we compete in this time? Shenyu didn't mind at all. After all, he wouldn't lose no matter what. It was just a competition to see who could hit enough people in half a minute, and there were exactly 16 here, enough for us to stretch our muscles. As soon as Dai Mubai finished speaking, he suddenly made a move without any warning. It seemed that Dai Mubai had also learned to sneakily play tricks. Dai, you're cheating. Nobody expected that the thug who had been fierce just a second ago was now a tool in the hands of the four young boys. In less than 20 seconds, more than 10 people, including that soul master, were sprawled out on the ground in various positions. Especially the thug leader, whose face had received a warm welcome. Swollen like a pig's head. With that appearance, even his mother might not recognize him. The result was that Shinyu knocked down 6 people, Tang San 5, Dai Mubai 4, and Ma Hongjun 1. Xiao Yu, you're too fast. Even if I make a move first, I can't compare to you. Dai Mu Bai shook his head with a bitter smile. He was truly convinced by Chun Yu's strength. Xiao Ao, the rest of the work is up to you. With a gentle kick from Chun Yu's toes, those people rolled to Oscar's feet like broken burlap sacks. Ning Rongrong, tell me how you want to vent your anger, and I'll help you. Oscar rolled up his sleeves. He might not be able to defeat a normal soul master, but dealing with these already crushed soft persimmons was a piece of cake. I. Ning Rongrong was clearly terrified, holding onto Oscar's clothes tightly, which greatly satisfied Oscar's vanity. Forget it, they've already learned their lesson. However, what Ning Rongrong said in the end surprised Oscar. Given Ning Rongrong's temper, after being insulted like that, she would have wanted to gouge out their eyes and chop off their paws, but she instead said to let them go. Oscar looked deeply at the still slightly trembling Ning Rongrong and suddenly realized that she seemed to have changed. The previous arrogance and pride were gone, replaced by a more human touch, more genuine. In fact, during these 7 days, aside from wandering around, the question that troubled Ning Rongrong the most was whether she had made mistakes over the years. In the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she was the jewel in everyone's eyes. Anything she wanted would appear the next day, and anything she didn't like would disappear forever. But at Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong lost the halo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and she finally understood that the outside world was different from what she had imagined. Without the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she was nothing. I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone. Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears and bowed apologetically to everyone. Recognizing one's mistakes and being able to change is the greatest virtue. Not far away, at the street corner, Flender and Zhao Wujin stood silently, watching the scene unfold. We finally have an explanation for the sect Master Ning. This girl thought she could sneak out of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If it weren't for sect Master Ning already having communicated with me, how could I openly accept the next successor of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? It turned out that all of this was a scheme set up by Flender to smoothly integrate Ning Rongrong into the big family of Shrek Academy. And all of this had also received the approval of Ning Fengji, the current leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 65. You are His Majesty Hao Yin. Unbeknownst to them, the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was in an uproar over Ning Rongrong. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is located in the city of Tiando, which is the political and economic center of the Tiando Empire. The fact that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could establish a large sect right next to royal land shows that its relationship with the Tiando royal family is quite extraordinary. This is not only because Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, is the teacher of the current Tiando Empire's crown prince, Xue Qinghe, but also because the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School controls 1/3 of the entire Tiando Empire's financial income. In addition to its strong economic power, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School also has formidable military strength, with 2 titled Douluo constantly accompanying Ning Fengji. Even the Tiando royal family has only 1 titled Douluo as an elder. At this moment, within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Fengji, do you really want Rongrong to travel far to that Shrek Academy for her studies? I and Old Sword are not necessarily inferior to those Soul Master Academy mentors. The speaker was a tall, thin old man, but don't be fooled by his frail appearance. He was a 95th level titled Douluo, known as the world's #1 defensive Soul Master, Bone Douluo Gurong. Uncle Bone, you know Rongrong's temperament. The more I stop her, the more she wants to run away. It's a good opportunity for her to go out and experience the world. Ning Fengji shook his head helplessly, seemingly troubled by Ning Rongrong as well. Fengji, at least you should discuss it with us. I've never heard of this Shrek Academy before. Can it really teach our little princess well? Opposite Gurong was an old man with a sword on his back, whose sharp eyes seemed to hide 2 rotating sword shadows. Just standing there, he exuded an aura of dominance over all things in the world. He was known as the Sword Douluo, Chun Xin, a 97th level titled Douluo. Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, please let me explain. That Shrek Academy actually. On the other side, the recent small incident did not affect Chen Yu and the others' good mood while shopping, especially as it was very easy for women to form connections. Just a small trinket turned Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing into good sisters who could talk about anything. The speed of their friendship made Chen Yu secretly exclaim that women are truly amazing beings. Flender and Zhao Wujin had just wanted to follow when they heard a deep voice beside them. Flender, Zhao Wujin, 10 miles outside the city. Let's meet in the ruined temple on the Barren Mountain. Flender and Zhao Wujin exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The ability to convey sound so precisely with soul power without attracting the attention of others in the street, demonstrated a terrifying level of control that could only be achieved by a legendary titled Douluo. A mysterious titled Douluo had actually sought them out. Was this matter good or bad? With apprehensive hearts, Flinder and Zhao Wujin hurried toward the barren mountain outside the city. If they angered that titled Douluo by missing the appointment, it would truly not be worth the loss. When the two arrived at the ruined temple on the barren mountain, they found that Master was also there. Xiao Gong, what are you doing here? What happened? Did you also receive a message from that esteemed person? Flinder curiously looked around, but aside from the drafty ruined temple, he couldn't see any trace of the mysterious titled Douluo. Four-eyed cat, Eagle Flinder, nice to meet you. Suddenly, the space and light 10 meters in front of Flinder twisted strangely, and then a figure slowly emerged from it. The soul power could actually distort space. This person was at least a 97th level titled Douluo. Flinder's shock intensified. Across the entire Douluo continent, there were only a handful of individuals who could reach this level. When had he, Flinder, ever had any connection with such a powerful being, and why was he unaware of it? As the figure completely stepped out of the twisted void, Master suddenly exclaimed, are you His Majesty Hao Yin? Hao Dan Douluo, Dang Hao. This name once represented a legend in the Soul Master world, and was also regarded as a taboo. Hao Qian Douluo was the first titled Douluo to be suppressed by the Spirit Hall, because the previous Pope of the Spirit Hall fell at the hands of Hao Qian Douluo Tang Hao. This deep-seated hatred placed Hao Qian Douluo in direct opposition to the Spirit Hall and even the entire Soul Master world. Master, thank you for your guidance to Xiao San over the past 6 years. Consider it a favor from me, Tang Hao. Although the massive black robe concealed Tang Hao's body, it could not block the imposing voice, as if in Tang Hao's eyes, this world could not suppress his indomitable spirit. Your Majesty Hao Yin, you are too polite. In fact, from the moment I learned that Xiao San's second martial soul is the Hao Yin Hammer, I had a vague guess about his identity. With the Hao Yin Hammer and the blue-silver grass martial soul, yet coming from a small village called Holy Spirit Village, there is no other person in the world who meets these conditions except for the missing Hao Yin Douluo and his only son. As expected of the Master, his reasoning ability is indeed extraordinary. But I hope you won't tell Xiao San about my situation. He is currently too weak to cope with the pursuit of the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao suddenly coughed a few times, clearly indicating that he had some internal injuries. And these injuries should have been accumulating in his body for over a decade. Wouldn't this be too unfair to Xiao San? The Master felt a bit reluctant. Xiao San values emotions deeply. Although Xiao San didn't say anything, the Master knew that during these 6 years, Xiao San's worry for Tang Hao had never diminished. Let's consider this as my debt to Xiao San. Today, I called the three of you here not only for this matter, but also to ask for your help in taking care of another person. To have Hao Yin relay a message, what kind of high status does that person have? Please have His Majesty Hao Yin demonstrate. Flinder replied respectfully. That person is Chunyu. Xiao Yu. Flinder and the others exchanged glances. Although they knew Chunyu had amazing cultivation talent, even Chunyu himself did not know his background. Could be that Tang Hao knows something? Seeing the confusion and shock in the Master's eyes, Tang Hao continued. At first, I was also unclear about that little guy's origins, but from the moment I left Holy Spirit Village, someone approached me, asking me to take care of Chunyu. Having said that, I can't reveal too much. You just need to keep an eye on him. Tang Hao clearly had his concerns and only hinted at it without disclosing too much information about the other party. But Flinder and the others already had an idea. Someone that Tang Hao valued so much must have an extraordinary background and strength. In this Douluo continent, there are countless hidden powerful forces. The so-called upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects are merely the surface superpowers. The depths of the Douluo continent are far more profound. Chapter 66. Dragon Phoenix Tempering Fruit. In just half a day, Chunyu and his group had walked from the west city of Soto City to the east city. Dai Mubai and the other boys were already so tired that they didn't want to move anymore. This was much more exhausting than running laps around Shrek Academy. However, Xiao Wu and the others were still full of enthusiasm. It seems that shopping is indeed a powerful ability bestowed upon women by heaven. But since they had come out with difficulty, Tang San did not want to spoil the fun. I see there's another market over there. Xiao Wu, why don't you go there and have a look while we find a tea house nearby to drink tea and wait for you. Even Tang San felt mentally and physically exhausted after walking for half a day. He remarked that this was probably 100 times more difficult than cultivating to the title Douluo level. All right then, since you boys wouldn't tea by anything anyway. Xiao Wu and the others linked arms and vanished into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Phew, Third brother, your idea was good. If we kept going, I would have to give up my life here. Ma Hongjun gulped down half a pot of tea before finally catching his breath. Xiao-san, are those three okay? Dai Mubai said with some concern. Zhu Zhuqing was not good with words, and Ning Rongrong was a proper little princess. They had never been to such a lively and chaotic place. If anything happened, they might not have time to rescue them. Dai Lauda, your concern is not unfounded. Then let's choose a representative. Everyone looked at each other, seemingly afraid of the shopping trip. Since no one took the initiative, let's draw lots to decide. Dai Mubai picked up a handful of leaves from a distance and said, I have 5 leaves, but only one has a bite taken out by a bug. Whoever picks that damaged leaf will be our representative. Ma Hongjun was the first to grab Dai Mubai's hand, muttering to himself, Heavenly spirit and earthly spirit, anyone but me. Next was Oscar, then Tang San and Chunyu. When it was Chunyu's turn to draw, a smug smile appeared on Dai Mubai's face. It seemed he had already tampered with the lot. Sure enough, when Chunyu opened his palm, there was indeed a small bug hole on the leaf in his hand. Chunyu was speechless. Whether in his previous life or now, he had never learned the skill of gambling. And Dai Mubai just happened to excel in this area. So Chunyu unfortunately became the designated laborer. After Chunyu left, the other 4 simultaneously opened their palms. And surprisingly, the leaves in their hands had all been bitten by insects. If Chunyu had seen this scene, would he have been so angry that he would have banged his head against the ground? I treat you all sincerely, yet you treat me like a fool. Is there no law, no justice? At this moment, our unfortunate guy had already hurriedly run to the market, following behind Xiao Wu and the others from a distance. Although he had agreed to be their bodyguard, he certainly didn't want to be a porter carrying things. As long as I ensure their safety, the rest is none of my business. Chunyu strolled leisurely with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of an object displayed on a nearby stall and immediately stopped in his tracks. Could it be the divine spirit herb recorded in the Xiantian treasure record, the dragon phoenix body, refining fruit? The dragon phoenix body, refining fruit. The best of the best among celestial products, a legendary divine spirit herb, according to the Xiantian treasure record. This fruit is nurtured by the essence blood of true dragons and colorful phoenixes, taking 1,000 years to bear fruit and 10,000 years to take shape. When mature, this fruit emits a special fragrance that can make all beasts kneel in worship. Chunyu had always thought that the dragon phoenix body refining fruit recorded in the Xiantian treasure book was merely a legend. However, he didn't expect to encounter it by chance today in this small market. Excuse me, shopkeeper, how much is this item? Chunyu pretentiously picked up a rusty sword next to the dragon phoenix body refining fruit and intentionally asked, This is an antique I found in the Stardow forest. It should have been used by a powerful titled Douluo 1,000 years ago. As for the price, I'll give you a discount, just 1,000 gold soul coins. Chunyu's mouth twitched at the thought. Good grief, even after the discount, it's still 1,000 gold soul coins. Do you really think I'm a fool to be taken advantage of? Do you believe I can break your bones in a minute? But for that dragon phoenix body refining fruit, Chunyu endured it. Boss, are you trying to scam me on purpose? This piece of junk sword is worth 1,000 gold soul coins? Chunyu pretended to be an innocent fool and rebutted foolishly. The stall owner, seeing Chunyu like this, was overjoyed, thinking that he was going to make a profit today. Ahem, little brother. Do I look like someone who would deceive you with my honest and straightforward appearance? To tell you the truth, this rust is just a smokescreen. Once you go home and wash it with water, this sword will immediately transform into a divine weapon. The stall owner's serious demeanor made Chunyu want to laugh. With his sharp features, how could he claim to be honest and straightforward? Had all the honest people in the world been tricked by him, allowing him to bear this title? I still think it's too expensive. It seems a bit not worth it. Chunyu deliberately put down the iron sword and turned to leave. The stall owner immediately grabbed Chunyu, seeing him as a big fat sheep that he couldn't let leave so easily. How about this? I feel we have a connection. If you buy this sword, you can also pick one treasure from my stall for free. The stall owner looked pained, but inside he was overjoyed. There were no treasures on his stall, just junk picked up from ancient battlefields. He said this to entice Chunyu's desire for a bargain, hoping to reel him in. But who was really the fisherman and who was the fish was hard to say, as Chunyu was also waiting for the stall owner to say those words. Well, that is something to consider. Chunyu pretended to choose for half a day before finally picking up the dragon phoenix body, refining fruit. Boss, I'll take this one. The vendor's patience had been worn thin by Chunyu's earlier indecision, and seeing that Chunyu had finally made a choice, his eyes suddenly brightened. He eagerly shoved the dragon phoenix body refining fruit into Chunyu's hands, as if afraid that Chunyu might change his mind. Finally, it was in hand. Yu paid and immediately disappeared from the vendor's sight, arriving at a corner where no one was paying attention. A thread of soul power formed into a sharp cone and slowly pierced into that layer of pitch-black, stone-like shell. This outer shell should be the blood scab formed after the soul beast's blood solidified. The solidified blood could completely envelop the taste of the dragon phoenix body, refining fruit. If it weren't for my heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul being extremely sensitive to the dragon phoenix aura, I might not have dared to confirm that this was indeed the dragon phoenix body, refining fruit. A small hole appeared on the black blood scab, and a strange fragrance instantly spread out. Not good. Yu quickly put the dragon phoenix body refining fruit into the Xiantian ring. But the fragrance was still detected by many people. Damn it, I actually forgot that the scent of the dragon phoenix body refining fruit can spread for hundreds of miles. How could I be so foolish to test its authenticity here? Immediately, many people's gazes turned to Yu. Little guy, what treasure were you holding just now? Why don't you show it to everyone for a look? Chapter 67. Hunter's Thunderbolt. Yu's expression darkened. Although he had acted quickly, he still attracted the attention of quite a few people, among them several soul respect and soul sec level experts. Among these individuals was a lean middle-aged man in a short shirt, the strongest among them. In fact, no one dared to approach him casually, indicating that he was definitely not a good person in this market. It was also this man who had just spoken. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Yu raised his foot and walked towards the crowd, but was stopped by that person. He, in front of me. Thunder, you dare to be so arrogant. Truly a clueless fool. Thunder is a notorious figure in this market, and he has another nickname, the Hunter. The soul masters who have died at his hands number not less than 800, and these victims come from all walks of life, regardless of age or gender. Once they fall into Thunder's hands, their fate is bound to be incredibly tragic. But Thunder has a peculiar hobby. He enjoys hunting down his opponents during their escape. It seems that this satisfies his twisted desires even more. Hence, the title of Hunter. This little guy has actually provoked Thunder, truly a stroke of bad luck. Indeed, Thunder hasn't killed anyone for half a month, and he must be itching to unleash his urges. Poor fool. The voices from the outside were filled with pity, shock, and also a fair share of gloating and spectators eager for the show. I'll say it again, get out of the way. In Yu's eyes was a coldness. If it weren't for his desire to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lei Li wouldn't have had the chance to act so arrogantly here. Yu had also heard of the name Lei Li. You're looking for death, kid. A dazzling arc of lightning flashed across Lei Li's body. His martial soul was that of a thunderbird, and his soul power carried a thunderous effect. This was also the reason for Lei Li's strength. As the lightning attribute soul power possessed greater destructive power than ordinary soul power. Ziz, a lightning strike, as wide as 2 fingers, instantly fell upon Yu. The splattering thunder causing the onlookers to retreat in alarm. Letting you die so easily would be too kind, kid. If it weren't prohibited to fight privately in Sawada City, I would definitely make you experience my methods. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lei Li's mouth. Dealing with a mere 11 or 12-year-old brat was just a matter of raising a finger. However, the next scene left Lei Li somewhat shocked. The rampant lightning actually slid off Yu's body like water meeting oil, falling to the ground. At this level of thunderous power, it would be better not to show it and embarrass oneself. Dust feather casually wiped, as if wiping off the rainwater on his body, completely erasing the thunder that enveloped him. You can actually be immune to the power of thunder. Thunderbolt couldn't help but exclaim. Among so many soul masters in the world, there are always a few with extraordinary talents, especially certain individuals who are born immune to specific types of soul power attacks. But such personalities are exceptionally rare. Even Thunderbolt had never seen a soul master with this special ability in all these years. Martial soul possession. The light of thunder surged in Thunderbolt's eyes as the Thunderbird martial soul instantly fused with his body, and a pair of wings made entirely of condensed thunder appeared behind him. In an instant, Thunderbolt's aura surged, causing everyone in the marketplace to show expressions of terror and rush out. What is going on? Did something happen in the marketplace? In the tea house, Dai Mubai saw the panicked crowd fleeing and showed a hint of concern on his face. Let's go. We need to take a look. Tang Sin waved his hand, and dozens of blue-silver grass intertwined, forming several long bridges between the buildings in the blink of an eye. This way, they avoided the crowd below and gained a visual advantage. Is that Little Feather? The once lively marketplace was now left with only Dust Feather and Thunderbolt. Before Tang San and the others arrived, Dust Feather and Thunderbolt had already exchanged more than 30 or 40 moves. First soul skill, Thunder Feather. Thunderbolt suddenly closed his thunder wings, and hundreds of sharp thunder feathers transformed into countless streams of light, shooting towards Dust Feather. Yet, Dust Feather appeared to stroll leisurely. His movements seemingly relaxed, but his speed was at its peak. Like a person passing through flowers, not a single petal touches them. This phrase perfectly described Dust Feather's state at that moment. I wonder how long you can keep bouncing around, kid. Thunderbolt's third soul ring suddenly lit up. Third soul skill. Thunder Sea Surge. Dense thunder, like seawater, continuously surged from beneath Thunderbolt's feet, and even the moisture in the air danced with strands of thunder arcs. Thunderbolt's third soul skill transformed the moisture in his body into pure thunder power. And since water conducts electricity, wherever there is water, this third soul skill could spread infinitely. Drip. Shinyu picked up a drop of thunder liquid with his fingertips. The power contained within it was enough to seriously injure a Grand Soul Master. It seems that this Thunderbolt has managed to survive in Soto City for such a long time, which shows it has some real strength. Well then, today let me show you what it means to reap what you sow. A powerful surge of soul power erupted from Chunyu, and in the next second, the originally attribute-less soul power actually shimmered with a hint of silvery white. You actually cultivate thunder attribute soul power too. Chunyu did not respond. Since awakening the Chaos Spirit body, Chunyu could switch his soul power to any attribute, and the mere lightning attribute soul power was naturally not a problem. Moreover, the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul that appeared on Chunyu transformed into a giant dragon surrounded by thunder. A dragon-shaped martial soul, combined with the cultivation of lightning attribute soul power, could probably only be matched by the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, one of the top 3 sects on the Douluo continent. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. You are a direct descendant of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Although Lei Li was arrogant, even if 1,000 Lei Lis were tied together, they would probably not be able to match the strength of a branch family of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Damn it, how did I not think of this before? Who besides a soul master with such a top-tier martial soul as the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus could ignore the opponent's thunder power? Lei Li regretted deeply in his heart. This was like the old man on the vine seeking death. Roar! The Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul opened its mouth and fiercely inhaled, instantly swallowing a portion of the sea of thunder. It seemed that the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix was not satisfied and suddenly shifted its suction power to Lei Li. It was actually trying to devour the power within my martial soul. Lei Li's face turned pale. The Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix actually wanted to devour his Thunderbird martial soul as well. This deliberate action made Lei Li, a ruthless killer, feel an impulse to wet his pants. This was a capability activated after the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix entered its growth phase, allowing it to directly devour the opponent's martial soul. However, Chunyu had never used this ability before, as he felt it was too cruel and against the will of heaven. But with Lei Li's hands stained with the blood of too many innocent people, Chunyu had no psychological burden in using the devouring power of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix against him. I warned you before, but alas, good advice is hard to heed for a dead man. The arrogant one is not me, but you. With a thought from Chunyu, the Thunderbird martial soul within Lei Li was forcibly pulled out. In the next moment, the mouth of the Ying Tian Long Huang opened and closed, its sharp dragon teeth crushing and devouring the Thunderbird martial soul. The Ying Tian Long Huang martial soul growth stage had a martial soul growth length of 90 to 100. Without the martial soul, Lei Li appeared to age instantly by 30 to 40 years. The lightning aura that once surrounded and protected Lei Li now turned against him, continuously tearing apart his flesh and blood. Chapter 68, Enlightenment Ding. First time using the Ying Tian Long Huang martial soul's active devouring power, creating a brand new ability for the Douluo continent, completing the super shocking task. Reward: 1 divine level gift pack. Ding! The divine level gift pack opens automatically. The host bathes in divine light. Soul power cultivation speed increases tenfold. Comprehension ability increases tenfold. Reward: 1 divine bestowed soul ring. 100,000-year soul bone. I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. A flash of ecstasy flickered in Chunyu's eyes, and his mind became much clearer all of a sudden. Some questions that he couldn't figure out before were instantly resolved now. Is this the benefit of improved comprehension? For example, it's like the difference between an ordinary computer and a supercomputer. Moreover, with the divine soul ring and the 100,000-year soul bone, the rewards this time are truly abundant. Furthermore, the soul bone is a left arm bone, which perfectly does not conflict with the soul bone Chunyu already possesses. Please, please, spare my life. Under the bombardment of the thunder power, Lei Li was charred all over, with no good flesh visible at all. If it weren't for the Tian Long Huang martial soul devouring most of the soul power from Lei Li, he would have long been turned into charcoal by the backlash of the thunder power. But at this moment, Lei Li was left with just a breath, looking utterly miserable. Lei Li, even if I spare you, those soul masters' families you harmed will not let you go. And besides, I have always believed in one saying, eradicate evil to the utmost. Chen Yu snapped his fingers, and suddenly a giant lightning bolt, half a meter wide, fell from the sky, like a colossal sword of heaven, crossing millions of miles in the blink of an eye, and striking down on Lei Li. This time, Lei Li didn't even let out a whimper, turning directly into ashes. Chen Yu's decisive action also intimidated those lurking in the shadows with ill intentions towards him, a group of trash that only dared to hide in the darkness. Chen Yu scoffed coldly and walked alone toward the market outside. Whoosh! Just as Chen Yu turned around, several sharp sounds of slicing air rushed towards the vital point at his back simultaneously. Humph! But just as those identical short swords were about to strike Chen Yu, countless bolts of thunder fell from the sky. In that dazzling yet violent sea of lightning, those short swords forged from fine iron instantly vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Chen Yu stepped on the head of the Tian Dragon Phoenix, slowly lifting himself off the ground. It seems that among you sneaky rats hiding in the shadows, a few have a bit of courage, but from the moment you decided to attack, your fate was already sealed. Dust Feather pointed to the sky with one hand, and endless thunder suddenly descended, turning nearly 100 meters of stalls and shops, along with those hidden in the shadows, into ashes. Thunder God. Many ordinary people watched as Dust Feather stood amidst the thunder like a youthful deity, and surprisingly, they knelt down on the ground. However, this was not solely the power of Dust Feather. The thunderous energy drawn from Thunderbolt was also completely released by Dust Feather with a single gesture. This was what gave him such terrifying might. The Soul Master hiding in the shadows was indeed one of Thunderbolt's subordinates, but from this moment on, there would be no more Thunderbolt in this world. After this battle, Dust Feather's appearance would likely spread throughout the entire Soto City in a very short time. What Dust Feather did not know was that in the tavern across from the marketplace, a young man dressed in luxurious attire was gently shaking the folding fan in his hand, watching everything happening in the marketplace. Especially Dust Feather's performance piqued this young man's interest. Check if there are any branches of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family in Soto City. Such pure thunderous power is not something just any martial soul can achieve. If one looked closely, a flicker of silver-white lightning danced at the tips of this young man's hair. When everyone returned to Shrek Academy, the master immediately took Dust Feather and Tang San away. The master wouldn't have already known about Brother Yu causing a ruckus in the marketplace and is preparing to punish him. Would he? Ma Hongjun speculated. Dai Mubai shook his head. If it were really because of the marketplace incident, why take Tang San along? The master probably has something more important to address, and it involves both Dust Feather and Tang San, which is why he's in such a hurry to take them away. Little Yu and Little San should be fine. Everyone else, let's go back and rest. Meanwhile, the master led Dust Feather and Tang San straight to the dean's office, where Flander and Zhao Wujia were surprisingly wearing two identical straw hats. It's late at night, there's no sun, and it's not raining. Were they wearing hats for inside the house? Chen Yu was slightly taken aback when he saw the special attire of Flanders and Zhao Wujia. Ahem, Xiao Yu. Xiao San, I suddenly called you here today because I have something to entrust to you. No matter what, you must not join the Spear Hall, nor have too close contact with them, Flanders said very seriously, as if it contained a huge secret. Principal Flanders, teacher, why is that? Tang San asked, somewhat puzzled. You will naturally know the specific reason in the future. For now, just remember to stay away from the Spirit Hall. The master beside him slightly nodded. Once Tang San's relationship with Tang Hao was exposed, given the Spirit Hall's vindictive nature, Tang San's fate would likely be extremely tragic. Xiao San, Xiao Yu, remember today's conversation. And you mustn't reveal the secret of your twin martial souls in front of outsiders. What happened in the market today has already attracted the attention of many forces, but it has been suppressed by Flanders. The master did not mean to blame. A mere thunderbolt without any faction would not create much impact. However, Chen Yu needed to take it as a warning. Until he truly grew stronger, he and Tang San had to remain low-key and accumulate power. Master, I understand. Chen Yu took a deep breath. During his time in Soto City, he had unknowingly become somewhat complacent. It seemed that his rapid increase in strength was a double-edged sword for him. Especially with what happened today, he probably had attracted the attention of many. Sigh, just like what his master said back in the day, power is only a part of strength. True strong individuals do not flaunt their brilliance, but understand the importance of returning to simplicity. Chunyu knew that in the upcoming period of training, it was not about improving his soul power, but about training his mind. You guys go back and rest. Tomorrow morning, Teacher Zhao will take you to the Douluo forest to help Xiao Ao obtain his third soul ring. You can also take this opportunity to experience some training. Master and I will help you formulate a training plan for when you return. After Chinyu and Tang San left, Flinder and Zhao Wujia finally took off their hats. But their faces underneath were bruised and swollen, looking as if they had been beaten up. All of this was the work of Tang Hao. Old Flinder, I must say, although I only exchanged 100 moves with Lord Hao Yin, I can vaguely see the door to becoming a soul Douluo. Zhao Wujia laughed heartily, but the bruises on his face made him wince in pain. That may be true, but the way Lord Hao Yin teaches is really. Chapter 69. Li Tian Sword Sect. Tang Hao said he would guide Flinder and Zhao Wujia, but in reality, he just gave them a beating. The brutal scene made Master look up at the sky and exclaim that the sunlight tonight was really nice. However, if the injuries on Flinder and Zhao Wujia were connected, they would form a new soul power operation route, which could significantly enhance the speed at which Flinder and the others refine their soul power and accelerate their progress from Soul Sage to Soul Douluo. Old Zhao, tomorrow you must be careful and vigilant about the dangers on the road with those kids. Today, Xiao Yu's actions will surely attract a lot of attention, Flinder reminded, as he had received news that Songhui Academy seemed to have some movements and was also heading toward Shrek Academy. Flinder, just rest easy. With me, the unmoved king here, I'll take care of any monsters or demons that come our way, Zhao Wujia said, clenching his fist, causing the air to tremble. As night fell, all was silent. Chunyu listened carefully to the sounds in the room. Everyone else was fast asleep. However, he quietly got up and tiptoed to the door, making his way to the training ground. At the training ground, Flanders had already been waiting for a long time with his hands behind his back. Xiao, you're here. In fact, Flanders had found Chunyu before dinner, asking him to come to the training ground at this hour, seemingly to discuss an important matter. Director Flanders, why did you call me here so late? Chunyu asked curiously, are you saying that because of what happened in the market today, Flander is planning to settle the score later? Xiao Yu, do you know about your origins? Or do you have any accessories or items that can prove your background? Flander didn't mention the conflict in the market, but instead talked about Chun Yu's origins. Director Flander, why are you so interested in my origins? Do you know something? Although Chun Yu was also very curious about his origins, especially since his second martial soul, the heavenly punishment god-slaying sword, needed to activate his bloodline power to be unsealed. However, Flander shook his head and said, not really, I'm just a bit curious. The reason I called you here tonight is actually for something more important. Have you heard of the Li Tian Sword Sect? Li Tian Sword Sect. Chun Yu silently recited these 4 words, and for some unknown reason, he felt his heavenly punishment, god-slaying, sword martial soul tremble slightly. This strange sensation left Chun Yu somewhat startled, as if these 4 words had some inexplicable connection to his martial soul. Could it be that this sect has some special relationship with Chun Yu? Or perhaps Chun Yu is a disciple of this sect. However, Chun Yu had never heard or seen these 4 words from anyone or in any text before. It was as if this sect had never existed at all. I'm sorry, Dean Flander, I haven't heard of this sect, but just now, when you mentioned it, I felt a special resonance. At this moment, Flander seemed to hesitate, as if mentioning the Heavenly Sword Sect was just to provoke Chun Yu. It's nothing. I just got a bit carried away and suddenly thought of this sect name I'd seen before. All right, it's getting late. You should go rest early. You need to set off the Douluo forest early tomorrow. Chun Yu was a bit bewildered. What was going on with Flander today? He was speaking hesitantly and had no logic at all, which seemed quite strange. Then you should rest early, Dean. I'll head back first. After Chun Yu left, Master and Zhao Wujia stepped out from behind Flander. Xiao Gang, do you think Xiao Yu can understand what I just meant? Master smiled slightly and said, Fla, you underestimate this little guy too much. His intelligence is even above Xiao San. He has completely absorbed everything you just said. From now on, just let him walk his own path. But how could Xiao Yu have anything to do with the ancient sect, Li Tian Sword Sect? If it weren't for Hua Tianda saying it himself, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Upon mentioning the 4 words, Li Tian Sword Sect, Flander even cautiously looked around, as if afraid a 4th person would hear. Li Tian Sword Sect. Even Master, who had a wide range of knowledge, only knew a little about it. This sect was active on the Douluo continent 500,000 years ago, even existing 400,000 years before the Spirit Hall which currently dominates the Douluo continent. 500,000 years. The world has changed drastically. Even the Spirit Hall wouldn't dare to guarantee it could exist for such a long time. Yet the Li Tian Sword Sect still exists. What kind of terrifying power is the Li Tian Sword Sect? If I combine what I know with the bits and pieces what Tian Douluo previously revealed, I can only say that the Li Tian Sword Sect is probably the true ruler of the entire Douluo continent. And Xiao Yu's position in the Li Tian Sword Sect is definitely not ordinary. He might even be a key figure who can directly influence the upper echelons of the sect. As for what exactly happened, Tang Hao had sternly warned that this matter was not something they could meddle in casually. Just a slight nudge to Chun Yu would be enough. Sigh. This little guy, Xiao Yu, has a tough road ahead. Back in his room, Chun Yu kept replaying Flanders' words in his mind. Is my background really related to the Li Tian Sword Sect? Especially my second martial soul, which seems different from ordinary martial souls. Perhaps that's linked to this mysterious sect. Chun Yu actually concealed something. He indeed possesses an item that can prove his identity, which is a seemingly ordinary jade pendant. One side of the pendant is engraved with his name, while the other side features some special symbols that even Chun Yu cannot understand, resembling ancient cryptic language. It's not that Chun Yu doesn't trust Flanders and the Master. Rather, he has a vague feeling that the mystery of his identity might be a tremendous vortex, and anyone involved could be in grave danger. What Director Flanders told me today actually pointed me in a direction. If I want to unravel these mysteries, I might really need to start from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Chun Yu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air from his chest. At present, his strength was still quite weak. In the next 10 years, the most important thing for Chun Yu was to improve his strength as much as possible. The road ahead is long and has no ending. The world of Douluo continent is far broader than I had imagined. Chun Yu left the room again and chose a nearly 10-meter square open space in the dense forest behind the academy. Holding a branch in his hand, he began to carve continuously on the ground. In just a quarter of an hour, a formation that seemed simple at first glance, but was quite profound and complex upon closer inspection, appeared on the ground. After finishing this, Chun Yu took out the Dragon Phoenix Body Quenching Fruit from the Xiantian ring. The formation on the ground was identical to the patterns on the surface of the Dragon Phoenix Body Quenching Fruit. It seemed that the formation Chun Yu had just drawn was copied from the fruit. Chapter 70. One shocking, all Douluo's the Dragon Phoenix Body Quenching Fruit not only contained astonishing energy within the fruit itself, but more importantly, it could draw upon the power of heaven and earth to refine the user's body. To maximize the effect of the Dragon Phoenix Body Quenching Fruit, one must carve the spiritual guiding patterns from the surface of the fruit onto the ground. This is something that, aside from Chun Yu, even Tang Sen does not know on the entire Douluo continent. This is the additional knowledge that the divine-level Xiantian treasure record provides. Compared to what is in Tang Sen's mind, Dragon Phoenix Body Quenching Fruit, I hope you can give me an even greater surprise. Chun Yu knelt down and sat cross-legged in the center of the spirit guiding array, placing the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit on his heart. The Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit was not eaten directly. Instead, the energy contained in the fruit was absorbed through the heart. Let's begin. Chun Yu slowly closed his eyes, his breathing gradually calming down. Accompanying Chun Yu's breath, the special patterns on the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit began to emit a golden glow bit by bit. At the same time, the spirit guiding array beside Chun Yu also slowly released a faint fluorescence, with a gentle pulling force continuously spreading from these array patterns. Buzz. When all the patterns on the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit lit up, a low, soft humming sound suddenly resonated in the air. Meanwhile, a unique fragrance instantly enveloped the entire Shrek Academy. This scent was neither as pungent as musk nor as ordinary as typical floral fragrances. It resembled a mixed aroma. Moreover, this fragrance possessed a strong, calming effect, causing everyone in Shrek to fall into a deep sleep upon inhaling it. Of course, aside from Chun Yu, the surface of the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit also began to rhythmically expand and contract, remarkably matching the rhythm of Chun Yu's heartbeat. Thump, thump. With the 100th beat of the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit, two beams of golden light emitted from its skin, forming the shapes of a small divine dragon and a true phoenix. The sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries echoed simultaneously in the sky above Shrek Academy. Then, the golden light of the dragon and phoenix simultaneously entered Chun Yu's heart, while the Dragon Phoenix Body Refining Fruit transformed into dust and disappeared completely. Crack, crack. Chun Yu's entire skeletal structure suddenly emitted a series of dense sounds, as the medicinal power of the dragon phoenix body refining fruit began to strengthen and transform his body. In just a breath's time, every inch of bone and every cell in Chun Yu's body underwent countless enhancements. If one had to compare, Chun Yu's current physical strength was likely not much weaker than that of a Soul King with a defensive beast martial soul. Moreover, there was no sign of this enhancement slowing down. However, the more significant change in Chun Yu was the transformation of his Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul. 90% of the power from the Dragon Phoenix body refining fruit had merged into the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul, causing its growth to soar like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix had passed its growth phase and entered the next stage of maturity. In its mature phase, the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix had already developed 2 small dragon horns on its head, and 4 dragon claws had appeared on its abdomen. At this point, the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul had transformed from its previous serpentine form into a true dragon form. Yet, maturity was still not the final stage of the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul, and the growth progress bar left Chun Yu somewhat speechless. Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul, mature phase 3 awakenings. Host soul power reserve increased 12 times. Soul power cultivation speed increased 12 times. Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix martial soul growth progress 100 goodness. It only required 100 growth points to reach the growth phase. But reaching maturity required a staggering 100 times that amount. Furthermore, this time, the Ying Tian Dragon Phoenix needed to consume soul beast essences and soul master martial souls to increase its growth value, which now had specific conditions. The soul beast had to be over 5,000 years old, and the soul masters had to be at least Soul King level. Chun Yu let out a bitter smile. It seemed that the system had no intention of allowing him to level up peacefully. This had increased the difficulty of upgrading his martial soul by more than 10 times. Just because of the medicinal power of the Dragon Phoenix strengthening fruit, the growth value of the Ying Tian Long Huang was still continuously increasing. 200, 300, 400. The growth value had consistently broken through the 5,000 mark, and the speed of its fluctuations gradually slowed down. The Dragon and Phoenix might on the Ying Tian Long Huang martial soul became more pure, looking less like a martial soul and more like a tangible divine beast. This terrifying pressure made all the titled Douluo level experts across the Douluo continent feel it. How many secrets are hidden within you? Chun Yu, outside Soto City, Tang Hao, dressed in a black robe, gazed towards the direction of Shrek Academy. The fleeting pressure, just now, made him feel a pang of anxiety. Tang Hao, it's time to fulfill the promise you made to me. Behind Tang Hao, although there was no one present, an exceptionally old voice emerged, speaking in an almost commanding tone. However, Tang Hao did not show anger. Instead, he nodded in agreement. It should begin now. Wuhuan City, the holy land in the hearts of all soul masters on the Douluo continent, is also the gathering place for all high-level soul masters. The core main hall of the Wuhuan Temple, also known as the Wuhuan Holy Hall, is located in the center of Wuhuan City. At this moment, the Wuhuan Holy Hall seemed extremely unsettled, also due to the influence of the Ying Tian Long Huang martial soul. All title level elders of the Wuhuan Temple were abruptly awakened and gathered in the main hall. Atop the throne, symbolizing the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, sat an enchanting young woman, about 30 years old, despite being younger than all the elders below her. The elders looked at her with deep reverence. This person is the current Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong. Silence. Bibi Dong gently tapped the Pope's scepter against the ground, and the crisp sound made the originally noisy hall fall silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Yuguan, you and Gue may go check the specific source of that aura just now. For my soul sensing, it should be from the Barak Kingdom within the Tiando Empire, but you need to investigate the exact location yourselves. No matter what it is, bring it back to me intact. The other elders each took their roles without being too shocked. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, she mysteriously disappeared from the throne, and 2 figures instantly flew away from the Wuhuan Holy Hall, heading straight for the Barak Kingdom. Ding! The might of the Dragon Phoenix shook the Douluo, earning a divine-level shock reward. All-soul ring ages increased by 10,000 years, and the reward included the automatic unsealing of the heavenly punishment God-slaying sword martial soul, as well as the ability to read ancient texts of the Douluo continent. Ding! The skill level of the bloodthirsty tiger pattern daggers, bone-cutting ability increased, capable of breaking through all defensive soul skills below Soul Emperor rank. Buzz! The air began to vibrate again. It turned out that the spirit-guiding array beneath Chun Yu finally played its role, with rich heavenly and earthly energy continuously converging towards Chun Yu. This was the true beginning of Chun Yu absorbing the power of the Dragon Phoenix strengthening fruit. The Dragon Phoenix strengthening fruit itself was merely a catalyst. The truly powerful force still came from the external heavenly and earthly energies. Give me a breakthrough. Chapter 71. Blood-colored calamity, thunder, a massive energy vortex formed in midair. Measuring 1,000 meters wide, and at the center of the vortex sat Chun Yu in a meditative posture. Chun Yu's body became uncontrollable and rose into the air, with dense energy continuously drilling into his body through the pores all over him. Under the nourishment of a large amount of energy, Chun Yu's body emitted a radiant glow like jade. Whoosh! As the energy flowed, a terrifying storm formed outside. Yet such a huge commotion did not attract the attention of anyone within Soto City, except for the tidal Douluo outside the city. Could it be that a heavenly treasure has appeared? What Chun Yu didn't know was that the commotion caused by his consumption of the Dragon Phoenix body refining fruit had already attracted the attention of several tidal Douluos, and many people were now heading towards the Bala Kingdom. On the surface of the dust feather skin, special layers of keratin are continuously growing, resembling the early forms of scales. However, the surface of these scales features the patterns of phoenix feathers, giving them a mystical appearance. The Dragon Phoenix body refining fruit is nurtured by the essence blood of true dragons and true phoenixes, naturally containing a trace of residual bloodline power. The dragon scales and phoenix armor on the dust feather are the result of the absorption of this essence blood power, causing special changes in its body. This layer of armor enhances the dust feather's physical defense by another level. Just as the dust feather was about to celebrate this, its expression suddenly changed. It turned out that, in midair, a large amount of heavy clouds had gathered at some point, and these were not ordinary dark clouds, but true calamity thunder. Chun Yu thought to himself, I haven't done anything that would provoke heaven's wrath or anger the people. At most I just acted a bit pretentious and was a little arrogant. Is that enough for you to strike me with lightning? Zila, silver lightning, stretching hundreds of zhong, continuously flickered within the tribulation clouds, and the overwhelming might of heaven made Chun Yu's expression change. This is no joke. The power of this tribulation lightning far exceeded Chun Yu's imagination. If he were careless, he might really be turned to ashes by the tribulation lightning. Crack, crack. Dust feathers stood up in the air, with a continuous burst of dense bone friction sounds coming from his body, as if his body had also grown a bit taller. And his soul power had reached level 36. Third soul skill, Dragon Soaring Sky Strike. Chun Yu's right hand formed a fist, and he struck fiercely above his head. A vivid golden dragon suddenly soared out from his fist, its proud head raised, opening its mouth to unleash a burst of golden light that slammed directly into the catastrophe cloud. However, Chun Yu had reached the third soul ring after more than 30,000 years. With this full force strike, the catastrophe cloud was only slightly disturbed before quickly returning to calm. Chun Yu was dumbfounded. The power of his soul skill was at least comparable to the self-detonation of a soul king, even rivaling the full force attack of some soul emperors. But there shouldn't be no reaction at all. Could it be that the heavens really wanted to strike him down? This was too frustrating. Ding! Dragon Phoenix upgrade. Tribulation thunder manifests. If successful, the heavenly Dragon Phoenix martial soul will successfully reach the divine level. If failed, the host will be reduced to ashes. What? Chun Yu almost burst into curses, saying, It's not like I asked you to upgrade. Did you ever ask for my opinion as the victim? Was there even the slightest hint? I just ate a small fruit. Is it necessary to strike me with lightning? This is too outrageous. Chun Yu also learned for the first time that after his martial soul entered maturity, it would face a thunder tribulation, and that with each subsequent increase in realm, the power of the tribulation would continuously rise. The overly favored Ing Tianlong Phoenix martial soul finally revealed its drawbacks at this moment. However, Chun Yu showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he let out a long howl towards the sky, declaring that even if heaven wanted to kill him, it had to consider whether he was willing. He knew that heaven would be furious, but he also understood that heaven would fear and even weep. Behind Chun Yu, the heavenly Dragon Phoenix martial soul soared into the sky, creating a space devoid of any heavenly might for him. While the black lightning flickering divine punishment sword martial soul automatically fell into Chun Yu's palm. Whoosh! The moment the divine punishment sword appeared, the size of the calamity cloud, which was already 1,000 meters wide, actually surged several times more. Not only the heavenly Dragon Phoenix martial soul, but even the divine punishment sword was a heaven-envying martial soul. Chun Yu clearly did not know this. and the aura of the divine punishment sword further provoked the calamity thunder, causing the silver lightning to turn crimson. The blood-red calamity thunder is the legendary world-destroying thunder, and the rich blood light illuminated Chunyu, stretching his shadow into an elongated silhouette. Is the apocalypse upon us? The terrifying sound of thunder in the air awakened everyone in Soto City. Upon seeing the blood-red calamity thunder, everyone was so frightened that their legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. Everything on the ground appeared exceptionally desolate under the bloodlight. At that moment, it felt as if the end of the world had arrived. Blood-red calamity thunder descends. The god-slaying soul appears. Behind Tang Hao, an old figure with white hair and beard appeared. The moment the elder appeared, Tang Hao's body uncontrollably bent slightly towards him. The elder's eyes, however, were fixed on the calamity cloud above Soto City, filled with excitement and nervousness. Whoosh! In the center of the calamity cloud, Chunyu, both his body and soul, was enduring immense pressure every second. With each breath, a crisp sound of bones rubbing echoed within Chunyu, because he knew that this next strike would either turn him to ashes or allow him to be reborn from the cocoon. Life and death were contained within this sword. Come on! What Chunyu didn't notice was that the ancient characters on the jade pendant around his neck, resembling tadpoles, emitted a faint glow. The heavenly punishment god-slaying sword seemed to break through all seals, and its sharp sword light pierced the sky. The heaven dragon phoenix, martial soul, opened its mouth and took a fierce inhale, swallowing all the heavenly and earthly energy drawn from the spirit summoning array into its belly. This immense power immediately filled every inch of Chunyu's flesh and blood. Crack! A pair of fiery phoenix wings suddenly unfolded behind Chunyu, their 10-meter-long feathers flickering with flames that even overshadowed the glow of the blood-colored calamity thunder. At the same time, a long dragon tail grew from behind Chunyu. This was the power of the two soul bones within him. The heavenly punishment god-slaying sword, one sword breaking the heavens. Chunyu swung his sword backward, directly striking at the calamity cloud above him. The terrifying sword light, nearly 1,000 meters long, split the calamity cloud in two. But at that moment, the calamity thunder contained within the cloud had also gathered its full power, and a blood-colored thunder dragon, towering like a mountain, descended from the sky, biting towards Chunyu, who maintained his sword-swinging posture. Two swords shook the universe. Another sword strike followed, but this time there was no astonishing sword light. Only a small sword shadow, 3 feet long. Above this sword shadow, not only could one see a clear phantom of a dragon and phoenix, but it was also surrounded by dense black thunder. Compared to the blood-colored thunder dragon, this sword shadow was simply not on the same level. Yet they collided fiercely in midair. Chapter 72, Mysterious Powerhouse, Part 1, Crack. At the moment the special black sword shadow collided with the thunder dragon, there was no sound. But at the point of impact, it seemed as if time itself had stopped. The blood-colored thunder dragon opened its mouth wide, and the lightning coursing through its body ceased to flow. In the next second, the space within 100 meters suddenly expanded like ripples in water, and all the mountains, stones, and vegetation encountered along the way disintegrated into powder without warning, leaving behind a massive pit that had been flattened. That inconspicuous sword shadow stood like an insurmountable peak. No matter how the thunder dragon struggled, it was as if it were nailed in midair, unable to descend even a fraction of an inch. Boom! Chunyu lightly uttered a word, and the black sword shadow rapidly expanded, transforming into an enormous sword that was 1,000 meters long, instantly piercing through the body of the blood-colored thunder dragon. The sword of heavenly punishment that slays gods. Indeed, it was the sword of heavenly punishment that slays gods. The white-haired old man's eyes were filled with tears, and he knelt down on the spot. Tang Hao, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. He knew very well the old man's strength. There was probably no one in the world who could make him bow down, yet now he knelt as if in pilgrimage before the astonishing sword light in midair. Roar! The black thunder coiled around the blood-colored thunder dragon like small snakes, and these black snakes were crazily devouring the power of the calamity thunder. In the blink of an eye, the black snakes had transformed into black giant dragons, and they even did not want to spare the calamity clouds in midair, each one opening its mouth wide to completely swallow the blood-colored calamity clouds. After absorbing the power of the calamity thunder and calamity clouds, the sword of heavenly punishment that slays gods in Chunyu's hand underwent another change. The black thunder that had been coiling around the sword body had now transformed into swimming black divine dragons, noble and mysterious. This was the first impression the sword of heavenly punishment that slays gods gave Chinyu. As the calamity clouds dispersed, everyone in Soto City felt as if they had escaped from death, each one overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. Perhaps this night would forever be etched in everyone's memory. This night would be recorded in Soto City as the night of annihilation. Although no one knew why calamity thunder suddenly descended that night, or which hidden master had unleashed those two swords, everyone knew that this scene would be passed down forever. For 10,000 years. Of course, that's a story for later. One sword slashed through the calamity clouds. One sword extinguished the calamity thunder. The appearance of the young heavenly god was evident. Puff. But after Chinyu executed those two swords, his chest heaved violently, and the next moment, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. The whole person fell straight down from midair, like a bird with broken wings. Although Chinyu had successfully passed the tribulation, relying on the power of two great martial souls and two soul bones, those two swords had placed a tremendous burden on his body. If it weren't for the dragon phoenix body refining fruit he had just consumed, Chinyu would have probably exploded and died long ago. Xiaoyu. The body of Chinyu fell, but was steadily caught by Tang San. However, a trace of blood-red lightning still flickered on Chunyu's body, which was the residual power of the calamity thunder that had previously struck him. As soon as Tang San's palm touched Chinyu, his arms went numb in an instant, almost causing him to lose consciousness entirely. Everyone, don't get too close to Xiaoyu. He still has a lot of thunder power remaining on him. Tang San secretly operated his Xiantian gong, forcing out a trace of brilliant lightning from his fingertips, which slowly dissipated the numbing sensation in his arms. Master and Flinder hurried over and, upon seeing the charred craters around them and the unconscious Chinyu, couldn't help but gasp in shock. But before Flinder could speak, a figure appeared strangely before everyone. You mustn't let tonight's events leak out. No matter what happens in the backyard, just ignore it. Take good care of this little guy. Leave the rest to me. After saying this, the person pointed like a sword, and a terrifying sword shadow shot up into the sky. This sword energy was about 70 to 80% similar to the one Chinyu used with the Heavenly Punishment Divine Sword earlier. But the power of the two was not on the same level. Senior, what is your relationship with Xiaoyu? Flinder asked boldly. But the person did not respond at all, merely pointing lightly towards outside the backyard, making their meaning clear. Thank you, Senior. I take my leave. Seeing this, Flinder clasped his fists, enveloped his arms in rich soul power, and carried Chinyu directly away. The mysterious strongman's actions were meant to protect Chinyu, and it seemed he had been paying attention to him for a long time, otherwise he wouldn't have arrived so timely. But what was his relationship with Chinyu? This question lingered in everyone's minds. Just after Flinder and the others left, three exceptionally strong auras approached the outskirts of Shrek Academy. Such imposing presence could only belong to legendary title Douluo. Even Soul Douluo would pale in comparison. The three title Douluo appeared together, and apart from the Spirit City, even the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School only had two title Douluo. The Black Wind Trio. These three were triplet brothers who had all entered the title Douluo rank on the same day in the same year, and their personalities were extremely eccentric. Anyone who fell into their hands, regardless of age or gender, would meet a miserable fate. Furthermore, these three did not belong to any faction and even rejected the Spirit Hall's invitation. Becoming bandits was the most accurate description of these brothers, who often roamed between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Due to their immense power, the two empires dared not express their anger. Unexpectedly, this trio had come near Suatuwa City and happened to encounter Chunyu's heavenly tribulation. The brothers understood that there might be something to gain here, so they directly barged into Suatuwa City. Big brother, that guy's facing the calamity thunder. Even if he miraculously survives, he must be seriously injured. This is a rare opportunity. The Black Wind Trio shared a common thought and simultaneously extended a hand, terrifying soul power gathering in their palms. It seemed they intended to wipe out Shrek Academy along with the unfamiliar strongman. But just as they began to act, a cold glimmer suddenly flashed in the void, followed by billions of dense, sword energies raining down from the sky, resembling a torrential downpour from afar, transforming swords into threads. These sword energies were as fine as threads, appearing like special silks, but exceptionally sharp. Upon closer inspection, even the space was cut open with numerous cracks. A powerful being, an absolute powerhouse. The Black Wind Trio felt a tightening in their hearts, To cultivate sword techniques to such a degree, that person's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary title Douluo. And even the sword Douluo likely could not reach such a level. But the three brothers could not just surrender. They all activated their martial spirits, revealing three fully gray lions. Chapter 73, Mysterious Strongman, Part 2. The martial spirit, Gray Fiend Lion, was slightly inferior in rank to Dai Mubai's evil Eye White Tiger. But it was still a very high-level beast martial spirit. Moreover, the soul power of these three had all reached level 92. And together they had once killed an opponent of level 95. Yet, their ninth soul skill, Mad Lion's Claw, was completely shattered by countless sword threads. This scene made the faces of the Black Wind Trio turn extremely pale. Senior. No, my lord, please. The Black Wind Trio's pleas for mercy were abruptly cut off as the seemingly ordinary sword threads fell into their hands. The protective soul power on their bodies was as fragile as paper, unable to stop the terrifying sword energy. Crack! The bodies of the Black Wind Trio were shattered into pieces of varying sizes, mixed with a foul-smelling blood, scattered all over the ground. In the place of my meditation, anyone daring to tread casually shall die. The last word die echoed throughout Suatuwa City, causing all those who were stirring to halt in their tracks. The next morning, everyone saw the remains of the Black Wind Trio, now reduced to meat chunks, with three terrified heads hanging beneath the sign of Shrek Academy. The Black Wind Trio. Someone immediately recognized the faces of the three brothers and exclaimed loudly. It seemed that the mysterious strongman who had killed them last night was indeed this trio. Many people gasped at this scene, realizing that this less renowned Shrek Academy was hiding such a terrifying powerhouse. First, they cut down the thunder, and now they killed a title Douluo. Was Shrek Academy planning to establish its prestige? These three heads served as an invisible deterrent, meant to keep any who dared to spy on Shrek Academy at bay. But no one knew that the mysterious strongman had already left Shrek Academy, leaving behind only a terrifying sword intent. The Black Wind Trio, two title Douluo from the Spirit Hall, had traveled day and night to finally arrive at Suatuwa City. As soon as they stepped through the city gate, they heard this explosive news. Even the weakest title Douluo would not fall easily, let alone three at once. Which powerhouse could have such strength to accomplish this? Even Yueguan and Gue Mei would not be able to slay three in one go. Shrek Academy? Why we never heard of this Soul Master Academy before? Yueguan pondered, already familiar with the well-known Soul Master Academies on Douluo continent. But Shrek Academy had indeed been obscure. We can just take a look. Gue Mei floated through the crowd like a ghost. When the two saw the three heads hanging at the entrance of Shrek, they also took a deep breath. With their keen eyes, they could naturally tell that these three had been killed in one strike. A powerhouse. Yueguan and Gue Mei exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. This person was at least a title Douluo above level 98, and from the wounds on the Black Wind Trio, it was evident they were inflicted by sword energy. Besides that old guy Chan Xian, was there really another sword master with such mastery? This might be an opportunity for us. Yueguan had the intention of drawing closer, thinking that a mere Soul Master Academy could not possibly have the same allure as the Spirit Hall. However, just as Yueguan stepped through the gates of Shrek Academy, a sudden burst of sword intent erupted from the back courtyard. A somewhat illusory sword chi suddenly pierced through Yueguan's shoulder, and the speed was so fast that he had no time to react. Old Chrysanthemum, the ghostly figure transformed into ethereal light, with countless black claws reaching out towards that sword chi. But in the face of the fierce sword light, the ghostly methods crumbled like clay chickens and tiles. Swish! The sword light split, and hundreds of thousands of small sword chi, accompanied by the sound of whistling air, fell upon the two. Old Ghost. Yueguan disregarded his bleeding wound and stood back to back with the ghostly figure. The 18 soul rings on their bodies simultaneously detached, connecting with each other to form a giant soul ring of 3 colors. This soul ring was over 100 meters wide, and the light it released enveloped a 1,000-meter radius. Under this light, everyone's movement stopped. Soul Fusion Technique, Dual Polarity Stasis Domain. The Soul Fusion technique executed by 2 title Douluos could not be easily broken even by the sword Douluo, Chan Xian, but the small sword lights were completely unaffected, directly penetrating the bodies of the two. Both Yueguan and the ghostly figure spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. They cast a deep glance at Shrek Academy and vanished in a thin air, leaving only 2 glaring bloodstains behind. Though the onlookers did not know that these 2 title Douluos were elders of the Spirit Hall, they understood that Shrek Academy was definitely a forbidden ground. in one night, cutting down 3 title Douluos and now severely injuring 2 with just a sword chi. Such achievements could hardly be replicated even by the Spirit Hall. Let's go quickly. If another sword chi comes, we'll be the ones in trouble. Instantly, the crowd that had gathered densely at the academy gates scattered like birds and beasts, leaving the place eerily quiet, with no traces of people remaining. Inside the academy, Flander and the others were still unaware of what had happened outside. Their main concern at the moment was Chun Yu's condition. Since last night until now, Chun Yu had not yet awakened, but the thunderous power within him was gradually dissipating. Teacher, what exactly happened to Xiao Yu? Why is he in such a state? The master, seeing such an unusual scene for the first time, was at a loss for words. However, he vaguely guessed that it might have something to do with Chun Yu's dual martial souls. The strike Chun Yu had used with his second martial soul in the soul-hunting forest had left a deep impression on the master. The last time Xiao Yu used his second martial soul, he also experienced severe backlash, but this time the situation was much worse. The master sighed. The issues with Chun Yu had exceeded his capabilities to address, and he could only hope for Chun Yu's own recovery ability. At that moment, however, Chun Yu's fingers twitched slightly, and this scene made Ning Rongrong exclaim, "Look, he is awake. Xiao Yu is awake." The 8 members of Shrek, sorted by age, found that Chun Yu was actually just a bit older than Zhu Zhuqing. Although in Chun Yu's perception, he was a few months older than Tang San. The teacher who tested bone age at the academy said that Chun Yu's actual age was half a year younger than Tang San. Even if Chun Yu was reluctant, he could only take on the title of the 7th brother. To deal with this, Chun Yu had even specifically recalled the memories of the former owner of this body. But what he got was a blank slate. This made Chun Yu, who had vowed to be Tang San's older brother, quite irritated, as from an age perspective, he was only fit to be the younger brother. Chapter 74, Blessings and Curses Intertwined. Hiss! Chun Yu just opened his eyes, and what he saw was a vast expanse of light. After a while, the scenery in front of him became clear. Xiao Yu, you finally woke up. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the master, familiar faces surrounded his bedside. Sorry to have made everyone worry. Chun Yu did not expect that taking a dragon phoenix body refining fruit would trigger a series of events, ultimately attracting heavenly thunder. Even now, Chun Yu felt resentful. I'm not a Taoist. I just practice a bit of soul power, and I have to face tribulations to achieve enlightenment. Soon after, a series of system notification sounds rang in Chun Yu's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully overcoming the tribulation. The heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul has successfully transformed into a true divine level of martial soul. Ding! The heavenly punishment, god-slaying, sword martial soul has absorbed the power of the heavenly tribulation and entered the next stage of the transformation process. Ding! The host's body has suffered heavy damage from the heavenly tribulation, and the host's soul power has been reduced to level 30. The residual blood-colored heavenly tribulation within the host will cause the soul power to carry the effects of heavy tribulation injuries. Heavenly tribulation heavy injury effect. Soul power damage increases by 300% and carries a paralysis effect. This passive effect can only be dispelled by 50%. This meant that Chun Yu had turned misfortune into fortune. Although he had lost a few levels of soul power, the power of his soul skills had significantly increased. However, Chun Yu's joy did not last long, and his expression instantly fell. Ding! The power of the heavenly tribulation has caused a heavenly punishment effect on the host. For 1 year, the host's soul power will not be able to improve. What? In 1 year, there will be no progress in soul power? Chun Yu's goal is to become the youngest title Douluo in the Douluo continent. This year is neither long nor short, but it is extremely precious for Chun Yu. During this year, with the help of the shock system and the dozens of times the soul power cultivation speed, it is guaranteed that he can reach the soul zone level. However, the current effect of the heavenly punishment has caused Chun Yu's strength to stagnate. Sigh. Is this what they call the coexistence of blessings and misfortunes? Although Chun Yu felt a bit regretful, he didn't seem too disappointed. This is because Chun Yu had already planned that for the next half year. His focus wouldn't be on increasing his soul power, but rather on solidifying his foundational training, which is known as practicing the heart. This is a specialized training method in ancient martial arts. Simply put, it involves temporarily sealing one's realm to a certain degree and only choosing to break through to the next level once one's strength reaches the highest level of that realm. While practicing the heart may slow down the speed of cultivation, it undoubtedly solidifies the practitioner's foundation, providing a greater opportunity to reach the peak of cultivation in the future. Moreover, the effect of the heavenly punishment allowed Chun Yu to avoid the hassle of sealing off a portion of his soul power. as the heavens had directly imposed an unshakable seal on him. Xiaoyu, how did your soul power drop to level 30? Dai Mubai noticed a significant decline in Chun Yu's soul power. Could it be that because of last night's thunder tribulation, Chun Yu suffered a terrifying backlash? If that's the case, does he have any chance of recovery? Xiaoyu, release your martial soul. Let me see if your martial soul has been affected. Soul power can be cultivated back, but if the martial soul is damaged, then Chun Yu's life could be ruined. Master, I'm fine. I just lost some soul power. And it seems that for this year, my soul power might only be able to stay at level 30. With a flick of his 5 fingers, a vividing Tian dragon phoenix began to swim flexibly in Chun Yu's palm, appearing more lively than an ordinary martial soul. Fortunately, the martial soul is fine. Xiaoyu, perhaps it's because of the residual thunder power within you that prevents you from cultivating your soul power to its original level. However, just 1 year's time is still acceptable. Chun Yu is only 12 years old now. Even if he delays for a year, his soul power level is still above the vast majority. Moreover, the master has noticed that Chun Yu's early cultivation speed is too fast, which inevitably leaves a slight hidden danger of an unstable foundation. The master's thoughts happen to coincide with Chun Yu's, as long as there are no lingering side effects. Xiaoyu, what exactly did you experience last night that triggered such a terrifying celestial phenomenon? Flinder recalled the blood-red sky and the raging thunder, and even now he felt a chill down his back. Perhaps it is related to my second martial soul. But for a moment, I'm also unclear about what secret my second martial soul is hiding. In fact, what Chun Yu said is not entirely false. He indeed has not figured out the origin of the divine punishment god-slaying sword martial soul, which can withstand heavenly tribulations and has such terrifying power. Chun Yu feels that the divine punishment god-slaying sword martial soul is even more formidable than the heavenly dragon phoenix martial soul rewarded by the system. Xiaoyu, remember one thing. Before your soul power reaches soul Douluo, you must never reveal your second martial soul in front of outsiders. The same goes for you. You must not disclose anything about what you saw last night. After witnessing that mysterious powerful being, combined with Tang Hao's repeated reminders, the master has already guessed that Chun Yu has intricate connections with the mysteriously Tian sword sect. Therefore, Chun Yu's identity absolutely cannot be known by anyone outside the room. Otherwise, not only Chun Yu, but even everyone for Shrek will face catastrophic disaster. Master, we understand. After resting for 3 days, Chun Yu finally regained his energy. Moreover, after this lightning tribulation, Chun Yu felt that his body had undergone an unprecedented transformation. Especially the layer of dragon scales and phoenix armor hidden beneath his skin, which exhibited astonishing defensive power. Chun Yu specifically had Zhao Wujia tested, and this layer of armor could absorb about 30 to 40% of an attack's power from a soul sage. If he was in the state of the chaotic spirit body, this damage reduction could increase by another 10 to 20%. Was this the effect of being an indestructible little cockroach? It seemed that my role in the team from now on would be that of a damage-absorbing meat shield. After tidying up a bit, the group left Soto City under Zhao Wujia's lead, heading straight for the Douluo forest. This time, it was both a training exercise for the little monsters of Shrek and a way to convey a message to the outside world that the events of that night had little to do with these students, which indirectly protected Chun Yu. Little monsters, during this trip to the Douluo forest, unless you encounter a life-and-death crisis, I won't take the initiative to intervene. Whether it's tracking or hunting soul beasts, you'll have to rely on yourselves. Zhao Wujia was both a protector for Chun Yu and the others, as well as an examiner. Teacher Zhao, don't underestimate us too much, said Ma Hongjun, who was traveling while happily munching on a chicken leg. Fatty, if you don't control your weight, your evil fire phoenix might soon turn into a fire turkey martial soul. By then, you probably won't even be able to fly. Dai Mubai patted Ma Hongjun's round belly, which bounced back due to the excess fat. Good lord, it has a built-in rebound effect. Boss Dai, you don't understand. My weight is my advantage. Once I obtain a flying-type soul skill, I can use my bulk along with the Phoenix's soul skill to crush my opponents. Ma Hongjun seemed unconcerned about his increasingly round waist and even magically pulled out a whole roasted chicken from his pocket. Fatty, if you keep getting fatter, you won't be able to find a wife in the future. Tang, Sen couldn't help but tease. In just half a month, Ma Hongjun's face had visibly puffed up again, and his small eyes, which were already squeezed nearly shut by fat, now looked like mere slits. Chapter 75. Conflict. The group was walking along the road, chatting and laughing, unaware that a tail had secretly followed them at a distance of 7 to 8 miles. This person was extremely cautious and intentionally maintained that distance from Chun Yu and the others. It was evident that this person was skilled in tracking and was an experienced hand. However, who this person was and what their purpose was in following Chun Yu remained unknown to anyone at that moment. Alright, it's getting late. We'll rest here for the night. We're still 3 days away from the outskirts of the Douluo forest. The road ahead may not be as peaceful as today, so keep your eyes open, Zhao Wuji reminded. Although the Douluo forest was the world of soul beasts, there existed a special group of people known as demon hunters. They made a living by capturing soul beasts and selling them to noble families' soul master disciples for a handsome profit. Such individuals were ruthless and employed all kinds of vicious methods. Chun Yu and his group, being inexperienced rookies, could easily fall into their traps if they weren't careful. Zhao Wujia had to give this warning, but what he didn't know was that Chun Yu and Tang San were both very clever. In their previous lives, they had seen all sorts of things. The so-called underhanded tactics were child's play in Chun Yu's eyes. The small town where Zhao Wujia and the others stopped was the first stop on the way to the Douluo forest and the last small town before entering it. Although the town couldn't be considered prosperous, it was orderly and well-managed. However, there were already many people in the town dressed differently from ordinary folk. Some setting up stalls by the roadside, while others were drinking heavily in taverns. They were the demon hunters Zhao Wujia had mentioned earlier. When they saw Chun Yu and the other half-grown children, none of them showed any surprise, as students from Soul Master Academies frequently came to the Douluo forest to hunt for soul rings. Therefore, the arrival of Chun Yu and his group did not cause any stir. However, the appearances of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong attracted countless lewd gazes. These demon hunters were mostly rugged men who lived on the edge, and money and beauty were their greatest pursuits. Although Xiao Wu and the others were young, their pure aura combined with their beautiful faces immediately captivated them. Little sister, care to have a drink with uncle? A drunken middle-aged man staggered towards Xiao Wu with a wine jar in hand, his lewd gaze sweeping over her several times. Uncle, you've had too much to drink. Tang San suddenly stepped in front of Xiao Wu, his calm tone carrying a hint of repulsion. You brat, who do you think you are? Get out of my way. The middle-aged man impatiently tried to shove Tang San aside, but before his fingers could touch him, he heard Tang San's cold voice. If your finger comes any closer, don't expect to keep it. The once noisy tavern fell silent at Tang San's words, followed by laughter from the crowd, some mocking, others eager to see the spectacle. Ha ha ha, old Yuan, it seems you really are getting old. Even a little brat, without a single hair on his body dares to threaten you now. If you endure this, I'll look down on you. Kid, I'm watching you. Let me see how you'll break that old fool-ass finger. But Tang San seemed unaffected by the external commotion. His icy gaze remained fixed on the middle-aged man. Under Tang San's gaze, the man named Yuan felt an instinctive sense of danger. Strange, this little brat actually makes me feel extremely threatened. Am I really that drunk today? The man named Yuan slammed the wine jar he held onto the ground and swung his fist directly at Tang San's head. Kid, watch how I smash your head to pieces with one punch. However, there was no sign of fear on Tang San's face. His right hand was enveloped in a jade-like glow. This was the Xian Jade hand he had trained for many years. Drink, Tang San called out softly, forming a fist with his fingers and clashing with Yuan's fist head-on. Everyone thought Tang San had lost his mind. The man named Yuan was a well-known strongman, one of the strongest among the demon hunters. How can an 11 or 12-year-old child possibly compete with him in strength? It was like an egg hitting a stone. There was no suspense. But the moment their fists made contact, Yuan's expression changed dramatically. Tang San's fist was as hard as an iron ingot, and his once unstoppable punches trembled before Tang San's Xian Jade hand. Moreover, the power behind Tang San's punch erupted like a volcano, not only pushing Yuan back, but also shattering his arm bone. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones clearly reached everyone's ears. Suddenly, everyone was like chickens caught by the neck, their faces turning red and unable to make a sound for a long time. Who would have thought that a small child could possess such terrifying strength? Even a man with the surname Yuan was defeated. Among them, the most shocked was the man with the surname Yuan. The intense pain in his arm dispelled his drunkenness, especially as Tang San's cold eyes lingered on him at that moment. I just said, if your finger moves forward an inch, you can forget about it. I, Tang San, always keep my word. The man with the surname Yuan not only showed no signs of restraint, but instead shouted towards the door, "Come, kill this kid." Suddenly, dozens of people rushed in. It turned out that this man with the surname Yuan was the captain of a demon hunting team, and these dozens of people were his subordinates. Kid, you're dead. Looking at the unfriendly faces around him, Tang Sin still maintained his icy demeanor, but a few points of cold light had already appeared between his fingers. Xiao San, you take a break first. How can I not join in on such a good fight? Dai Mubai was indeed a battle maniac, especially in this kind of hard-hitting confrontation, which could make him blood boil. Boss Dai, you can't take all the fun for yourself. I'm here too. Ma Hongjun finished the last chicken bone, wiped his greasy little hands, and like Dai Mubai, he was someone who couldn't stay idle. With a fight about to happen, Ma Hongjun certainly wouldn't fall behind. What are you all waiting for? Anyone who dares to protect this kid today will have to deal with me. The man with the surname Yuan shouted sternly. In just a short while, dozens of people were sprawled outside the tavern in disarray. If it weren't for the occasional twitching of their bodies, one might mistakenly think there were dozens of corpses at the entrance. Among these people, the battered Yuan man seemed to have suffered a great shock, becoming somewhat mentally deranged, continuously laughing foolishly. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and his group had long since settled in the empty tavern, enjoying their meal and chatting happily. Teacher Zhao, is this what they call demon hunters? Their strength is too weak. Chapter 76, Sanhui Academy, Part 1. Zhao Wujin originally didn't plan to intervene, but he didn't expect that Dai Mubai and the others would resolve those dozens of people so quickly. Although these demon hunters were considered the lowest tier, it was evident that Dai Mubai and his group's strength had improved significantly during this time. You little ones shouldn't let your guard down too much. Those just now were merely some low-tier characters. Truly powerful demon hunters require even I to be extremely cautious, Zhao Wujin said seriously after drinking a bowl of wine. In fact, there were some rather strange soul saints and soul Douluos who also became demon hunters, but what they sought was not gold coins, but soul bones from soul beasts. These people had mixed in the Stardow forest for years, and their strength was exceptionally terrifying. Even Zhao Wujin could not guarantee he could easily defeat them. And Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Rong Rong, you three should try to cover up your appearances in the future. You all saw what happened today. Those demon hunters are not kind-hearted. In their eyes, you three are extremely attractive. Zhao Wujin took out 3 veils. Although they looked quite shabby, they were the only solution. By the way, Mubai, Xiao you two go into town to buy some water and food, and also get some snake repellent powder. After we pass this town, there will be no more supply points on the road ahead. Okay, Teacher Zhao. We will go right away. However, just as Tang San and the others were about to go out, they bumped into another group of young soul masters. From their attire, it was clear they were from the same Soul Master Academy, and it was Sanhui Academy, the one most familiar to Dai Mubai and the others. Xiao Yu, doesn't this confirm the saying that enemies are bound to meet? I said this morning when I opened the window, I heard crows cawing, and it turns out we were going to run into this bunch from Sanhui Academy. Dai Mubai did not hide his voice, and these words reached the ears of the 7 boys and 1 girl from Sanhui Academy, causing their faces to show strong anger. What do you think you are? How dare you slander Sanhui Academy? Sanhui Academy is the second-ranked Soul Master Academy in the Barak Kingdom, aside from Barak Soul Master Academy. The 7 boys and 1 girl took pride in being members of Sanhui Academy, but just now, Dai Mubai's words shattered their pride and could even be said to have degraded them to nothing. Did I say something wrong? Dai Mubai said bluntly a year ago, 3 girls from Soto City suddenly went missing, and when they were found again, they were actually in your Sanhui Academy. 3 months ago, the same incident happened again. Could all be a coincidence? Chunyu was slightly taken aback, not expecting such a sordid secret behind Sanhui Academy. It seems that this so-called Noble Soul Master Academy is not as noble as it appears on the surface. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering our Sanhui Academy. The person at the head of Sanhui Academy looked to be 2 or 3 years older than Dai Mubai, and at this moment, he seemed to be hit in his soft spot by Dai Mubai's words, as if he were about to jump up from his spot. His unusually unstable behavior only intensified the suspicion. The people from Sanhui Academy have such poor psychological quality. Just one sentence from Boss Dai broke their defenses? Chinyu's lips curled into a mocking smile. It seemed this person had also been involved. You all know very well whether your Sanhui Academy has done these things or not. Yang, don't you think? Dai Mubai was surprised to recognize that Sanhui Academy student in front of him, causing the young man named Yang's expression to change. Yang, I'm going to kill you. Ma Hongjuan's massive body surged forward between Chinyu and Dai Mubai, looking as if he were going to tear Yang apart. Not just Dai Mubai, but Ma Hongjun and Oscar also recognized this person. Zhao Wuji's eyes flashed with a fierce killing intent, clearly harboring deep hatred for Yang as well. Teacher Zhao, what is going on? What deep hatred does Yang have with our Shrek Academy? Tang San asked curiously, while Oscar took the initiative to answer Tang San's question. Yang Yang has an older brother named Yang Jie, who was once a member of our Shrek Academy, a senior from a few years ahead of us. But that Yang Jie was a spy planted by Tsanghui Academy in our Shrek. During a very important soul fighting competition, Yang Jie suddenly turned against us and kicked us out of the competition. Moreover, Tsanghui Academy took the opportunity to slander our Shrek Academy, causing us to lose our formal qualification to run a Soul Master Academy. Oscar shot Yang Yang a fierce glare and continued. Dean Flander's dream was for Shrek Academy to participate in the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. But it was Tsanghui Academy and that Yang Jie that cut off Dean Flanders' only hope. Tang San finally understood the background. No wonder Dai Mubai and the others were so hostile towards Tsanghui Academy from the very beginning. It turned out there was such a complicated entanglement behind it. Bang! Ma Hongjuan's fist didn't land on Yang Yang's face, but was easily blocked by a small, thin figure beside him. Shrek Academy. Oomph. A bunch of clueless fools. They previously didn't allow random fighting in Soto City, but here, there are no such rules. That little black figure's fingers were like iron claws, seemingly wanted to cripple Ma Hongjuan's right hand. But at that moment, Chinyu suddenly made a move, pointing a finger at the person's wrist, causing the little black figure to cry out in pain, his entire arm going limp and hanging weakly at his side. Chinyu aimed at the soul power circulation point on the arm, and with just a little force, it could render someone incapable of resisting. Fatty, are you okay? Ma Hongjun glanced gratefully at Chinyu and said, Xiao Yu, thank you. I didn't expect that this trash school, Tsanghui Academy, could actually raise such vicious dogs. I almost got bitten by one. Although Ma Hongjun had suffered a slight loss in the techniques, he was not one to hold back his tongue. If you have the ability, come out and fight. I want to see how you guys will be left looking for your teeth after I'm done with you. Ma Hongjun was the first to walk outside, shamelessly giving the middle finger to everyone from Tsanghui Academy. I'm just afraid you little pups from Tsanghui Academy don't have the guts to come out. Damn Fatty, wait for me. The small black guy's eyes were filled with shadowy colors. In his view, Ma Hongjun was just a minor great soul master, while he had just stepped into the soul sovereign realm. Even if he had lost an arm, Ma Hongjun wouldn't be his match. After all, there was a soul ring difference, and that gap was not insignificant. However, as soon as the small black guy stepped out the door, a wave of intense flames came at him head-on. It turned out that Ma Hongjun had sneakily attacked first. Fatty, you tricked me. The young man thought only this in his mind about Ma Hongjuan's lack of martial ethics. But in Ma Hongjuan's eyes, any method to hit the opponent was a good method. Besides, did the trash from Tsanghui Academy deserve to talk about martial ethics? Chapter 77 Tsanghui Academy, Part 2. Our principal said that before beating a dog, there's no need to follow the etiquette of soul masters, so you bunch of Tsanghui dogs, you don't need to call out. Ma Hongjuan's first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, struck the small black eye like a whip. And the Phoenix flames were not only powerful, but also had a terrifying adhesive effect. Once touched, even a soul master with much higher soul power than Ma Hongjun couldn't easily remove it. Instantly, the small black guy's other intact arm turned to ashes, and the Phoenix flames even began to spread over his entire body. Fatty! Chinyu gave Ma Hongjun a glance, and the latter understood, opening his mouth to inhale, swallowing the Phoenix flames back into his belly from the small black figure. Although Ma Hongjun was extremely disgusted by the people from Tsanghui Academy, the real culprits were those few individuals. This small black figure did not deserve to die. A deep lesson would be enough. Consider yourself lucky, I, Fatty, will spare your life. Ma Hongjun proudly tilted his head, his small eyes, now just slits, sweeping over everyone from Tsanghui Academy. The meaning was clear. Come at me if you dare. You fat bastard. I'm going to kill you. Yang Yang was so furious that it seemed he could spit fire from his eyes. This small black figure was a true elite student of Tsanghui Academy, set to participate in the upcoming elite tournament for advanced soul master academies across the continent. They had come to the Stardow Forest to help him obtain his third soul ring. But now, Ma Hongjun had recklessly incapacitated their seed player. And as the captain of Tsanghui Academy's battle team, how could Yang Yang not be enraged? A rabid dog is useless. You think you can walk out of here alive today? Dai Mubai sneered coldly, cracking his knuckles as he stepped closer to Yang Yang. You set a good precedent, Fatty. I'll take care of this trash next. Dai Mubai was also holding back a breath of anger, and saw this as the perfect opportunity to vent. Dai Mubai, I know you've reached level 37 as a soul master, but I, Yang Yang, am no pushover either. Tsanghui Academy, summon your martial souls. Suddenly, An exceptionally powerful soul power storm erupted on the field, turning what was supposed to be a one-on-one duel into a chaotic brawl. Ha ha ha, free-for-all? I like it. The dual pupils in Dai Mubai's eyes released an astonishing battle intent, and all of Shrek's members stood behind him, ready for a fight. Shrek had never been afraid of confrontation. Brothers, summon your martial souls. Dai Mubai stepped forward, unleashing the overwhelming soul power of a level 37 soul master. Yang Yang was slightly taken aback. He had to admit, Dai Mubai's strength was indeed formidable, as he himself was only at level 34. However, Aside from Yang Yang, Sanghui Academy had 3 more soul master level experts, while Shrek had only Dai Mubai and Chunyu, who had reached the soul master level. The gap between great soul masters and soul masters was a significant one, so it was no wonder Yang Yang looked down on Shrek's lineup. Don't underestimate me, Ning Rong Rong. 7 treasures. Number 1 is strength, number 2 is speed. Ning Rong Rong was the last to appear, but the 7 treasures glazed tile in her hand made Yang Yang's expression change. The 7 treasures glazed tile, known as the number 1 support martial soul, would certainly elevate Shrek's strength by several levels. This effectively leveled the playing field between Sanghui Academy and Shrek. Even if you have the support of the 7 treasures glazed tile, there's still a soul ring's worth of difference between great soul masters and soul masters. The gap in soul skills cannot be compensated by the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul. Yang Yang reassured himself, but he forgot that the strength of soul skills also depended on who was using them. A bunch of worthless soul masters. Let me show you the power of a great soul master. Suddenly, Tang San, who had remained silent, unleashed a surge of blue silvergrass. First soul skill bind. The ground under the feet of everyone from Sanghui Academy suddenly cracked open, with countless blue silvergrass, resembling mandala snakes, wrapping around all of Sanghui Academy's members. Before Tang San activated his soul skill, Sanghui Academy had no sense of it at all. This was one of the advantages of blue silvergrass, as it produced minimal soul power fluctuations. What the hell is this? Yang Yang's expression tightened. These blue silvergrass were not only incredibly tough, but their edges were also serrated sharp. In an instant, they cut through his skin, and the mandala snake venom contained in the blue silvergrass quickly infiltrated his body. Not good. These blue silvergrass are poisonous. Yang Yang felt his body growing heavier, a clear sign of poisoning. Ha ha! Third brother, your blue silvergrass control skill is simply amazing. I'll take it from here. Ma Hongjun exhaled a thin stream of flame. Although blue silvergrass was a manifestation of soul power, it was fundamentally still a plant, and upon encountering Ma Hongjun's phoenix flames, it instantly turned into a sea of fire on Sanghui Academy's side. Heart-wrenching screams rose and fell amidst the raging flames. However, Dai Mubai showed no signs of holding back. Having already activated his white tiger transformation, he unleashed several terrifying light waves. Second soul skill, white tiger light wave. In an instant, the entire ground was torn apart, and the members of Sanghui Academy were sent flying like puppets into the air. First soul skill, nether strike. First soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were not to be outdone. 2 graceful figures darted through the crowd, adding several more wounds to the members of Sanghui Academy, especially Yang Yang, who received special attention. In just a blink, he had no idea how many bones had broken, and by the time he hit the ground, he was already on his last breath. I refuse to accept this. Yang Yang struggled to open his eyes, which were swollen like buns, and spat out his final words before his head drooped and he fainted. The remaining members were not much better off, one by one. They suffered severe injuries. Even if they survived, it would take at least half a year of recovery. Enough. A bunch of little beasts daring to harm the students of Sanghui Academy. I will make you pay a bloody price. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out from behind Shrek, accompanied by an astonishing wave of soul power shooting into the sky. The one making a move was a powerful Soul King. But Chunyu had previously slain a Soul King level expert, Immo Tianxing, when he was still a great Soul Master, and now that he had reached the Soul Master level, his strength had significantly increased. A mere Soul King dares to shout in front of me. In my opinion, you are the one seeking death. Chunyu, who had not made a move until now, suddenly turned around, while Ning Rongrong transferred all the support power of her 7 treasures glazed tile, martial soul, to Chunyu. Third soul skill, dragon soaring heaven-shattering strike. Chunyu injected all his soul power into his right arm, and with an astonishing dragon roar, his fist collided violently with the attack of the Soul King behind him. Boom! The powerful shockwave shattered all the shop windows on both sides of the street, and the ground beneath Chunyu's feet cracked like a spiderweb. Chapter 76. Turtle immortal, Yeziyu. What a kid, to be able to take my blow with just the strength of a mere soul master. But do you think Soul Kings only have this little bit of skill? Chunyu finally saw the appearance of the Soul King expert. He was a short, middle-aged man in his 40s, and especially his back, whether due to the possession of a martial soul or a natural deformity, seemed to carry a huge turtle shell, giving off an indescribable sense of strangeness. This person was Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Songhui Academy, a Soul King of level 53. Just now, in a fit of anger, Yi Zhiqiu had used at least 80 to 90% of his strength in that strike. He was still firmly blocked by Chunyu. Although Yi Zhiqiu appeared calm on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil. A mere 30th level Soul Zone was actually able to block his attack. Such terrifying strength was not something a 12-year-old boy should possess. Kid, if you are willing to abandon the darkness and turn to the light, and join Songhui Academy, I can overlook past grievances and take you as my disciple. At this point, Yi Zhiqiu still wanted to recruit Chunyu. It was unclear whether he was overly confident or simply foolish to such an extent. Xiaowu couldn't help but laugh out loud, which made Yi Zhiqiu glare at her in anger. Ha ha, I really can't hold it in anymore. An old turtle actually dares to shamelessly say he wants to take Xiaoyu as a disciple. What a big mouth. No, not a toad, but an old turtle. The thing Yi Zhiqiu hated the most in his life was being called a turtle or a bastard, because his martial soul was the Xian Gui, and he was deformed by nature, resembling a humanoid turtle. This made Yi Zhiqiu grow up under various ridicule and mockery, which twisted his mentality over time. Little girl, I must tear your mouth apart. Yi Zhiqiu's eyes turned cold as a Xian Gui martial soul suddenly appeared behind him. This Xian Gui looked about 80% like an ordinary turtle, but its shell was covered with sharp spikes. Indeed, an old bastard. Even a martial soul looks just like your appearance. Dai Mubai sneered, not taking Yi Zhiqiu, the Soul King, seriously at all. Don't forget, your opponent is me. Chunyu suddenly disappeared from Yi Zhiqiu's line of sight. This terrifying speed made Yi Zhiqiu's heart skip a beat. Immediately, a blood-red light shot out from behind Yi Zhiqiu. It was the special glow emitted by the tiger stripe bloodthirsty dagger. A mere soul emperor, even if a bit stronger, is nothing to worry about. My Xiangui martial spirit has top-notch defensive power, and even if he is also a Soul King, he can't hurt me. Yi Zhiqiu was quite confident, but he didn't know that the dagger in Chunyu's hand was comparable to a true divine artifact. Bone-cutting. The tiger eyes on the tiger stripe bloodthirsty dagger flashed with a terrifying light. When the blood-glowing dagger struck the Xiangui's back shell behind Yi Zhiqiu, the once iron-hard turtle shell turned out to be as fragile as tofu. Sizzle. A huge gash about 30 centimeters long was cut into the turtle shell, along with the flesh and blood behind Yi Zhiqiu being brutally sliced open. If it weren't for Yi Zhiqiu's ability to contract his body, he would have been cut in half by Chunyu. Yi Zhiqiu was drenched in cold sweat. He had just narrowly escaped disaster. Third soul skill, Xian Shui Jidong. Having taken such a huge hit, Yi Zhiqiu certainly understood that Chunyu's close combat ability posed a significant threat to his life. Since that was the case, Yi Zhiqiu naturally wouldn't choose to engage Chunyu in close combat. This Xian Shui Jidong was both a ranged attack and came with freezing effects. As long as he could restrict Chunyu's terrifying speed, Yi Zhiqiu would still hold the initiative. Oh, what kind of trick is this? Is it a turtle spitting water? Within 100 meters, the ground had formed a thick layer of solid ice, and even Dai Mubai and the others, who were slightly further away, felt a bone-chilling cold. I have to say, this old turtle is quite clever. His strength is barely decent. Dai Mubai took off his outer robe and draped it over Zhu Zhuqing. Although Zhu Zhuqing repeatedly refused, Dai Mubai still domineeringly tied it around her waist. Don't catch a cold. Yi Zhiqiu saw that the little ones from Shrek were still flirting in front of him, and his anger grew. The turtle shell on his back began to spin away from his body. Fourth soul skill, turtle shell spinning blade. In fact, the Xiangui martial spirit was not merely a defensive martial spirit, but a special martial spirit that combined both defense and attack. The continuously spinning turtle shell resembled a massive blade disc, and the sharp edges of the turtle shell could cut through any hard mineral. Moreover, this strike would be hard for even a Soul King level soul master to withstand, and with the limiting effect of the third soul skill, it seemed very difficult for Chunyu to dodge this attack. Old turtle, sitting in a well and watching the sky, Do you think a mere Soul King can defeat me? You are tu nave. If these words had come from Yi Zhiqiu, it would have been quite normal. But it was Chen Yu saying this to Yi Zhiqiu, making it sound as if Yi Zhiqiu was at a disadvantage. But soon, Chen Yu proved his words with action. First soul skill, Dragon Tooth Thrust. Chen Yu's first soul skill can negate all negative effects of the opponent's soul skills, such as slowing. Therefore, in front of Chen Yu, Yi Zhiqiu's third soul skill had no effect at all. In just the blink of an eye, Chen Yu had already arrived in front of Yi Zhiqiu. Second soul skill, Dragon Ride Slash. The dagger in Chen Yu's hand had vanished, replaced by a 3-foot-long sword. With a single swing, not only was there an astonishing dragon's roar, but also a sharp sword light that stretched an impressive 10 feet long. Crack! This sword struck the constantly rotating turtle shell, once again cleaving it in two. Moreover, the residual sword energy hit Yi Zhiqiu, almost turning his body into a honeycomb. Had it not been for the turtle shell on his chest weakening the power of the dragon slash, Yi Zhiqiu would have likely become a ghost under Chen Yu's sword. Even so, Yi Zhiqiu was covered in blood, looking quite tragic. Impossible. No matter how strong your spirit ring is, it's only a century level. How could it possibly pierce through my turtle shell defense with one strike? Yi Zhiqiu's mind was struggling to comprehend. The power of Chen Yu's soul skill was simply outrageous. Even a 1,000-year spirit ring couldn't possess such strength. 10,000-year spirit ring? Yi Zhiqiu had never even considered it. Even he, at most, only had a 1,000-year spirit ring. How could a mere soul sovereign have a second spirit ring that was of 10,000-year level? It was utterly impossible. But Chen Yu had shattered the ironclad rules of the Douluo continent that had existed for countless years. All three of his spirit rings were over 10,000 years old. Yi Zhiqiu could hardly fathom it. This little guy in front of him looked like a novice, yet he was equipped with divine gear. A mere Soul King small boss couldn't withstand it all. Turtle Hermit, show me your Kamehameha? Chen Yu couldn't help but tease. He was actually looking forward to Yi Zhiqiu suddenly unleashing a big move and then shouting, I am the reincarnation of the Turtle Sage. Chapter 79. The little turtle hasn't matured yet. Hey, do you know how you're going to die in the future? In my opinion, it's a 100 chance that you'll die from being foolish. Chen Yu shook his head as if in regret, deliberately continuing to provoke Yi Zhiqiu. As long as Yi Zhiqiu lost his composure, Chen Yu's chances of winning would increase significantly. Sure enough, the thought of temporarily retreating that Yi Zhiqiu had originally entertained was instantly cast aside. If he couldn't even handle a small soul master today, what face would he have to return to Tsanghui Academy? Kid, you brought this on yourself. Fifth soul skill, Xianbing Turtle Spike. The moisture in the air continuously condensed, forming thousands of ice spikes around Yi Zhiqiu's body. Don't underestimate these merely condensed water vapor. They could easily penetrate the soul power defenses of a soul master. Moreover, this was Yi Zhiqiu's strongest attack move. You really can come up with big moves. Too bad it's not the Turtle School's Qigong. Although Yi Zhiqiu didn't know what the Turtle School's Qigong that Chen Yu mentioned was, it didn't sound like a good thing. You little beast, die for me. With a wave of his hand, the ice spikes shot forth like countless arrows, slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound, instantly reaching Chen Yu. Whoosh! Chen Yu gathered all his soul power, and a trace of blood-colored lightning flickered around him, which was the power of the heavenly tribulation absorbed by his body. Turtle Sage, I'll let you taste the flavor of tribulation. Third soul skill, Dragon Soaring Sky Strike. This time, a giant dragon surged forth from Chen Yu's fist, infused with dense thunder power. In just one encounter, Yi Zhiqiu's fifth soul skill, which he had spent most of the day gathering, was shattered like a clay chicken and a tile dog. The ice spikes scattered apart. This dramatic scene left Yi Zhiqiu feeling as if he had seen a ghost. Back then, to obtain this fifth soul ring, Tsanghui Academy had expended considerable effort to find a nearly 9,000-year-old black water Xian turtle. Coupled with the compatibility of this soul beast with Yi Zhiqiu's martial soul, this fifth soul ring was actually not much weaker than a 10,000-year soul ring. Yi Zhiqiu had also relied on this fifth soul skill to secure his position as a deacon, but today, the fifth soul skill he was so proud was unexpectedly shattered by Chen Yu's punch, and it was done with overwhelming force. This was something Yi Zhiqiu could not accept. Did he forget to check the calendar today, leading to a weakening of his soul power? Otherwise, how could he not even handle a little soul master? But Yi Zhiqiu had no idea that Chen Yu's third soul ring had reached a level of about 30,000 years. It was obvious which soul ring was stronger when comparing 30,000 years to 9,000 years. Moreover, after the Dragon Soaring Sky Strike shattered Yi Zhiqiu's soul skill, it did not dissipate. Instead, it opened its dragon mouth and bit down toward Yi Zhiqiu. No, just as Yi Zhiqiu wanted to dodge. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Chun Yu's mouth, and a flicker of lightning at his fingertips acted as a detonator, completely igniting the heavenly tribulation power hidden within the dragon soaring sky strike. In an instant, the size of the thunder dragon surged tenfold, and the crimson thunder power gathered at the dragon's horn pierced through Yi Zhiqiu's chest like sharp blades. The massive thunder dragon followed closely behind, and the blinding light completely engulfed Yi Zhiqiu's body. Boom! This time, more than half of the street was swallowed by the thunder light. When the thunder light dissipated, the entire street was unrecognizable, char black. Hiss, Xiao Yu, although I know you're strong, I didn't expect you to be this powerful. Even Soul Kings can't last a few rounds against you. Dai Mubai stared in shock at the scene caused by Chun Yu, completely astonished. It wasn't that he was too invincible, but rather that the opponent was too incompetent. Chun Yu blinked at Dai Mubai. In fact, whether it was the previous Mo Tianxing or the recent Yi Zhiqiu, their strength was at best below average among the Soul King level. If Dai Mubai were to obtain the fourth spirit ring, he would have the ability to defeat them. Ding! The system indicated that defeating such minor opponents was within reason and would not provide any rewards. Be careful. But Dai Mubai's expression suddenly changed. It turned out that at the place where Yi Zhiqiu fell, a charred body unexpectedly moved again, and it was quite agile, showing no signs of having been heavily injured. Yi Zhiqiu was indeed tenacious, with a terrifying lifespan. As the blackened figure moved, the charred skin continuously fell away, revealing an ugly body that was not quite human. This person was indeed Yi Zhiqiu, and, at this moment, he was covered in a special bony layer, like a unique armor that protected him. This bony layer surprisingly had immunity to thunder power and could even resist soul power attacks of other attributes. Yi Zhiqiu's fingers, wrapped in the bony layer, resembled 5 sharp daggers, now stabbing directly towards Chun Yu's head. But just when Yi Zhiqiu thought he was about to succeed, his arm was struck by something, causing his sharp fingers to bend and swipe past Chun Yu's side. Surprisingly, a chewed chicken claw was lodged diagonally in Yi Zhiqiu's elbow. Who would have thought that a mere chicken claw could possess such great power? The person using this chicken claw as a weapon must be even more terrifying. Where did this old turtle come from, daring to bully my student in front of me? If it weren't for the fact that I have been cultivating for many years, I would have torn you apart. Zhao Wujia, still chewing on a large piece of pig's trotter, leisurely walked out of the tavern. And it seemed that the chicken claw just now also came from Zhao Wujia's hand. So you are the teacher of these little beasts. Fine, I'll kill you first. Then deal with these little beasts. Yi Zhiqiu, clad in bony armor, seemed to regain confidence, forgetting the pain of being slapped just moments ago, even looking down on the mighty, immovable king. But Yi Zhiqiu still did not know that the person in front of him was the immovable king of the Soul Master world. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have been so arrogant. It has been a long time since I heard someone dare to say such things to me. Very well. You little turtle, you have sparked my desire to make a move. Zhao Wujia finished the pig's trotter in a few bites and beckoned to Yi Zhiqiu with his finger, indicating he could make his move. Yi Zhiqiu let out a strange cry and leaped up, but Zhao Wujia's cheek bulged, and a piece of bone spat from his mouth, tracing a graceful arc as it landed on Yi Zhiqiu's chest. This time, the ordinary pig bone directly shattered the bony armor on Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu spat out blood and flew backward, his body seeming to suffer a heavy blow, crashing through several buildings and almost flying out of the town. Who would have thought that a piece of bone could have such terrifying power? What a pity, you little turtle haven't trained enough. You can't even withstand a casual strike from me. Indeed, throughout this encounter, Zhao Wujia hadn't lifted a finger. He had only moved his mouth. Wow, idol. Worship. A model for our generation. The admiration of the Shrek members for Zhao Wujia was like a continuous flow of water. Chapter 80, Stardew Forest, Part 1. Boom. Yi Zhiqiu struggled to push away the rubble pressing down on him. Thanks to the bony armor on him, Yi Zhiqiu had survived, but after this heavy blow, the armor had completely shattered. The bony armor on Yi Zhiqiu was not a soul skill, but his innate ability. The reason was that his hunchback had always stored a large amount of viscous liquid, which would flow throughout his body and solidify to form the bony armor when he felt his life was threatened. This bony armor could withstand a full force attack from a soul emperor without damage. But in front of Zhao Wujia, it was as fragile as paper. A large amount of fresh blood gushed from Yi Zhiqiu's mouth, clearly indicating he had sustained heavy injuries, and even his martial soul had become sluggish. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu's face showed no trace of arrogance. He finally understood that the person in front of him had reached an unparalleled level of power, and he might very well be a strong soul sage. A soul sage. That was a level only the dean of Sanghui Academy could reach. Yi Zhiqiu was still far from that realm. Respected soul sage senior, I apologize for any offense I caused earlier. Please forgive me. Although Yi Zhiqiu had been heavily injured, he still had half a life left. As long as he could escape this calamity, his injuries would eventually heal. Better to live poorly than to die well. This is a thought that everyone, including Yi Zhiqiu, would have. Oomph. A mere soul king dares to act tough in front of me. Truly a reckless fool. As long as Zhao Wujia was willing, with just a bit more strength, Yi Zhiqiu would be dead, but he clearly considered the Academy's reputation, which was why he intentionally spared Yi Zhiqiu's life. Get lost. You don't even have the right to die at my hands. If I see you again, you should know the consequences. Zhao Wujia waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly, sending Yi Zhiqiu and others from Sanghui Academy flying out of the town. A death sentence can be avoided, but a living punishment is hard to escape. Even if Yi Zhiqiu and the others were fortunate enough to survive, they would likely bear injuries that would be difficult to fully recover from. After all, a strike from a soul sage was not something just anyone could endure. You little ones, at least you didn't tee and bear a Shrek this time. This also counts as venting for Flander. Zhao Wujia said with satisfaction, signaling everyone to return to their rooms to rest, as they would have to travel the next day. Chun Yu and his companions walked intermittently and finally reached the outskirts of the Douluo forest on the third day. In Chun Yu's imagination, the Douluo forest was like a primitive forest, certainly desolate and sparsely populated. However, when he actually saw the scene before him, he realized that everything was quite different from what he had imagined. What met his eyes were countless tents, and the ground was littered with the corpses of soul beasts of various sizes, with a strong smell of blood wafting in the air. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows tightly, feeling a violent churn in her stomach. She had never stepped into a kitchen in her life, and the sight before her made her want to vomit. These are a bunch of barbarians. Zhao Wujia, however, seemed to be quite accustomed to this scene. The tents housed demon hunters, and the soul beast corpses carelessly discarded on the ground were both their trophies and sources of food. Try not to get into conflict with these people. They are real demon hunters, unlike the half-hearted ones you encountered before. Zhao Wujia also put away his previous nonchalance and became somewhat serious. Chun Yu also noticed that the expressions of these demon hunters were indeed completely different from those of the man with the surname Yuan encountered in the town earlier. Cold and ruthless, there was not a hint of emotional fluctuation in them, as if they were humanoid soul beasts, left with only the most primitive instinct to kill. When someone cast a covetous gaze at Chun Yu and his group, Zhao Wujia snorted coldly, and the aura of a soul saint instantly spread from his body. A soul saint. Although these demon hunters were cruel and bloodthirsty, they would not actively provoke a master like Zhao Wujia, and each one immediately shifted their gaze. Stay close to me. This place is a mix of all kinds of people, and the entrance to the Douluo forest is just ahead. Chun Yu and the others also discovered that around the Douluo forest, there were two towering giant mountain ranges, which acted like a natural barrier completely separating the Douluo forest from the outside world. The only entrance to the Douluo forest is at the junction of these two mountain ranges, where the steep terrain becomes gentle, forming a passage only a kilometer wide. And the soul hunters are stationed at the edge of this passage. Teacher Zhao, I heard from the teacher that the terrain of the Douluo forest doesn't seem to be naturally formed. It now appears that this is essentially an enlarged version of the soul hunting forest. Tang Xin observed the towering mountains on both sides of the passage. No matter how he looked at it, the Douluo forest seemed like a ranch for captive soul beasts, with the surrounding mountains acting like fences, trapping the soul beasts within the forest. Xiao-san, how did you come up with this idea? The Douluo forest has existed for over 1 million years, which is even longer than the time soul masters have appeared. Zhao Wujia's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Tang San, and then he said, even if what you say is true, that the Douluo forest is indeed the largest soul-hunting forest on the Douluo continent. Who could possibly create such a large captive area for soul beasts? The mountain surrounding it could not have been created by human efforts. Is it a miracle then? Daimubai boldly speculated. Zhao Wujia chuckled, saying, a god? That's just a legend passed down in the soul master community. But I've never heard of any senior who could take such a step. Title Douluo is already the highest level that we soul masters can cultivate. Teacher Zhao, is it true that the highest soul power achievable by human effort is only level 99? Chun Yu stroked his chin. Although he felt that the structure of the Douluo forest was very similar to that of the hunting soul forest, just like Tang San, he couldn't find any evidence to support his guess. As Zhao Waoqi said, it was impossible to create a soul beast world the size of the Douluo forest solely by human effort. Xiaoyu, do you know how many people have reached the level of tidal Douluo at level 99 in the entire Douluo continent over the years? Zhao Waoqi suddenly stopped and looked into Chen Yu's eyes. I guess it should be less than a handful, right? Chen Yu thought. Even though it is extremely difficult to cultivate soul power to level 99 throughout the long history of Douluo continent, there should have been one or two extraordinary talents that could reach this level. No, let me put it this way. Throughout the recorded history of Douluo continent, there have been a total of 253 tidal Douluo who reached level 97 soul power, and 621 who reached level 98 soul power, while the recorded number for level 99 is 0. Chapter 81 Douluo Forest, Part 20. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Level 98 and level 99 only differ by one level, so why could those over 3,000 not take this final step? Teacher Zhao, where did you get this data? Zhao Wujia did not hide it and said generously, the only force that can master such precise numbers, besides the Spirit Hall. What other power could do it? Back then, I secretly infiltrated the Spirit Hall and reviewed some confidential documents, and I saw this information in there. No wonder even the Master didn't know this information. It turns out these are top secret statistics from the Spirit Hall. But why does the Spirit Hall collect this data? Is there a bigger secret hidden within? In Chen Yu's heart, countless questions arose. Teacher Zhao, no wonder the Spirit Hall is after you. It turns out you barged into their lair and caused a commotion. Ma Hongjun admired Zhao Wujia's bravery immensely. He was a true fierce person. Zhao Wujia scratched his head and chuckled. After I made a name for myself in the Spirit Master world back then, I became a bit reckless. I couldn't stand the domineering behavior of some people in the Spirit Hall, so in a fit of anger, I stormed into the Spirit's Sacred Hall. Coincidentally at that time, the Pope of the Spirit Hall and most of the elders were in the Douluo forest, seemingly dealing with a significant matter, which gave me the chance to escape. Teacher Zhao, did this happen over a decade ago? Xiao Wu suddenly became exceptionally excited, as if this time point was particularly important to her. I remember it should be about 11 or 12 years ago. You almost have just been born not long before that. Xiao Wu trembled violently, causing Tang San to quickly support her delicate body. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Tang San noticed that Xiao Wu's body was icy cold, as if he were touching a block of ice. San, I'm fine. My mother passed away over a decade ago, and when Teacher Zhao just mentioned that time, it reminded me of her. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. After Tang San comforted her for a while, she gradually emerged from her sadness. But no one noticed that her fists were clenched so tightly that her skin had turned pale. So, perhaps there has never been a rank 99 tidal Douluo in the Douluo continent. Chen Yu quickly picked up the previous topic. Perhaps it is like this. Anyway, in the nearly 100 years I know, the only one who has reached level 98 in soul power is the last Pope of the Spirit Hall. But that old guy should have turned to dust by now. Currently, there are only 2 people who can challenge level 98 or even 99 in soul power. Zhao Wujia's voice suddenly became exceptionally serious, with a hint of envy and admiration. One of them is the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. Don't be fooled by the fact that she is the first female Pope of the Spirit Hall. Her martial soul talent is far ahead of all previous popes. And who is the other person? Oscar quickly asked. The other person is the Haotian Douluo, known as the tidal Douluo of Haotian. When Zhao Wujia spoke the words Haotian Douluo, his gaze lingered on Tang San for a moment. The Haotian Douluo is hailed as the youngest tidal Douluo on the Douluo continent and is also the strongest tidal Douluo today. Just after stepping into the level of 90 tidal Douluo, he single-handedly faced 3 tidal Douluos of the Spirit Hall. And the final result was that the Haotian Douluo killed 1 and severely injured 2 of the Spirit Hall's tidal Douluos, achieving a proud victory. This Haotian Douluo is like a god of war. Everyone showed a shocked expression, and only 2 people in the field knew the true identity of this Haotian Douluo. Well, the topic is getting further and further away. Even someone as strong as the Haotian Douluo cannot create the Douluo forest by himself. So you should know that this forest cannot be artificially created, it is naturally formed. Because of this, the Douluo forest and the outside world are 2 completely different realms. When we enter the Douluo forest later, you must be careful of everything around you. Perhaps what you think are dead branches and rotten leaves might be hiding a terrifying soul beast. Zhao Wujia reminded everyone again. Although this time, they would only be active on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. The chance of encountering a 10,000-year soul beast is almost zero. But Zhao Wujie did not dare to let his guard down. Who knows if a hot-headed 10,000-year soul beast might suddenly rush to the forest's edge. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Through that special passage, they had now truly arrived at the largest soul beast forest on the Douluo continent, the Stardow Forest. Comparing the soul-hunting forest in Nodding City to the Stardow Forest in front of them is like comparing a firefly to a bright moon. Even if you combine 10,000 soul-hunting forests, they wouldn't reach 1% of the area of the Stardow Forest. Giant trees, dozens of meters, nearly 100 meters tall, are everywhere, and the dense tree canopies overlap, blocking the sunlight that falls from above. Below there are shrubs as tall as a person. And further down are nearly half a meter deep fallen leaves and loose soil. Teacher Zhao, is the Stardow Forest really like this? Not seeing a hint of sunlight all year round? Xinyu was somewhat puzzled. If the Stardow Forest is always in such a dim environment, it would be very difficult to spot the soul beasts hidden in the shadows with the naked eye, undoubtedly increasing the danger significantly. No, the terrain of the Stardow Forest is divided into 4 parts. You can imagine it as 4 nested bowls. The closer you get to the center of the forest, the higher the terrain becomes, and the vegetation won't be as lush as it is now, while the levels of soul beasts will also increase accordingly. After all, only weak soul beasts need to rely on external illusions to protect themselves. Once Zhao Wujie explained this, Xunyu understood that the Stardow Forest is actually like a terraced field, with each layer having its own distinct illusion and different levels of soul beasts. The place where Chunyu is currently located is the lowest layer of the Stardow Forest. Here, the main soul beasts are those of about 100 years and 10 years, with the occasional appearance of soul beasts over 1,000 years old. This time, we are here to obtain the 3rd soul ring for Xiao Ao, so we need to head to the 2nd layer of the Stardow Forest. Although the 2nd layer is still considered the outer region of the Stardow Forest, powerful 10,000-year soul beasts might appear. Mu Bai, your strength is the greatest, so you will lead the way. Xiao San, you will direct from here on out. From now on, I will only intervene if you encounter life-threatening danger. Zhao Wujie voluntarily stepped back from the team. This was a rare training opportunity for the Shrek group. All right, Teacher Zhao. Tang San, as the only control-type soul master in Shrek, is also the true commander of the team. Rong Rong, Xiao Ao, you stand in front of me. Xiao Wu, you and Zhu Qing look for a high point to observe the surroundings. Xiao Yu, you'll bring up the rear. This arrangement by Tang San undoubtedly took into account the strengths and weaknesses of each member. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as support soul masters, are not very strong in combat, and thus need to stay close to the control-type soul master for the best protection. The strongest Dai Mu Bai and Chun Yu become the 2nd line of defense for the team, while the most agile Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing can serve as early warning eyes for the team. Chapter 82, Stardow Forest, Part 2, Xiao San. Your arrangement is somewhat methodical, but in the Stardow Forest, you also need to consider the distance between teammates. They shouldn't be too close or too far apart. Zhao Wujie specifically reminded them that the Stardow Forest is full of dangers that are hard to detect in advance. If the group is too clustered, they could be caught all at once, but if they're too dispersed, they might not be able to support each other in case of a soul beast attack. Too much of anything is not good. We should maintain a distance of 5 body lengths apart, and Xiao Wu, you and Zhu Qing must not exceed the maximum range of the blue silvergrass's extension. After walking for half a day, Chun Yu and the others finally left the dense jungle. Along the way, they encountered more than 300 types of soul beasts, which is much richer than the soul beasts in the hunting soul forest. However, as Zhao Wujie mentioned earlier, the most numerous soul beasts in the jungle are those around 100 years old. From the beginning until now, Chun Yu had not spotted a single trace of a 1,000-year soul beast. Quiet. Suddenly, Chun Yu signaled everyone to stop. He had just heard a faint, unusual sound. Although the noise was very small, it did not escape Chun Yu's keen ears. Xiao Yu, what is wrong? Dai Mu Bai activated the white tiger barrier, blocking in front of everyone like a shield. I just heard a peculiar sound that suddenly disappeared. It feels a bit strange. Dust Feather unleashed the abyssal demon I, but found no strange figures. Yet the sound just now undeniably existed. Could it be the noise made by a soul beast passing through the bushes? Dai Mu Bai and the others scanned the surroundings with their eyes, but found nothing unusual. No, this isn't a sound that a soul beast could make. Teacher Zhao, did you have any special perception just now? Zhao Wujie shook his head slightly. Although he didn't hear any noise, he had a feeling of being watched, a sixth sense honed over many years. Everyone be careful in the Stardow Forest. Besides soul beasts, what's more terrifying are the people lurking in the shadows. Zhao Wujie discreetly left inconspicuous threads of soul power along the path. And as long as someone passed by, he would definitely notice. Once Shrek's group disappeared into the dense forest, a figure in tight clothing emerged from the originally quiet bushes. That kid has such keen senses. I barely made a sound, and he caught it. No wonder Elder Ge asked me to keep an eye on him. It turns out this person is from the Spirit Hall, personally assigned by Elder Ge. It seems the Spirit Hall hasn't given up on recruiting Dustfeather. Since Soto City, this person has been following behind Dustfeather and has observed everything he did along the way. However, this kid indeed has some potential. If he joins our Spirit Hall, he might have a chance to reach the level of the Golden Generation. But just as he took a step forward, his expression suddenly tightened because he realized he had triggered the soul power thread Zhao Wujie had intentionally left behind. Xiaoyu was right. You've been tailing us all along. What's your purpose? Zhao Wujie's cold voice came from behind the tree. The mighty, unmoving king was actually followed all the way without any notice. If this got out, it would be a huge embarrassment. Unmoving king. The person trembled at Zhao Wujie's icy gaze. He was all too familiar with the enmity between the unmoving king and the Spirit Hall. It seemed this furious bear was about to erupt. Run. Without a second thought, he turned and dashed into the forest. But the moment he turned, countless blue-silver grasses intertwined to form several special giant nets, completely blocking his escape route. This was Tang San's first soul skill bind. A mere blue-silver grass wants to trap me? This person's martial soul was a black snake, best at stealth and tracking. With a flexible and elusive body technique, no wonder even Zhao Wujie hadn't sensed anything before. But just as he summoned his martial soul, a majestic celestial dragon phoenix descended from the sky, accompanied by Dustfeather's third soul skill, Dragon Soaring Heaven Strike. Boom! Although Dustfeather's punch was received by the Soul Emperor, the power of the heavenly tribulation contained in Dustfeather's soul power had a paralyzing effect. When he felt the numbness in his body, it was already too late, as Zhao Wujie's great strength diamond bear had leaped high and brought down its heavy paw. Within 100 meters, a terrifying storm erupted. Trees were uprooted, and the place where the Soul Emperor stood had already transformed into a bottomless, human-shaped pit. Oof. The trash from the Spirit Hall dares to follow me. They truly seek death. Zhao Wujie clapped his hands, seemingly not having exerted much effort. In his eyes, killing a Soul Emperor was as simple as crushing an ant. Cough, as expected of the unmoving king. This power is comparable to that of a soul, Douluo. But from underground, a faint voice unexpectedly emerged. Zhao Wujie was somewhat surprised. A mere Soul Emperor could take one of his strikes and still not perish. Oof. It seems your martial soul ability is a bit interesting, but this is where it ends. Just as a faint light appeared on Zhao Wujie's soul rings, a figure suddenly sprang out from the ground. Unmoving king, please wait. Although I am from a Spirit Hall, I did not come to monitor you this time. The Soul Emperor bowed to Zhao Wujie, then shifted his gaze to Dustfeather beside him. Me? Chinyu pointed at himself, wondering how the Spirit Hall could suddenly target him, or rather had the Spirit Hall been monitoring him for the past 6 years. If that's the case, the Spirit Hall is truly terrifying. In an instant, Chun Yu's expression turned somewhat cold. He despised being schemed against the most. And the actions of the Spirit Hall undoubtedly touched his reverse scale. Little brother, I wonder if you still remember Elder Ge? Elder Ge? Chun Yu immediately thought of the soul saint he encountered 6 years ago in Holy Soul Village, who seemed to be named Elder Ge. At that time, the master had clearly rejected Elder Ge, but unexpectedly, this old man was still relentless and actually sent someone to follow him all the way to Soto City. When exactly did you start following me? Was it 6 years ago? Chin Yu just wants to confirm one thing. When exactly did Old Ge send someone to follow him? No. Old Ge only heard about a major event that recently happened in Soto City, which is why he ordered me to come and investigate. Observing you is just an additional task. Chin Yu could naturally discern the truth or falsehood of what the person said through observing their expressions and tone. Teacher Zhao, what this person said is true. He has been following us for the past few days. What do you think we should do? Both Chin Yu and Zhao Wujie did not want the Spirit Hall to discover their movements. The only solution was to kill this person to eliminate future troubles. Teacher Zhao, Xiaoyu, I have a plan. Tang Sin held several silver needles in his hand, and with a flick of his fingers, several beams of cold light fell on the Soul Emperor's head. My needle technique can erase all of this person's memories from the past half month. When he wakes up, he will completely forget what happened today. Chapter 83, Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake, Part 1. This little episode did not affect you in their progress in searching for soul beasts. In the second layer of the Stardew forest, there were indeed far more thousand-year soul beasts than in the first layer. Just for what you saw, there were no less than 10. However, these soul beasts did not seem to fit well with Oscar's martial soul. Since the team also included Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, Oscar's third soul ring skill could not conflict with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. Rongrong's first and second soul rings provided strength and speed, so it would be best if your third soul ring, Xiao Ao, could enhance the team's defense or mobility. After consulting Oscar's opinion, Tang San narrowed down the target soul beast to crustacean or flying types. 500 meters ahead, there's movement. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly gave a warning from the tree, although her line of sight was obscured by dense branches and leaves. She vaguely saw some scales that were unusually bright in color. Mubai, Fati, follow my orders, and immediately used the White Tiger Light Wave and Phoenix Fire line to sweep the plants within 100 meters. Rongrong, you and Xiao Ao stay close to Teacher Zhao. Xiaowu, Zhuqing, I need a detailed description of that soul beast. Tang San had already released his blue-silver grass martial soul, which allowed him to move flexibly among the treetops, and the soul beast mobility was certainly quite impressive. Oscar's third soul ring might just be delivered to them. It looked like a giant python, but its scales displayed both blue and red colors. Moreover, it seemed to have a fleshy lump on its head, somewhat resembling a coxcomb. Tang San and Xinyu simultaneously shouted out the name of this soul beast, Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake. The Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake has a bright red coxcomb-like fleshy lump on its head, a fan-shaped tail, and scales that are red and blue. Even more special is that the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake has a pair of fleshy wings that allow it to fly agilely in the air. Xiaowao, it looks like your third soul ring has come to you personally. The Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake is a relatively rare soul beast, so its soul ring is particularly precious. More importantly, the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake has flying capabilities, which might be incorporated into the soul ring's abilities. Xiaowu, Zhuqing, lead that Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake over here. Mubai, Fatty, get ready. Xiaoyu, you come to support. Tang San took a deep breath, his calm gaze fixed on the location of the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Xiaowu and Zhuqing split into 2 routes, making a wide circle to come up behind the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake. First soul skill, Netherworld Stab. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Zhuqing transformed into a faint shadow, and her sharp 10 fingers instantly clawed out hundreds of scratches on the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake's body. However, the scales of the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake were exceptionally hard, and Zhuqing's attack did not leave a single mark on it. Yet, Zhuqing's actions attracted the full attention of the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake, and Xiaowu seized the opportunity to kick forcefully on the snake's head, which had just been raised. Boom! Xiaowu's seemingly slender legs contained astonishing explosive power, and this kick caused the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake to howl in pain. Its body, which was about 6 to 7 meters long, instantly broke the branches beneath it and crashed heavily to the ground. With a length of 6 to 7 meters and dark red, fleshy wings, this Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake should be between 1,500 and 1,800 years old. Xiao Ao, it's just within your absorption range. As soon as the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake landed, Xiaowu and Zhuqing hurried towards Tang San's direction. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake shook its slightly dazed head, its small eyes wide open, fixating on the backs of the 2 humans. Swish! The Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake not only could fly, but also had a fast crawling speed on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake and Xiaowu closed by about 100 meters. Xiaoyu at their speed, Xiaowu and the others will definitely be caught by the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake. You go help block it. Apart from Tang San, the fastest on the field was Xinyu, making him the most suitable to take over the lure task from Xiaowu and the others. Xiao San, just watch. The sound of Chun Yu's voice remained in place, but his body had already soared out. First soul skill, Dragon Tooth Thrust. An astonishing dragon shadow swept between Zhuqing and Xiaowu, crashing into the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The snake, measuring 7 meters long, flipped several times in the air and smashed through several hundred-year-old trees before finally coming to a stop. Xiaowu, Zhuqing, your task is complete. Now it's my turn. Xiaoyu, be careful. A mere 1,000-year phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake naturally poses no threat to Chunyu. Hiss! The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was truly dazed this time, struggling on the ground for quite a while before getting back up. As soon as it saw Chunyu, it opened its large, fong-filled mouth and lunged at him. Although the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is not venomous, its biting ability is quite formidable. If you have the ability, then come chase me. If you catch up to me, I'll let you. Chunyu stepped on the 7-star ghost steps, seemingly slow, but maintaining a distance of exactly 10 meters from the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Not more, not less. Mubai fatty attack. Tang, Sin shouted loudly, and Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun unleashed their full firepower, instantly flattening the area within 100 meters. This move was aimed both at clearing the hiding place of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake and at preventing anyone from secretly coveting it. Meanwhile, Tang San was controlling his blue-silver grass martial spirit, forming a large net that covered all directions. Caught in the trap. This was the ultimate tactic devised by Tang San. Hiss. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake, seeing the blue-silver grass suddenly appearing from all directions, realized that it had fallen into the trap set by these humans. In a fit of rage, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake actually spread its tightly pressed flesh wings, instantly whipping up a storm on the ground, with countless dry branches and leaves blocking the sky and sun. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake intended to obscure Tang San and the other's line of sight and then take the opportunity to escape. In truth, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake was very timid, which was why it had evolved such a rapid movement speed and even developed flying wings. Now, seeing so many humans, it surely wouldn't stay in place for long. After exerting such effort, how could they let it escape so easily? The red light flickered in Chunyu's hand, and the bloodthirsty dagger with tiger stripes unleashed several streams of light, tearing huge gashes in the flesh wings of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. With its ability to fly lost, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake fell heavily to the ground, and Dai Mubai, transformed into the white tiger, unleashed a powerful punch directly onto the vital point of the snake. Roar! The 7 inches is the critical point for all snakes, and Dai Mubai's punch shattered the spine of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, causing it to let out a howl and collapse on the ground. Chapter 84. Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, Part 2. Good coordination. Zhao Wujia, standing nearby, smiled and nodded in satisfaction. The teamwork displayed by Tang San and the others in surrounding the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake allowed Zhao Wujia to see the embryonic form of a mature battle team. Xiaowao, go ahead. Zhao Wujia handed a dagger to Oscar, signaling him to deliver the final blow to the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. All right, this wasn't Oscar's first time hunting a soul beast, but facing a Millennium Soul beast made him both excited and a bit nervous. Thank you, brothers. Oscar made a funny face towards Tang San and the others, which elicited a sense of humor among them. Xiaowao, the deadly vital point of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is on its fleshy crown. As long as you stab from underneath the crown, you can end this creature's suffering. Seeing Oscar getting closer, Xiao Wu turned her head, feeling a bit reluctant. This strange action surprised Chinyu, who thought it was completely normal for soul masters to hunt soul beasts for soul rings. But why did Xiao Wu seem a bit reluctant? Perhaps it was because she didn't want to witness the bloody scene. Chinyu only glanced at Xiao Wu and didn't pay much attention. But just as the tip of the dagger in Oscar's hand was about to pierce the flesh crown of the phoenix-tailed chicken snake, both Tang San and Chunyu's expressions changed. Xiao Ao, be careful. Tang San's hands instantly slapped the ground, and countless blue silver grasses gathered around Oscar's body to form a massive shield. Meanwhile, Chunyu rushed to the side of the phoenix-tailed chicken snake, the dagger in his hand sweeping through several streaks of blood-red light. Everyone heard the clanging sound of metal colliding as countless metal fragments fell, forming a semicircle around Chunyu's feet. At the same time, more than a dozen short knives were also embedded in the blue-silver grass in front of Oscar, which resembled the willow leaf daggers used by Tang San. On the Douluo continent, besides Tang San and Chunyu, there was actually someone else who could use hidden weapons so skillfully. The short dagger hidden weapon that Chunyu had just shattered was exactly this type. Who is it? Sneaking around? Dust Feather glanced around and suddenly locked onto a position. Just as he was about to rush out, a large hand rested on his shoulder. Xiao Yu, let me handle this matter, Zhao Wuji said, his expression calm as water. It was evident that the person hiding in the shadows had angered this unmoved king. With every step Zhao Wuji took forward, a soul ring emerged around him. After taking 7 steps, 7 soul rings had appeared on Zhao Wuji. The powerful aura of a level 76 soul sage was like an invisible sword, instantly flattening the mountains, rocks, and plants within 300 meters in front of him. When the king was furious, the world was astonished. A soul sage expert. In Dust Feather's line of sight, there appeared 2 figures, one old and one young. The girl looked to be only about 15 or 16 years old, yet she had reached the level of a 29-rank Great Soul Master. Beside her stood an elderly woman with gray hair, but a spirited demeanor. At that moment, the old woman looked somewhat surprised. Prior to this, she hadn't sensed any soul power emanating from Zhao Wuji, leading her to believe he was merely an obscure little soul master. However, despite being over 70 years old and frail, she was a soul emperor with a soul power level of 68. And her martial soul was the snake staff in her hand. Although the old woman appeared somewhat strained under Zhao Wuji's soul sage pressure, Zhao Wuji's expression changed slightly, showing signs of seriousness. Clearly, Zhao Wuji held the advantage. So why did he display such an expression? Dust Feather suddenly realized that the identity of this old woman might not be simple. Otherwise, with Zhao Wuji's soul sage strength, he could easily eliminate the old and young pair. May I ask if you're the Snake Granny from the Dragon Lord and Snake Granny duo? Zhao Wuji retracted his aura and politely inquired of the old woman before him. Oh, this esteemed soul sage. You actually know this old lady? The old woman withdrew her snake staff, and although her words were polite, there was no hint of respect in her tone. It was indeed Snake Granny. This could become troublesome. Zhao Wuji slightly furrowed his brows. Dragon Lord and Snake Granny were a married couple, both powerful soul masters. Snake Granny Tian Xiang. Martial Soul, Snake Staff, Level 68, Soul Emperor. Dragon Lord Meng Shu. Martial Soul, Dragon-Headed Cane, Level 83, Soul Douluo. This soul master couple never strayed too far apart. And since Snake Granny had appeared in the Stardow Forest, Dragon Lord Meng Shu must be nearby. Although Zhao Wuji was confident, he was not arrogant. He was 100% sure he could defeat Snake Granny, but he definitely was no match for Dragon Lord. May I ask, Snake Granny, why did you take action against my student? Such actions could be seen as unbecoming of your status. Although Zhao Wuji revered the names of Dragon Lord and Snake Granny, he was not easily intimidated. He had to demand an explanation for Dust Feather and the others. He, esteemed soul sage, your student stole my soul beast. Tell me, who is at fault here? Snake Granny snorted coldly, her snake-like, icy gaze falling on Oscar, making him feel somewhat unsteady. Little AO, don't be afraid, with Teacher Zhao here. A mere soul emperor cannot stir much trouble. Dai Mubai placed a hand on Oscar's back, helping him stand tall again under Snake Granny's threatening gaze. Snake Granny, the soul beasts in the Stardow Forest are unowned. This phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake does not bear your name, so how can it be considered your property? Zhao Wuji rebutted without hesitation. I guess you would say that. Esteemed soul sage, you may check the snake's belly. There are several wounds pierced by my snake staff. I've been tracking this beast for several days, and today I happened to corner it here, only to have it snatched away by you. The dust beneath the feathered feet trembled suddenly, and a special force of thunder instantly transmitted from underground to the belly of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The massive snake body quivered violently, as if experiencing a moment of clarity. Esteemed Soul Emperor, you have misunderstood us. Even if this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was injured by someone before, it definitely was not by your snake staff. Chin, you kicked over the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake with 1 foot, and this terrifying power made the snake matriarch look at him a few more times. The belly of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake was char-black, looking as if it had been struck by lightning, and there was no trace of the injuries left by the snake staff. The snake matriarch had been quite confident, but when she saw the state of the snake's belly, her expression suddenly changed dramatically. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji secretly gave Shinyu a thumbs up. Senior snake matriarch, it seems you've made a mistake. This phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is not the one you were hunting. Zhao Wuji felt a sense of relief, as the aggressive stance of the snake matriarch had truly irritated him. If it weren't for the powerful presence of the Dragon Lord, Zhao Wuji probably wouldn't have been too polite to this old woman. You must have tampered with something. Such a small trick cannot escape my eyes. The snake matriarch thrust her snake staff heavily into the ground, and a phantom soul power transformed into a sharp snake spear, stabbing straight at Chinyu. Chapter 85. Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake, Part 2. Yet Chinyu remained with his hands behind his back, standing still without any intention of dodging, because beside him stood the immovable king, and a mere snake matriarch wanting to injure Chinyu under Zhao Wuji's nose was simply a delusional thought. Zhao Wuji's expression turned cold as he let out a cold snort, causing the snake matriarch's soul power attack to be dispersed by that very sound. This level of power forced the snake matriarch to take half a step back, clearly indicating that the gap between her and Zhao Wuji was not trivial. Senior snake matriarch, is it a bit too much to attack my student in front of me? Even a clay figurine has some temper. let alone the dignified, immovable king, who had already been quite polite to the snake matriarch. Yet she not only showed no restraint, but even escalated her aggression. This made it hard for Zhao Wujia to suppress his anger, and the great strength diamond bear martial spirit suddenly appeared behind him, exuding a violent aura that made the snake matriarch and the girl retreat repeatedly. Great strength diamond bear. Are you the immovable king Zhao Wujia? A hint of fear finally appeared on the snake matriarch's face. Everyone had thought that Zhao Wujia had either retreated to the mountains or had fallen. But who would have thought that not only was Zhao Wujia alive, but his strength had also grown even stronger.